save money in all those digital and streaming services in our Consumer Confidential. Plus, Queer Eye star Karamo Brown joins us live, and we'll show you fun ideas for all those summer photos. That's all this morning on the third hour of Today.
Summer photos. I'm a digital hoarder, so I'll take any piece of advice about that.
Yes, you are. I've seen your phone.
Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Wednesday. See you tomorrow.
Meeting face-to-face for the first time in more than 4 years. Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. The two strong men are expected to talk arms deals just hours after North Korea fired more missiles threatening American allies in the region.
Unimaginable devastation in Libya, where officials are fearing that more than 10,000 people are dead after flooding this past weekend. We get the latest from our foreign correspondent.
The manhunt for a convicted killer in Pennsylvania drags on as authorities say Daniela Cavalcante is now armed with a rifle he stole. Police are asking people in the area to take even more serious precautions.
In the breakdown, we have the latest from the world of Apple, including what's on everyone's mind, the newest iPhone model to be released very soon.
And we take you inside the newest safety feature from Lyft. We'll tell you what the rideshare giant is doing to make specific riders more secure. It's Wednesday, September 13th. Early Today starts right now.
Good early morning to you. I'm Jessica Layton.
I'm Frances Rivera. Breaking overnight, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has met with Vladimir Putin in Russia. The two greeted each other at the spaceport in Vostochny, a city in Russia's far east. They are widely expected to discuss a possible weapons and technology deal. The meeting came just hours after both South Korea and Japan reported that the North fired two possible ballistic missiles into the Sea of Japan. No damage or injuries have been reported. Now, more than 8 months after the nation was shocked by the brutal video, the former police officers accused of beating Tyree Nichols to death face federal charges. All 5 are charged with civil rights violations, including use of excess force and witness tampering. They already face second-degree murder charges in state courts. All have entered not guilty pleas.
Tyree Nichols was stopped for what the Memphis cops called reckless driving on January 7th. He was allegedly beaten, kicked, and pepper sprayed, and he died in the hospital 3 days later. Those officers were all fired over the alleged assault. If found guilty on the federal charges, all 5 could face life in prison. Lawyers for the family say they hope the newest indictment gives their clients hope as they grieve.
After months of threats and speculation, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy on Tuesday announced the opening of an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. McCarthy said he is directing 3 House committees to lead the probe of alleged abuses of power, obstruction, and corruption by Biden. This follows investigations into President Biden's knowledge of his family's alleged foreign business dealings. The president's son, Hunter, has been a major focus of these probes. A White House spokesperson said in a statement that House Republicans have, quote, turned up no evidence of wrongdoing during their 9 months of investigations.
As part of a prisoner exchange between the U.S. and Iran, the Middle Eastern nation will now have renewed access to billions of dollars in oil revenues. But as Iran's president exclusively tells NBC, the country might have other plans for this windfall than originally intended. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. So if you would, lay out the deal for us and what the two leaders of the countries are saying about it.
Good morning, Jessica. Well, as you mentioned, the Biden administration is moving forward with a plan to bring 5 American prisoners home from Iran. This group has been imprisoned a number of years on espionage charges. The U.S. says that they were unjustly detained. The exchange, which had been in the works since February, involves swapping those 5 American citizens for 5 Iranian nationals who have been detained in the U.S. It also involves granting Iran access to roughly $6 billion in oil revenues that were blocked by U.S. sanctions, but only for humanitarian purposes. In an exclusive interview, NBC's Lester Holt got to speak with Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi through a government-provided translator about this deal. Raisi appeared to imply that the funds would be used for purposes other than what the agreement lays out.
We believe that this American action was very unjust just from the beginning. It has imposed further pressure on the Iranian people. This money belongs to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and naturally, we will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it.
President Raisi also told Lester that the 5 imprisoned Americans are in full health as they await their release. Since this plan was set into motion, Republicans have accused the Biden administration of paying ransom to Iran and emboldening regimes that fund terrorism. State Department and national security officials rebuffed these ideas. They noted that the U.S. is not paying Iran for the prisoners, nor will Iran have access to the unlocked funds directly, as they will be moved to accounts in Qatar, and transactions will be monitored by the Treasury. Jessica.
All right, Bree, thank you.
The seemingly unending hunt for escape killer Danilo Cavalcante continues in Pennsylvania. Police say the 34-year-old Brazilian citizen is now armed with a rifle he stole from a home in the area. Communities are asked to take serious precautions against Cavalcante, who is considered extremely dangerous. Here's George Solis.
The search to find Danilo Cavalcante intensifying with a new threat to police in the community. The escaped killer now has a gun.
He is now armed with a .22 caliber rifle with a scope and flashlight mounted on it.
Nearby schools closed. Alerts sent to residents.
Residents in the area are asked to continue to secure their homes and vehicles and remain vigilant.
Police say Cavalcante, who was killed before, stole a rifle and ammo from inside an open garage. But he was caught by the homeowner, who drew his own gun and fired at the fugitive.
We have no reason to believe that he is injured as a result of that shooting.
Authorities raced to the scene in minutes, but did not find Cavalcante, who may now be shirtless. After, officials say they recovered the green sweatshirt he was seen wearing. Authorities have set up a new perimeter where 500 officers are now scouring the wooded area looking for any clues.
It's scary because he could be anywhere. And
Dr. Matt Bauer is visiting his parents who live in the neighborhood where the shots were fired. The family immediately taking precaution. What came next was a heavy police presence.
The adrenaline starts going and we just are hardwired and kind of running through the house, making sure everything's locked, making sure all the windows are secure.
Meanwhile, authorities say they are closing in.
I believe he is beyond assistance, and he is in that perimeter, and we will actively hunt until we find him.
And our thanks to George for that report.
The Biden White House is increasingly concerned that New York City is mishandling the influx of migrants that it's gotten over the last year. A senior DHS official tells NBC News an agency assessment in August found the city has, quote, no exit strategy to see that the migrants find their way out of the shelter system. New York has seen over 100,000 migrants arrive in just the past year. Mayor Eric Adams has called on the federal government for help in addressing this crisis.
After Sunday's flooding in Libya, a full scope of the catastrophe is becoming clear. Officials now say as many as 10,000 are feared dead after Mediterranean storm Danielle hit the country. Entire neighborhoods were swept away in the city of Derna after 2 dams failed. For the latest, we want to bring in our Chapman Bell. Chapman, good morning. Why has the response to this disaster been so chaotic?
Good morning, Francis. Well, that's really just due to the sheer volume of this catastrophic flooding where these 2 dams burst around the city of Derna in the eastern part of the country. That city alone, more than 5,000 people confirmed dead. Entire neighborhoods, as you said, washed away, villages destroyed. Though there's fears that around coastal regions, many of these people affected could have been washed out to sea, making the numbers of fatalities really difficult to decipher at this point. And this is just for areas that they've already been able to reach. There are some areas that they fear they haven't been able to reach emergency workers and such. But, hospitals have become morgues and bodies literally lining the streets around these areas. And while international aid has arrived, there are fears that these numbers of fatalities and people affected could continue to rise. More than 20,000 people so far displaced by this. And none of this is helped by the fact that Libya has been in turmoil since the overthrow of Colonel Gaddafi, where two factions have ruled the country in the East and the West, making infrastructure not maintained and the health service difficult to maintain. So none of this is helped by that part of it. However, it's just another sad natural disaster affecting North Africa in the last week. Francis.
Such a tragedy watch. Chapman, thank you.
All right, here in the U.S., more rain is on the way for the Northeast. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking the storms. Angie, we need out of this pattern.
Yeah, we do, and we need to take our umbrellas with us this morning, too, until we are out of that pattern, ladies. This is going to be something that we'll deal with through the day today across parts of the Northeast. You see how many people are under these flood alerts right now, where you see the bright green, that is a flood watch. Where you see that brighter, that darker red, I should say, that's a flash flood warning. We've got really saturated soil. We've got more rain on the way, and we've had impressive rainfall over the past couple of days. So we are leaning towards that flooding concern through at least the afternoon and evening hours tonight. And here's the cold front that's bringing in. We're going to see that continue to work through the day today. Eventually, it'll be out of our hair here as we get into tomorrow. We'll see some quieter conditions when it comes to the rain chances. But notice the major cities that are included in the flood concern today. Boston down to Philadelphia, Atlantic City, all on the table for some potential flooding as we add on maybe another inch or two of rain here as we get through the day today and into early tomorrow. And of course, Hurricane Lee, we're continuing to keep an eye on this Category 3 storm as it moves northwest. Eventually, it'll be west of Bermuda, bringing the potential for some strong rip current risks and high surf to parts of the East Coast and potential impacts, direct impacts to parts of New England. As we look at the weather across the country, let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Temperatures into the mid-70s for parts of Pennsylvania, 71 for Pittsburgh this afternoon. We hit 79 degrees with some partly cloudy skies in Denver, 78 for Kansas City. Cooler conditions settling in for the Midwest, with just 66 for Green Bay. Now let's look at your forecast, ladies.
Okay, Angie, thank you. Something stunk at a baseball game last night, and it wasn't either team. A real skunk was running around in the outfield at a minor league game in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. There was a delay in play when the animal ran circles around everyone trying to catch it. Shockingly, it's the second time a skunk has gotten on that field this season. After the 20-minute-long chase in the bottom of the sixth, the skunk was moved and no one was sprayed.
Yeah, you just wanted a little of the action. We're back in 60 seconds with a story that might convince you to cook at home.
A DoorDash driver spits on the food he's dropping off, while other delivery workers are taking tip frustrations out on your orders.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just fit, too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. One DoorDash driver caught on doorbell cam in Miami spit on an order, angry over his tip. And as Valerie Castro explains, it's just the latest in a series of incidents involving frustrated delivery workers.
A food delivery spit and dash. A DoorDash delivery man, angry over the tip, appears to spit on the food delivery he's just left on a doorstep. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. The incident captured by Ring camera. 13-year-old Elias Crisanto and his mother ordered the food to their Miami home, but say they were disgusted to see the video. They say the $3 tip they included for the half-mile trip was generous.
Se puso bravo porque tal vez él pensó que fue una chiquita propina y escupió en la comida. Quería vomitar porque ¿quién hace eso?
A spokesperson for DoorDash saying, while we empathize with the frustration of not receiving a tip, this behavior is unacceptable, adding they have since removed that worker from the platform.
Hi.
Hello.
Come here, Max.
But many frustrated delivery drivers across the country are reaching a tipping point. This doorbell video going viral of one driver berating a woman after she says she left a 25% tip.
I just want to say it's a nice house for a $5 tip.
You're welcome.
You.
Another driver in California appearing to take a sip out of a milkshake before handing it to a customer, though it's unclear why. Despite these shocking incidents, DoorDash is only growing in popularity, with more than 32 million consumers each month and more than 2 million Dashers, according to a company spokesperson.
Food delivery apps can also be used to place to-go orders. So how much should you tip? And what if you pick up the food yourself?
Do you tip on top of that when you pick it up yourself?
I think I do, but that's just because the option is there. I definitely think I do more of like a 10% tip for that.
What do you think people should be tipping?
I think it's like in most service industries, people live off of the tips, so be mindful that that can be very generous help for that person.
Some delivery app sites spell it out. Grubhub suggests 20% or at least $5 more if bad weather is a factor. DoorDash and Uber Eats both say a tip is never required but always appreciated, and 100% of it goes to the worker. At the end of the day, for those making the deliveries, gratuity and generosity go hand in hand.
Can't tell nobody what to do with their money. I know what I signed up for. If you tip, you tip. If you don't, you don't. At the end of the day, you have to look in the mirror and know what you did. That's completely up to you.
Thanks to Valerie for that report.
Coming up on Early Today, we've got the juicy details on Apple's new products, including an iPhone charging feature that could make your life a little easier.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
After months of Apple rumors, we finally got the new release details from the company's 2023 event. You'll be able to get a standard iPhone 15 and 15 Plus for $799 and $899 respectively. The iPhone 15 Pro starts at $999 and the larger Pro Max is about $1,200. All 4 iPhones will be available for pre-order starting Friday and then available in stores and online September 22nd.
And Apple has upgraded its iPhones with a lot of new features and hardware, but what's likely the most noticeable change is the new USB-C charging port, replacing the Lightning cable. Well, this comes on the heels of regulations from the EU to standardize charging ports sold there. So the new AirPods Pro will also have USB-C charging. Well, you know, we were just talking about that.
Yeah.
Like, we love the new tech, but when it comes to, you know, you have a household outfitted with all the old stuff and where you share.
Yes.
You got to totally upgrade everything else, too.
I get the whole making it easier, but I'm not buying it yet. And the Apple Watch has also gotten some major upgrades. The Series 9 comes with a new processing chip expected to be faster than its predecessor. That will cost $399. The Apple Watch Ultra 2, which will set you back $799, boasts 72 hours of battery life. And according to Apple, it features a new watch face that is most customizable it's ever made. Both will be available once again on September 22nd.
Right, when we come back, Kendra Scott is bringing some sparkle to Target.
And a little later, a job that just might be a Swiftie's wildest dream.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it just
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you the way the dishes should be.
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are Are you ready for it? A dream job for Swifties and a new shopping experience from TikTok. We've got what you need to know early today. The Pulitzer Prize Board is expanding eligibility requirements to consider authors, playwrights, and composers who aren't U.S. citizens. Starting in the 2025 award cycle, permanent and longtime residents will be considered.
If TikTok wasn't addictive enough, you can now shop on the popular social media platform. The video app said it has integrated its shopping service with third-party platforms like Shopify and Salesforce.
Target is teaming up with jeweler Kendra Scott to carry exclusive collections of earrings, bracelets, and more. The jewelry will be available online and in about 150 stores.
If you consider yourself a superior Swiftie, Gannett has just the job for you. The media outlet posted a Taylor Swift reporting job for covering the pop star's music and cultural impact. All right, still to come, we have this to tell.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Andrew delivery system.
All right, it just did too.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Andrew delivery system.
All right, it just did too.
With millions of people using ride shares to get around these days, Lyft is launching a new gender-based feature called Women Plus Connect. Savannah Sellers has the details on the app's latest safety tool.
Rideshare app Lyft is rolling out a brand new feature, Women Plus Connect, in 5 cities from Chicago to San Diego, which will give women Lyft users the option to request a driver or passenger of the same gender.
Maybe you're in a new city, maybe it's late at night, maybe you've had a couple drinks, whatever it might be. And just for your own peace of mind, the ability to choose a woman driver might be exactly the thing that allows you to say, you know what? Yeah, this really is making my life better.
If you're in one of the 5 cities where Women Plus Connect is launching, drivers and riders who have selected woman or non-binary as their gender can open the updated app and will be prompted with an option to enable the new feature.
It's literally, a toggle that you can always turn on or off.
Lyft CEO David Risher hopes to provide that feeling of comfort and safety, not just for the riders, but the drivers too. Lyft says just 23% of its drivers are women. Risher hopes to increase that number.
Half the population, roughly, are women. But today, some segment of those women riders are saying, I don't always feel comfortable in your car. That's bad for us. We want the opposite.
That comfort could be key given a persistent issue facing rideshare apps. Reports of sexual harassment and assault perpetrated by both riders and drivers. Competing service Uber reported over 3,800 incidents in 2019 and 2020, while Lyft said it had over 4,000 between 2017 and 2019.
Is this an acknowledgement of that problem? Is this meant to help fix that, this new feature?
I mean, I think it's an acknowledgement of the world we live in, that sexual assaults happen. Unacceptable, terrible. Even one is unacceptable. We have to create an environment where it's going to happen less and less and less and less.
Single mom Mimi Fan has been driving for Lyft for over a decade. She says the feature makes her feel more comfortable requesting passengers at different times of day and in different areas.
And for me as a female driver, I would feel just an extra layer of confidence where, I can just really focus on the ride itself.
Do you think this could make more women want to drive for Lyft if they know that they have that power about who's getting into their car?
Absolutely.
Our thanks to Savannah Sellers for that report. I've talked to a lot of women in this business who work at hospitals and work all out hours who say they really like this idea.
Yeah, it's great to see the ride shares, making the extra efforts for the women, and then you've got Uber for kids too, to ensure the safety, especially when you're out there all alone. Makes a difference.
Sure.
Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a wonderful Wednesday.
Unfathomable devastation. The death toll in Libya rises to 5 figures after the country was slammed by flash floods. The latest on the response and the recent spate of record flooding around the globe.
Open inquiry. The House is beginning an impeachment investigation against President Biden. Why Republican leadership is calling for the probe amid criticism from the White House.
I'm feeling lucky. The federal government is challenging Google over its business practices in court. We go live with CNBC to find out what this trial could mean for the tech behemoth and the internet itself.
This time for MTV, Shakira returns to the NBA stage after more than a decade away. We're breaking down her performance and all the videos that took home a moon man.
And blue light special? Medical experts explain whether the specs meant to block out the harmful light from digital screens really work as advertised. It's Wednesday, September 13th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has met with Vladimir Putin in Russia. The two greeted each other at spaceport in Vostochny, a city in Russia's far east. They are widely expected to discuss a possible weapons and technology deal. The meeting came just hours after both South Korea and Japan reported that the North fired 2 possible ballistic missiles into the Sea of Japan. No damage or injuries have been reported.
After Sunday's flooding in Libya, the full scope of the catastrophe is becoming clear. Officials now say as many as 10,000 are feared dead after that Mediterranean storm hit the country. Entire neighborhoods there were swept away in the city of Derna after 2 dams failed. Aid groups are now calling for urgent assistance to Libya. For the very latest, we want to bring in our Chapman Bell, who's following this story for us. Chapman, good morning. We wonder why the response to this disaster has been so chaotic.
Well, Jessica, that's really down to the sheer volume of catastrophic flooding in the area following these.
All right, we are having a couple of problems there, but we will try to get Chapman back with that story on that just devastating flooding that you see in Libya.
All right, well, now to that catastrophic flooding in Libya that marks the 8th major flooding event in 11 days. 4 continents have seen devastating floods across the globe. That's a trend that has scientists and everyday civilians concerned. Here to break down what's behind the intense rainfall is NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. And you're exactly right. We've seen intense rainfall across the world since the start of September. And along with Libya, there have been 8 major flood events from Europe to Asia and even right here in the United States. And researchers at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Physical Sciences Laboratory told NBC this many extreme weather events in such a short time is unusual. Those scientists point to, well, you guessed it, climate change, but admit it's a more complicated relationship. This might feel like Weather 101, but it comes down to this. Warmer temperatures mean more more evaporation, and it means the air can hold a lot more moisture. So when all of that moisture gets released, we see this kind of devastating deluge. While all of these floods, of course, came after major storms, there are other local factors to consider, like how saturated the ground is and the topography of the region. This many extreme weather events is not normal, and warming temperatures are likely making them more frequent and more intense, and it's those issues combined with a number of other factors that ultimately bring this kind of catastrophe to us. Back to you guys.
All right, Angie, thank you. Sometimes you need the Science 101. Really great description there. Well, as part of a prisoner exchange between the U.S. and Iran, the Middle Eastern nation will have renewed access to billions of dollars in oil revenues. But as Iran's president exclusively tells NBC, the country might have other plans for this windfall than originally intended. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. Lay out the deal for us and what the leaders of the two countries are saying about it.
Good morning, Jessica. Well, as you mentioned, the Biden administration is moving forward with a plan to bring 5 American prisoners home from Iran. This group has been imprisoned a number of years on espionage charges. The U.S. says that they were unjustly detained. The exchange, which has been in the works since February, involves swapping those 5 American citizens for 5 Iranian nationals who have been detained in the U.S. It also involves granting Iran access to roughly $6 billion in oil revenues that were blocked by U.S. sanctions, but only for humanitarian purposes. In an exclusive interview, NBC's Lester Holt got to speak with Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi through a government-provided translator about this deal. Raisi appeared to imply that the funds would be used for purposes other than what the agreement lays out.
We believe that this American action was very unjust just from the beginning. It has imposed further pressure on the Iranian people. This money belongs to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and naturally, we will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it.
And President Raisi also told Lester that the 5 imprisoned Americans are in full health as they await their release. Since this plan was set into motion, Republicans have accused the Biden administration of paying ransom to Iran and emboldening regimes that fund terrorism. State Department and national security officials rebuffed these ideas. They noted that the U.S. is not paying Iran for the prisoners, nor will Iran have access to the unlocked funds directly, as they will be moved to accounts in Qatar, and transactions will be monitored by the Treasury. Jessica?
All right, still a lot of developments to keep our eyes on. Bree, thank you.
After months of threats and speculation, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy on Tuesday announced the opening of an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. McCarthy said he is directing 3 House committees to lead the probe of alleged abuses of power, obstruction, and corruption by Biden. This follows investigations into President Biden's knowledge of his family's alleged foreign business dealings. The president's son, Hunter, has been a major focus of these probes. A White House spokesperson said in a statement that House Republicans have turned up no evidence of wrongdoing during their 9 months of investigations. McCarthy's announcement comes shortly after he told Breitbart that he would not open an inquiry without a full House vote. The Republican leader had criticized Democrats for not holding a vote in 2019 during the impeachment inquiry into then President Trump.
More than 8 months after the nation was shocked by brutal video, the former police officers accused of beating Tyree Nichols to death are now facing federal charges. All 5 are charged with civil rights violations, including use of excessive force and witness tampering. They already face second-degree murder charges in state courts. All have entered not guilty pleas. Tyree Nichols was stopped for what the Memphis cops called reckless driving on January 7th. He was allegedly beaten, kicked, and pepper sprayed, and died in the hospital 3 days later. All the officers were fired over the assault. If found guilty on the federal charges, all 5 could face life in prison. Lawyers for the families say they hope the newest indictment gives their clients hope as they grieve.
The Center for Disease Control and Prevention has signed off on a new COVID vaccine, recommending that anyone from age 6 months and older should receive the updated shot. Moderna and Pfizer have enhanced their vaccine formulas to target new variants, and the vaccine comes after a surge in late summer COVID cases. The shots are expected to be available within the next 48 hours.
To the forecast now, and a new round of storms on the way to the Northeast. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking how soon all that rain is expected to start here. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, ladies. A couple of spots are going to see some of that rain even this morning, so umbrellas handy if you live in this area. And heads up, you could deal with some flooding concerns, so a reminder never to drive through those flooded roadways. We've got flood alerts up for 42 million people. It does include some major cities, New York, Philadelphia, stretching up into Boston, Hartford, all included in this. And we'll see more rain on the way, as you mentioned, through the day today. It's a cold front that's working to the east that's helping spark all of this rain. We'll have the heavy rain possible through the day today, and of course that means that the potential is there for more flooding. The flash flooding risk does include, again, major cities from Boston to Atlantic City for that slight risk of the flash flooding. Remember, we've already had multiple rounds of rain over the past few days, some really saturated ground, so any additional rainfall could be problematic, especially when we're considering high rainfall rates like we'll have likely today. Category 3 Hurricane Lee, still something that we're keeping a close eye on. Right now moving northwest at 7 miles per hour, but this system is going to weaken, but it's also going to expand. That means the impacts are going to be a little farther reaching. We could see some gusty winds and potentially direct impacts for parts of New England, including Maine and parts of Nova Scotia. Also on the table for that, still into the cone down the line as we get into Saturday and Sunday. But either way, parts of the East Coast going to continue to see those high risks of rip currents and that elevated surf through the next at least 5 days. As a look at the weather across the country, let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Warm temperatures in Philadelphia today. Washington, D.C. hits 81. Full sunshine for Louisville with a high of 77 degrees. Denver, you're headed to the upper 70s. We'll see plenty of sunshine from Omaha to Des Moines and some fall-like conditions settling in Chicago. And that is a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Thank you, Angie. It is a landmark trial for Silicon Valley.
The DOJ taking Google to court. We're breaking down day one when Early Today returns.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A strike by the United Auto Workers against the country's biggest car makers could start in less than 2 days. If a new labor contract isn't agreed to by midnight Friday, some 146,000 workers could walk off the job, and the ripple effects of the union's decision are starting to be felt by some small businesses. Abby Dodge from our Kansas City affiliate spoke with a business owner who is preparing for a strike as best he can.
Well,
you know, a little scared.
Thinking about repairs to come. Shop owner Alan Herford says it's been on his mind a lot.
You're going, wait, you know, we haven't even recovered from this, and now this.
Joco Auto Repair says they're still feeling the effects of the pandemic. It took them a week to get this steering column in, and they're worried with the looming strike later this week, delays could get even worse.
It's absolutely horrible, you know, telling somebody, I can't fix your car.
Herford says they'll work through the delays. But while others are stocking up, he doesn't see it as the right move for his small business.
I just can't really, you know, go buy all the parts that I think I'll need. I don't know what I need. The show will go on, you know. I mean, we'll figure out a way. We have had very few situations that we haven't solved a problem in one way or another. You know, fortunately, my crew and myself, we can get creative when it comes to trying to figure things out.
Because he knows the strain a lack of access has put on everyone the last 3 years.
You get slapped so many times, your face gets numb, you know? I mean, everybody's used to paying more and getting less.
From the assembly line to the grocery store.
Our thanks to Abby Dodge for that report.
Opening statements kicked off yesterday in the country's largest antitrust trial in a quarter century. The DOJ is taking Google to court, and over the next 10 weeks, prosecutors will argue the tech giant exploited its power to block competitors. Let's bring in CNBC's Arabila Gamede. Good morning, Arabila. What's the significance of this trial, especially in a digital age?
Yeah, absolutely critical, right? I mean, we're talking about an age where it's AI influence, right? Artificial intelligence being the primary sort of discussion points around technology. You have companies that are either going up or down dependent on how their technology looks. I mean, let's look at Apple's unveiling of their iPhone 15 event yesterday. That technological probe would have been very interesting to also unpack and look at. So next month would mark 25 years since the last antitrust probe of this magnitude. It was Microsoft at the time, and this time around Google and its representatives ultimately had to tell the court that they'd feel that they didn't actually break any laws, and the reason that their search engine in particular does make up a key and big part of the market is because of its quality and how good that search engine actually is. Its popularity is based on its quality. On the other side, though, of this, the Department of Justice has actually accused Google then of paying companies such as Apple and even AT&T around $10 billion annually to ensure that they use and really put forward their search engine as the primary search engine, though. Of course, Google denying this and actually saying that they're just compensating their partners for what they call software updates. So this one is going to be a long haul, that's for sure.
Sure will. Thank you, Arabile. Thank you.
Still to come on early today, we've got your MTV VMA recap on the way, including the night's biggest performances.
And was Taylor Swift bejeweled with a moon man? How the most nominated artist and other stars fared next.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Early Today, where we are breaking down all things VMAs. Global icon Shakira took the VMA stage for the first time since 2006, performing a 10-minute medley of her biggest hits. And the 2023 awards cued a ton more nostalgia in its 20 performances. Talking about Lil Wayne, Fall Out Boy, and more returning to the VMA stage after over a decade away. Plus, the night wrapped with a star-studded 50th anniversary tribute to hip-hop. I think one of the great performances there was Fall Out Boy's We Didn't Start the Fire, changing the lyrics to all the cultural and historic references since they performed in 2007.
I love that song. We heard it on the radio the other day, and my son said, these aren't the words, but yeah, they're the new words. Well, if the awards had a blank space, then they wrote Taylor Swift's name. She swept the night, earning 9 trophies, including Artist of the Year, Video of the Year, and Song of the Year. And Taylor Swift collaborator, rapper Ice Spice grabbed her own Moon Man for 2023's Best New Artist, while Rima and Selena Gomez nabbed the first ever Best Afrobeats title for their song Calm Down, which always reminds me of summer. And by the way, the Taylor Swift Song of the Year was Anti-Hero. I mean, just so much good stuff last night.
Kind of the anthem for so many people these days. We can't finish our VMA roundup without mentioning the night's 2 biggest honorees. Mary J. Blige presented Diddy with a Global Icon Award, which he called a dream come true. And after her performance, Shakira took home her Video Vanguard Award. She's the first South American performer to get the Lifetime Achievement Award. And I love what Diddy said. You know what? I wanted to play in football, but God had another calling for me, different plan for him. It's this.
Right. So sorry, Pittsburgh Steelers. Yay for all of us. When we come back, we've got even more Teef Swift news in the headlines that you need to know about this morning,
including how to change your For You page, and that could let you shop while you scroll.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
People are
are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you ready for it? The dream job for Swifties and a new shopping experience from TikTok. We've got what you need to know early today. The Pulitzer Prize Board is expanding its eligibility requirements to consider authors, playwrights, and composers who are not U.S. citizens. Starting in the 2025 award cycle, permanent and longtime residents will be considered.
If TikTok wasn't addictive enough, you can now shop on the social media platform. The video app said it has integrated its shopping service with third-party platforms like Shopify and Salesforce.
Target is teaming up with jeweler Kendra Scott to carry exclusive collections of earrings, bracelets, and more.
And if you consider yourself a superior Swiftie, Gannett has just the job for you. The media outlet posted a Taylor Swift reporting job covering the superstar's music and cultural impact. When Early Today returns, we are taking a closer look at blue light glasses, fashion or function.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Many people increased their screen time during the pandemic, and blue light blocking glasses gained popularity for protecting eyes from potentially harmful screen lights. But do the lenses actually improve your vision? Lauren Petty from our Chicago affiliate has the story.
There's no match, but when you put it on, it really helps.
Some people swear blue light blocking glasses work for them.
My eyes get dry, and when I don't use that, it gets even drier.
The special specs or lenses aim to filter out blue light coming from digital screens and claim to reduce eye strain and improve sleep.
I previously had a lot of trouble getting to sleep, especially in the evenings when I was working late, and I think the glasses really helped with that.
There are many people who say, hey, as soon as I use them, I actually
felt better.
But Northwestern ophthalmologist Dr. Paul Breyer says there's no scientific evidence that blue light filtering lenses preserve vision.
The data shows that blue filtered glasses really don't have an impact on certain things like eye strain, how well we see, how long we can use a computer, does it make us sleep better?
In fact, a new international review of 17 studies looking into blue light filtering lenses found they may not reduce eye strain, and their potential effects on sleep quality were indeterminate. While more study is needed to determine exactly what these blue light filtering lenses do and don't do, there are ways to avoid eye strain if you spend a lot of time on a screen. The big one, be sure to take breaks by implementing the 20-20-20 rule.
Every 20 minutes, take a break, look away for 20 seconds, look away more than 20 feet.
You also want to adjust your room lighting, increase the contrast on your screen, and position the monitor correctly.
The computer screen really should be about an arm's length away. That's a rule of thumb for that.
Use artificial tears if needed.
Not everybody on a computer needs to use natural tears, but if you're developing dryness symptoms, that certainly can help.
While there aren't many downsides to the light filtering glasses, Dr. Breyer points out blue light does factor into your circadian rhythm or sleep cycle, and it's unknown if wearing the lenses all the time can throw your body clock off.
We really don't know at this point if it has a negative effect on that.
Well, thanks to Lauren Petty for that report. Some new information I didn't know.
For sure, some good stuff there. And now here's Chanel Jones with a look on what's ahead on the Today Show.
This morning on the third hour of Today, we are going to help you save money in all those digital and streaming services in our Consumer Confidential. Plus, Queer Eye star Karamo Brown joins us live, and we'll show you fun ideas for all those summer photos. That's all this morning on the third hour of Today.
Summer photos. I'm a digital hoarder, so I'll take any piece of advice about that.
Yes, you are. I've seen your phone.
Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Wednesday. See you tomorrow. Developing right now on Morning News Now, a rare face-to-face in Russia, fueling fears in the West. Overnight, Russian President Vladimir Putin hosting North Korean leader Kim Jong-un for a high-stakes summit with everything from arms sales to satellite technology on the agenda. More on the meeting that's drawing warnings from Washington and what a potential partnership could mean for the world. Also this morning, drenched, millions of people waking up to more wet weather from a slow-moving storm stretching across the Northeast. And Hurricane Lee as it takes aim at the Caribbean. We're tracking the storm's path and what to expect here in the U.S. Plus, season ender, it's official. Star NFL quarterback Aaron Rodgers is out for the season after an MRI confirms he tore his Achilles just minutes into his Jets debut. Plus, new concerns about the risks of brain injury for female athletes. What doctors want you to know. And on the pink carpet, it's one of TV's wildest award shows. This morning, we're bringing you highlights from this year's MTV Video Music Awards, including the tribute as we celebrate 50 years of hip-hop. Let's talk about a throwback, the big reunion involving a certain 2000s boy band that has millennials reliving their childhoods this morning.
Not just millennials, too. Hi. They're back.
Oh, my gosh. Them coming out, obviously, Taylor Swift freaking out over them. I loved that moment. She cleaned house. It was just, what? I actually thought it was a great show. It felt like a concert. There were so many performances.
That's the best thing about the music awards shows. We'll more
So
about
fun.
it in a little bit. Good morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Good to have you with us. We begin our show this morning with that high-stakes summit between North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un and Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Both men met at the Vostochny Cosmodrome, a Russian space center. It is a gathering that could have major implications for the war in Ukraine and for North Korea's satellite program. The leaders toured the Russian Space Center before sitting down for talks. Kim offered his full support to Russia, while Putin said all issues would be on the table. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frater joined us now from the South Korean capital, Seoul. So, Janice, this was a summit between two nations that weren't exactly close before. What was that initial meeting like between Kim and Putin, and what did both leaders say in their opening remarks?
Well, both Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un are isolated internationally. Their countries are both considered rogue states, and while they haven't been traditionally diplomatically close, they do find themselves strategically aligned. And so today they met at the Cosmodrome in the Far East region. There were red carpets and honor guards, and presumably this looming possibility of a weapons deal. They said that all issues were on the table. Kim said that he told his host that Moscow had his full backing in what he described as a sacred fight with the West. And Putin told Kim that he was very happy to meet him, and he welcomed him to this new facility.
So, Janice, the location of the meeting was clearly significant at that Russian space center. What more can you tell us about Putin offering to help Kim with North Korea's own satellite program and then the munitions deal for Russia? Is that happening?
Well, Russia needs suppliers to replenish its military supplies for the war in Ukraine. And North Korea has inventory. They have a sizable defense industry. They have full-scale production capabilities. And now it seems they have a buyer. In return, North Korea would get access to Russian know-how, the sort of satellite and nuclear submarine technology that Kim Jong-un has been looking for. Twice in the past several months, including just a couple of weeks ago, North Korea has attempted to launch a satellite, and both attempts have failed. So Kim Jong-un has made this a top priority for his country.
And Janice, we understand North Korea has launched 2 short-range ballistic missiles, the first time ever that's happened while Kim is outside of the country. What's the significance of that?
Well, Kim Jong-un actually hasn't traveled that much out of the country after being in power for some 12 years now. And this was the first since the pandemic, so it has been nearly 4 years. It's seen as a sign that there are better systems in place for levels of delegation within North Korea, and also that the weapons systems and weapons programs are now more refined. And also, Joe, it's just part of the showcase to have so much attention being paid to this particular meeting, and for the missiles to be launched as Kim Jong-un is having lunch with Vladimir Putin, and they're eating beef and drinking Russian wine. It sends a signal that this is a man who's still in control, and that he has the capabilities to launch rockets while not even in the country.
Janice Mackey-Freyer reporting from Seoul, South Korea. Janice, thank you.
Well, turning now to those catastrophic floods in Libya, which have left an unprecedented trail of death and destruction. This morning, a harrowing update from a local minister who says more than 5,000 people have died so far. He says that number could double, with thousands more still missing after being swept away by the waters. A powerful storm caused the floods, which later burst 2 dams and decimated the coastal city of Derna. The UN says tens of thousands of people are now displaced, while foreign countries are scrambling emergency response teams and aid shipments.
To weather closer to home now, Hurricane Lee is making its way across the Atlantic Ocean and getting closer to the U.S. And you can see just how massive this system is here. Lee has remained a major hurricane overnight and is expected to begin weakening, but then grow in size and speed as the day goes on.
Yeah, it's still unclear whether the storm will make landfall in the U.S. No matter what, though, experts warned the effects of Hurricane Lee will be felt along the East Coast through the week. New England is already preparing for tropical storm-force winds, coastal flooding, and life-threatening riptides. So let's bring in Angie Lassman for the latest on Lee's track and what you need to know to stay safe. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I think it might be a little confusing to some folks for me to say that it's going to weaken, but it also is going to grow in size. It's going to speed up. So we've got all those details that kind of helps you navigate exactly what you need to do or maybe not do to prepare. Here's the latest details as far as Hurricane Lee is concerned this morning. Category 3, yes, still remaining a major hurricane with winds at 113 miles per hour and moving northwest at 6 miles per hour. It's going to continue to keep that northerly track here as we go through at least the extended period. But notice what happens as we get into tomorrow. By Friday morning, we're going to see this system just to the west of Bermuda. Folks there already have tropical storm warnings in effect, so they will start to see those impacts from tropical storm conditions here in the short term. Next 24 to 36 hours, we're talking about strong winds and potentially some rain for folks there. In the meantime, we already have issues with the high surf and the rip currents up and down the East Coast. That's not going to change, and that's going to stay stay with us through the extended period. What hasn't come into full view for us just yet is exactly where the center of that storm will come on shore. We still have places in New England that are close, or that are in that cone and or close to that cone. And we, of course, have parts of Atlantic Canada that we're going to watch for, Nova Scotia, etc. It will weaken. It goes from a category 1, 3 a.m. on Friday and continues to weaken as it enters those cold waters. As it's weakening, though, it's going to grow in size. We're going to see that wind field especially expand, and that could mean a couple different things for some strong winds for certain locations across parts of New England. When we're talking about rain, it looks like the heaviest of the rain is going to be closer to where that center is. Either way, we could see some flooding concerns across parts of Maine. 1 to 3 inches is possible, especially the farther east you go. And even along the coast, we'll see the conditions still with the coastal issues, as well as potentially some storm surge. Now, when I'm talking about the storm growing, this is what I mean. Here's Thursday. Tropical storm force winds extend 400 miles in diameter. So just to give you a little perspective, hurricane force winds in Idalia were only 25 miles from the center. So this is a really impressive wind field, and it grows. It gets to 500 miles by the time we get into Saturday. That means that more people impacted by those stronger winds. I'd say that we'll likely see 40 to 60 mile per hour winds for folks along the coast in places like Cape Cod, Nantucket, and parts of Maine. We'll continue to see those conditions. So just something that you'll have to watch for, and the time is going to be Saturday into Sunday.
Indoor weekend.
Indoor weekend for sure.
Exactly. All right.
Wow.
For sure, guys.
All right,
Thanks,
Andrew
Angie.
Lassman, thanks so much. Well, now let's get to that new drama playing out on Capitol Hill. Speaker Kevin McCarthy announced that he was directing the House Oversight, Judiciary, and Ways and Means Committees to open an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. McCarthy called the inquiry a, quote, logical next step as the GOP-led House seeks bank records and other documents from both Biden as well as his son, Hunter.
House Republicans have uncovered serious and credible allegations into President Biden's conduct. Taken together, these allegations paint a picture of a culture of corruption.
House Republicans have alleged that the president has profited off Hunter's foreign business dealings and lied about it, but have provided no direct evidence to prove those claims. The White House has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, always wonderful to have you with us. So the House GOP has already been conducting investigations into the president and his son Hunter. So I want you to pack a lot here for us. This is kind of a 3-in-1 question as a warning. What exactly is an impeachment inquiry? What it isn't, but then also what it takes for this inquiry to end in an actual impeachment.
All right, you're going to test my memory for the order of questions this early in the morning, Savannah. But first, an impeachment inquiry basically allows these lawmakers to just go ever so slightly further in their investigatory powers than they've already been able to go. Look, Republicans have the power of the gavel. With the power of the gavel comes the power of subpoenas. They've already been doing the investigating into Hunter Biden and these other threads of the investigation at Oversight, Judiciary, and Ways and Means. So these already are things that are happening. This allows them to go a little bit further in terms of trying to get bank records. That's going to be one of the first things that we end up seeing. What it isn't is an actual all-out impeachment of President Biden. But what it will likely become is that, because right now, what this does for McCarthy is say that he's doing what he calls the next logical step. This is something that he's been under pressure to do. But by doing this, if he doesn't move forward with an impeachment inquiry, he's effectively acquitting Biden. But if he does move forward with it, then he's moving forward with what many in his conference have been pressuring him to do in the first place, which is an actual impeachment. So this is the next step, but this doesn't bring him all the way there. And in my conversations with some Republicans yesterday, this move was supposed to placate people like Matt Gaetz and Ralph Norman, some House Freedom Caucus members. Instead, they're saying this might be a little bit too little too late, or in Matt Gaetz's word, a baby step. They're going to want to see more.
So, Ali, as you mentioned, probably one of the most tangible things here is the fact that the House has this more legal power to look into the Biden family by taking this step. Explain what it is that Republicans think that they might find with that power now and what the reality has been so far of what they've been able to track down.
Yeah, look, the allegations that they're making here against the president is that he illegally profited off of his office when he was vice president of the United States. Some of these claims have already been debunked. For example, the ways in which then Vice President Biden held up aid to Ukraine to get rid of a corrupt prosecutor at the time. That's something that has since been debunked. But what many on the Judiciary and Oversight committees have been trying to figure out is if there is any link between Hunter Biden's dealings with companies like Burisma and the vice president at the time. They've not been able to come up with that evidence, but they think by taking this next step, being able to dig further into bank records, possibly being able to subpoena people higher up the food chain in the Hunter Biden investigation, they think that could give them the evidence that they need. Right now, though, I think it's important to say they don't have that, and that's probably why they don't have the votes. And so what McCarthy is doing here right now, when we say he doesn't have the votes, is he doesn't have the votes to move forward within his conference on an actual impeachment of the president. This is meant to convince people within his conference that he's A, moving forward in that direction, but B, not moving forward in a way that it jeopardizes his moderate members. So it's a real balancing act, again, of Republicans.
Absolutely. And Allie, let's talk about the other side before I let you go. What are Democrats saying? What's the White House saying?
Yeah. Nothing surprising here. We'll let them speak for themselves. The top Democrats in the Senate and the House sounding like this.
I think it's absurd. The American people want us to do things for them. And here you have a group of Republicans, not all, but too many, who are off the deep end.
Extreme MAGA Republicans have launched an illegitimate impeachment inquiry that is a kangaroo court, fishing expedition, and conspiracy theater rolled into one.
And look, I do think it's important to point out here, Savannah, it's not shocking to hear Democrats come to the defense of the White House and President Biden, but there are even some Republicans who we've heard from both on the House side who are reluctant about this probe going forward, but especially on the Senate side, some Republican senators saying that it feels like the bar for impeachment is just getting lower and lower, as this used to be something that was rare, but now it feels like every Congress we're doing at least one impeachment proceeding.
All right, Allie Vitale, thank you so much.
There are new developments this morning in the search for that escaped prisoner in Pennsylvania. Police say they've recovered a backpack that they think belongs to the convicted murderer as they close in on an area where they believe he is hiding. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the latest.
Good morning. Things as tense as ever in this manhunt for Daniello Cavalcante. Overnight, some pretty interesting developments as law enforcement sources telling our affiliate WCAU that they may have recovered a backpack that the fugitive has been using in his run from the law. The more significant updates, though, come from Monday night when authorities say Cavalcante made his way into the garage of a homeowner here in this 8 to 10 square mile perimeter that they've set up and stole a .22 rifle. It's reported that the homeowner caught him in the act and had a pistol on him and fired shots in Cavalcante's direction. Authorities don't believe he was hurt. They also believe Cavalcante may now be shirtless as they recovered that green or yellow hooded sweatshirt that he was last seen wearing. They also think he may have a pair of work boots now that he stole from a nearby porch, as they found his prison shoes in these wooded areas with some muddy footprints there as well. They know and believe he is growing more desperate. They know that he stole that work van from that dairy farm a few days ago where he ditched it here. They think he might try and steal another vehicle to get out of this area. Authorities know that he is a big threat right now with that rifle, so they are sort of changing their tactics as they approach these woods. But we know there are more than 500 law enforcement officers scouring these woods day and night with drones, dogs, helicopters, anything to try and flush him out. Meanwhile, schools in this area still remain on lockdown. A lot of people feel the situation grows more dire by the day. Many skeptical if he'll ever be caught, but authorities remain confident they'll catch their man. Joe and Savannah.
All right, George, thank you.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC News analyst and retired ATF special agent in charge, Jim Kavanaugh. Jim, thanks as always for being here. So let's dig into this. The suspect has been able to evade police so far. It looks, though, like police believe, at least, especially with that update we got and what George just explained, that they're trying to box him in and that this may actually be where he is. They say they found this backpack they believe belonged to him. How effective do you think this new perimeter will be in finding him, especially since we know he's slipped through at least one already?
Well, it's going to be tough because when you put a perimeter around, a rural area, even a suburban area, there's so much places to hide in the woods. This guy's very adept. It's his third time as being a fugitive in a rural area. He's proved he can get away. He's very cagey. He's armed. So The game between them both is, you know, can they get him in that perimeter? Can somebody spot him, a citizen or an officer, and then just, you know, ramp up where you can get on him really fast? That's how you would catch him. His game is he needs to slip that perimeter on foot, because if he gets to somebody in a vehicle or gets in a vehicle, the roadblocks will catch him in the perimeter. So likely he's smart enough to know this. He's going to try to slip that perimeter on foot in the night, and then he wants to get a car, carjack someone, shoot someone, get their keys, get the car, and, you know, get a few hours away before that crime is discovered. And that's what he no doubt is trying to do, and head south for the border.
So yesterday, when we got all these updates in this press conference, police were questioned. They took a lot of questions, but there was some focus on the challenges they faced with capturing the suspect. I want to play a little bit of what Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens had to say and talk on the other side.
Our law enforcement people have done an amazing job tracking him and locating him, that proverbial needle in the haystack, and they've located that needle repeatedly. Our people have done an amazing job. I'm very proud of the work that they have done and continue to do. Nothing has gone wrong. Our agencies are all working very well together, and I believe we will be successful in the long run.
So what struck me yesterday as Joe and I were watching this live is, you know, this is a convicted killer who's been on the run now since August 31st. I mean, what are your thoughts on that comment there? Has nothing gone wrong?
Well, I've been in this commander's shoes before. I mean, I've chased cop killers with, you know, cordons of 400 troopers and agents around similar terrain. And I remember one who slipped through our cordon and carjacked someone and got away. Because, look, this guy can slip out of a prison with walls and guard towers and razor wire. And he did it the same way that a guy did it back in May. I mean, that's the heavy criticism in this case, I think, belongs there. This guy escaped the same way an inmate escaped in May from the same prison. Officers can only be so many places at so many, you know, moments, and they're challenged by physics and geography and terrain, and this guy's very cagey. So they need a break, but they're leveraging the public on their side. They're doing a good job on communication, because they need all the eyes of the citizens to say, I just saw the guy run through my yard. My camera picked him up. He was behind my house. And then they can swarm that area and maybe flush him out. That's what they've got to do now.
All right, Jim Kavanaugh, as always, we appreciate your expertise. Thank you so much.
5 former Memphis police officers are now facing federal charges. They're accused of civil rights violations in the beating death of Tyree Nichols. Yesterday, the Justice Department announced the 4-count indictment against the former officers. They were already facing state charges of second-degree murder and other alleged offenses. They've all pleaded not guilty to those charges. Nichols was violently beaten during a January traffic stop near his home. The 29-year-old died 3 days later. Announcing the indictments, Kristen Clark, who leads the DOJ's Civil Rights Division, said no one is above the law.
When some officers violate the Constitution, when they use excessive force, when they ignore serious injuries inflicted on people they arrest, their actions erode the public's trust.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now. So, Ken, first of all, just walk us through what's included in this federal indictment.
Good morning, Joe. This case was notable because videos of this horrific beating were released to the public, and Attorney General Merrick Garland said yesterday that the country watched in horror as Tyree Nichols was kicked, punched, tased, and pepper sprayed. And he said, we all heard Mr. Nichols cry out for his mother and say, I'm just trying to go home. So these 5 officers have been fired. They're in custody. They've been charged with murder in state court. Yesterday, the federal government, the Justice Department, indicted them on a Civil War era statute, deprivation of civil rights under color of law, and related charges, a 4-count indictment that accuses them of violating Mr. Nichols' civil rights by beating him to death and also by failing to render medical aid, and it accuses them of conspiring to obstruct justice and tamper with witnesses. Now, the state charges against these officers carry a penalty of 25 years in prison. These federal charges carry a penalty of up to life in prison. So both the state and the federal governments have 2 cracks now at these officers who have pleaded not guilty in state court, Joe.
So, Ken, any reaction from the attorneys of the former officers, anything from the police department?
The attorneys have said that they expected this development and that they are prepared to defend themselves. The police department we haven't heard from. They are under investigation separately by the Justice Department in what's known as a pattern and practice civil rights investigation to see if there are issues beyond these 5 officers with the way Memphis is policing. And that is a process that will go on for a long time. And it's happening in many, many major American cities, Joe.
So let's talk about what comes next after this federal indictment. What's next in the process?
Well, look, both the federal and the state cases will go through, the usual procedures in court. For example, in the state case, the police officers are trying to separate their trials so they aren't tried separately. The federal case will take a year or more to go to trial. It'll be interesting to see which one goes to trial first, most likely the state case. But again, what's important for prosecutors is if something goes wrong in either of these cases, then they have the other one to make sure that they bring justice to Tyree Nichols' family.
All right, Ken Delaney. And Ken, thank you so much.
There's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, off the field for good. Heartbreak in New York and across the sports world for Star Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers. The MRI results that could signal the end of Rodgers' Hall of Fame career.
Up first, an NBC News exclusive, what Iran's president is telling our own Lester Holt about the high-stakes multi-billion-dollar prisoner swap that could soon bring 5 Americans back home. We'll be right back.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school. Back to business in a good way. Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Welcome back. The pieces are nearly in place for a prisoner swap between the U.S. and Iran. Tehran will receive $6 billion in previously frozen funds as part of the deal.
In an exclusive interview with NBC's Lester Holt through a government translator, Iran's president says his country will spend the funds wherever it's needed. Here's that wide-ranging interview.
We arrived in Tehran at a critical moment, as consequential as it is controversial. The White House moving quickly to frame the details of a prisoner swap that would unlock $6 billion of frozen Iranian funds that the U.S. says would be for Iran's humanitarian use only. After Iran's President Ebrahim Raisi telling me in an exclusive interview that Iran will do whatever it wants with the money.
No, that's not true. The system is set up such that this money, these funds, can only be parceled out for humanitarian purposes.
The 5 Americans at the center of the deal, held for years, are expected to be freed at any time. Recently transferred from a prison cell where they had been held on espionage charges. The U.S. says they were unjustly detained. Now they wait to be exchanged for 5 Iranians held in the U.S. on alleged sanctions violations. For Iran, the deal will free up billions that had been blocked by U.S. sanctions. Walking the busy streets of this capital, it doesn't immediately strike you how isolated this country is. But in fact, Iran is the second most sanctioned country in the world. Russia only surpassed it after its invasion of Ukraine. Speaking to President Raisi through a government-provided translator, I asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be-freed Americans. Are they healthy? Are they well?
They are very healthy, and according to our latest information, they are in full health.
I want to ask you about the deal. $6 billion that Iran has, its own money, for humanitarian purposes. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom, that this is appeasement of Iran, that it will only encourage Iran to take Americans in other circumstances and falsely accuse them. What's your response to that?
Just from the beginning, we have been intending to release the Iranian frozen assets, which have been unjustly frozen by the United States, to freedom. We believe that this American action was very unjust just from the beginning. It has imposed further pressure on the Iranian people.
You believe this money was wrongfully taken from Iran, but what is your expectation of its use? We're told that it's for humanitarian purposes, food and medicine. Do you believe you have the right to use that money in any way that you see fit?
This money belongs to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and naturally, we will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it.
So if I hear you clearly, that it will be used for more than humanitarian purposes in your view?
Humanitarian means whatever the Iranian people needs. So this money will be budgeted for those needs. And the needs of the Iranian people will be decided and determined by the Iranian government.
Meantime, Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters who are demanding an end to a law that requires women here to wear head coverings. The protest movement led by women here. We saw many openly defying the law. Are you at all afraid to walk down the streets without a scarf?
No, I don't afraid because I'm really tired about this.
I asked the president about that deadly government crackdown on those protesters. We are sitting here, Mr. President, at nearly the one-year anniversary of the death of Mahsa Amini, a young woman who was arrested by the morality police for allegedly improperly wearing her head covering. The response, the government response to the protesters was swift, and it was brutal in the eyes of many. Humanitarian groups say at least 500 people were killed, perhaps many young people. Thousands, tens of thousands were arrested, that there were people executed or put on death row, journalists who were rounded up. What message did that send to the rest of the world, how Iran handled those protests?
It was an incident. The same incidents happen every day in the U.S. and in the European cities. The Islamic Republic of Iran responded swiftly and followed the issue. But I would like to mention the fact that the Western countries and some European countries and the US were making use of this incident as a project against the Islamic Republic of Iran. It was a hybrid war and a cognitive war. It was a political war. It was an economic war, a media war, and a psychological war against the Islamic Republic of Iran.
If I understand what you're saying, you're blaming what happened on the streets after Mahsa Amini's death on Western influences and American efforts to undermine this country. But those were Iranian security forces in the street firing pellets at unarmed people or live weapons at crowds that included young people. Do you not see anything in the last year in which you have to take responsibility for?
Those who provoked the people and made use of this opportunity, that was the US and European countries. Those who were trying to blaze banks or to open fire on the people or to kill people, certainly our security force on the street cannot allow terror to happen. We cannot allow anyone to destroy the public places. We cannot endanger the safety of our people.
If on Saturday, the anniversary of Mahsa Amini's death, if there are protests to commemorate that date, would the security forces crack down in the same way?
So do you know that are there going to be any protests in the country?
I don't know. There are reports the government has taken actions to quiet activists ahead of that date. Can you comment on that?
You should be assured that the Islamic Republic of Iran has always been ready to listen to words of protesters on any issue. We are all ears. And those who intend to abuse Madam Amini's name under this pretext to be an agent of foreigners to create this instability in the country, we know what will happen to them, and they know that endangering the security of people and security of society will create a big cost.
Our thanks to Lester Holt for that report and that interview from Iran.
Coming up, one more shot this morning. A new COVID booster is on its way to pharmacies all across the country. What you need to know as the number of COVID cases goes up.
Plus, at risk, the new concerns about the safety of women's sports after a female athlete was diagnosed with CTE, that brain condition. This is Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. CDC Director Mandy Cohen gave the final stamp of approval for the latest COVID booster shot yesterday, making the vaccine available as early as tomorrow in some areas. The booster shot is being broadly recommended for anyone over the age of 6 months. The CDC is urging everyone to get this latest vaccine dose as cases continue to rise across the country. But it is unclear if people will follow that advice. Actually, just 17% of those who were eligible for the last booster shot actually got that dose.
It was heartbreaking news for New York Jets fans. An MRI confirmed their worst football fears. Star quarterback Aaron Rodgers will be out for the season after tearing his Achilles tendon just 4 plays into his Jets career. The Jets signed Rodgers in a blockbuster deal during the offseason after he spent 18 seasons in Green Bay. That leaves Zach Wilson as the only healthy quarterback currently on the Jets' 53-man roster. It's not just professional athletes like Aaron Rodgers who need to be mindful of the risks that come with playing sports. Injuries happen at all levels of play, and concussions are one of the most common injuries for men and women.
And earlier this year, the first female athlete was diagnosed with what's called CTE, a brain disorder likely caused by repeated head injuries. And experts say the diagnoses in women are only expected to climb in the coming years. Leslie Schlachter joins us now. She's a clinical director and chief physician assistant in the Department of Neurosurgery at Mount Sinai Health System. Thank you so much for being here. I know you're also a member of the New York State Society of PAs, and we are lucky to have you to talk about this with us. What should we know about CTE? How much have we learned, and what do you think about these female diagnoses?
Right. So thank you for having me. So CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy, is a neurodegenerative disease that can actually only be diagnosed on autopsy, post-mortem. And it typically happens in athletes who played contact sports. What we heard about this year, the first diagnosis in a woman, Heather Anderson, was a 28-year-old Australian rules football player. And not only did she play contact sports for most of her life, she was actually also in the military, and she was involved in martial arts. Towards the end of her life, which she took by suicide, she exhibited symptoms of what we call in medicine traumatic encephalopathy syndrome, which are the clinical manifestation of CTE. So you can't be diagnosed with CTE until you've passed, but those motor neurological changes you can see during life.
Why is it we just saw the first diagnoses of a female athlete this year? I mean, is it possible other female athletes have CTE or have had CTE and we just didn't diagnose it right away?
Oh, I'm sure it's likely. So historically, it was diagnosed in boxers and then football players. And remember, brains have to be donated. It has to be found on autopsy, and you have to look for it, right? So in the last couple decades, women are getting stronger. They're playing harder. They're hitting harder than they ever have before. So this is going to be the first of many.
So we have this up on our screen right now. Walk us through some symptoms of a concussion and what you think, if yourself, your teammate, a loved one might have some of these symptoms, what should you be doing?
Right. So it's the beginning of the school year. Football season is starting. As we saw, I mean, the obvious thing that you saw with Aaron Rodgers was the Achilles. Concussion is invisible. So if an athlete or your loved one is playing and they look kind of dazed or confused after a hit, it doesn't have to be a head hit. It can be a body hit, and you don't need to lose consciousness. The symptoms are headache, nausea, visual disturbance, disorientation. You kind of look a little shaken.
What are the precautions that female athletes should be taken to avoid concussions? And are there some sports that are more susceptible than others to this?
Sure. Sports that are contact sports, right? So you're more likely to suffer a concussion in something like soccer or football than you are something like volleyball. So the precautions are learn how to play the sport properly. You don't want to throw your child into a sport with a coach that's never coached before. They should learn how to accept a tackle, give a tackle, wear the proper equipment, make sure it's fitting properly. Once concussions actually happen, you want to make sure that you don't go back to play too soon. You want to start moving and get exercise so that you can recover from the concussion quicker, but not to return too quick to suffer a secondary concussion.
How difficult is this, that this is not something that can be named and done anything about while someone is alive, that you can't even call it what it is until after they've passed?
Right. So the symptoms as they get older are typical of what you might see in something like Parkinson's or dementia, neurodegenerative diseases. And since there's so much overlap with other diagnoses, it can be difficult. So raising awareness of the long-term effects of concussion and the possibility of a CTE diagnosis is important, and protecting the brain that's already there. So if there's any concerns that you might have CTE or traumatic encephalopathy syndrome, protect your brain. Don't smoke, don't drink, eat healthy, exercise. You want to protect what you have.
Has there been sort of a reverse stigma here? Like, this is not something that happens to women. It only happens to men, and we need to educate people that's not the case?
I think that's exactly correct. You know, if you're on Instagram or any social media, women are lifting hard. They're playing hard. They're aggressive. They're getting hit more. So it's equal. Women are actually likely to be more susceptible to concussion. So I think we're going to see a lot of this in the future, and it's our job as parents and coaches to protect them.
Yeah, as susceptible as any man could be. Leslie Schlachter, thank you so much for joining us. Great conversation, and important to remember, as you point out, headed back to school and all those sports starting for kids. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, a new iPhone, Apple Watch, and AirPods. Oh my.
Up next, we'll show you Apple's latest and greatest new devices from yesterday's big unveiling, plus when you can get your hands on them. This is Morning News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We're back now with big news about Apple's new iPhone.
Yesterday, the tech giant unveiled the iPhone 15 and announced some major changes. Dalvin Brown, consumer tech reporter for the Wall Street Journal, joins us now. So obviously the headline was the iPhone 15. So what do we know about it? How much will it cost? When can we get our hands on it?
Yeah, so the iPhone 15, the big news with the iPhone 15 is that it has a new USB-C charger. So that's the biggest change that's hit an iPhone in a couple years now. It means that your iPhone, your Mac MacBook and whatever random gadget you bought on Black Friday will use the same cable, if you get the iPhone 15 going forward. Pricing-wise, Apple kept the prices the same, except for the Pro Max, which is now $100 more. That's about $1,200 for the most premium version of the iPhone 15. What's also new is the Pro models have a button on the side. So we're all used to the mute button, the little mute toggle to put your phone on mute. That's now a customizable button you can use to do whatever you want. Basically launch whatever apps or features you want more quickly. You can customize that button.
And we think it's coming out. When is the phone going to be out?
You can pre-order them, I think, this Friday, and then next week you should be able to buy them at
All right, there you go.
It's got a new button. Joe likes the button. Joe still has the iPhone with the button instead of this. You probably don't even remember that.
You're wearing a mask? It's awesome.
Tell me about the Apple Watch and AirPods. What's new there?
Yeah, so the Apple Watch, the big feature coming to Apple Watches is gesture control. So essentially you have your Apple Watch on. If you're too tired to tap it with your finger, you can now just double tap your fingers and control the watch. You can use that to stop and start your music, to stop a timer. So that's the big change coming to Apple Watch. There's also brighter screens, a new, more powerful chip that's enabling some of this stuff. But yeah, I think the double tapping gestures is something really fresh.
And the AirPods?
AirPods. The only change coming to AirPods that we know of, well, actually two, is a USB-C charger. So now you can use the same USB-C to charge your phone as your AirPods. And Apple is also enabling the USB-C charging from iPhone to your AirPods. So if you get the iPhone 15, you can just run that cable over to your new AirPods and charge them that way. Yeah.
They still go in your ears.
Yeah.
It wasn't just about the gadgets. Tim Cook's acting skills were on display, which is getting a lot of attention.
Yes.
This skit promoting Apple's commitment to corporate social responsibility. Let's take a look at it.
I hope we didn't keep you waiting.
Mother Nature, welcome to Apple. How is the weather getting in?
The weather was however I wanted it to be.
All right, so we'll ask you to analyze his acting skills there. What's some of the reaction we're getting from that?
Yeah, there's been mixed reactions on social media regarding Tim Cook's acting chops. But, Apple's doing away with the leather watch bands. And so, if a new Apple Watch won't get you to buy the device, maybe a skit with Octavia Spencer.
There you go. Exactly.
There you go. Big name to get in there for their little skit.
For those who are critical, maybe it was about the writing.
Yeah. Exactly. Let's go with that.
Dalvin Brown, thank you so much. Good to have you on.
Thank you. Let's stay on some money news. Another series of strikes could be looming as talks between the big automakers and the UAW drag on.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other financial headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Yeah, so the United Auto Workers reportedly plan to carry out targeted strikes at certain plants if it doesn't reach contract deals with General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler parent Stellantis. Sources tell CNBC those plans could change based on how negotiations proceed right up until the deadline just before midnight Eastern on Friday. A targeted strike is a work stoppage only at specific locations versus a national strike where all union members walk off the job. Ford plans to double production of hybrid F-150 pickup trucks next year. The move speeds up the automaker's shift toward gas-electric engines as a hedge against truck buyers who may be hesitant to go all electric. Ford will offer the hybrid F-150 at the same price as a truck with a 6-cylinder gas-powered engine. If sales meet expectations, the hybrid F-150 could become one of the 3 best-selling gas-electric models, vying for the top spot held by Toyota's RAV4. And holiday sales are forecast to grow at the slowest pace in 5 years as worries about the economy and shrinking household savings push consumers to rein in spending. A report from Deloitte estimates sales will rise by 3.5% to 4.6%, and that compares to a more than 7% increase last year when high inflation drove up prices for everything from clothes and toys to home appliances, guys.
All right. right,
I don't want to think about holiday shopping, guys.
I know. I'm always
Too
last
much.
minute.
Too much.
You're not yeah.
It's still summer. It's still summer.
I know. It does feel like it anyway. All right, Silvana, thank you.
Yeah.
Coming up, it was a night of fun, fashion, and a few throwbacks, too.
Up next, we'll have the most memorable moments of this year's MTV Video Music Awards. You are watching Morning News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, here's a reporter job that is straight out of a few people's wildest dreams. USA Today and the Tennessean are looking for a video-forward journalist to report exclusively on Taylor Swift. The gig pays up to $100,000 and will require international travel. That's fun. Unsurprising since Swift is touring the world. The ad posted by parent company Gannett reads, "Seeing both the facts and the fury, the Taylor Swift reporter will identify why the pop star's influence only expands, what her fan base stands for in pop culture, and the effect she has across the music and business worlds." I'm not applying because I'm very happy in my job. However,
can you do two jobs at once?
I know, right? I know, but like, yeah, it's amazing. I mean, it does speak to the influence that, you know, they need somebody to fully report.
Literally, it's a
cool
beat.
that you're probably going to be being sent to some of those shows and stuff.
No kidding. That's awesome.
And she cleaned up at the MTV VMAs, which you're about to get into.
Let's talk about that. There was the biggest names in music, including Taylor Swift, came together last night to celebrate the 40th, I can't believe this, the 40th MTV Video Music Awards. Taylor Swift swept the board, picking up 9 Moon Man trophies, and the members of NSYNC appeared together on stage for the first time in a decade. Brian Balthazar, entertainment journalist and pop culture expert, joined us now with all the highlights. Brian, good morning. I mean, let's talk about Taylor Swift. Huge night. What did she take home, and who were the other big winners of the night?
Oh my gosh, 9 awards, like you said. Best video. What did she not take home, right? So we have best pop video. We have best video. We have best cinematography. She won an award for direction, her best artist, best album. So it was really a sweep for Taylor Swift, not really surprisingly. Best summer show. Again, she took every award very graciously and like the class act that she is, dazzling in Versace right there. So no surprise. Another winner last night, Nicki Minaj, who also hosted the event. She won for Super Freaky Girl Best Hip Hop. As you know, I don't know, she reshared our segment talking about Pink Friday 2 the last time we talked about Nicki Minaj. So a shout out to Nicki Minaj. And then Ice Spice, Ice Spice actually Best New Artist. Really an amazing win. She's only been in the business about 2 years and she's already collaborated with Taylor Swift and Nicki Minaj. And she's part of the blockbuster movie Barbie as part of this remix of Barbie Girl. So she's a big winner as well.
That's great to see. Let's talk about the other big headline, which was the NSYNC reunion. They actually presented Swift with her Best Pop Video Award. How did that moment go down? And any other viral moments from last night we should be talking about?
Right. Well, obviously, it was a big, huge moment. People went wild, Taylor Swift among them. And she kept saying, I think it was simultaneously the best and almost most disappointing moment because that was all we saw from them. And as you said earlier, we've only seen them on stage together about 10 years ago. So when Justin was receiving an award. So it was a brief moment. We were all kind of hoping that there was going to be a little bit more from them. But that was a big moment that started off the night. Then we also had the 50 years of hip hop. That was amazing. It was a who's who of hip hop artists: Lil Wayne, Grandmaster Flash, The Furious Five, LL Cool J, DMC. Another spectacular moment. That was like about hour 4 of the night. So that was a lot of people probably missed that if they weren't up. If they go to bed early, I should say. Demi Lovato had a great performance. She has a new album coming out in just 2 days where it's called Revamped, and it's rock takes on her most popular songs. And she really rocked it out last night. And also Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion performed Bongos, which is their new song. They made a splash and controversy when they sang WAP together, performed WAP together. This was less controversial, but in about 3 days or 4 days, their video for this song has already gotten 10 million views on YouTube.
That's quite a few views.
Oh, Diddy winning the Icon Award, International Icon Award, performing with his son, presented by Mary J. Blige. 2 of his other children were backup dancers. He's got an album Off the Grid dropping in 2 days, so another big night for him as well.
Definitely a family affair there. The other big award, of course, is the MTV Video Vanguard Award. That went to Shakira this year. What should we know about that?
Yeah, so Shakira hasn't been on the VMA stage performing in 17 years, and she looks exactly the same, basically. Gave an incredible, iconic, appropriately 10-minute performance or so. She's the first South American artist to receive this honor, so it was an incredible performance and a much-deserved win for her.
And we have under a minute here, but we have to talk about the fashion. Who walked the pink carpet this year? What look stood out to you, Brian?
Yes, okay, let's take a look at Megan Thee Stallion. She's wearing a sheer Brandon Blackwood gown. That's beautiful. Let's look at Saweetie now. Okay, this is Area Couture. Let's take a look at Saweetie. It's got some boning in it, literally a little bit of a Flintstones vibe. BB Rexa also is breaking new ground with the uncharted territory for skin exposure is the butt cheek. So she's got butt cheek cutouts in there. I don't know if we're going to show that, but if she turns around, there's a little bit of a, it looks like we're not going to show that. Selena Gomez looked gorgeous in Oscar de la Renta. And then look at that. I mean, I'm glad to see her in this beautiful dress because on Only Murders in the Building, she's always wearing like chunky sweaters and sweatshirts. She looked gorgeous here. And Billy Porter looked fantastic in white.
Billy always looks great, as do you. Brian Balthazar, thank you so much. Good to have you on this morning.
Thank you. You too.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Right now in Morning News Now, we are watching some catastrophic flooding as storms tear through the Northeast. Heavy rains decimating hundreds of houses across Massachusetts. The governor there now declaring a state of emergency. And the devastation is not over yet, with another round of drenching rain expected today. And it's all playing out as Hurricane Lee churns up the Atlantic. We are covering it all. Open inquiry in Washington this morning. There is a new impeachment probe in its early stages, this time into President Biden, announced yesterday by House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. We've got more on what exactly Republicans are trying to zero in on and how the rest of Congress is reacting. Cause for concern, a high-stakes meeting happening this morning in eastern Russia between Vladimir Putin and North Korea's Kim Jong-un. The possible weapons deal between the two nations that has the West up in arms. And too close for comfort? It's an iPhone feature that's been around for years, but now many Gen Zers, even millennials, are using the Find My app for a different reason, and it is definitely raising some eyebrows online. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for being here.
We begin this hour with the devastating damage left behind by severe storms that slammed the Northeast.
Yeah, this is what it looks like in Massachusetts, where a state of emergency has been declared. The slow-moving system dumped nearly 10 inches of rain in the state yesterday, leading to catastrophic flash flooding. And now they're keeping a close eye on Hurricane Lee as it makes its way up the East Coast. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has the latest.
Well, hello from Leominster. Take a look behind me and you can see there is still water running into the streets today, and you get a sense of the destruction there as millions now brace for what's next.
This morning, a massive cleanup is underway across Leominster after catastrophic flash flooding devastated neighborhoods.
Within an hour, it was like a lake.
Washing away roads and railways, flooding parking lots and homes, and giving way to several giant, dangerous sinkholes, some swallowing cars.
I've never seen anything like this here.
The rushing water leaving trash and debris stuck in bridges and dragging dumpsters and cargo containers down rivers.
This trash is from people's houses, upstream.
Entire businesses destroyed.
Our store right now is caving in. This is our livelihoods.
The governor declaring a state of emergency.
We have seen way too many people with absolute, devastation right now.
The torrential downpours dumping nearly a foot of rain in just a matter of hours on Monday night. The devastating damage closing schools and forcing those in low-lying areas to seek shelter at higher ground, as 2 dams had to be shored up before reaching their breaking points.
We're just kind of worried that the water might just rush down and flood us out.
And now more rain heading toward New England.
It's going to take a long time to get things back to normal in Leominster.
So a flood watch remains in effect here throughout the day. And of course, everybody here and up and down the coast now watching to see what Lee does. Back to you.
Kristen Dahlgren, thank you so much. Let's get the latest on Lee and where it's headed. Meteorologist Angie Lastman is back with an update. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Let's start with what's going on in the Northeast because, of course, you just saw the images coming out of that region. And we've got more rain on the way. And, of course, we'll watch what happens with Lee down the line. But that's not until the weekend. In the meantime, we've got 29 million people under flood alerts. That's an improvement compared to where we started this morning when more than 40 million people were seeing these flood alerts. So we've seen some of those come down throughout the morning. I wouldn't be surprised if as we go on throughout the day, though, and that rain continues to work through, we maybe add a couple more of these back. Here's where the rain is right now. You can see the line of heavy rain working just to the east of New York, moving into portions, places like Hartford under a flash flood warning at this hour as heavy rain works through just in time for that morning commute. You can see the cold front that has really kept us unsettled for the past couple of days. It's going to continue shifting off to the east. Eventually, we'll see some quieter conditions settling in when it comes to the rain chances for at least the short term. But in the meantime, for today, localized heavy amounts of rain with really impressive rainfall rates at times. So the flash flood risk is going to be there today. We've got saturated soils. We've got more rain on the way. So not unlikely for us to see that for places like Boston, Hartford, New York, stretching down into Atlantic City. So a heads up on that. It goes through to the afternoon hours today. So that afternoon commute and even into this evening, you could still be looking at potential for that flood concern. There's the rainfall totals that we'll expect. This just goes through tomorrow morning. And of course, I'm sure you've heard Hurricane Lee could bring us a little extra rainfall here for parts of New England. We're going to talk about that here in a moment. But here's an overview of what's going on in the Atlantic. It's busy, right? We're right around hurricane season's peak. So this is what we expect. We've got Invest 97L. That likely down the line will become Nigel. That would be our next named storm. But we've got a lot of time with that system. We've got Hurricane Margot. That's going to be a fish storm. Not worrying about that. And of course, there's Hurricane Lee maintaining its Category 3 strength. This tropical system that I mentioned, Invest 97L, right now it's just kind of an area of unsettled weather, some disturbed area, some showers, some thunderstorms. That'll likely form into this weekend, and as I mentioned, will become Nigel. We'll see exactly what it does down the line, but right now we're not too worried about that. Instead, we're keeping a close eye on Hurricane Lee. As I mentioned, Category 3, 115-mile-per-hour winds. We are expecting the system to start to weaken today. It'll enter some cooler water. It's going to move just to the west of Bermuda as a Category 1 hurricane, but they've got tropical storm warnings up at this hour, and they'll start to see those tropical storm conditions as we get into tomorrow. Rain, some gusty winds. The east coast of the United States, even parts of the Caribbean, going to see that high surf and rip current threat that we've been talking about for days and days. But notice places like Maine are still in that cone down the line. So we could still see some direct impacts from this system as we get into Saturday and into Sunday. Heavy rain, of course, especially closer to the center, but the wind field's going to be impressive too. We've already got this system that we're expecting to expand, and that means tropical storm force winds could extend up to 500 miles in diameter from the center. So we could see some really gusty conditions, Joe, tropical storm condition, force winds kind of thing, as we get into the next, Saturday, Sunday time frame in parts of New England, especially close to the coast, and potentially some storm surge.
That's incredible how wide this is.
It is
right?
really impressive. There aren't that many storms that have grown like that in our, since 2004. It's, I think, if I'm correct, only 4.
Wow. All right, Angie, thank you so much. This morning, there are new developments in the search for that escaped prisoner in Pennsylvania. 2 law enforcement sources with firsthand knowledge tell our Philadelphia affiliate, WCAU, that a backpack was found by police yesterday, but they are still determining if it is connected to the escapee. This as authorities say they have zeroed in on an area where they believe the convicted killer may be hiding. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us from Pennsylvania with the latest. George, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. It's one of the many leads authorities are continuing to track down in this manhunt for Daniello Cavalcante. You mentioned that new perimeter. It's about 500 officers here scouring day and night, local, state, and federal agencies trying to do their best to find this fugitive who they consider now to be armed and dangerous.
This morning, police hopeful they are zeroing in on convicted killer Daniello Cavalcante. 2 law enforcement sources with firsthand knowledge telling NBC's WCAU backpack was found by police Tuesday evening, but are still determining if it is connected to the escapee. Officers stationed overnight in the search zone. Cavalcante has eluded police for 2 weeks and is now an even greater threat.
He is now armed with a .22 caliber rifle with a scope and flashlight mounted on it.
The 5-foot fugitive managed to steal the rifle and ammunition from a garage on Monday night, but he was caught by the homeowner, who drew his own gun and fired shots at Cavalcante. Police believe the escaped convict was unharmed as he fled the scene. Dr. Matt Bauer was visiting his parents who live in the area as the confrontation unfolded.
The adrenaline starts going and making sure everything's locked, making sure all the windows are secure.
Alerts being sent to residents.
Residents in the area are asked to continue to secure their homes and vehicles and remain vigilant.
This is a huge area. There's tons of woods, tons of trees, tons of places to hide, tons of barns and structures that are completely unoccupied. So it's scary because he could be anywhere.
Since Cavalcante escaped the Chester County Prison, he has been spotted multiple times. This latest sighting, 20 miles north of the prison, expanding the search area once again. 500 law enforcement officials are now securing the updated 8 to 10 square mile perimeter in South Coventry Township. The entire community on edge, including local schools, shutting down as a precaution.
Lieutenant Colonel, what has gone wrong here? I mean, have you underestimated him? Is he just that much of a worthy adversary?
Sir, I don't know why you would think something has gone wrong. Our law enforcement people have done an amazing job tracking him and locating him, that proverbial needle in the haystack, and they've located that needle repeatedly. And I believe we will be successful in the long run.
And Joe, so one of the big concerns here from authorities is that Cavalcante may try and steal another car to get not just out of this county, but potentially out of the state. They are urging the public now more than ever to remain vigilant by locking all those doors and windows and keeping car keys close. Joe?
All right, George, thank you so much. Under mounting pressure from his own party, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is directing 3 House committees to open an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. As part of the probe, Republicans are seeking bank records and other documents from the president and his son, Hunter Biden. The White House denies any wrongdoing by the president and called the move, quote, extreme politics at its worst, saying GOP infighting is forcing Speaker McCarthy's hand. This isn't based on anything substantive. It's based on the fact that he is being attacked from his right and he's throwing them red meat. For more, we're joined by NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Ryan, good morning. So first of all, what do we know about the timeline for this inquiry and what's next for these House committees?
So at this point, Joe, there is no timeline. The committees that are going to be in charge of this investigation say that their next step is to subpoena the bank records of the Biden family associates. And they now believe that because they have the banner of an impeachment inquiry, that gives them additional subpoena power that they didn't previously have. They are normally under the constraints of a legislative purpose. Under an impeachment inquiry, because of the investigation being broadened out, that gives them more time to do so. The big question, though, Joe, is whether or not this ever comes to a vote on the House floor. The Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, said as late as last week that he wasn't going to take this step without a House floor vote. He has now made an about face, and we'll have to see if more evidence comes out that would get him to the point that they would actually move on articles of impeachment.
Yeah, let's talk a little more about that, because it is a major reversal after McCarthy told the conservative website Breitbart he wouldn't open an impeachment inquiry without that full House vote. Do we know what's behind the change?
And, Joe, take it back even further. He was super critical of the then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi when she made a similar move in the initial impeachment of the then President Donald Trump. The biggest reason has to be that he just doesn't have the votes. There are 18 Republicans that currently represent districts that President Biden won. Those moderate Republicans may not want to take a formal vote that leads to an impeachment inquiry. And there's nothing that formally requires the Speaker to take that step in order to launch this investigation. Now, if it gets to the stage of formal articles of impeachment, which would then lead to a trial in the Senate, that would absolutely require House votes. It seems as though McCarthy feels that more evidence needs to be uncovered before they even get to that stage. And to be clear, Joe, there really is no solid evidence yet that specifically links any of the work of Hunter Biden to the President of the United States.
So it's not surprising that Democrats are lashing out against the impeachment inquiry, but you mentioned some moderate Republicans concerned about this. There's some apprehension there from some Republicans. Why is that?
Well, the biggest reason is that if they don't end up coming up with enough evidence, at least evidence that convinces the average American, then that could be a serious blowback for them in the 2024 election. Every member of the United States House of Representatives is up for re-election in a 2-year cycle, and they're going to be running at the same time of a presidential election. And if these are districts that President Biden won, it stands to reason that the voters there may not be as inclined to support an impeachment inquiry, especially when there isn't that smoking gun that Republicans claim exists. So it puts many of these House Republicans in a very difficult position. And we should also point out, Joe, it comes at a time when Congress has a long list of responsibilities that they need to take care of, including funding the government. The government funding runs out at the end of September, and we are still right now staring down the possibility of a government shutdown. An impeachment inquiry just makes that process even that much more complicated.
Yeah, the clock is ticking there. Ryan Nobles, we appreciate your reporting on this one. Thank you so much. Let's turn to international news now. And North Korean leader Kim Jong-un met with Russian President Vladimir Putin early this morning. Both leaders held talks at a major Russian space center in the far east of the country. It's a summit that could have major consequences for the war in Ukraine. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now from central Ukraine with more on this. Richard, good morning.
Good morning. This summit was a long time in the making. The last time that these two leaders met was 4 years ago. And Kim, in the far east of Russia, told his host, Vladimir Putin, that Russia has North Korea's unconditional support. And he expressed the highest confidence that Russia would secure, in his words, a heroic victory in the war here in Ukraine.
Stepping out of his limo in the far east of Russia, a slimmed-down Kim Jong-un greeted Vladimir Putin. Thank you for inviting us, even though you're busy, Kim said. The two leaders toured Russia's version of Cape Canaveral, the modern Vostochny Cosmodrome. Both men are under sanctions, but didn't seem isolated this morning. Instead, they're drawing closer because of the war in Ukraine. After signing the visitor's book, Kim and Putin were all smiles, praising each other and the historic ties between their countries dating back to the Korean War. Putin said he hoped the space station could help Kim, who he says is interested in advancing North Korea's space program. U.S. officials say North Korea's space program is really cover for its long-range ballistic missile program. Because if you can launch a satellite into space, you can also fire a nuclear warhead at the United States. North Korean intercontinental ballistic missiles can already reach anywhere in the U.S. As if to prove a point during the visit, North Korea launched ballistic missiles overnight into the sea off Japan. Kim also seemed to praise Putin's war in Ukraine without mentioning the country by name. Russia has risen to a sacred struggle to defend its sovereignty and protect its security in opposition to the hegemonic forces that oppose Russia, Kim said. At their dinner, Putin toasted to strengthening friendship and Kim's health. The deal between Putin and Kim is simple enough, according to U.S. officials. Putin is offering North Korea help with advanced technology and likely food in exchange for ammunition, the artillery and rockets that Putin needs to fend off the U.S.-backed counteroffensive in Ukraine. North Korea, one of the most militarized countries in the world, has huge stockpiles of artillery, which Ukrainian and American officials worry could tip the balance of the war to Russia.
Kim has wrapped up his meeting with Putin and is now heading back on his slow armored train to North Korea, but making some stops at other Russian military facilities along the way. Joe?
All right, Richard, thank you so much. Over in North Africa, two countries are dealing with the staggering devastation caused by two separate disasters, tragedies that have decimated towns and displaced thousands. In Libya, a minister says more than 5,000 people have died in unprecedented floods, while in Morocco, rescuers are continuing the desperate search for earthquake survivors. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea has the latest on both. Kelly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. One UN official calls the disaster in Libya a calamity of epic proportions. And the numbers are difficult to tally. At least 6,000 dead, according to the International Rescue Committee. With those numbers likely to change, aid workers are struggling to reach the flood zone, with roads and, in places, entire neighborhoods washed into the sea. This morning, utter devastation in eastern Libya and a desperate search for survivors, with 10,000 believed missing. A third of the city of Derna on the Mediterranean coast wiped out. Cars tossed like toys, homes and families swept away. Bodies are lining the streets and being pulled from the sea. Storm Daniel pummeled the desert region Monday, dropping 9 months of rain in just 6 hours. The deluge causing 2 dams to burst, washing away neighborhoods. These satellite photos showing the region before and after the dams collapsed. How bad is it on the ground?
This definitely ranks among the most destructive disasters. But what is really missing is some more support on the search and rescue operations, because the window of opportunity to finding survivors is closing down.
Aid is now pouring in from Turkey and other countries after the second major disaster in northern Africa in days. Rescuers in Morocco still hoping to find survivors in the rubble after that 6.8 magnitude quake that struck Friday. Thousands are homeless. We don't know where we're going to go, what we're going to do, where we're going to live. Winter is coming. We have young children. We have nothing, this woman says. Many in the remote mountains still waiting for aid as local communities come together to continue the search. And that's happening in Libya as well. And aid is starting to reach some of the more remote areas in Morocco. But this morning, 30,000 people are displaced in Libya alone. The Biden administration has authorized emergency funding to aid organizations, the IRC and others appealing for donations, and also calling for search and rescue assistance, particularly in Libya, where the Libyans simply don't have the expertise or resources for that kind of search and rescue. Tens of thousands, Joe, in 2 North African countries now in need of help. Joe.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, we're going to take you deeper inside former President Trump's legal troubles with an exclusive look inside the Fulton County, Georgia jail where he was processed, plus a one-on-one conversation with the sheriff in charge of that jail. What were his interactions with the former president like? And later, the fiance of that American caver who was trapped underground in a Turkish cave is speaking out about his ordeal. Our conversation with her after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that you release the dishes you leave.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with the miracle in Turkey. An American caver is recovering this morning after being rescued more than 3,000 feet underground. This is the moment rescue crews pulled Mark Dickey up from the depths of a cave. He was helping to chart the cave system when he was struck with gastric pain. That pain eventually turned into bleeding and vomiting. He waited 9 days inside the cave as rescue crews charted a mission to bring him out. And joining us this morning is Mark Dickey's fiancée, Jessica Van Ord, to give us an update on Mark and a look inside the rescue efforts. Jessica, good morning. Good to have you with us. So glad this ended with a happy ending. First of all, how are you and Mark doing now that he's out of the cave?
We're great, so relieved, and Mark is in good spirits and heading towards good health.
You chose to stay with Mark in the cave when he first became sick, then you later came out and helped on land. I cannot imagine having to make that decision. What was going through your mind at the time, and how did you reach the conclusion that that was the best thing to do?
Sometimes you just know what needs to be done, and you have to do it. When Mark fell ill, I went out to get help because we needed it, and once the rescuers started coming, I went out because he had a doctor now, and the rescue teams had it under control.
What part were you most nervous about during this whole process?
Just at one point, Mark's health, but after that, I was very confident in the rescuers. So I don't know if nervous is the word. I tried to ward off any negative thoughts, only positive ones.
That's good to hear. The positive thoughts certainly helped here. How were you able to help with rescue efforts outside of the cave? And what was it like working with such a large rescue team that was there to help bring your fiance to the surface?
So there's a lot of behind the scenes work. There's tons of communications going along, and everyone has to coordinate from so many different countries and create a plan. So I just, kept up to date, kept talking to everyone, and most importantly, I helped a lot with the gear cache, actually. It's very heavy on the rescuers personally and on the rescue teams. We have to use hundreds of dollars of personal equipment that is totally trash afterwards, and that's a huge expense for someone from a poorer country. And we have to make sure all the correct gear goes in the cave, and it has to come from so many different places. So I helped a lot with that.
Were you amazed by the response by the people who came from all over the world to help out with this?
Yes, it was amazing, and people donated so much time and love, honestly, to the rescue efforts and their own personal funds. I really do hope that people keep donating to the GoFundMe organized by the National Cave Rescue Commission. We really hope to personally help rescuers recoup their costs for that.
After he was rescued, Mark said, "This is a first," and I understand you replied with, "Let's make it a last." That's my favorite quote in a long time. Do you think he's going to return to caving anytime soon?
Oh, of course. I mean, anything that can happen medically above ground can happen underground, and this is just bad luck. So Mark's not scared of caving. He's very enthusiastic about the underground world, and it's a beautiful thing to share with others. And also it can be a great resource. There's new species, new bacteria colonies, just tons of stuff going down there, and we want to see where the water goes.
Jessica Van Ord, we appreciate your positive attitude and appreciate you taking a few minutes to join us this morning. Glad Mark is doing well. Glad you're doing so well. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, now to an exclusive interview with the Fulton County Sheriff, who was responsible for booking former President Trump into the Fulton County Jail and processing his fingerprints and mugshot. He says Trump was serious but friendly.
Said, I recognize you from TV, and me being from Southwest Atlanta, I couldn't help but say, likewise.
NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Fulton County with this exclusive interview. Hi, Blaine. Good morning. So can you start off just by describing the facility? I mean, there's been some criticism about the jail's condition. 10 inmates have actually died there this year. First, I'm just wondering what you saw. How was it?
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. And you're right. So during that exclusive access we actually got a chance to see the area where former President Trump was basically entered the jail, where he was booked in, where he had his fingerprints taken, his mugshot taken. No other news camera had seen that yet. You kind of see a little bit of it right there. Now, this is the place that's called intake. This is the only area that he was actually inside of the building. And we learned that he was only inside for about 8 minutes or so, just to kind of go in, take the mugshot, do his fingerprints, and then leave. So while we were there, certainly we saw a different situation than what the former president would have seen. When he came in, intake was shut down. There were no inmates. The sheriff tells me that there were only about 5 or 6 other individuals, including the sheriff himself and other guards and people who were there for the process, but certainly a very different environment. In fact, the sheriff called it sterile. Now, when I asked him, though, about those 10 deaths, of course, that's something that's gotten a lot of attention. And he talked about the fact that, yes, this is something that he's kind of been ringing the alarm bell about for a while, needing more resources to shore up the security there at the facility, and something that he's still working to get, quite frankly.
Blaine, tell us now, what did the sheriff have to say about his interactions with the former president? I said just a moment ago, serious but friendly. Expand on that for us.
It was very brief. He mentioned that he greeted him, he shook his hand, they exchanged some pleasantries, but he did talk about his demeanor. And I asked him if it seemed that the magnitude of the moment was setting in, both for the former president and for the sheriff himself, all of the people who were inside and witnessing this historic moment. Here's what he said.
I believe when you start signing the paperwork, when you realize what mugshots and fingerprints are, I think the magnitude weighs on you. And ultimately, it was one that really moved us in the space of understanding how huge this moment was.
And so certainly he talked about how that was a huge moment. And I did ask him about mugshots as well. And he did mention that that was something that was a very difficult decision for him to ultimately decide to take that mugshot.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that just quickly. I mean, people are discussing this. What did he have to say more? Expand on this about the decision to not only just take it, but then publish the president's mugshot.
Yeah, it came down to him. He said that he was the one who made that decision. He said, of course, if you take the mugshot, it's going to become public because it's in public record. But he said it was a decision that was a difficult one for him. I asked him ultimately, what was it that made him say, let's take a mugshot of the former president, given the fact that he is, of course, one of the most recognizable people in the world. There are plenty of identifiable photos of him out there. So why do this? Here's what he had to say.
We have 3,600 detainees. 85 to 90% look like you and I. And they don't have that choice. We don't give them that choice. And they are simply accused of a crime as well. I have a responsibility to our community to make sure that we are equal across the board and what that looks like.
And so ultimately, to kind of put a fine point on it, Savannah, he said it came down to fairness and being fair across the board, and that ultimately drove his decision. Savannah.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much.
We have breaking news this morning. Pennsylvania State Police announced that they have captured escaped inmate Danilo Cavalcante. We don't have any more information beyond that at this point, how he was captured, where he was captured. The manhunt was now in its 14th day. Yesterday's authorities said they believed that Cavalcante was armed with a .22 caliber rifle, that they were searching an area of about 8 to 10 square miles. Schools in the area had been closed. Residents have been on edge. A press conference announcing details of the capture scheduled for 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. We will have continuing coverage throughout the morning, and we'll bring you that news conference when it happens here on NBC News Now. Coming up, almost as quickly as hopes here in New York were heightened over Aaron Rodgers' big-time trade to the Jets, they were dashed.
That's right. The superstar quarterback is now out for the season after that jaw-dropping injury Monday night. So what exactly happened? Could it be a career ender? We will huddle up on it all next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The New York Jets are officially without Aaron Rodgers for the rest of the season after the team confirmed the superstar quarterback suffered a torn Achilles tendon.
NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung takes a look at what this means for the team and the four-time league MVP.
Hey there. The Jets wooed Aaron Rodgers away from Green Bay with sky-high hopes. We're talking Super Bowl dreams. But even with a win on Monday night, their season is now up in the air. And while no one should count Rodgers out, this is the kind of injury that could bring an end to an incredibly storied career.
Considered one of the greatest players to ever take the field, Aaron Rodgers, now sidelined for the rest of the season. The New York Jets confirming the quarterback tore his Achilles tendon in Monday night's game against the Bills.
He's out for the year. He needs surgery.
Rodgers now out after just 4 regular season snaps as a Jet. Fans of the franchise who haven't seen postseason play in more than a decade in disbelief.
It's a shame for the Jets.
Aaron Rodgers was going to take us to the promised land.
But from Sports Talk Radio.
Do not tell me today that the season is over. Do not tell me that. Because it's not.
To the Jets head coach.
I don't know why people are trying to put an obituary under our team name.
An attempt to keep hope alive.
There's 52 other guys in the locker room, plus the 16 practice squad guys that believe that we can do a hell of a lot of good things here.
The Jets signed Rodgers in a blockbuster deal that includes a guaranteed $75 million after he spent 18 seasons in Green Bay, becoming a 4-time league MVP and leading the Packers to a Super Bowl win. Even as Rodgers had openly discussed hanging up his cleats.
I went in the darkness, 90% retiring, 10% playing. That's where my mind was.
But he took on New York with renewed energy, bringing a swagger to the Jets both on and off the field.
Sometimes it's a free guy right here. Get on it, then retreat.
You know, him making a move to New York and everybody watching him on Hard Knocks. You've gotten into his character and seeing what he's been and what he's brought to that team.
Now 39 years old, recovery from this kind of injury will be a challenge.
I think the biggest thing is that we all wonder now is what's next for him. Does he decide to come back and try to do, you know, the impossible, which he's really done his whole career?
Though his NFL future is uncertain, his legacy is not.
If his career were to end and he decides to retire, he'll still be looked at as one of the greatest to play. This does not affect how he will be viewed.
Again, don't let it get lost in all of this. Despite Rodgers leaving the game, the Jets still managed to beat the Bills in dramatic fashion, in large part thanks to their defense. But it was Zach Wilson who took over the offense. Now, Jets head coach Robert Saleh says they will shop around to add another quarterback to the roster. But he says this is Zach's team, and we're rolling with Zach. Back to you.
All right, Kaylee Hartung, thanks so much. Time now for our weekly medical checkup. We're going to explain why being a night owl could have some negative effects on your health.
Well, lucky for us, that's not an option. Plus, we have tips on how to reduce your risk of depression, and some of them are as easy as taking a walk outside. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now for these medical headlines. Hi, Dr. Patel. It's great to have you with us. So let's start with that sleep study showing night owls. People who stay up pretty late may have worse habits than those who get up early. Walk us through why that is and if there's anything that they can do to try to fix that or get on a different schedule.
Savannah, this gets to the heart of everything that I was hoping I would never have to see evidence of, but we see this now, very clear evidence in a study of over 60,000 middle-aged nurses for almost a decade, where they looked at all sorts of habits, behaviors, and outcomes. And what they saw is that if people had what they call kind of an earlier kind of sleep chronotype, meaning you're the kind of person that sleeps early and wakes up early compared to someone who really gets their energy going late at night like me and still tries to wake up early, that people like me are at a higher risk of getting diabetes. We have a higher risk of being obese. We have a higher risk of many of the diseases and even depression, some of the mental health disorders that we've been talking about, and overall more likely to smoke and get not enough sleep. We always try to aim for 7 to 9 hours, but people like me just don't get enough. So the doctor's orders here, the biggest words I could say are sleep, 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 but how do you do it? Shift your sleep 15 minutes a day. You can't start to sleep 7 to 9 hours at 10 p.m. just like that if you're up until midnight anyway. So 15 minutes a day, and you can start to move that clock back. And then do everything you can to avoid caffeine. So anything that can keep you up at night, screens, all the things that I love to do, I'm going to have to put it to practice. Yes.
It's hard to hear. I was a night owl for the longest time because I reported for the 10 p.m., 11 p.m. news when I worked in local news, and then you're up to, and it was definitely an unhealthy lifestyle. You could tell it was. So, all right, let's talk about depression. We know it can be part genetic, but an all-around healthy lifestyle can significantly decrease the risk of being depressed. So let's talk about what that healthy lifestyle includes besides being an early bird.
Yeah, so they looked at over 13,000 people with depression and put them into categories based on genetic risk and a number of other factors. We've known that there have been some genetic risks of depression, but what we haven't understood and the researchers have taken into this consideration is how much can you cut that genetic risk of depression and even improve any of the depressive symptoms that you have. And what they found is that it's not just all the sleep habits that we're talking about, but it's everything from simple things like taking a walk every day, even having more kind of conversations and talking to people, meaningful relationships. So here we talk about cutting genetic risk, which is dramatic with just your lifestyle behaviors. And that alone can improve depression by up to 25 to 50%. So the doctor's orders here, make it a group effort. Try to have the people around you engaging in these healthy habits, whether it's diet or sleep or activity or just personal connection. And then if possible, make one change at a time. So I always tell patients, you're not just going to wake up all of a sudden, sleep better, eat better, and think about kind of who you can make meaningful connections with. Try one baby step at a time.
All right, there you go. That's something we can all at least move towards.
That's
a
right.
little tiny baby step. Finally, last study we want to talk about, finding that people might get the biggest mood boost from being social. But you know what gets in the way a lot of times of that is our phones, that we just sit on our screens looking at them instead of interacting with other people. Tell us about that. Dig into that for us and why it is that we rely on our phones to kind of fill free time.
Yeah, I love these kinds of natural experiments. They took people kind of and put them into 4 groups and basically took 2 of the groups and said, how much do you think you would like activities like sitting alone, kind of scrolling through different types of social media, videos, texting as well, and then having a conversation with a stranger. And all across the board, people predicted that they would enjoy having a conversation. And then when they actually had people do these things, they absolutely enjoyed it more than almost everything. The funny thing is that probably like all of us watching, we wanted to keep our phones with us. So having that conversation, the doctor's orders here is try to spark up a conversation with a stranger and then understand that you can limit your screen time, but that the screen time can be a meaningful way, even more important than feeling alone.
Dr. Kavita Patel, we always appreciate when you come by. Thank you so much.
Coming up, we have got some breaking economic data this morning.
After the break, the latest read on inflation, what it means for your bottom line. That's next on Morning News Now. Stick around.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
We are back with some breaking economic data.
Inflation climbed by more than expected in August to 3.7% on an annual rate. That's over the course of a year, and 0.6% month to month. Here to discuss this latest report, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and Investopedia's editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. Good morning to both of you. So, Brian, walk us through these numbers, how they compare with the previous month.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, not necessarily going in the right direction. Inflation, the rate of inflation going up to 3.7%. Again, that's an annual rate, so you're comparing August of this year compared to prices in August of last year. And the yearly rates that we had seen in June and July were also going in the opposite direction. So again, the rates of change getting a little bit faster here. If you're looking at a monthly rate, it's also going in the wrong direction, going up in terms of the monthly rate to 0.6%. Economists had expected about half of that. So it seems like prices are going up mostly because of gasoline and also airline fares going up. So those are interesting threads to watch in this report.
Yeah, Caleb, let's bring you in here, get your reaction on this and what Brian had just mentioned. Oil prices, how much of an impact is that? Headed in the right direction at all?
Not at all, because we've had those supply cuts by Russia and Saudi Arabia by about 1 million barrels a day extended through the rest of the year. The average price of a gallon of gas, $3.84. I'm out here in California. It's like $5.75. That is up from $3.70 last year on average. So gas prices push inflation up in general, especially food costs as well.
Those California gas prices are always just like, what? Huh? Huh? So, Brian, break it down. We talked about gas, we talked about airlines. What are the categories looking like as far as what we're seeing right now?
Yeah, and you know, airline fares, it kind of makes sense because if gasoline prices are going up,
Right.
jet fuel costs are going up, so airline tickets are going up as well. But there are other categories that we're also watching very closely. The largest expenditure for most Americans is shelter, just a roof over your head. We're talking about rent payments, we're talking about mortgage payments. Those continue to weigh very heavily, although the rates of monthly change did slow a little bit between July and August. But again, it's still such a big expenditure, and we know that rents are really high. So that's a big contributor there as well. Food prices are also a big deal for Americans. Those prices continue to go up by 0.2% between July and August, fueled mostly by meat prices getting more expensive for everything chicken, beef, and also pork.
The other issue, of course, with mortgage, especially if you bought a house recently, the interest rates.
Yes.
Caleb, let's talk about that. What are we expecting at next week's Fed meeting? And when do you think we could realistically see the Fed start to cut interest rates rather than pause or hike, of course?
Yeah, that's coming up in 7 hours, 7 days, 5 hours, and about 20 minutes. And the Fed's probably going to hold rates right where they are. They're going to digest this. This is the last inflation report they'll see before they meet next week. But I was looking at the other report that also comes out on CPI Day. That's average hourly earnings, and they are down 0.5% when you look at that year over year. So that's one thing the Fed watches closely. It's watching overall inflation, but it's watching wage inflation, and wage inflation has been cooling. That's what the Fed wants to see. So this may just make it even more pretty certain that the Fed won't raise rates next week. When we look out to November, to the following meeting, there's about a 40% chance the Fed will raise a 1/4 point then. So we're maybe not quite done with rate hikes, and we're going to be around these high levels for a while. Higher for longer is the mantra from the Fed.
Caleb has that Fed meeting countdown clock actually injected into his head.
I need one, actually.
Or it's like, do your glasses have
Yeah.
like a little screen where
Maybe
like you
that's
have
it.
the countdown
Right.
constant?
Well, we have you here, Brian. Let's have you talk about the other story you're covering, which is the threat of a possible strike for UAW union in negotiations with the big automakers. Deadline's tomorrow night, right? Where are things at right now?
Yeah, we're talking about over 140,000 workers at GM, Ford, and Chrysler maker Stellantis, and they have to get to a deal essentially by 11:59 p.m. tomorrow, midnight into Friday, or else those 140,000+ workers are going to be striking, which means lower car inventory when it comes to new vehicles because the plants will be shut down. Really, what it sounds like right now, wages, wages, wages. The UAW wants a 46% increase in wages compounded over the next 4 years. The best offer that we're aware of comes from Stellantis, 6.5%. So those numerically show you just how wide the chasm is. Can they get a deal in the next day and a half? We'll have to see.
All right. Brian, Caleb, lots to cover this morning. We thank you both.
Thank you. Well, let's stay on financial headlines now and dig more into the fact that the new iPhone is finally out, and maybe we'll have a taker. I highly doubt it.
Yeah, we'll see. Who knows? It's time to update the iPhone 7. CNBC's Savannah Hanau has more on that and other
This
morning
is the
news.
15, by the way.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Listen, I don't know if I'm going to upgrade yet. I need to be convinced a little bit more. All right, let's get you those headlines. Apple unveils 4 new iPhone models and 2 updated watches as it tries to lure consumers into upgrading their devices. The price for the iPhone 15 Pro Max starts at $1,199. That's about $100 more than a year ago. This reflects Apple's strategy to offset stagnant sales with higher average selling prices. The Pro and Pro Max models have faster chips, 3 cameras that can take spatial videos, and all 4 models have the USB-C charging port following demands from European regulators. Apple is still the world's most valuable company, but revenues have declined in the past 3 quarters. Amazon plans to invest more than $440 million over the next year to boost wages for its contract delivery workers. The company expects them to earn $20.50 an hour or more on average. Amazon uses outside contractors to make faster and more efficient deliveries. The program has nearly 280,000 driving jobs and helps Amazon deliver 20 million packages a day in 19 countries. And Dunkin' has a new celebrity collaboration. Ben Affleck and rapper Ice Spice appeared in a commercial during last night's MTV Video Music Awards, trying to come up with a name for Dunkin's new drink. So their creation, the Ice Spice Munchkins drink, it blends iced coffee with Pumpkin Munchkins donut holes, and it's topped with whipped cream and a caramel drizzle. Ice Spice's fans are known as Munchkins. The new drink is available for a limited time. Sounds rich and very heavy.
So the donuts are in the drink?
Apparently blended in there.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure she was wearing a diamond necklace last night that said Munchkins on it, which was kind of, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
I mean, I guess that says a lot. I don't know, but that drink,
sounds
I
like
don't
the
know.
perfect collaboration. All right.
There
Thanks,
you go.
Savannah.
Thank you. You got it.
Coming up, it is an Apple feature that's now giving a whole new meaning to finding friends.
After the break, why many Gen Zers, even millennials, are tracking each other's locations on their phones, and if there are any security concerns that are coming to light. I'll bring that story next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
It always feels so good to get back to it. hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Welcome back. A 3-year hunt for a stolen Vincent van Gogh painting ended with the artwork being returned in an IKEA bag. The painting, The Spring Garden, was stolen from a museum near Amsterdam in March of 2020 during the COVID lockdown. Now a Dutch art detective, dubbed the Indiana Jones of the art world, got it back. It was handed to him in the bag, protected by a pillow, by a man who has not been named. The museum that owns the picture says it has been damaged, but is in good condition and can go back on display. A man in France had been convicted of the theft, but the painting had remained missing, thought to have been passed from one group to another until now. And who knew there was a real Indiana Jones out there right now, finding artwork and bringing it back in an IKEA bag.
Those bags are quite large.
They are. You can put a big painting in those. All right. Let's end this hour with a new trend that is bringing people together while also raising some safety concerns, using your phone to keep track of your friends.
That is right. Get this number. Nearly 70% of Gen Z and 77% of millennials are tracking each other's location, according to a recent poll. We sat down with one group of friends to hear why they are so obsessed with keeping tabs on one another.
At your location.
The idea of friends constantly knowing where you are might sound too close for comfort.
Ooh, Emma's at the gym. Ooh, Stacy's at work. Ooh, Mia's at her ex's.
But many Gen Z and millennials say for them, it sounds like friendship. Apple added the Find My feature to all phones over a decade ago as a way for people to track lost devices. But now, young people use the app to monitor others' devices and de facto location, often posting about the trend on social media, using it for everything from making sure friends and family get to where they're going safely to browsing people's locations out of curiosity. Apps like Find My Friends have surged. Last year, 62% of all adults used location services, compared to just 7% a decade ago.
Find My is an application that comes with the iPhone, and you have to opt in to Find My Friends, to sharing your location with other people. When you go into the app, you'll see who you share with and who shares with you, and I can see our interview subjects are approaching.
Maya, Caroline, and Jaya all work together.
You're all in to Find My Friends.
Yes. Very much so.
And they all have each other's location, along with quite a few other friends.
How many people do you have on Find My Friends?
I have 14.
I have around 20. I had 35.
Wow. You reach a point in a friendship where you're at Find My Friends level?
Yes.
One of the main reasons is safety.
It starts as a safety measure where you're sharing your location with your friends so they can know where you are. But then as they have your location, it's turning into more of a form of social media where people are checking it constantly.
Checking and keeping friends on time.
And I get the text that's like, I can see that you're still at your house. Please hurry up. I can see that you're still getting ready. You said you left 10 minutes ago.
Like usually from me.
But it can lead to an awkward chat if you no longer want someone knowing exactly where you are.
Have you all been asked, why'd you stop sharing your location with me?
I have. Yeah.
Yeah.
It becomes personal.
Yeah. I guess apart from parents, there's no need to know where you are all the time. That's just something that we've kind of invented, I think.
So can this go too far? Has it gone too far?
I think it definitely can go too far. One of my friends could be obsessively checking my location 24/7 and I would have absolutely no idea, which is a little bit creepy. I had never thought of it as intrusive or invasive until we started talking about it. And I was thinking, you know, it is a little abnormal. We're the first generation to actually be the people who people know where they are at all hours.
That's not a concept everyone is comfortable with, especially for people who didn't grow up with cell phones in hand.
Everybody's has to know everyone's business all the time, and I think that's completely different than when I grew up.
Having someone know where I am 24/7 would be very, very strange, I think.
But for these young women, it's part of every minute of everyday life, even including the time spent in our interview.
You just got your phones back. Anyone notice that you all were here together?
Yeah, one person.
What did they say?
She had all of our locations and was like, what are you guys all doing together at 30 Rock?
At 30 Rock, there you have it. Well, of course, the question is also safety. If you're a parent and you know that your child is using these things, make sure that as they've opted into it with their friends, they actually know who those people are. Yesterday, Apple announced a new feature, actually, that's going to let you track your friends with even more accuracy. The iPhone 15 will have a new and more sensitive tracking chip. The new Find My is going to give you specific directions and distance when trying to link up with friends in the crowd. Things like 30 feet to the right. Let's say you're at a concert venue. Well, privacy is something to keep in mind, of course, as well. Our devices and apps know a lot about us. Sometimes that data can be shared or sold to third parties, all things to consider when enabling location services or allowing your child to do so.
How many do you have in yours?
I've got 17 people.
Got it.
Friends that started on an international trip, and then you kind of keep it, and then it's been, you know, it's interesting. I get the hype.
Got it. All
You've
right.
got
0. Let's get to it for this hour. Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Developing right now on Morning News Now, a rare face-to-face in Russia, fueling fears in the West. Overnight, Russian President Vladimir Putin hosting North Korean leader Kim Jong-un for a high-stakes summit with everything from arms sales to satellite technology on the agenda. More on the meeting that's drawing warnings from Washington and what a potential partnership could mean for the world. Also this morning, drenched, millions of people waking up to more wet weather from a slow-moving storm stretching across the Northeast. And Hurricane Lee as it takes aim at the Caribbean. We're tracking the storm's path and what to expect here in the U.S. Plus, season ender, it's official. Star NFL quarterback Aaron Rodgers is out for the season after an MRI confirms he tore his Achilles just minutes into his Jets debut. Plus, new concerns about the risks of brain injury for female athletes. What doctors want you to know. And on the pink carpet, it's one of TV's wildest award shows. This morning, we're bringing you highlights from this year's MTV Video Music Awards, including the tribute as we celebrate 50 years of hip-hop. Let's talk about a throwback, the big reunion involving a certain 2000s boy band that has millennials reliving their childhoods this morning.
Not just millennials, too. Hi, hi, hi.
Yeah,
hi, hi, hi. They're back.
Oh, my gosh. Them coming out, obviously, Taylor Swift freaking out over them. I loved that moment. She cleaned house. It was just, what? I actually thought it was a great show. It felt like a concert. There were so many performances.
That's the best thing about the music awards shows. We'll have more about it in a little bit. Good morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Good to have you with us. We begin our show this morning with that high-stakes summit between North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un and Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Both men met at the Vostokny Cosmodrome, a Russian space center. It is a gathering that could have major implications for the war in Ukraine and for North Korea's satellite program. The leaders toured the Russian Space Center before sitting down for talks. Kim offered his full support to Russia, while Putin said all issues would be on the table. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer joins us now from the South Korean capital, Seoul. So, Janice, this was a summit between two nations that weren't exactly close before. What was that initial meeting like between Kim and Putin, and what did both leaders say in their opening remarks?
Well, both Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un are isolated internationally. Their countries are both considered rogue states, and while they haven't been traditionally diplomatically close, they do find themselves strategically aligned. And so today they met at the Cosmodrome in the Far East region. There were red carpets and honor guards, and presumably this looming possibility of a weapons deal. They said that all issues were on the table. Kim said that he told his host that Moscow had his full backing in what he described as a sacred fight with the West. And Putin told Kim that he was very happy to meet him, and he welcomed him to this new facility.
So, Janice, the location of the meeting was clearly significant at that Russian Space Center. What more can you tell us about Putin offering to help Kim with North Korea's own satellite program, and then the munitions deal for Russia? Is that happening?
Well, Russia needs suppliers to replenish its military supplies for the war in Ukraine. And North Korea has inventory. They have a sizable defense industry. They have full-scale production capabilities. And now it seems they have a buyer. In return, North Korea would get access to Russian know-how, the sort of satellite and nuclear submarine technology that Kim Jong-un has been looking for. Twice in the past several months, including just a couple of weeks ago, North Korea has attempted to launch a satellite, and both attempts have failed. So Kim Jong-un has made this a top priority for his country.
And Janice, we understand North Korea has launched 2 short-range ballistic missiles, the first time ever that's happened while Kim is outside of the country. What's the significance of that?
Well, Kim Jong-un actually hasn't traveled that much out of the country after being in power for some 12 years now. And this was the first since the pandemic, so it has been nearly 4 years. It's seen as a sign that there are better systems in place for levels of delegation within North Korea, and also that the weapons systems and weapons programs are now more refined. And also, Joe, it's just part of the showcase to have so much attention being paid to this particular meeting, and for the missiles to be launched as Kim Jong-un is having lunch with Vladimir Putin, and they're eating beef and drinking Russian wine. It sends a signal that this is a man who's still in control, and that he has the capabilities to launch rockets while not even in the country.
Janice Mackey-Freyer reporting from Seoul, South Korea. Janice, thank you.
Well, turning now to those catastrophic floods in Libya, which have left an unprecedented trail of death and destruction. This morning, a harrowing update from a local minister who says more than 5,000 people have died so far. He says that number could double, with thousands more still missing after being swept away by the waters. A powerful storm caused the floods, which later burst 2 dams and decimated the coastal city of Derna. The UN says tens of thousands of people are now displaced, while foreign countries are scrambling emergency response teams and aid shipments.
To weather closer to home now, Hurricane Lee is making its way across the Atlantic Ocean and getting closer to the U.S. And you can see just how massive this system is here. Lee has remained a major hurricane overnight and is expected to begin weakening, but then grow in size and speed as the day goes on.
Yeah, it's still unclear whether the storm will make landfall in the U.S. No matter what, though, experts warned the effects of Hurricane Lee will be felt along the East Coast through the week. New England is already preparing for tropical storm force winds, coastal flooding, and life-threatening riptides. So let's bring in Angie Lassman for the latest on Lee's track and what you need to know to stay safe. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I think it might be a little confusing to some folks for me to say that it's going to weaken, but it also is going to grow in size. It's going to speed up. So we've got all those details that kind of helps you navigate exactly what you need to do or maybe not do to prepare. Here's the latest details as far as Hurricane Lee is concerned this morning. Category 3, yes, still remaining a major hurricane with winds at 113 miles per hour and moving northwest at 6 miles per hour. It's going to continue to keep that northerly track here as we go through at least the extended period. But notice what happens as we get into tomorrow. By Friday morning, we're going to see this system just to the west of Bermuda. Folks there already have tropical storm warnings in effect, so they will start to see those impacts from tropical storm conditions here in the short term. Next 24 to 36 hours, we're talking about strong winds and potentially some rain for folks there. In the meantime, we already have issues with the high surf and the rip currents up and down the East Coast. That's not going to change, and that's going to stay with us through the extended period. What hasn't come into full view for us just yet is exactly where the center of that storm will come on shore. We still have places in New England that are close, or that are in that cone and or close to that cone, and we of course have parts of Atlantic Canada that we're going to watch for, Nova Scotia, etc. It will weaken. It goes from a category 1, 3 a.m. on Friday and continues to weaken as it enters those cold waters. As it's weakening, though, it's going to grow in size. We're going to see that wind field especially expand, and that could mean a couple different things for some strong winds for certain locations across parts of New England. When we're talking about rain, it looks like the heaviest of the rain is going to be closer to where that center is. Either way, we could see some flooding concerns across parts of Maine. 1 to 3 inches is possible, especially the farther east you go. And even along the coast, we'll see the conditions still with the coastal issues, as well as potentially some storm surge. Now, when I'm talking about the storm growing, this is what I mean. Here's Thursday. Tropical storm force winds extend 400 miles in diameter. So just to give you a little perspective, hurricane force winds in Idalia were only 25 miles from the center. So this is a really impressive wind field, and it grows. It gets to 500 miles by the time we get into Saturday. That means that more people impacted by those stronger winds. I'd say that we'll likely see 40 to 60 mile per hour winds for folks along the coast in places like Cape Cod, Nantucket, and parts of Maine. We'll continue to see those conditions. So just something that you'll have to watch for, and the time is going to be Saturday into Sunday.
Indoor weekend.
Indoor weekend for sure.
Exactly. All right.
Wow.
For sure, guys.
All right,
Thanks,
Angie
Angie.
Lassman, thanks so much. Well, now let's get to that new drama playing out on Capitol Hill. Speaker Kevin McCarthy announced that he was directing the House Oversight, Judiciary, and Ways and Means Committees to open an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. McCarthy called the inquiry a, quote, logical next step as the GOP-led House seeks bank records and other documents from both Biden as well as his son, Hunter.
House Republicans have uncovered serious and credible allegations into President Biden's conduct. Taken together, these allegations paint a picture of a culture of corruption.
House Republicans have alleged that the president has profited off Hunter's foreign business dealings and lied about it, but have provided no direct evidence to prove those claims. The White House has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, always wonderful to have you with us. So the House GOP has already been conducting investigations into the president and his son Hunter. So I want you to pack a lot here for us. This is kind of a 3-in-1 question as a warning. What exactly is an impeachment inquiry, what it isn't, but then also what it takes for this inquiry to end in an actual impeachment?
All right, you're going to test my memory for the order of questions this early in the morning, Savannah. But first, an impeachment inquiry basically allows these lawmakers to just go ever so slightly further in their investigatory powers than they've already been able to go. Look, Republicans have the power of the gavel. With the power of the gavel comes the power of subpoenas. They've already been doing the investigating into Hunter Biden and these other threads of the investigation at oversight, judiciary, and ways and means. So these already are things that are happening. This allows them to go a little bit further in terms of trying to get bank records. That's going to be one of the first things that we end up seeing. What it isn't is an actual all-out impeachment of President Biden. But what it will likely become is that, because right now, what this does for McCarthy is say that he's doing what he calls the next logical step. This is something that he's been under pressure to do. But by doing this, if he doesn't move forward with an impeachment inquiry, he's effectively acquitting Biden. But if he does move forward with it, then he's moving forward with what many in his conference have been pressuring him to do in the first place, which is an actual impeachment. So this is the next step, but this doesn't bring him all the way there. And in my conversations with some Republicans yesterday, this move was supposed to placate people like Matt Gaetz and Ralph Norman, some House Freedom Caucus members. Instead, they're saying this might be a little bit too little too late, or in Matt Gaetz's word, a baby step. They're going to want to see more.
So, Ali, as you mentioned, probably one of the most tangible things here is the fact that the House has this more legal power to look into the Biden family by taking this step. Explain what it is that Republicans think that they might find with that power now and what the reality has been so far of what they've been able to track down.
Yeah, look, the allegations that they're making here against the president is that he illegally profited off of his office when he was vice president of the United States. Some of these claims have already been debunked. For example, the ways in which then Vice President Biden held up aid to Ukraine to get rid of a corrupt prosecutor at the time. That's something that has since been debunked. But what many on the judiciary and oversight committees have been trying to figure out is if there is any link between Hunter Biden's dealings with companies like Burisma and the vice president at the time. They've not been able to come up with that evidence, but they think by taking this next step, being able to dig further into bank records, possibly being able to subpoena people higher up the food chain in the Hunter Biden investigation, they think that could give them the evidence that they need. Right now, though, I think it's important to say they don't have that, and that's probably why they don't have the votes. And so what McCarthy is doing here right now, when we say he doesn't have the votes, is he doesn't have the votes to move forward within his conference on an actual impeachment of the president. This is meant to convince people within his conference that he's A, moving forward in that direction, but B, not moving forward in a way that it jeopardizes his moderate members. So it's a real balancing act, again, of Republicans.
Absolutely. And Ali, let's talk about the other side before I let you go. What are Democrats saying? What's the White House saying?
Yeah. Nothing surprising here. We'll let them speak for themselves. The top Democrats in the Senate and the House sounding like this.
I think it's absurd. The American people want us to do things for them. And here you have a group of Republicans, not all, but too many, who are off the deep end.
Extreme MAGA Republicans have launched an illegitimate impeachment inquiry that is a kangaroo court, fishing expedition, and conspiracy theater rolled into one.
And And look, I do think it's important to point out here, Savannah, it's not shocking to hear Democrats come to the defense of the White House and President Biden, but there are even some Republicans who we've heard from both on the House side who are reluctant about this probe going forward, but especially on the Senate side, some Republican senators saying that it feels like the bar for impeachment is just getting lower and lower, as this used to be something that was rare, but now it feels like every Congress we're doing at least one impeachment proceeding.
All right, Ali Vitale, thank you so much. We are following breaking news right now out of Pennsylvania.
State police have just announced the capture of escaped prisoner Danilo Cavalcante. You are looking right now at a live picture of an armored vehicle that is on the road. We are assuming it's possible Cavalcante is in that vehicle, though we do not have confirmation from authorities at this time. We will continue to keep an eye on that. This was the 14th day of the manhunt. At this point, all we have is a brief statement from police saying that he has been captured. We do not know exactly where it happened, how it happened, if it was peaceful, or if there was any sort of confrontation.
That's right. This was after the police had set up a perimeter, and we had gotten that update yesterday. They believed that he was in their schools, had been closed, as they were not sure what was going on in the area, except for the fact that they were aware that he had obtained a rifle after stealing that .22 caliber gun from someone.
We are expecting more information at a news conference with Pennsylvania State Police, currently scheduled for 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Right now, let's bring in NBC News analyst and retired ATF special agent in charge, Jim Kavanaugh. So, Jim, it feels like we were closing in on this moment. Your reaction to the news this morning that Cavalcante has been captured?
Great news for Pennsylvania. They can breathe a sigh of relief. It's been, 2 weeks of tension in that area. And, with the killer getting a gun and more desperate as the hours passed, I think it's great news for the state. Great work by all the law enforcement. They assembled a dream team, city, county, state, federales. They went to work. They stayed on their game. They communicated with the public. And then they got the break. And so it's good work all around.
Walk us through what it is that you expected was happening overnight as well as this morning. When we talked with you early this morning, we discussed that perimeter that had been set up, knowing that one time he had at least slipped through a prior perimeter that they'd set up, and police was questioned about that yesterday, asking, has something gone wrong? What do you think has gone on overnight and in these early morning hours?
Well, it remains to be seen when they have the presser, Savannah, did a citizen spot him and report it to the police, and then they could swarm the area and get him? That's one scenario that we'd like to have happen in these, and it does happen sometimes. Or an officer spots them. There's so many officers. It can be an air asset or an officer that's on a perimeter point or even on a routine patrol of the area, a tactical team searching a wooded area. Somebody spotted them, either the police or a citizen, then they swarmed the area and, they were able to grab him. And that's what they were planning and hoping for. So what they did, the reason they got him, they had the things necessary. They had the leadership in place. They didn't try to go it alone. They brought in the city, county, state, and federal agents. They got all the dream team. The allied forces were there. And then they leveraged the citizens to be on their side. And then they kept pressing and pressing and pressing. It takes time. And, of course, the killer knew that he had to slip that cordon on foot or try to get a car. And everything he had to do was a risk. He had to take a risk. He had to take a risk to get a car, take a risk to walk down the street, across the street, to break into a house, to confront somebody, to get some food. So he had to take a risk to further his escape. And that made him vulnerable if they had the correct assets in place. And they did. And now it's a fait accompli.
Jim, we're going to ask you to hold on here. We want to go to the scene. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee is in Pennsylvania. Tremaine, just set the stage, what you are seeing on the ground right now and what you are hearing as we wait for this news conference coming up in maybe 12 minutes or so.
I'll tell you what, a huge sigh of relief for folks in this community for 2 weeks who have been living what essentially had been a nightmare. Kids can't go to school, locking your doors, these confrontations with Danilo Cavalcante, including being shot at by a neighbor before he acquires a weapon. We've seen helicopters and police leaving the scene. Now, there are a lot of answers that we don't have, a lot of questions we don't have answers to just yet. At 9:30, police will be delivering some of that information in a press conference. But again, a huge sigh of relief. Cavalcante captured within the last hour, we believe in nearby Phoenixville. Now, police had most recently created this 7 to 10 square mile perimeter with 500 officers from various law enforcement agencies descending upon that area, and we believe they was captured within that perimeter in a community called Phoenixville, not too far from here. So again, a lot of questions we don't have answers to, including whether Cavalcante was captured without incident. It appears to be so. Whether he was sleeping or not, or conscious or not, we have few details. But the one thing that is for sure here is that folks are finally breathing as Cavalcante is in custody.
Tremaine, I know that this information is just coming to you as we are speaking with you, and we're still awaiting these additional details. But our viewers on their screen right now, they can see what appears to be an armored vehicle. We are not positive that Cavalcante is within it, but of course, there is reason to assume that that could be the case. Tell us a little bit more about the activity that you're actually seeing on the ground now as we're watching this movement happen on the screen.
So certainly, as our viewers can see, the scene is kind of shifting from this perimeter, this area that folks have been searching for Cavalcante for again 2 weeks, to now it's not clear whether he's being taken to a local hospital or perhaps a state facility, a jail or a prison at this point. So again, the information is pretty fast moving as we believe that Cavalcante is in police custody and leaving this area, but it's not clear exactly where they're going at this point.
There have been a lot of questions, Tremaine, especially in recent days, with the fact this is the 14th day of the manhunt, why it's taking so long, why ordinary citizens have been spotting him, but not any of the hundreds of officers and law enforcement who are out there. And police, the state police, have been questioned about that. What have they been saying about this search, how difficult it is, and why it has taken so long to get to this moment?
Certainly, there has been a lot of frustration, but for folks who've been watching this saga play out for the last 2 weeks, law enforcement was still pretty confident and resolute that they would not only wait out Cavalcante, but put some pressure on him. But what hasn't helped the search for this convicted murderer is extensive heat, overnight, extensive downpours, torrential downpours, in fact. And so while certainly folks have every right to be concerned about the pace in which this search and ultimate detainment took place, police were still resolute. They said they believed they had the noose around him at certain points. But again, there was this report from the New York Times where his mother, Cavalcante's mother, talked about their life growing up and how difficult it was and how life trained him for this, that he's used to struggle and a degree of suffering. And so while police were hoping to put a lot of pressure on Cavalcante so he would wear out and make a mistake, he certainly was hunkering down, not moving until he had the clear. At night, he was seen crouching by the roadway, moving without a shadow per se. And so while there is great frustration, police still maintain their confidence that they would ultimately capture Cavalcante.
Tremaine, as you mentioned, kids haven't been in school. People were told to lock their doors, lock their cars, lock any outhouse kind of buildings. Walk us through what we know about just what this community has been through over the last 2 weeks, especially when we got the detail yesterday that he did now have a weapon, and just the relief that must be coming to this community today. That
moment there where we all realized that Cavalcante had secured a weapon was concerning, you could imagine, for law enforcement. But imagine the fear and terror that folks in this community would experience. It's the start of a new school year, and school was actually closed. Mass messages, this reverse 911 system, where folks were getting messages saying, lock your doors, stay indoors if you can, don't leave your items outside. The actual fear that would elicit in folks, it's hard to measure, but folks now at least are breathing some sigh of relief.
All right, Tremaine Lee, we appreciate your reporting on the ground there. Again, the big headline at this hour, Danilo Cavalcante has been captured. That's the only information released by Pennsylvania State Police so far. We don't know exactly where, though Tremaine just reported it could be Phoenixville, Pennsylvania. Authorities have been searching an area about 7 to 10 square miles, that perimeter.
Yeah, and that would be within that perimeter. And there are going to be more details coming up shortly as we anticipate a press conference from police in the area. We will continue to follow the story and bring you the very latest as it comes in. There is more news just ahead.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Top Story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The pieces are nearly in place for a prisoner swap between the U.S. and Iran. Tehran will receive $6 billion in previously frozen funds as part of the deal.
In an exclusive interview with NBC's Lester Holt through a government translator, Iran's president says his country will spend the funds wherever it's needed. Here's that wide-ranging interview.
We arrived in Tehran at a critical moment, as consequential as it is controversial. The White House moving quickly to frame the details of a prisoner swap that would unlock $6 billion of frozen Iranian funds that the U.S. says would be for Iran's humanitarian use only. After Iran's President Ebrahim Raisi telling me in an exclusive interview that Iran will do whatever it wants with the money.
No, that's not true. The system is set up such that this money, these funds, can only be parceled out for humanitarian purposes.
The 5 Americans at the center of the deal, held for years, are expected to be freed at any time. Recently transferred from a prison cell where they had been held on espionage charges. The U.S. says they were unjustly detained. Now they wait to be exchanged for 5 Iranians held in the U.S. on alleged sanctions violations. For Iran, the deal will free up billions that had been blocked by U.S. sanctions.
Walking the busy streets of this capital, it doesn't immediately strike you how isolated this country is. But in fact, Iran is the second most sanctioned country in the world. Russia only surpassed it after its invasion of Ukraine. Speaking to President Raisi through a government-provided translator, I asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. Are they healthy? Are they well?
They are very healthy, and according to our latest information, they are in full health.
I want to ask you about the deal. $6 billion that Iran has, its own money, for humanitarian purposes. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom, that this is appeasement of Iran, that it will only encourage Iran to take Americans in other circumstances and falsely accuse them. What's your response to that?
Just from the beginning, we have been intending to release the Iranian frozen assets, which have been unjustly frozen by the United States, to freedom. We believe that this American action was very unjust just from the beginning. It has imposed further pressure on the Iranian people.
You believe this money was wrongfully taken from Iran, but what is your expectation of its use? We're told that it's for humanitarian purposes, food and medicine. Do you believe you have the right to use that money in any way that you see fit?
This money belongs to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and naturally, we will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it.
So if I hear you clearly, that it will be used for more than humanitarian purposes in your view?
Humanitarian means whatever the Iranian people needs. So this money will be budgeted for those needs. And the needs of the Iranian people will be decided and determined by the Iranian government.
Meantime, Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters who are demanding an end to a law that requires women here to wear head coverings.
The protest movement led by women here. We saw many openly defying the law.
Are you at all afraid to walk down the streets without a scarf?
No, I don't have afraid because I'm really tired about this.
I asked the president about that deadly government crackdown on those protesters.
We are sitting here, Mr. President, at nearly the one-year anniversary of the death of Mahsa Amini, a young woman who was arrested by the morality police for allegedly improperly wearing her head covering. The response, the government response to the protesters was swift, and it was brutal in the eyes of many. Humanitarian groups say at least 500 people were killed, perhaps many young people. Thousands, tens of thousands were arrested, that there were people executed or put on death row, journalists who were rounded up. What message did that send to the rest of the world, how Iran handled those protests?
It was an incident. The same incidents happen every day in the US and in the European cities. The Islamic Republic of Iran responded swiftly and followed the issue. But I would like to mention the fact that the Western countries and some European countries and the US were making use of this incident as a project against the Islamic Republic of Iran. It was a hybrid war and a cognitive war. It was a political war. It was an economic war, a media war, and a psychological war against the Islamic Republic of Iran.
If I understand what you're saying, you're blaming what happened on the streets after Mahsa Amini's death on Western influences and American efforts to undermine this country. But those were Iranian security forces in the street firing pellets at unarmed people or live weapons at crowds that included young people. Do you not see anything in the last year in which you have to take responsibility for?
Those who provoked the people and made use of this opportunity, that was the US and European countries. Those who were trying to blaze banks or to open fire on the people or to kill people, certainly our security force on the street cannot allow terror to happen. We cannot allow anyone to destroy the public places. We cannot endanger the safety of people.
If on Saturday, the anniversary of Mahsa Amini's death, if there are protests to commemorate that date, would the security forces crack down in the same way?
So do you know that are there going to be any protests in the country?
I don't know. There are reports the government has taken actions to quiet activists ahead of that date. Can you comment on that?
نه شما یقین داشته باشید جمهوری
You should be assured that the Islamic Republic of Iran has always been ready to listen to words of protesters on any issue. We are all ears. And those who intend to abuse Madam Amini's name under this pretext to be an agent of foreigners to create this instability in the country, we know what will happen to them, and they know that endangering the security of people and security of society will create a big cost.
Our thanks to Lester Holt for that report and that interview from Iran.
Coming up, one more shot. This morning, a new COVID booster is on its way to pharmacies all across the country. What you need to know as the number of COVID cases goes up.
Plus, at risk, the new concerns about the safety of women's sports after a female athlete was diagnosed with CTE, that brain condition. This is Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. CDC Director Mandy Cohen gave the final stamp of approval for the latest COVID booster shot yesterday, making the vaccine available as early as tomorrow in some areas. The booster shot is being broadly recommended for anyone over the age of 6 months. The CDC is urging everyone to get this latest vaccine dose as cases continue to rise across the country. But it is unclear if people will follow that advice. Actually, just 17% of those who were eligible for the last booster shot actually got that dose.
It was heartbreaking news for New York Jets fans. An MRI confirmed their worst football fears. Star quarterback Aaron Rodgers will be out for the season after tearing his Achilles tendon just 4 plays into his Jets career. The Jets signed Rodgers in a blockbuster deal during the offseason after he spent 18 seasons in Green Bay. That leaves Zach Wilson as the only healthy quarterback currently on the Jets' 53-man roster. It's not just professional athletes like Aaron Rodgers who need to be mindful of the risks that come with playing sports. Injuries happen at all levels of play, and concussions are one of the most common injuries for men and women.
And earlier this year, the first female athlete was diagnosed with what's called CTE, a brain disorder likely caused by repeated head injuries. And experts say the diagnoses in women are only expected to climb in the coming years. Leslie Schlachter joins us now. She's a clinical director and chief physician assistant in the Department of Neurosurgery at Mount Sinai Health System. Thank you so much for being here. I know you're also a member of the New York State Society of PAs, and we are lucky to have you to talk about this with us. What should we know about CTE? How much have we learned, and what do you think about these female diagnoses?
Right. So thank you for having me. So CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy, is a neurodegenerative disease that can actually only be diagnosed on autopsy, post-mortem. And it typically happens in athletes who played contact sports. What we heard about this year, the first diagnosis in a woman, Heather Anderson, was a 28-year-old Australian rules football player. And not only did she play contact sports for most of her life, she was actually also in the military, and she was involved in martial arts. Towards the end of her life, which she took by suicide, she exhibited symptoms of what we call in medicine traumatic encephalopathy syndrome, which are the clinical manifestation of CTE. So you can't be diagnosed with CTE until you've passed, but those motor neurological changes you can see during life.
Why is it we just saw the first diagnosis of a female athlete this year? I mean, is it possible other female athletes have CTE or have had CTE and we just didn't diagnose it right away?
Oh, I'm sure it's likely. So historically, it was diagnosed in boxers and then football players. And remember, brains have to be donated. It has to be found on autopsy, and you have to look for it, right? So in the last couple decades, women are getting stronger, they're playing harder, they're hitting harder than they ever have before. So this is going to be the first of many.
So we have this up on our screen right now. Walk us through some symptoms of a concussion and what you think, if yourself, your teammate, a loved one might have some of these symptoms, what should you be doing?
Right. So it's the beginning of the school year. Football season is starting. As we saw, I mean, the obvious thing that you saw with Aaron Rodgers was the Achilles. Concussion is invisible. So if an athlete or your loved one is playing and they look kind of dazed or confused after a hit, it doesn't have to be a head hit. It can be a body hit, and you don't need to lose consciousness. The symptoms are headache, nausea, visual disturbance, disorientation. You kind of look a little shaken.
What are the precautions that female athletes should be taken to avoid concussions? And are there some sports that are more susceptible than others to this?
Sure. Sports that are contact sports, right? So you're more likely to suffer a concussion in something like soccer or football than you are something like volleyball. So the precautions are learn how to play the sport properly. You don't want to throw your child into a sport with a coach that's never coached before. They should learn how to accept a tackle, give a tackle, wear the proper equipment, make sure it's fitting properly. Once concussions actually happen, you want to make sure that you don't go back to play too soon. You want to start moving and get exercise so that you can recover from the concussion quicker, but not to return too quick to suffer a secondary concussion.
How difficult is this, that this is not something that can be named and done anything about while someone is alive, that you can't even call it what it is until after they've passed?
Right. So the symptoms as they get older are typical of what you might see in something like Parkinson's or dementia, neurodegenerative diseases. And since there's so much overlap with other diagnoses, it can be difficult. So raising awareness of the long-term effects of concussion and the possibility of a CTE diagnosis is important, and protecting the brain that's already there. So if there's any concerns that you might have CTE or traumatic encephalopathy syndrome, protect your brain. Don't smoke, don't drink, eat healthy, exercise. You want to protect what you have.
Has there been sort of a reverse stigma here? Like, this is not something that happens to women. It only happens to men, and we need to educate people that's not the case?
I think that's exactly correct. You know, if you're on Instagram or any social media, women are lifting hard. They're playing hard. They're aggressive. They're getting hit more. So it's equal. Women are actually likely to be more susceptible to concussion. So I think we're going to see a lot of this in the future, and it's our job as parents and coaches to protect them.
Yeah, as susceptible as any man could be. Leslie Schlachter, thank you so much for joining us. Great conversation, and important to remember, as you point out, headed back to school and all those sports starting for kids. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, a new iPhone, Apple Watch, and AirPods. Oh my.
Up next, we'll show you Apple's latest and greatest new devices from yesterday's big unveiling, plus when you can get your hands on them. This is Morning News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expeditions should be
Allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're back now with big news about Apple's new iPhone.
Yesterday, the tech giant unveiled the iPhone 15 and announced some major changes. Dalvin Brown, consumer tech reporter for the Wall Street Journal, joins us now. So obviously the headline was the iPhone 15. So what do we know about it? How much will it cost? When can we get our hands on it?
Yeah, so the iPhone 15, the big news with the iPhone 15 is that it has a new USB-C charger. So that's the biggest change that's hit an iPhone in a couple years now. It means that your iPhone, your MacBook, and whatever random gadget you bought on Black Friday will use the same cable, you know, if you get the iPhone 15 going forward. Pricing-wise, Apple kept the prices the same except for the Pro Max, which is now $100 more. That's about $1,200 for the most premium version of the iPhone 15. What's also new is the Pro models have a button on the side. So we're all used to the mute button, the little mute toggle to, you know, put your phone on mute. That's now a customizable button you can use to, you know, do whatever you want. Basically launch whatever apps or features you want more quickly. You can customize that button.
Yeah, and we think it's coming out. When is the phone going to be out?
You can pre-order them, I think this Friday, and then next week you should be able to buy them at
All right, there you go.
It's got a new button. Joe likes the button.
I
Joe
love
still
buttons.
has the iPhone with the button instead of this. You probably don't even remember that.
You're wearing a mask? It's awesome. All
Tell me about the Apple Watch and AirPods. What's new there?
Yeah, so the Apple Watch, the big feature coming to Apple Watches is gesture control. So essentially you have your Apple Watch on. If you're too tired to tap it with your finger, you can now just like double tap your fingers and control the watch. You can use that to stop and start your music, to stop a timer. So that's like the big change coming to Apple Watch. There's also like brighter screens, a new, more powerful chip that's enabling some of this stuff. But yeah, I think the double tapping gestures is like, you know, something really fresh.
And the AirPods?
AirPods. The only change coming to AirPods that we know of, well, actually two, is a USB-C charger. So now you can use the same USB-C to charge your phone as your AirPods. And Apple is also enabling the USB-C charging from iPhone to your AirPods. So if you get the iPhone 15, you can just run that cable over to your new AirPods and charge them that way. Yeah.
They still go in your ears.
Yeah. Yeah.
It wasn't just about the gadgets. Tim Cook's acting skills were on display, which is getting a lot of attention.
Yes.
This skit promoting Apple's commitment to corporate social responsibility. Let's take a look at it.
I hope we didn't keep you waiting.
Mother Nature, welcome to Apple. How is the weather getting in?
The weather was however I wanted it to be.
All right, so we'll ask you to analyze his acting skills there. What's some of the reaction we're getting from that?
Yeah, there's been mixed reactions on social media regarding Tim Cook's acting chops. But, you know, Apple's doing away with the leather watch bands. And so, you know, if a new Apple Watch won't get you to buy you know, the device, maybe a skit with Octavia Spencer.
There you go. Exactly.
There you go. Big name to get in there for their little skit.
For those who are critical, maybe it was about the writing. You
Yeah. Exactly. Let's go with that.
Dalvin Brown, thank you so much. Good to have you on.
Thank you. Let's stay on some money news. Another series of strikes could be looming as talks between the big automakers and the UAW drag on.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other financial headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Yeah, so the United Auto Workers reportedly plan to carry out targeted strikes at certain plants if it doesn't reach contract deals with General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler parent Stellantis. Sources tell CNBC those plans could change based on how negotiations proceed right up until the deadline just before midnight Eastern on Friday. A targeted strike is a work stoppage only at specific locations versus a national strike where all union members walk off the job. Ford plans to double production of hybrid F-150 pickup trucks next year. The move speeds up the automaker's shift toward gas-electric engines as a hedge against truck buyers who may be hesitant to go all electric. Ford will offer the hybrid F-150 at the same price as a truck with a six-cylinder gas-powered engine. If sales meet expectations, the hybrid F-150 could become one of the three best-selling gas-electric models, vying for the top spot held by Toyota's RAV4. And holiday sales are forecast to grow at the slowest pace in 5 years as worries about the economy and shrinking household savings push consumers to rein in spending. A report from Deloitte estimates sales will rise by 3.5% to 4.6%, and that compares to a more than 7% increase last year when high inflation drove up prices for everything from clothes and toys to home appliances, guys.
All right,
I don't want to think about holiday shopping, guys.
I know. I'm always last minute.
Oh, you mean you're not?
Yeah.
It's still summer. It's still summer.
I know. It does feel like it anyway. All right, Silvana, thank you.
Yeah.
Coming up, it was a night of fun, fashion, and a few throwbacks, too.
Up next, we'll have the most memorable moments of this year's MTV Video Music Awards. You are watching Morning News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing.
You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News Because for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, here's a reporter job that is straight out of a few people's wildest dreams. USA Today and the Tennessean are looking for a video-forward journalist to report exclusively on Taylor Swift. The gig pays up to $100,000 and will require international travel. That's fun. Unsurprising since Swift is touring the world. The ad posted by parent company Gannett reads, "Seeing both the facts and the fury, the Taylor Swift reporter will identify why the pop star's influence only expands, what her fan base stands for in pop culture, and the effect she has across the music and business worlds." I'm not applying because I'm very happy in my job. However,
can you do two jobs at once?
I know, right? I know, but like, yeah, it's amazing. I mean, it does speak to the influence that, you know, they need somebody to fully report.
Literally, it's a beat.
That you're probably going to be being sent to some of those shows and stuff.
No kidding. That's awesome.
And she cleaned up at the MTV VMAs, which you're about to get into.
Let's talk about that. There was the biggest names in music, including Taylor Swift, came together last night to celebrate the 40th, I can't believe this, the 40th MTV Video Music Awards. Taylor Swift swept the board, picking up 9 Moon Men trophies, and the members of NSYNC appeared together on stage for the first time in a decade. Brian Balthazar, entertainment journalist and pop culture expert, joined us now with all the highlights. Brian, good morning. I mean, let's talk about Taylor Swift. Huge night. What did she take home, and who were the other big winners of the night?
Oh my gosh, 9 awards, like you said. Best video. What did she not take home, right? So we have best pop video, we have best video, we have best cinematography. She won an award for direction, her best artist, best album. So it was really a sweep for Taylor Swift, not really surprisingly. Best summer show. Again, she took every award very graciously and like the class act that she is, dazzling in Versace right there. So no surprise. Another winner last night, Nicki Minaj, who also hosted the event. She won for Super Freaky Girl, Best Hip Hop. As you know, I don't know, she reshared our segment talking about Pink Friday 2 the last time we talked about Nicki Minaj. So a shout out to Nicki Minaj. And then Ice Spice, Ice Spice, actually Best New Artist. Really an amazing win. She's only been in the business about 2 years, and she's already collaborated with Taylor Swift and Nicki Minaj, and she's part of the blockbuster movie Barbie as part of this remix of Barbie Girl. So she's a big winner as well.
That's great to see. Let's talk about the other big headline, which was the NSYNC reunion. They actually presented Swift with her Best Pop Video Award. How did that moment go down? And any other viral moments from last night we should be talking about?
Right. Well, obviously, it was a big, huge moment. People went wild, Taylor Swift among them. And she kept saying, I think it was simultaneously the
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Savannah Guthrie.
Good morning. We come on the air with breaking news out of Pennsylvania. An escaped murderer on the run for 2 weeks is back in custody. Danilo Cavalcante captured just this morning, bringing an end to a manhunt that forced nearby schools to close. Residents urged by police to lock their doors and windows. Officials are about to hold a news conference on the capture. We are awaiting details on what exactly happened, but that was the shot just moments ago as Cavalcante at long last is captured. Let's go to a news conference at State Police Facility in Avondale, Pennsylvania. Let's listen in.
Good morning. I'm pleased to be able to report that thanks to the extraordinary work of law enforcement officials from here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, our local leaders here in Chester County, and from our federal partners all across this nation, shortly after 8 a.m., our suspect was captured. I want to say, first and foremost, thank God there were no injuries to law enforcement or to the public. We obviously became deeply concerned after the suspect was able to steal a weapon. He was apprehended this morning with no shots fired. I want to say thank you to the dedicated law enforcement professionals from every level who each and every day go out of their homes, leave their families, leave their loved ones to keep us safe. The public, over the last 13 days, has had a chance to see what excellence in law enforcement means, what true, dedicated professionalism is all about. I couldn't be more proud to be standing up here today with these professionals from every level. And while they did extraordinary work, we had a tremendous assist from the public here in Chester County. I want to say thank you to the public for their vigilance. Thank you for the constructive tips that they shared. Thank you for remaining on guard. We recognize this has been a concerning and trying time for each and every one of you in the region. And we want to thank you for your support of law enforcement and for your support of this effort that led to this capture today. I hope the good people of Pennsylvania, and indeed the folks all across this nation, got a chance to see how government is supposed to work, how law enforcement is supposed to work, where we all come together, where we focus on the mission. And while the women and men up here behind me may wear different uniforms and different badges, we were here with common purpose, and that was to apprehend this suspect and keep people safe. Leading this effort has been the Pennsylvania State Police. And I know I'm going to get booed by some of the folks behind me for saying this. I believe they are the finest law enforcement agency in the United States of America. And I could not be more proud to be the governor of this Commonwealth and to have the chance to serve in public service alongside these great leaders in the Pennsylvania State Police. Leading the effort for us is Colonel Christopher Paris, who did yeoman's work overseeing this operation together with Lieutenant Colonel Bivens. All Pennsylvanians, gentlemen, are indebted to you for your bravery, for your courage, and for your tremendous leadership. And with that, it's my honor to bring up the Colonel of the Pennsylvania State Police, Colonel Christopher Paris.
Thank you, Governor. I would like to make a few brief comments. I'd like to dedicate those comments to the victims of Cavalcante and their families. At the end of the day, all of the people behind me here work for justice and for the victims. A close second to the people of Chester County. We appreciate your support, and we appreciate the dedication that you have shown us and the generosity that you have shown us. We are in your debt. This was a major operation. We know that it has affected your lives, and we're very much appreciative of that support. I'd like to thank the governor and his support of us, not only with his physical presence, but his work in Harrisburg on a daily basis. I'd like to thank the Border Patrol, Customs, the FBI, the Marshals, the ATF, our federal partners, the Chester County District Attorney, Deb Ryan, and her Chief County Detective, Dave Sassa. Our municipal partners, too numerous to mention here, in Chester, Montgomery, Delaware, and Bucks counties. We could not have done this without everyone. I would like to thank, from the bottom of our hearts, the members of the Pomar Lynn Fire Company. I know the media has been in and out of here. The hospitality that they have shown us, the logistics that you need to bring to bear in an operation like this, we would have been hard-pressed to do that without them being good hosts to us. Lastly, but certainly not least in any way, shape, or form, to the women and men of the Pennsylvania State Police, thank you. Thank you for your hard work and your diligence. This is my third manhunt with Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens. It's not lost on me that it was 9 years to the day yesterday for the Blooming Grove ambush. And in all of those operational cycles, there is no person who enjoys more of my trust and confidence. He was tasked with standing this operation up. My confidence in him is marrow deep. He is the consummate professional, and I would now like to turn it over to Lieutenant Colonel Bivens to give you the operational rundown of the capture of Cavalcante. Lieutenant Colonel Bivens.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Colonel. It is a true pleasure to stand here this morning and talk to all of you about bringing this manhunt to a successful conclusion and without getting anyone else hurt, most importantly. None of this would be possible without the support of this team represented by members of various agencies standing with us up here, by others standing throughout this fire hall, and by still more who are out there in the field. So let me give you a few details about how this unfolded. As you know, we have been working most recently in a perimeter established in northern Chester County. Last night, shortly after midnight, a series of events started to unfold. First, we had a burglar alarm at a residence near Prizer Road within the perimeter. Our people investigated that, did not find Cavalcante there or anyone else, but it started to bring some of our people into that area. We had been searching an area not far from there already with some tactical teams that night. There was an aircraft overhead utilizing FLIR technology, and close to 1 a.m. picked up a heat signal that they began to track. It was west of PA 100 and north of Prizer Road. Tactical teams began to converge on that location where the heat source was moving. Unfortunately, we had a weather system that also came in, and we had lightning that was flashing all around, and it caused the aircraft to have to depart the area. Tactical teams made a decision to secure that area, that smaller area, as best they could, and hold it through the storm and until we could bring additional resources in and bring aircraft back overhead to ensure that we did not have an issue with an escape. That resumed early this morning, and shortly after 8 a.m., tactical teams converged on the area where the heat source was. They were able to move in very quietly. They had the element of surprise. Cavalcante did not realize he was surrounded until that had occurred. That did not stop him from trying to escape. He began to crawl through thick underbrush, taking his rifle with him as he went. One of the Customs and Border Control teams, BORTAC, had a dog with them. They released the dog. Some of our PSP CERT members were also there, had him surrounded. The dog subdued him, and team members from both of those teams immediately moved in. He continued to resist, but was forcibly taken into custody. No one was injured as a result of that. Excuse me. He did sustain a minor bite wound. We had medical personnel at the scene, and they took a look at that. Cavalcante was, as I said, taken into custody. He was transported to our Avondale station for further processing and interview, and he will ultimately be transferred to a state correctional institute where he will be housed and begin to serve his life sentence. In just a few minutes, I'll open this up to some questions, but before I do that, I want to turn this over to one of our very close partners, District Attorney Deb Ryan. I know she would like to say a few words, and again, then we'll be happy to take your questions following that. Deb.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Bivens. Today is a great day here in Chester County. Our nightmare is finally over, and the good guys won. We owe a debt of gratitude to all of the first responders for their tireless and dedicated efforts in bringing this fugitive to justice. They worked around the clock, and we are deeply grateful to all of them. Our community can finally regain its normalcy and breathe a collective sigh of relief. This would not have happened without the collaboration and efforts on behalf of a multitude of agencies. I need to thank the Governor, Colonel Paris, Lieutenant Colonel Bivens for his unflappable and dedicated leadership, the U.S. Marshals, the Chester County Detectives, the FBI, U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, the Department of Emergency Services, the Sheriff's Department, and every single person who went out into the field in the most horrendous conditions. We had weather problems, we had terrain problems, and a ton of obstacles that prevented our capture from occurring as expediently as we wanted. We have the best people in the business, and we never lost faith that this capture would occur. We knew that it was just a matter of time. The scope of this manhunt was extremely impressive. The brave men and women who went out there every single day are our heroes. And I am proud to be a part of this collective team of people who worked around the clock to bring this man to justice during this monumental challenge. They utilized every piece of advanced technology, dogs, drones, helicopters, every asset available was put out for this capture. I can't express our gratitude deep enough to all of them and to the community for their support. We received dozens and dozens of donations, well wishes, and kind support from everyone in the community, and we thank this firehouse for housing us. We know we disrupted their lives for a while. One of the first calls we made upon learning about this capture was to the Brandow family, who, as you can imagine, had been living in a complete nightmare. They are so grateful to the men and women who helped with this capture. They can now finally sleep again. I can't thank law enforcement enough for their efforts. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will be happy to take your questions. Yes.
With the helicopter overboard, we saw the arrest taking place. There was some criticism about the photo op that was taken with the fugitive. Can you explain how that's actually a standard procedure, or what's the reasoning behind the photo op with the fugitive?
You know, I'm aware that there was a photo op that was taken out there. Those men and women worked amazingly hard through some very trying circumstances. They're proud of their work. I'm not bothered at all by the fact that they took a photograph with him in custody. Again, they're proud of their work. They kept the community safe. I say thanks to them and good job.
Sir, did he say anything in the moment that he was captured, and you released the name of the canine officer who bit him during his capture?
We will probably not be releasing the name. And in terms of anything that he said, we need to use an interpreter, and he has been taken back to the station, and at that point, we will attempt to interview him at the Avondale station.
Did he say anything upon capture? Anything at all?
I'm not aware of it. If he did, I don't have that information.
Your officers were authorized to use lethal force if he didn't actively surrender. Was the goal to always take him in alive?
That's always our first choice and preference. Again, that option is only to prevent the escape of a very dangerous individual. Had they not been able to contain him, that would have remained an option.
Who specifically made the arrest? Which organization?
It was a combination. It was a combined group of the Border Patrol and PSP.
We had a one-spot capture. When he went into the van, he was stripped and had his tattoos photographed. Is that normal procedure?
Yes.
When the thermal imaging happened at 1 o'clock, was he in the same location when you found him?
Wait, I'm sorry. You'd ask first, ma'am.
Was he asleep when you found him?
He was proned out. I've not been told that he was asleep. I'm told that he was proned out trying to hide and then began to crawl away.
Was it the same location when you got the thermal imaging at 1 and you found him at 8?
It was in that close proximity to that, yes.
What was the whether anyone was helping him?
No one was assisting him at that point.
Sir, what was the agency that was flying the helicopter that first spotted the heat?
That was the DEA, and that was a fixed-wing aircraft.
Were you worried as law enforcement that you had to down the plane and there could be another chance for escape? I mean, that's obviously the plane had to land, but what kind of risk did you have to calculate with?
Well, you know, as I've told you throughout this investigation, there are always things we have to contend with. Everything isn't scripted and doesn't go perfectly. And so it's just another challenge. Worried, I don't think, is the word that I would use. We simply had to adapt. And so we secured that inner perimeter while always keeping our outer perimeter secure, so that if he did manage to get out of that inner, we would box him in yet again.
How tough an adversary was he? He led some very high-profile, difficult manhunts. How tough an adversary was he compared to some of the others?
You know, I don't know that he was particularly skilled. He was desperate, and I've said that all along. You have an individual whose choice is go back to prison and spend the rest of your life in a place you don't want to be, or continue to try and evade capture. He chose the evade capture. He was in good shape, obviously able to climb, as you saw, to get out of prison. But ultimately, as I said all along, we had an amazing team assembled here, capabilities that are just very formidable. And I was confident all along that he would eventually be captured. And ultimately, this team, and I credit all of them for bringing together their collective experience, the resources, and being able to apply that and capture him. It's never easy to find someone who doesn't want to be found in a very large area.
Previously, you said you were reserving comment on if anybody was helping him throughout the search. I know you said no one helped him this morning. Can you say now that he's in custody whether he received help these last 13 days?
There were people who were intent and intended to assist him. We had been successful, to the best of my knowledge, we had been successful in preventing that assistance from reaching him.
Does that include his sister?
Yes.
There had been some frustration, some criticism from the public as this was stretching on. Now that it's over, do you consider this anything other than a success?
No, it was absolutely a success. And I got to tell you, I think by and large, the public stayed amazingly supportive. I had some third grade students stop by yesterday and drop off letters and notes of support for all of these responders. We put them out for them to see at briefing time and things. That's the kind of support we saw from this community. There will always be criticism. There will always be people who think they can do this job better, and they're entitled to that opinion. What I would tell you is, again, I put my faith in this group of experts, this group of seasoned law enforcement professionals, the dedicated men and women, not only of the Pennsylvania State Police, but of all of the other partner agencies who went out there every day. I'll put my money on them any day of the week. And I believe the community supported them and continues to.
Will he be charged with escape, and when will those charges be filed?
We'll be discussing with the district attorney what, if any, charges will be filed. But for right now, again, there is a commitment, and he is going to begin serving his life sentence at a state correctional institution.
What was his sister now?
She is in the deportation proceedings. That will proceed as had been initiated. I'm sorry?
You know where Cavalcante got the Eagles hoodie from?
I do not.
Other than the rifle, what did he have with him? Did he have anything else?
Just the clothing and things that he was wearing.
Did he attempt to shoot? Did he attempt to try to disengage?
He did not have an opportunity to, no, sir.
How many officers were on the ground as you converged?
I don't have an exact number, but looking at the teams we were sending in there, in the immediate vicinity was probably 20 to 25.
And can you tell us more about what those 20 to 25 look like? Like, did they have specific armor? What
Yes, they were tactical. They were a tactical team. You would expect, camouflage, full armor, long rifles, that kind of thing.
Which agency?
Customs and Border Patrol was their BORTAC team out of El Paso, and then Pennsylvania State Police CERT. It's our Special Emergency Response Team.
Colonel, once on the ground, they've now pinpointed him, right? They're
Yes.
on the ground and they're quietly moving into place. Length of time?
From that point, probably 5 minutes. It played out fairly quickly once they had identified him and moved in. He detected them at that point once they were already in position, and again, he started to crawl away, and it played out very quickly then.
Sir, what is your greatest lesson from this 14-day manhunt?
You know, I don't know that there's any single lesson. I will tell you that I learned something from all of these, and as I told you before, I bring that experience to the next one. And so I just go back to, it's all about the team. It's about assembling the right group of people, the right technology, the people with can-do attitudes who will stick with you through the investigation, and that's what we did. And it's worked well for us in the past, and I'm sure will work well for us in the future.
Colonel, said there were people intending to help. I just want to see if we can get a little more detail from you on that. You did mention, you did confirm his sister was intending to help. Who else might have been intending to help? I mean, can you give us any details?
And the reason I'm not going to talk about that again, as I mentioned, we will be discussing with the district attorney whether there will be any additional charges. I don't expect that there will be on that aspect, but we want to have that discussion before we disclose anything else.
Help the police to catch him? Did he stop because of the rain? Is that right?
No, I think he
Bivens
stopped
addressing the
because
media
his,
after the successful capture of Danilo Cavalcante on the run 2 weeks and terrorizing that region about 30 miles north of the prison where he escaped, 50 miles to the west of Philadelphia. But he was captured this morning, resisting till the end, according to authorities just now in that news conference. I want to turn to NBC's George Solis, who has followed this story from the very beginning. George, what more can you tell us about what the officer said there?
Yeah, Savannah, the beginning of the end appearing to happen around midnight this morning when Cavalcante tripped a burglar alarm that prompted a large police response. Then they brought out thermal imaging from an aircraft that was in the area. Weather, of course, stopping part of that. So those tactical teams choosing to stay there overnight. And then ultimately, they found him there in this brush area, this 8 to 10 square mile perimeter they had been canvassing. He still had the rifle on him. He did not want to give up, it sounds like, and he started to crawl through some of that really thick brush there. Ultimately, a canine was brought in, and that canine helping with his capture. The lieutenant colonel was saying about 20 to 25 teams of tactical officers responded, descended on him, surrounded him. That dog taking a bite of Cavalcante. He has now been taken to a police barrack in Avondale, where they will ultimately be taken to a state correctional facility, bringing this nightmare to an end of this community over the last 2 weeks, Savannah.
And he will continue his life without prison term for the murder of his former girlfriend. George Solis on the story this morning. You can find more coverage on NBC News Now. Full wrap-up tonight on NBC Nightly News. We'll return most of you now to the Today Show. I'm Savannah Guthrie. This has been an NBC News special report.
Deal. Our conversation with her after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Top story is coming to you live, breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day. Make it all right.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with the miracle in Turkey. An American caver is recovering this morning after being rescued more than 3,000 feet underground. This is the moment rescue crews pulled Mark Dickey up from the depths of a cave. He was helping to chart the cave system when he was struck with gastric pain. That pain eventually turned into bleeding and vomiting. He waited 9 days inside the cave as rescue crews charted a mission to bring him out. And joining us this morning is Mark Dickey's fiancée, Jessica Van Ord, to give us an update on Mark and a look inside the rescue efforts. Jessica, good morning. Good to have you with us. So glad this ended with a happy ending. First of all, how are you and Mark doing now that he's out of the cave?
We're great, so relieved, and Mark is in good spirits and heading towards good health.
You chose to stay with Mark in the cave when he first became sick, then you later came out and helped on land. I cannot imagine having to make that decision. What was going through your mind at the time, and how did you reach the conclusion that that was the best thing to do?
Sometimes you just know what needs to be done, and you have to do it. When Mark fell ill, I went out to get help because we needed it, and once the rescuers started coming, I went out because he had a doctor now, and the rescue teams had it under control.
What part were you most nervous about during this whole process?
Just at one point, Mark's health, but after that, I was very confident in the rescuers. So I don't know if nervous is the word. I tried to ward off any negative thoughts, only positive ones.
That's good to hear. The positive thoughts certainly helped here. How were you able to help with rescue efforts outside of the cave? And what was it like working with such a large rescue team that was there to help bring your fiancé to the surface?
So there's a lot of behind the scenes work. There's tons of communications going along, and everyone has to coordinate from so many different countries and create a plan. So I just kept up to date, kept talking to everyone, and most importantly, I helped a lot with the gear cache, actually. It's very heavy on the rescuers personally and on the rescue teams. We have to use hundreds of dollars of personal equipment that is totally trash afterwards, and that's a huge expense for someone from a poorer country. And we have to make sure all the correct gear goes in the cave, and it has to come from so many different places. So I helped a lot with that.
Were you amazed by the response by the people who came from all over the world to help out with this?
Yes, it was amazing, and people donated so much time and love, honestly, to the rescue efforts, and their own personal funds. I really do hope that people keep donating to the GoFundMe organized by the National Cave Rescue Commission. We really hope to personally help rescuers recoup their costs for that.
After he was rescued, Mark said, "This is a first." And I understand you replied with, "Let's make it a last." That's my favorite quote in a long time. Do you think he's going to return to caving anytime soon?
Oh, of course. I mean, anything that can happen medically above ground can happen underground, and this is just bad luck. So Mark's not scared of caving. He's very enthusiastic about the underground world, and it's a beautiful thing to share with others. And also it can be a great resource. There's new species, new bacteria colonies, just tons of stuff going down there. And we want to see where the water goes.
Jessica Van Ord, we appreciate your positive attitude and appreciate you taking a few minutes to join us this morning. Glad Mark is doing well. Glad you're doing so well. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, now to an exclusive interview with the Fulton County Sheriff, who was responsible for booking former President Trump into the Fulton County Jail and processing his fingerprints and mugshot. He says Trump was serious but friendly.
Said I recognize you from TV, and me being from Southwest Atlanta, I couldn't help but say likewise.
NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Fulton County with this exclusive interview. Hi, Blaine. Good morning. So can you start off just by describing the facility? I mean, there's been some criticism about the jail's condition. 10 inmates have actually died there this year. First, I'm just wondering what you saw. How was it?
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. And you're right. So during that exclusive access we actually got a chance to see the area where former President Trump was basically entered the jail, where he was booked in, where he had his fingerprints taken, his mugshot taken. No other news camera had seen that yet. You kind of see a little bit of it right there. Now, this is the place that's called intake. This is the only area that he was actually inside of the building. And we learned that he was only inside for about 8 minutes or so, just to kind of go in, take the mugshot, do his fingerprints, and then leave. So while we were there, certainly we saw a different situation than what the former president would have seen. When he came in, intake was shut down. There were no inmates. The sheriff tells me that there were only about 5 or 6 other individuals, including the sheriff himself and other guards and people who were there for the process, but certainly a very different environment. In fact, the sheriff called it sterile. Now, when I asked him, though, about those 10 deaths, of course, that's something that's gotten a lot of attention. And he talked about the fact that, yes, this is something that he's kind of been ringing the alarm bell about for a while, needing more resources to shore up the security there at the facility, and something that he's still working to get, quite frankly.
Blaine, tell us now, what did the sheriff have to say about his interactions with the former president? I said just a moment ago, serious but friendly. Expand on that for us.
It was very brief. You know, he mentioned that he greeted him, he shook his hand, they exchanged some pleasantries, but he did talk about his demeanor. And I asked him if it seemed that the magnitude of the moment was setting in, both for the former president and for the sheriff himself, all of the people who were inside and witnessing this historic moment. Here's what he said.
I believe when you start signing the paperwork, when you realize what mugshots and fingerprints are, I think the magnitude weighs on you. And ultimately, it was one that really moved us in the space of understanding how huge this moment was.
And so certainly he talked about how that was a huge moment. And I did ask him about mugshots as well. And he did mention that that was something that was a very difficult decision for him to ultimately decide to take that mugshot.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that just quickly. I mean, people are discussing this. What did he have to say more? Expand on this about the decision to not only just take it, but then publish the president's mugshot.
Yeah, it came down to him. He said that he was the one who made that decision. He said, of course, if you take the mugshot, it's going to become public because it's in public record. But he said it was a decision that was a difficult one for him. I asked him ultimately, what was it that made him say, let's take a mugshot of the former president, given the fact that he is, of course, one of the most recognizable people in the world. There are plenty of identifiable photos of him out there. So why do this? Here's what he had to say.
We have 3,600 detainees. 85 to 90% look like you and I. And they don't have that choice. We don't give them that choice. And they are simply accused of a crime as well. I have a responsibility to our community to make sure that we are equal across the board and what that looks like.
And so ultimately, to kind of put a fine point on it, Savannah, he said it came down to fairness and being fair across the board, and that ultimately drove his decision. Savannah.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much.
We have breaking news this morning. Pennsylvania State Police announced that they have captured escaped inmate Danilo Cavalcante. We don't have any more information beyond that at this point, how he was captured, where he was captured. The manhunt was now in its 14th day. Yesterday's authorities said they believed that Cavalcante was armed with a .22 caliber rifle, that they were searching an area of about 8 to 10 square miles. Schools in the area had been closed. Residents have been on edge. A press conference announcing details of the capture scheduled for 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. We will have continuing coverage throughout the morning, and we'll bring you that news conference when it happens here on NBC News Now. Coming up, almost as quickly as hopes here in New York were heightened over Aaron Rodgers' big-time trade to the Jets, they were dashed.
That's right. The superstar quarterback is now out for the season after that jaw-dropping injury Monday night. So what exactly happened? Could it be a career ender? We will huddle up on it all next.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3.
There to some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The New York Jets are officially without Aaron Rodgers for the rest of the season after the team confirmed the superstar quarterback suffered a torn Achilles tendon.
NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung takes a look at what this means for the team and the four-time league MVP.
Hey there. The Jets wooed Aaron Rodgers away from Green Bay with sky-high hopes. We're talking Super Bowl dreams. But even with a win on Monday night, their season is now up in the air. And while no one should count Rodgers out, this is the kind of injury that could bring an end to an incredibly storied career.
Considered one of the greatest players to ever take the field, Aaron Rodgers, now sidelined for the rest of the season. The New York Jets confirming the quarterback tore his Achilles tendon in Monday night's game against the Bills.
He's out for the year. He needs surgery.
Rodgers now out after just 4 regular season snaps as a Jet. Fans of the franchise who haven't seen postseason play in more than a decade in disbelief.
It's a shame for the Jets.
Aaron Rodgers was going to take us to the promised land.
But from Sports Talk Radio.
Do not tell me today that the season is over. Do not tell me that. Because it's not.
To the Jets head coach.
I don't know why people are trying to put an obituary onto our team name.
An attempt to keep hope alive.
There's 52 other guys in the locker room, plus the 16 practice squad guys that believe that we can do a hell of a lot of good things here.
The Jets signed Rodgers in a blockbuster deal that includes a guaranteed $75 million after he spent 18 seasons in Green Bay, becoming a 4-time league MVP and leading the Packers to a Super Bowl win. Even as Rodgers had openly discussed hanging up his cleats.
I went in the darkness, 90% retiring, 10% playing. That's where my mind was.
But he took on New York with renewed energy, bringing a swagger to the Jets both on and off the field.
Sometimes it's a free guy right here. Get on it, to then retreat.
You know, him making a move to New York and everybody watching him on Hard Knocks. You've gotten into his character and seeing what he's been and what he's brought to that team.
Now 39 years old, recovery from this kind of injury will be a challenge.
I think the biggest thing is that we all wonder now is what's next for him. Does he decide to come back and try to do, you know, the impossible, which he's really done his whole career?
Though his NFL future is uncertain, his legacy is not.
If his career were to end and he decides to retire, he'll still be looked at as one of the greatest to play. This does not affect how he will be viewed.
Again, don't let it get lost in all of this. Despite Rodgers leaving the game, the Jets still managed to beat the Bills in dramatic fashion, in large part thanks to their defense. But it was Zach Wilson who took over the offense. Now, Jets head coach Robert Saleh says they will shop around to add another quarterback to the roster. But he says this is Zach's team, and we're rolling with Zach. Back to you.
All right, Kaylee Hartung, thanks so much. Time now for our weekly medical checkup. We're going to explain why being a night owl could have some negative effects on your health.
Well, lucky for us, that's not an option. Plus, we have tips on how to reduce your risk of depression, and some of them are as easy as taking a walk outside. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now for these medical headlines. Hi, Dr. Patel. It's great to have you with us. So let's start with that sleep study showing night owls. People who stay up pretty late may have worse habits than those who get up early. Walk us through why that is and if there's anything that they can do to try to fix that or get on a different schedule.
Savannah, this gets to the heart of everything that I was hoping I would never have to see evidence of, but we see this now, very clear evidence in a study of over 60,000 middle-aged nurses for almost a decade, where they looked at all sorts of habits, behaviors, and outcomes. And what they saw is that if people had what they call kind of an earlier kind of sleep chronotype, meaning you're the kind of person that sleeps early and wakes up early compared to someone who really gets their energy going late at night like me and still tries to wake up early, that people like me are at a higher risk of getting diabetes. We have a higher risk of being obese. We have a higher risk of many of the diseases and even depression, some of the mental health disorders that we've been talking about, and overall more likely to smoke and get not enough sleep. We always try to aim for 7 to 9 hours, but people like me just don't get enough. So the doctor's orders here, the biggest words I could say are sleep, 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 but how do you do it? Shift your sleep 15 minutes a day. You can't start to sleep 7 to 9 hours at 10 p.m. just like that if you're up until midnight anyway. So 15 minutes a day, and you can start to move that clock back. And then do everything you can to avoid caffeine, so anything that can keep you up at night, screens, all the things that I love to do, I'm going to have to put it to practice. Yes.
It's hard to hear. I was a night owl for the longest
Me
time
too.
because I reported for the 10 p.m., 11 p.m. news when I worked in local news, and then you're up to, and it was definitely an unhealthy lifestyle. You could tell it was. So, all right, let's talk about depression. We know it can be part genetic, but an all-around healthy lifestyle can significantly decrease the risk of being depressed. So let's talk about what that healthy lifestyle includes besides being an early bird.
Yeah, so they looked at over 13,000 people with depression and put them into categories based on genetic risk and a number of other factors. We've known that there have been some genetic risks of depression, but what we haven't understood, and the researchers have taken into this consideration, is how much can you cut that genetic risk of depression and even improve any of the depressive symptoms that you have. And what they found is that it's not just all the sleep habits that we're talking about, but it's everything from simple things like taking a walk every day, even having more kind of conversations and talking to people, meaningful relationships. So here we talk about cutting genetic risk, which is dramatic, with just your lifestyle behaviors. And that alone can improve depression by up to 25 to 50%. So the doctor's orders here, make it a group effort. Try to have the people around you engaging in these healthy habits, whether it's diet or sleep or activity or just personal connection. And then if possible, make one change at a time. So I always tell patients, you're not just going to wake up all of a sudden, sleep better, eat better, and think about kind of who you can make meaningful connections with. Try one baby step at a time.
All right, there you go. That's something we can all at least move towards. That's a little tiny baby step. Finally, last study we want to talk about, finding that people might get the biggest mood boost from being social. But you know what gets in the way a lot of times of that is our phones, that we just sit on our screens looking at them instead of interacting with other people. Tell us about that. Dig into that for us and why it is that we rely on our phones to kind of fill free time.
Yeah, I love these kinds of natural experiments. They took people kind of and put them into 4 groups and basically took 2 of the groups and said, how much do you think you would like activities like sitting alone, kind of scrolling through different types of social media, videos, texting as well, and then having a conversation with a stranger. And all across the board, people predicted that they would enjoy having a conversation. And then when they actually had people do these things, they absolutely enjoyed it more than almost everything. The funny thing is that probably like all of us watching, we wanted to keep our phones with us. So having that conversation, the doctor's orders here is try to spark up a conversation with a stranger, and then understand that you can limit your screen time, but that the screen time can be a meaningful way, even more important than feeling alone.
Dr. Kavita Patel, we always appreciate when you come by. Thank you so much.
Coming up, we have got some breaking economic data this morning.
After the break, the latest read on inflation, what it means for your bottom line. That's next on Morning News Now. Stick around.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the conditions should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
We are back with some breaking economic data.
Inflation climbed by more than expected in August to 3.7% on an annual rate. That's over the course of a year, and 0.6% month to month. Here to discuss this latest report, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and Investopedia's editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. Good morning to both of you. So, Brian, walk us through these numbers, how they compare with the previous month.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, not necessarily going in the right direction. Inflation, the rate of inflation going up to 3.7%. Again, that's an annual rate, so you're comparing August of this year compared to prices in August of last year. And the yearly rates that we had seen in June and July were also going in the opposite direction. So again, the rates of change getting a little bit faster here. If you're looking at a monthly rate, that's also going in the wrong direction, going up in terms of the monthly rate to 0.6%. Economists had expected about half of that. So it seems like prices are going up mostly because of gasoline and also airline fares going up. So those are interesting threads to watch in this report.
Yeah, Caleb, let's bring you in here, get your reaction on this and what Brian had just mentioned. Oil prices, how much of an impact is that? Headed in the right direction at all?
Not at all, because we've had those supply cuts by Russia and Saudi Arabia by about 1 million barrels a day extended through the rest of the year. The average price of a gallon of gas, $3.84. I'm out here in California. It's like $5.75. That is up from $3.70 last year on average. So gas prices push inflation up in general, especially food costs as well.
Those California gas prices are always just like, what? Huh? Huh? So, Brian, break it down. We talked about gas, we talked about airlines. What are the categories looking like as far as what we're seeing right now?
Yeah, and airline fares, it kind of makes sense because if gasoline prices are going up, jet fuel costs are going up, so airline tickets are going up as well. But there are other categories that we're also watching very closely. The largest expenditure for most Americans is shelter, just a roof over your head. We're talking about rent payments, we're talking about mortgage payments. Those continue to weigh very heavily, although the rates of monthly change did slow a little bit between July and August. But again, it's still such a big expenditure, and we know that rents are really high. So that's a big contributor there as well. Food prices are also a big deal for Americans. Those prices continue to go up by 0.2% between July and August, fueled mostly by meat prices getting more expensive for everything chicken, beef, and also pork.
The other issue, of course, with mortgage, especially if you bought a house recently, the interest rates. Yes. Caleb, let's talk about that. What are we expecting at next week's Fed meeting? And when do you think we could realistically see the Fed start to cut interest rates rather than pause or hike, of course?
Yeah, that's coming up in 7 hours, 7 days, 5 hours, and about 20 minutes. And the Fed's probably going to hold rates right where they are. They're going to digest this. This is the last inflation report they'll see before they meet next week. But I was looking at the other report that also comes out on CPI Day. That's average hourly earnings, and they are down 0.5% when you look at that year over year. So that's one thing the Fed watches closely. It's watching overall inflation, but it's watching wage inflation, and wage inflation has been cooling. That's what the Fed wants to see. So this may just make it even more pretty certain that the Fed won't raise rates next week. When we look out to November, to the following meeting, there's about a 40% chance the Fed will raise a 1/4 point then. So we're maybe not quite done with rate hikes, and we're going to be around these high levels for a while. Higher for longer is the mantra from the Fed.
Caleb has that Fed meeting countdown clock actually injected into his head.
I need one, actually.
Or it's like, do your glasses have like a little screen where like you have the countdown constant?
While we have you here, Brian, let's have you talk about the other story you're covering, which is the threat of a possible strike for UAW union in negotiations with the big automakers. Deadline's tomorrow night, right? Where are things at right now?
Yeah, we're talking about over 140,000 workers at GM, Ford, and Chrysler makers Stellantis, and they have to get to a deal essentially by 11:59 p.m. tomorrow, midnight into Friday, or else those 140,000+ workers are going to be striking, which means lower car inventory when it comes to new vehicles because the plants will be shut down. Really, what it sounds like right now, wages, wages, wages. The UAW wants a 46% increase in wages compounded over the next 4 years. The best offer that we're aware of comes from Stellantis, 14.5%. So those numerically show you just how wide the chasm is. Can they get a deal in the next day and a half? We'll have to see.
All right. Brian, Caleb, lots to cover this morning. We thank you both.
Thank you. Well, let's stay on financial headlines now and dig more into the fact that the new iPhone is finally out and maybe we'll have a taker. I highly doubt it.
Yeah, we'll see. Who knows? It's time to update the iPhone 7. CNBC's Savannah Hanau has more on that and other morning
news. This is the 15, by the way.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Listen, I don't know if I'm going to upgrade yet. I need to be convinced a little bit more. All right, let's get you those headlines. Apple unveils 4 new iPhone models and 2 updated watches as it tries to lure consumers into upgrading their devices. The price for the iPhone 15 Pro Max starts at $1,199. That's about $100 more than a year ago. This reflects Apple's strategy to offset stagnant sales with higher average selling prices. The Pro and Pro Max models have faster chips, 3 cameras that can take spatial videos, and all 4 models have the USB-C charging port following demands from European regulators. Apple is still the world's most valuable company, but revenues have declined in the past 3 quarters. Amazon plans to invest more than $440 million over the next year to boost wages for its contract delivery workers. The company expects them to earn $20.50 an hour or more on average. Amazon uses outside contractors to make faster and more efficient deliveries. The program has nearly 280,000 driving jobs and helps Amazon deliver 20 million packages a day in 19 countries. And Dunkin' has a new celebrity collaboration. Ben Affleck and rapper Ice Spice appeared in a commercial during last night's MTV Video Music Awards, trying to come up with a name for Dunkin's new drink. So their creation, the Ice Spice Munchkins drink, it blends iced coffee with Pumpkin Munchkins donut holes, and it's topped with whipped cream and a caramel drizzle. Ice Spice's fans are known as Munchkins. The new drink is available for a limited time. Sounds rich and very heavy.
So the donuts are in the drink?
Apparently blended in there.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure she was wearing a diamond necklace last night that said Munchkins on it, which was kind of, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
I mean, I guess that says a lot. I don't know, but that drink,
sounds
I
like
don't
the
know.
perfect collaboration. All right.
There
Thanks,
you go.
Savannah.
Thank you. Got it.
Coming up, it is an Apple feature that's now giving a whole new meaning to finding friends.
After the break, why many Gen Zers, even millennials, are tracking each other's locations on their phones, and if there are any security concerns that are coming to light. I'll bring that story next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the week the dishes
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A 3-year hunt for a stolen Vincent van Gogh painting ended with the artwork being returned in an IKEA bag. The painting, The Spring Garden, was stolen from a museum near Amsterdam in March of 2020 during the COVID lockdown. Now a Dutch art detective, dubbed the Indiana Jones of the art world, got it back. It was handed to him in the bag, protected by a pillow, by a man who has not been named. The museum that owns the picture says it has been damaged, but is in good condition and can go back on display. A man in France had been convicted of the theft, but the painting had remained missing, thought to have been passed from one group to another until now. And who knew there was a real Indiana Jones out there right now, finding artwork and bringing it back in an IKEA bag.
Those bags are quite large.
They are. You could put a big painting in those.
Yeah.
All right. Let's end this hour with a new trend that is bringing people together while also raising some safety concerns, using your phone to keep track of your friends.
That is right. Get this number. Nearly 70% of Gen Z and 77% of millennials are tracking each other's location, according to a recent poll. We sat down with one group of friends to hear why they are so obsessed with keeping tabs on one another.
At your location.
The idea of friends constantly knowing where you are might sound too close for comfort.
Ooh, Emma's at the gym. Ooh, Stacy's at work. Ooh, Mia's at her ex's.
But many Gen Z and millennials say for them, it sounds like friendship. Apple added the Find My feature to all phones over a decade ago as a way for people to track lost devices. But now, young people use the app to monitor others' devices and de facto location, often posting about the trend on social media, using it for everything from making sure friends and family get to where they're going safely to browsing people's locations out of curiosity. Apps like Find My Friends have surged. Last year, 62% of all adults used location services, compared to just 7% a decade ago.
Find My is an application that comes with the iPhone, and you have to opt in to Find My Friends, to sharing your location with other people. When you go into the app, you'll see who you share with and who shares with you, and I can see our interview subjects are approaching.
Maya, Caroline, and Jaya all work together.
You're all into Find My Friends.
Yes. Very much so. And they all have each other's location, along with quite a few other friends.
How many people do you have on Find My Friends?
I have 14. I have around 20. I had 35.
Wow. You reach a point
in a friendship where you're at Find My Friends level?
Yes. One of the main reasons is safety. It starts as a safety measure where you're sharing your location with your friends so they can know where you are. But then as they have your location, it's turning into more of a form of social media where people are checking it constantly.
Checking and keeping friends on time.
And I get the text that's like, I can see that you're still at your house. Please hurry up. I can see that you're still getting ready. You said you left 10 minutes ago.
Like, usually from me.
But it can lead to an awkward chat if you no longer want someone knowing exactly where you are.
Have you all been asked, why'd you stop sharing your location with me?
I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It becomes personal.
Yeah.
I guess apart from parents, there's no need to know where you are all the time. That's just something that we've kind of invented, I think.
So can this go too far? Has it gone too far?
I think it definitely can go too far. One of my friends could be obsessively checking my location 24/7 and I would have absolutely no idea, which is a little bit creepy.
I had never thought of it as intrusive or invasive until we started talking about it. And I was thinking, you know, it is a little abnormal. We're the first generation to actually be the people who people know where they are at all hours.
That's not a concept everyone is comfortable with, especially for people who didn't grow up with cell phones in hand.
Everybody's has to know everyone's business all the time, and I think that's completely different than when I grew up.
Having someone know where I am 24/7 would be very, very strange, I think.
But for these young women, it's part of every minute of everyday life, even including the time spent in our interview.
You just got your phones back. Anyone notice that you all were here together?
Yeah, one person.
What did they say?
She had all of our locations and was like, what are you guys all doing together at 30 Rock?
At 30 Rock, there you have it. Well, of course, the question is also safety. If you're a parent and you know that your child is using these things, make sure that as they've opted into it with their friends, they actually know who those people are. Yesterday, Apple announced a new feature, actually, that's going to let you track your friends with even more accuracy. The iPhone 15 will have a new and more sensitive tracking chip. The new Find My is going to give you specific directions and distance when trying to link up with friends in the crowd, things like 30 feet to the right. Let's say you're at a concert venue. Well, privacy is something to keep in mind, of course, as well. Our devices and apps know a lot about us. Sometimes that data can be shared or sold to third parties, all things to consider when enabling location services or allowing your child to do so.
How many do you have in yours?
I've got 17 people.
Got it.
Friends that started on an international trip, and then you kind of keep it, and then it's been, you know, it's interesting. I get the hype.
Got it. All
You've
right.
got
0. Let's get to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Right now in Morning News Now, we are watching some catastrophic flooding as storms tear through the Northeast. Heavy rains decimating hundreds of houses across Massachusetts. The governor there now declaring a state of emergency, and the devastation is not over yet, with another round of drenching rain expected today. And it's all playing out as Hurricane Lee churns up the Atlantic. We are covering it all. Open inquiry in Washington this morning. There is a new impeachment probe in its early stages, this time into President Biden, announced yesterday by House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. We've got more on what exactly Republicans are trying to zero in on and how the rest of Congress is reacting. Cause for concern, a high-stakes meeting happening this morning in eastern Russia between Vladimir Putin and North Korea's Kim Jong-un. The possible weapons deal between the two nations that has the West up in arms. And too close for comfort? It's an iPhone feature that's been around for years, but now many Gen Zers, even millennials, are using the Find My app for a different reason, and it is definitely raising some eyebrows online. We're following breaking news this morning in the capture of that escaped inmate in Pennsylvania.
State police just wrapped up a news conference. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee has the latest.
That's right. After a 2-week dramatic saga with this escaped convicted murderer, this community in Chester County, Pennsylvania, is finally breathing a sigh of relief. Within the last hour, law enforcement officials say they have indeed captured Danilo Cavalcante, who escaped from the Chester County jail 2 weeks ago, shimmying up a wall, making his way into this area, many miles from that actual jail. Now, we've seen aerial photos of law enforcement surrounding Cavalcante. At one point, point cutting off his shirt, we believe, to further identify this man, to make sure he wasn't just some random person in the woods, that he was, in fact, the suspect they were looking for. And we talk about this real sigh of relief. I don't think it can be overstated, the nightmare that this community had been going through. The beginning of a school year, schools closed, a reverse 911 system where law enforcement actually sent messages to the cell phones of people who live in this community saying, lock your doors, don't go out if you don't have to. And so while folks are finally relieved, let's not discount the last 48 hours where Cavalcante had a confrontation with a homeowner, was actually shot at by this homeowner, but also was able to secure a weapon, further intensifying what was already a very concerning scenario where a murderer convicted of and also suspected of murdering someone in his hometown back in Brazil was on the loose. Now, we're also getting information from Cavalcante's mother in a report from the New York Times where she described really a hard childhood of poverty and hunger. And what she said was also concerning is that his life up until this point trained him to be able to stay in some degree of suffering. But also, another concerning fact that she said maybe it's better for him to go out in violence, to die fast, rather than the slow death of prison. But according to law enforcement officials, at this point, it's not clear, but he may have been captured without incident. Another sigh of relief in a drama that could have played out any number of ways. But for now, again, this community exhaling. Back to you.
This is what it looks like in Massachusetts, where a state of emergency has been declared. The slow-moving system dumped nearly 10 inches of rain in the state yesterday, leading to catastrophic flash flooding. And now they're keeping a close eye on Hurricane Lee as it makes its way up the East Coast. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has the latest.
Well, hello from Leominster. Take a look behind me and you can see there is still water running into the streets today, and you get a sense of the destruction there as millions now brace for what's next.
This morning, a massive cleanup is underway across Leominster after catastrophic flash flooding devastated neighborhoods.
Within an hour, it was like a lake.
Washing away roads and railways, flooding parking lots and homes, and giving way to several giant, dangerous sinkholes, some swallowing cars.
I've never seen anything like this here.
The rushing water leaving trash and debris stuck in bridges and dragging dumpsters and cargo containers down rivers.
This trash is from people's houses upstream.
Entire businesses destroyed.
Our store right now is caving in. This is our livelihoods.
The governor declaring a state of emergency.
We have seen way too many people with absolute, devastation right now.
The torrential downpours dumping nearly a foot of rain in just a matter of hours on Monday night. The devastating damage closing schools and forcing those in low-lying areas to seek shelter at higher ground as 2 dams had to be shored up before reaching their breaking points.
We're just kind of worried that the water might just rush down and let us out.
And now more rain heading toward New England.
It's going to take a long time to get things back to normal in Leominster.
So a flood watch remains in effect here throughout the day. And of course, everybody here and up and down the coast now watching to see what Lee does. Back to you.
Kristen Dahlgren, thank you so much. Let's get the latest on Lee and where it's headed. Meteorologist Angie Lastman is back with an update. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Let's start with what's going on in the Northeast because, of course, you just saw the images coming out of that region. And we've got more rain on the way. And, of course, we'll watch what happens with Lee down the line. But that's not until the weekend. In the meantime, we've got 29 million people under flood alerts. That's an improvement compared to where we started this morning when more than 40 million people were seeing these flood alerts. So we've seen some of those come down throughout the morning. I wouldn't be surprised if as we go on throughout the day, though, and that rain continues to work through, we maybe add a couple more of these back. Here's where the rain is right now. You can see the line of heavy rain working just to the east of New York, moving into portions, places like Hartford under a flash flood warning at this hour as heavy rain works through just in time for that morning commute. You can see the cold front that has really kept us unsettled for the past couple of days. It's going to continue shifting off to the east. Eventually, we'll see some quieter conditions settling in when it comes to the rain chances for at least the short term. But in the meantime, for for today. Localized heavy amounts of rain with really impressive rainfall rates at times. So the flash flood risk is going to be there today. We've got saturated soils. We've got more rain on the way. So not unlikely for us to see that for places like Boston, Hartford, New York, stretching down into Atlantic City. So a heads up on that. It goes through to the afternoon hours today. So that afternoon commute and even into this evening, you could still be looking at potential for that flood concern. There's the rainfall totals that we'll expect. This just goes through tomorrow morning. And of course, I'm sure you've heard Hurricane Lee could bring us a little extra rainfall here for parts of New England. We're going to talk about that here in a moment. But here's an overview of what's going on in the Atlantic. It's busy, right? We're right around hurricane season's peak. So this is what we expect. We've got Invest 97L. That likely down the line will become Nigel. That would be our next named storm. But we've got a lot of time with that system. We've got Hurricane Margot. That's going to be a fish storm. Not worrying about that. And of course, there's Hurricane Lee maintaining its Category 3 strength. This tropical system that I mentioned, Invest 97L, right now it's just kind of an area of unsettled weather, some disturbed area, some showers, some thunderstorms. That'll likely form into this weekend, and as I mentioned, will become Nigel. We'll see exactly what it does down the line, but right now we're not too worried about that. Instead, we're keeping a close eye on Hurricane Lee. As I mentioned, Category 3, 115-mile-per-hour winds. We are expecting the system to start to weaken today. It'll enter some cooler water. It's going to move just to the west of Bermuda as a Category 1 hurricane, but they've got tropical storm warnings up at this hour, and they'll start to see those tropical storm conditions as we get into tomorrow. Rain, some gusty winds. The east coast of the United States, even parts of the Caribbean, going to see that high surf and rip current threat that we've been talking about for days and days. But notice places like Maine are still in that cone down the line. So we could still see some direct impacts from this system as we get into Saturday and into Sunday. Heavy rain, of course, especially closer to the center, but the wind field's going to be impressive too. We've already got this system that we're expecting to expand, and that means tropical storm force winds could extend up to 500 miles in diameter from the center. So we could see some really gusty conditions, Joe, tropical storm condition, force winds kind of thing, as we get into the next, Saturday, Sunday time frame in parts of New England, especially close to the coast, and potentially some storm surge.
It's incredible how wide this is.
It is
right?
really impressive. There aren't that many storms that have grown like that in our, since 2004. I think, if I'm correct, only 4.
Wow. All right, Angie, thank you so much. Mounting pressure from his own party, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is directing 3 House committees to open an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. As part of the probe, Republicans are seeking bank records and other documents from the president and his son, Hunter Biden. The White House denies any wrongdoing by the president and called the move, quote, extreme politics at its worst, saying GOP infighting is forcing Speaker McCarthy's hand.
This isn't based on anything substantive. It's based on the fact that he is being attacked from his right and he's throwing them red meat.
For more, we're joined by NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Ryan, good morning. So first of all, what do we know about the timeline for this inquiry and what's next for these House committees?
So at this point, Joe, there is no timeline. The committees that are going to be in charge of this investigation say that their next step is to subpoena the bank records of the Biden family associates. And they now believe that because they have the banner of an impeachment inquiry, that gives them additional subpoena power that they didn't previously have. They are normally under the constraints of a legislative purpose. Under an impeachment inquiry, because of the investigation being broadened out, that gives them more time to do so. The big question, though, Joe, is whether or not this ever comes to a vote on the House floor. The Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, said as late as last week that he wasn't going to take this step without a House floor vote. He has now made an about-face, and we'll have to see if more evidence comes out that would get him to the point that they would actually move on articles of impeachment.
Yeah, let's talk a little more about that, because it is a major reversal after McCarthy told the conservative website Breitbart he wouldn't open an impeachment inquiry without that full House vote. Do we know what's behind the change?
And, Joe, take it back even further. He was super critical of the then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi when she made a similar move in the initial impeachment of the then President Donald Trump. The biggest reason has to be that he just doesn't have the votes. There are 18 Republicans that currently represent districts that President Biden won. Those moderate Republicans may not want to take a formal vote that leads to an impeachment inquiry. And there's nothing that formally requires the Speaker to take that step in order to launch this investigation. Now, if it gets to the stage of formal articles of impeachment, which would then lead to a trial in the Senate, that would absolutely require House votes. It seems as though McCarthy feels that more evidence needs to be uncovered before they even get to that stage. And to be clear, Joe, there really is no solid evidence yet that specifically links any of the work of Hunter Biden to the president of the United States.
So it's not surprising that Democrats are lashing out against the impeachment inquiry, but you mentioned some moderate Republicans concerned about this. There's some apprehension there from some Republicans. Why is that?
Well, the biggest reason is that if they don't end up coming up with enough evidence, at least evidence that convinces the average American, then that could be a serious blowback for them in the 2024 election. Every member of the United States House of Representatives is up for re-election in a 2-year cycle, and they're going to be running at the same time of a presidential election. And if these are districts that President Biden won, it stands to reason that the voters there may not be as inclined to support an impeachment inquiry, especially when there isn't that smoking gun that Republicans claim exists. So it puts many of these House Republicans in a very difficult position. And we should also point out, Joe, it comes at a time when Congress has a long list of responsibilities that they need to take care of, including funding the government. The government funding runs out at the end of September, and we are still right now staring down the possibility of a government shutdown. An impeachment inquiry just makes that process even that much more complicated.
Yeah, the clock is ticking there. Ryan Nobles, we appreciate your reporting on this one. Thank you so much. Let's turn to international news now. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un met with Russian President Vladimir Putin early this morning. Both leaders held talks at a major Russian space center in the far east of the country. It's a summit that could have major consequences for the war in Ukraine. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now from central Ukraine with more on this. Richard, good morning.
Good morning. This summit was a long time in the making. The last time that these two leaders met was 4 years ago. And Kim, in the far east of Russia, told his host, Vladimir Putin, that Russia has North Korea's unconditional support. And he expressed the highest confidence that Russia would secure, in his words, a heroic victory in the war here in Ukraine.
Stepping out of his limo in the far east of Russia, a slimmed-down Kim Jong-un greeted Vladimir Putin. Thank you for inviting us, even though you're busy, Kim said. The two leaders toured Russia's version of Cape Canaveral, the modern Vostochny Cosmodrome. Both men are under sanctions, but didn't seem isolated this morning. Instead, they're drawing closer because of the war in Ukraine. After signing the visitor's book, Kim and Putin were all smiles, praising each other and the historic ties between their countries dating back to the Korean War. Putin said he hoped the space station could help Kim, who he says is interested in advancing North Korea's space program. U.S. officials say North Korea's space program is really cover for its long-range ballistic missile program. Because if you can launch a satellite into space, you can also fire a nuclear warhead at the United States. North Korean intercontinental ballistic missiles can already reach anywhere in the U.S. As if to prove a point during the visit, North Korea launched ballistic missiles overnight into the sea off Japan. Kim also seemed to praise Putin's war in Ukraine without mentioning the country by name. Russia has risen to a sacred struggle to defend its sovereignty and protect its security in opposition to the hegemonic forces that oppose Russia, Kim said. At their dinner, Putin toasted to strengthening friendship and Kim's health. The deal between Putin and Kim is simple enough, according to U.S. officials. Putin is offering North Korea help with advanced technology and likely food in exchange for ammunition, the artillery and rockets that Putin needs to fend off the U.S.-backed counteroffensive in Ukraine. North Korea, one of the most militarized countries in the world, has huge stockpiles of artillery, which Ukrainian and American officials worry could tip the balance of the war to Russia.
Kim has wrapped up his meeting with Putin and is now heading back on his slow armored train to North Korea, but making some stops at other Russian military facilities along the way. Joe?
All right, Richard, thank you so much. Over in North Africa, 2 countries are dealing with the staggering devastation caused by 2 separate disasters, tragedies that have decimated towns and displaced thousands. In Libya, a minister says more than 5,000 people have died in unprecedented floods, while in Morocco, rescuers are continuing the desperate search for earthquake survivors. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea has the latest on both. Kelly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. One UN official calls the disaster in Libya a calamity of epic proportions. And the numbers are difficult to tally. At least 6,000 dead, according to the International Rescue Committee. Those numbers likely to change. Aid workers are struggling to reach the flood zone, with roads and, in places, entire neighborhoods washed into the sea. This morning, utter devastation in eastern Libya and a desperate search for survivors, with 10,000 believed missing. A third of the city of Derna on the Mediterranean coast wiped out. Cars tossed like toys, homes and families swept away. Bodies are lining the streets and being pulled from the sea. Storm Daniel pummeled the desert region Monday, dropping 9 months of rain in just 6 hours. The deluge causing 2 dams to burst, washing away neighborhoods. These satellite photos showing the region before and after the dams collapsed. How bad is it on the ground?
This definitely ranks among the most destructive disasters. But what is really missing is some more support on the search and rescue operations, because the window of opportunity to finding survivors is closing down.
Aid is now pouring in from Turkey and other countries after the second major disaster in northern Africa in days. Rescuers in Morocco still hoping to find survivors in the rubble after that 6.8 magnitude quake that struck Friday. Thousands are homeless. We don't know where we're going to go, what we're going to do, where we're going to live. Winter is coming. We have young children. We have nothing, this woman says. Many in the remote mountains still waiting for aid as local communities come together to continue the search. And that's happening in Libya as well. And aid is starting to reach some of the more remote areas in Morocco. But this morning, 30,000 people are displaced in Libya alone. The Biden administration has authorized emergency funding to aid organizations, the IRC and others appealing for donations, and also calling for search and rescue assistance, particularly in Libya, where the Libyans simply don't have the expertise or resources for that kind of search and rescue. Tens of thousands, Joe, in 2 North African countries now in need of help. Joe.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, we're going to take you deeper inside former President Trump's legal troubles with an exclusive look inside the Fulton County, Georgia jail where he was processed, plus a one-on-one conversation with the sheriff in charge of that jail. What were his interactions with the former president like? And later, the fiance of that American caver who was trapped underground in a Turkish cave is speaking out about his ordeal. Our conversation with her after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just did.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
We're back now with the miracle in Turkey. An American caver is recovering this morning after being rescued more than 3,000 feet underground. This is the moment rescue crews pulled Mark Dickey up from the depths of a cave. He was helping to chart the cave system when he was struck with gastric pain. That pain eventually turned into bleeding and vomiting. He waited 9 days inside the cave as rescue crews charted a mission to bring him out. And joining us this morning is Mark Dickey's fiancée, Jessica Van Ord, to give us an update on Mark and a look inside the rescue efforts. Jessica, good morning. Good to have you with us. So glad this ended with a happy ending. First of all, how are you and Mark doing now that he's out of the cave?
We're great, so relieved, and Mark is in good spirits and heading towards good health.
You chose to stay with Mark in the cave when he first became sick, then you later came out and helped on land. I cannot imagine having to make that decision. What was going through your mind at the time, and how did you reach the conclusion that that was the best thing to do?
Sometimes you just know what needs to be done, and you have to do it. When Mark fell ill, I went out to get help because we needed it, and once the rescuers started coming, I went out because he had a doctor now, and the rescue teams had it under control.
What part were you most nervous about during this whole process?
Just at one point, Mark's health, but after that, I was very confident in the rescuers. So I don't know if nervous is the word. I tried to ward off any negative thoughts, only positive ones.
That's good to hear. The positive thoughts certainly helped here. How were you able to help with rescue efforts outside of the cave? And what was it like working with such a large rescue team that was there to help bring your fiancé to the surface?
So there's a lot of behind the scenes work. There's tons of communications going along, and everyone has to coordinate from so many different countries and create a plan. So I just kept up to date, kept talking to everyone, and most importantly, I helped a lot with the gear cache, actually. It's very heavy on the rescuers personally and on the rescue teams. We have to use hundreds of dollars of personal equipment that is totally trash afterwards, and that's a huge expense for someone from a poorer country. And we have to make sure all the correct gear goes in the cave, and it has to come from so many different places. So I helped a lot with that.
Were you amazed by the response by the people who came from all over the world to help out with this?
Yes, it was amazing, and people donated so much time and love, honestly, to the rescue efforts, and their own personal funds. I really do hope that people keep donating to the GoFundMe organized by the National Cave Rescue Commission. We really hope to personally help rescuers recoup their costs for that.
After he was rescued, Mark said, "This is a first," and I understand you replied with, "Let's make it a last." That's my favorite quote in a long time. Do you think he's going to return to caving anytime soon?
Oh, of course. I mean, anything that can happen medically above ground can happen underground, and this is just bad luck. So Mark's not scared of caving. He's very enthusiastic about the underground world, and it's a beautiful thing to share with others. And also it can be a great resource. There's new species, new bacteria colonies, just tons of stuff going down there, and we want to see where the water goes.
Jessica Van Ord, we appreciate your positive attitude and appreciate you taking a few minutes to join us this morning. Glad Mark is doing well. Glad you're doing so well. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, now to an exclusive interview with the Fulton County Sheriff, who was responsible for booking former President Trump into the Fulton County Jail and processing his fingerprints and mugshot. He says Trump was serious but friendly.
Said I recognize you from TV, and me being from Southwest Atlanta, I couldn't help but say likewise.
NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Fulton County with this exclusive interview. Hi, Blaine. Good morning. So can you start off just by describing the facility? I mean, there's been some criticism about the jail's condition. 10 inmates have actually died there this year. First, I'm just wondering what you saw. How was it?
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. And you're right. So during that exclusive access we actually got a chance to see the area where former President Trump was basically entered the jail, where he was booked in, where he had his fingerprints taken, his mugshot taken. No other news camera had seen that yet. You kind of see a little bit of it right there. Now, this is the place that's called intake. This is the only area that he was actually inside of the building. And we learned that he was only inside for about 8 minutes or so, just to kind of go in, take the mugshot, do his fingerprints, and then leave. So while we were there, certainly we saw a different situation than what the former president would have seen. When he came in, intake was shut down. There were no inmates. The sheriff tells me that there were only about 5 or 6 other individuals, including the sheriff himself and other guards and people who were there for the process, but certainly a very different environment. In fact, the sheriff called it sterile. Now, when I asked him, though, about those 10 deaths, of course, that's something that's gotten a lot of attention. And he talked about the fact that, yes, this is something that he's kind of been ringing the alarm bell about for a while, needing more resources to shore up the security there at the facility, and something that he's still working to get, quite frankly.
Blaine, tell us now, what did the sheriff have to say about his interactions with the former president? I said just a moment ago, serious but friendly. Expand on that for us.
It was very brief. You know, he mentioned that he greeted him, he shook his hand, they exchanged some pleasantries, but he did talk about his demeanor. And I asked him if it seemed that the magnitude of the moment was setting in, both for the former president and for the sheriff himself, all of the people who were inside and witnessing this historic moment. Here's what he said.
I believe when you start signing the paperwork, when you realize what mugshots and fingerprints are, I think the magnitude weighs on you. And ultimately, it was one that really moved us in the space of understanding how huge this moment was.
And so certainly he talked about how that was a huge moment. And I did ask him about mugshots as well. And he did mention that that was something that was a very difficult decision for him to ultimately decide to take that mugshot.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that just quickly. I mean, people are discussing this. What did he have to say more? Expand on this about the decision to not only just take it, but then publish the president's mugshot.
Yeah, it came down to him. He said that he was the one who made that decision. He said, of course, if you take the mugshot, it's going to become public because it's in public record. But he said it was a decision that was a difficult one for him. I asked him ultimately, what was it that made him say, let's take a mugshot of the former president, given the fact that he is, of course, one of the most recognizable people in the world. There are plenty of identifiable photos of him out there. So why do this? Here's what he had to say.
We have 3,600 detainees. 85 to 90% look like you and I. And they don't have that choice. We don't give them that choice. And they are simply accused of a crime as well. I have a responsibility to our community to make sure that we are equal across the board and what that looks like.
And so ultimately, to kind of put a fine point on it, Savannah, he said it came down to fairness and being fair across the board, and that ultimately drove his decision.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much.
We have breaking news this morning. Pennsylvania State Police announced that they have captured escaped inmate Danilo Cavalcante. We don't have any more information beyond that at this point, how he was captured, where he was captured. The manhunt was now in its 14th day. Yesterday's authorities said they believed that Cavalcante was armed with a .22 caliber rifle, that they were searching an area of about 8 to 10 square miles. Schools in the area have been closed. Residents have been on edge. A press conference announcing details of the capture is scheduled for 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We will have continuing coverage throughout the morning, and we'll bring you that news conference when it happens here on NBC News Now. Coming up, almost as quickly as hopes here in New York were heightened over Aaron Rodgers' big-time trade to the Jets, they were dashed.
That's right. The superstar quarterback is now out for the season after that jaw-dropping injury Monday night. So what exactly happened? Could it be a career ender? We will huddle up on it all next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should have the dishes you
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Welcome back. The New York Jets are officially without Aaron Rodgers for the rest of the season after the team confirmed the superstar quarterback suffered a torn Achilles tendon.
NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung takes a look at what this means for the team and the four-time league MVP.
Hey there. The Jets wooed Aaron Rodgers away from Green Bay with sky-high hopes. We're talking Super Bowl dreams. But even with a win on Monday night, their season is now up in the air. And while no one should count Rodgers out, this is the kind of injury that could bring an end to an incredibly storied career.
Considered one of the greatest players to ever take the field, Aaron Rodgers, now sidelined for the rest of the season. The New York Jets confirming the quarterback tore his Achilles tendon in Monday night's game against the Bills.
He's out for the year. He needs surgery.
Rodgers now out after just 4 regular season snaps as a Jet. Fans of the franchise who haven't seen postseason play in more than a decade in disbelief.
It's a shame for the Jets.
Aaron Rodgers was going to take us to the promised land.
But from Sports Talk Radio.
Do not tell me today that the season is over. Do not tell me that. Because it's not.
To the Jets head coach.
I don't know why people are trying to put an obituary under our team name.
An attempt to keep hope alive.
There's 52 other guys in the locker room, plus the 16 practice squad guys that believe that we can do a hell of a lot of good things here.
The Jets signed Rodgers in a blockbuster deal that includes a guaranteed $75 million. After he spent 18 seasons in Green Bay, becoming a 4-time league MVP and leading the Packers to a Super Bowl win. Even as Rodgers had openly discussed hanging up his cleats.
I went in the darkness, 90% retiring, 10% playing. That's where my mind was.
But he took on New York with renewed energy, bringing a swagger to the Jets both on and off the field.
Sometimes it's a free guy right here. Get on it. to then retreat.
You know, him making a move to New York and everybody watching him on Hard Knocks. You've gotten into his character and seeing what he's been and what he's brought to that team.
Now 39 years old, recovery from this kind of injury will be a challenge.
I think the biggest thing is that we all wonder now is what's next for him. Does he decide to come back and try to do, you know, the impossible, which he's really done his whole career?
Though his NFL future is uncertain, his legacy is not.
If his career were to end and he decides to retire, he'll still be looked at as one of the greatest to play. This does not affect how he will be viewed.
Again, don't let it get lost in all of this. Despite Rodgers leaving the game, the Jets still managed to beat the Bills in dramatic fashion, in large part thanks to their defense. But it was Zach Wilson who took over the offense. Now, Jets head coach Robert Saleh says they will shop around to add another quarterback to the roster. But he says this is Zach's team, and we're rolling with Zach. Back to you.
All right, Kaylee Hartung, thanks so much. Time now for our weekly medical checkup. We're going to explain why being a night owl could have some negative effects on your health.
Well, lucky for us, that's not an option. Plus, we have tips on how to reduce your risk of depression, and some of them are as easy as taking a walk outside. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now for these medical headlines. Hi, Dr. Patel. It's great to have you with us. So let's start with that sleep study showing night owls. People who stay up pretty late may have worse habits than those who get up early. Walk us through why that is and if there's anything that they can do to try to fix that or get on a different schedule.
Savannah, this gets to the heart of everything that I was hoping I would never have to see evidence of, but we see this now, very clear evidence in a study of over 60,000 middle-aged nurses for almost a decade, where they looked at all sorts of habits, behaviors, and outcomes. And what they saw is that if people had what they call kind of an earlier kind of sleep chronotype, meaning you're the kind of person that sleeps early and wakes up early compared to someone who really gets their energy going late at night like me and still tries to wake up early, that people like me are at a higher risk of getting diabetes. We have a higher risk of being obese. We have a higher risk of many of the diseases and even depression, some of the mental health disorders that we've been talking about, and overall more likely to smoke and get not enough sleep. We always try to aim for 7 to 9 hours, but people like me just don't get enough. So the doctor's orders here, the biggest words I could say are sleep, 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 but how do you do it? Shift your sleep 15 minutes a day. You can't start to sleep 7 to 9 hours at 10 p.m. just like that if you're up until midnight anyway. So 15 minutes a day, and you can start to move that clock back. And then do everything you can to avoid caffeine. So anything that can keep you up at night, screens, all the things that I love to do, I'm going to have to put into practice. Yes.
It's hard to hear. I was a night owl for the longest
Me
time
too.
because I reported for the 10 p.m., 11 p.m. news when I worked in local news, and then you're up to, and it was definitely an unhealthy lifestyle. You could tell it was. So, all right, let's talk about depression. We know it can be part genetic, but an all-around healthy lifestyle can significantly decrease the risk of being depressed. So let's talk about what that healthy lifestyle includes besides being an early bird.
Yeah, so they looked at over 13,000 people with depression and put them into categories based on genetic risk and a number of other factors. We've known that there have been some genetic risks of depression, but what we haven't understood and the researchers have taken into this consideration is how much can you cut that genetic risk of depression and even improve any of the depressive symptoms that you have. And what they found is that it's not just all the sleep habits that we're talking about, but it's everything from simple things like taking a walk every day, even having more kind of conversations and talking to people, meaningful relationships. So here we talk about cutting genetic risk, which is dramatic with just your lifestyle behaviors. And that alone can improve depression by up to 25 to 50%. So the doctor's orders here, make it a group effort. Try to have the people around you engaging in these healthy habits, whether it's diet or sleep or activity or just personal connection. And then if possible, make one change at a time. So I always tell patients, you're not just going to wake up all of a sudden, sleep better, eat better, and think about kind of who you can make meaningful connections with. Try one baby step at a time.
All right, there you go. That's something we can all at least move towards.
That's
a little tiny baby step. Finally, last study we want to talk about, finding that people might get the biggest mood boost from being social. But you know what gets in the way a lot of times of that is our phones, that we just sit on our screens looking at them instead of interacting with other people. Tell us about that. Dig into that for us and why it is that we rely on our phones to kind of fill free time.
Yeah, I love these kinds of natural experiments. They took people kind of and put them into 4 groups and basically took 2 of the groups and said, how much do you think you would like activities like sitting alone, kind of scrolling through different types of social media, videos, texting as well, and then having a conversation with a stranger. And all across the board, people predicted that they would enjoy having a conversation. And then when they actually had people do these things, they absolutely enjoyed it more than almost everything. The funny thing is that probably like all of us watching, we wanted to keep our phones with us. So having that conversation, the doctor's orders here is try to spark up a conversation with a stranger and then understand that you can limit your screen time, but that the screen time can be a meaningful way, even more important than feeling alone.
Dr. Kavita Patel, we always appreciate when you come by. Thank you so much.
Coming up, we have got some breaking economic data this morning.
After the break, the latest read on inflation, what it means for your bottom line. That's next on Morning News Now. Stick around.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should reach the dishes you
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
We are back with some breaking economic data.
Inflation climbed by more than expected in August to 3.7% on an annual rate. That's over the course of a year, and 0.6% month to month. Here to discuss this latest report, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and Investopedia's editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. Good morning to both of you. So, Brian, walk us through these numbers, how they compare with the previous month.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, not necessarily going in the right direction. Inflation, the rate of inflation going up to 3.7%. Again, That's an annual rate, so you're comparing August of this year compared to prices in August of last year. And the yearly rates that we had seen in June and July were also going in the opposite direction. So again, the rates have changed, getting a little bit faster here. If you're looking at a monthly rate, that's also going in the wrong direction, going up in terms of the monthly rate to 0.6%. Economists had expected about half of that. So it seems like prices are going up mostly because of gasoline and also airline fares going up. So those are interesting threads to watch in this report.
Yeah, Caleb, let's bring you in here, get your reaction on this and what Brian had just mentioned. Oil prices, how much of an impact is that? Headed in the right direction at all?
Not at all, because we've had those supply cuts by Russia and Saudi Arabia by about 1 million barrels a day extended through the rest of the year. The average price of a gallon of gas, $3.84. I'm out here in California, it's like $5.75. That is up from $3.70 last year on average. So gas prices push inflation up in general, especially food costs as well.
Those California gas prices are always just like, what? Huh? So, Brian, break it down. We talked about gas, we talked about airlines. What are the categories looking like as far as what we're seeing right now?
Yeah, and airline fares, it kind of makes sense because if gasoline prices are going up, jet fuel costs are going up, so airline tickets are going up as well. But there are other categories that we're also watching very closely. The largest expenditure for most Americans is shelter, just a roof over your head. We're talking about rent payments, we're talking about mortgage payments. Those continue to weigh very heavily, although the rates of monthly change did slow a little bit between July and August. But again, it's still such a big expenditure, and we know that rents are really high, so that's a big contributor there as well. Food prices are also a big deal for Americans. Those prices continue to go up by 0.2% between July and August, fueled mostly by meat prices getting more expensive for everything chicken, beef, and also pork.
The other issue, of course, with mortgage, especially if you bought a house recently, the interest rates.
Yes.
Caleb, let's talk about that. What are we expecting at next week's Fed meeting? And when do you think we could realistically see the Fed start to cut interest rates rather than pause or hike, of course?
Yeah, that's coming up in 7 hours, 7 days, 5 hours, and about 20 minutes. And the Fed's probably going to hold rates right where they are. They're going to digest this. This is the last inflation report they'll see before they meet next week. But I was looking at the other report that also comes out on CPI Day. That's average hourly earnings, and they are down 0.5% when you look at that year over year. So that's one thing the Fed watches closely. It's watching overall inflation, but it's watching wage inflation, and wage inflation has been cooling. That's what the Fed wants to see. So this may just make it even more pretty certain that the Fed won't raise rates next week. When we look out to November, to the following meeting, there's about a 40% chance the Fed will raise a 1/4 point then. So we're maybe not quite done with rate hikes, and we're going to be around these high levels for a while. Higher for longer is the mantra from the Fed.
Caleb has that Fed meeting countdown clock actually injected into his head.
I need one, actually.
Or it's like, do your glasses have like a little screen where like you have the countdown constant?
Well, we have you here, Brian. Let's have you talk about the other story you're covering, which is the threat of a possible strike for UAW union in negotiations with big automakers. Deadline's tomorrow night, right? Where are things at right now?
Yeah, we're talking about over 140,000 workers at GM, Ford, and Chrysler maker Stellantis, and they have to get to a deal essentially by 11:59 p.m. tomorrow, midnight into Friday, or else those 140,000+ workers are going to be striking, which means lower car inventory when it comes to new vehicles because the plants will be shut down. Really, what it sounds like right now, wages, wages, wages. The UAW wants a 46% increase in wages compounded over the next 4 years. The best offer that we're aware of comes from Stellantis, 14.5%. So those numerically show you just how wide the chasm is. Can they get a deal in the next day and a half? We'll have to see.
All right. Brian, Caleb, lots to cover this morning. We thank you both.
Thank you. Well, let's stay on financial headlines now and dig more into the fact that the new iPhone is finally out, and maybe we'll have a taker. I highly doubt it.
Yeah, we'll see. Who knows? It's time to update the iPhone 7. CNBC's Savannah Henao has more on that and other
This
morning
is the
news.
15,
Savannah,
by the way.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Listen, I don't know if I'm going to upgrade yet. I need to be convinced a little bit more. All right, let's get you those headlines. Apple unveils 4 new iPhone models and 2 updated watches as it tries to lure consumers into upgrading their devices. The price for the iPhone 15 Pro Max starts at $1,199. That's about $100 more than a year ago. This reflects Apple's strategy to offset stagnant sales with higher average selling prices. The Pro and Pro Max models have faster chips, 3 cameras that can take spatial videos, and all 4 models have the USB-C charging port following demands from European regulators. Apple is still the world's most valuable company, but revenues have declined in the past 3 quarters. Amazon plans to invest more than $440 million over the next year to boost wages for its contract delivery workers. The company expects them to earn $20.50 an hour or more on average. Amazon uses outside contractors to make faster and more efficient deliveries. The program has nearly 280,000 driving jobs and helps Amazon deliver 20 million packages a day in 19 countries. And Dunkin' has a new celebrity collaboration. Ben Affleck and rapper Ice Spice appeared in a commercial during last night's MTV Video Music Awards, trying to come up with a name for Dunkin's new drink. So their creation, the Ice Spice Munchkins drink, it blends iced coffee with Pumpkin Munchkins donut holes, and it's topped with whipped cream and a caramel drizzle. Ice Spice's fans are known as Munchkins. The new drink is available for a limited time. Sounds rich and very heavy.
So the donuts are in the drink?
Apparently blended in there.
Yeah, okay.
I'm pretty sure she was wearing a diamond necklace last night that said Munchkins on it, which was kind of, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
I mean, I guess that says a lot. I don't know, but that drink,
sounds
I
like
don't
the
know.
perfect collaboration. All right.
There
Thanks,
you go.
Alana.
Thank you. Got it.
Coming up, it is an Apple feature that's now giving a whole new meaning to finding friends.
After the break, why many Gen Zers, even millennials, are tracking each other's locations on their phones, and if there are any security concerns that are coming to light. I'll bring that story next.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing.
You're on Today. You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samoa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth.
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that you should waste the dishes, you
Allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A 3-year hunt for a stolen Vincent van Gogh painting ended with the artwork being returned in an IKEA bag. The painting, the Spring Garden, was stolen from a museum near Amsterdam in March of 2020 during the COVID lockdown. Now a Dutch art detective, dubbed the Indiana Jones of the art world, got it back. It was handed to him in the bag, protected by a pillow, by a man who has not been named. The museum that owns the picture says it has been damaged, but is in good condition and can go back on display. A man in France had been convicted of the theft, but the painting had remained missing, thought to have been passed from one group to another until now. And who knew there was a real Indiana Jones out there right now, finding artwork and bringing it back in an IKEA bag.
Those bags are quite large.
They are. You could put a big painting in those.
Yeah.
All right. Let's end this hour with a new trend that is bringing people together while also raising some safety concerns, using your phone to keep track of your friends.
That is right. Get this number. Nearly 70% of Gen Z and 77% of millennials are tracking each other's location, according to a recent poll. We sat down with one group of friends to hear why they are so obsessed with keeping tabs on one another.
At your location.
The idea of friends constantly knowing where you are might sound too close for comfort.
Ooh, Emma's at the gym. Ooh, Stacy's at work. Ooh, Mia's at her ex's.
But many Gen Z and millennials say for them, it sounds like friendship. Apple added the Find My feature to all phones over a decade ago as a way for people to track lost devices. But now, young people use the app to monitor others' devices and de facto location, often posting about the trend on social media, using it for everything from making sure friends and family get to where they're going safely to browsing people's locations out of curiosity. Apps like Find My Friends have surged. Last year, 62% of all adults used location services, compared to just 7% a decade ago.
Find My is an application that comes with the iPhone, and you have to opt in to Find My Friends, to sharing your location with other people. When you go into the app, you'll see who you share with and who shares with you. And I can see our interview subjects are approaching.
Maya, Caroline, and Jaya all work together.
You're all in to Find My Friends.
Yes. Very much so.
And they all have each other's location, along with quite a few other friends.
How many people do you have on Find My Friends?
I have 14.
I have around 20.
I had 35.
Wow. You reach a point in a friendship where you're at Find My Friends level?
Yes.
One of the main reasons is safety.
It starts as a safety measure where you're sharing your location with your friends so they can know where you are. But then as they have your location, it's turning into more of a form of social media where people are checking it constantly.
Checking and keeping friends on time.
And I get the text that's like, I can see that you're still at your house. Please hurry up. I can see that you're still getting ready. You said you left 10 minutes ago.
Like usually from me.
But it can lead to an awkward chat if you no longer want someone knowing exactly where you are.
Have you all been asked, why'd you stop sharing your location with me?
I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It becomes personal.
Yeah.
I guess apart from parents, there's no need to know where you are all the time.
No.
That's just something that we've kind of invented, I think.
So can this go too far? Has it gone too far?
I think it definitely can go too far. One of my friends could be obsessively checking my location 24/7 and I would have absolutely no idea, which is a little bit creepy.
I had never thought of it as intrusive or invasive until we started talking about it. And I was thinking, you know, it is a little abnormal. We're the first generation to actually be the people who people know where they are at all hours.
That's not a concept everyone is comfortable with, especially for people who didn't grow up with cell phones in hand.
Everybody's has to know everyone's business all the time, and I think that's completely different than when I grew up.
Having someone know where I am 24/7 would be very, very strange, I think.
But for these young women, it's part of every minute of everyday life, even including the time spent in our interview.
You just got your phones back. Anyone you noticed that you all were here together?
Yeah, one person.
What did they say?
She had all of our locations and was like, what are you guys all doing together at 30 Rock?
At 30 Rock, there you have it. Well, of course, the question is also safety. If you're a parent and you know that your child is using these things, make sure that as they've opted into it with their friends, they actually know who those people are. Yesterday, Apple announced a new feature, actually, that's going to let you track your friends with even more accuracy. The iPhone 15 will have a new and more sensitive tracking chip. The new Find My is going to give you specific directions and distance when trying to link up with friends in the crowd, things like 30 feet to the right. Let's say you're at a concert venue. Well, privacy is something to keep in mind, of course, as well. Our devices and apps know a lot about us. Sometimes that data can be shared or sold to third parties, all things to consider when enabling location services or allowing your child to do so.
How many do you have in yours?
I've got 17 people.
Got it.
Friends that started on an international trip, and then you kind of keep it, and then it's been, you know, it's interesting. I get the hype.
Got it. All
You've
right.
got
0. Let's go do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Happy Wednesday. We're so glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks so much for joining. I'm Morgan Bradford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, September 13th, finally captured after a 2-week manhunt. The escaped convicted killer in Pennsylvania has been caught. How law enforcement closed in on him using thermal imaging from an aircraft.
Shocking incidents. A DoorDash driver caught on camera spitting on the bag of food that he just dropped off. We're going to show you the reasons why some drivers are behaving pretty badly.
Tracking subscriptions as the number of cord cutters continues to rise. Be sure to check on how many streaming services you might be paying for. We have tips to help you stay on top of your spending.
New ventures. We're going to show you an exclusive interview with actress Reese Witherspoon about the sale of her fashion brand, the importance of women's stories, and the upcoming season of The Morning Show.
That is going to be a fun conversation.
I know. I look forward to it.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with the daring capture of an escaped killer in Pennsylvania. Just a few hours ago, Danilo Cavalcante was caught by state troopers. Finally, this ends a 14-day search that started August 31st. When you see him there in the video, he climbed up and out of the Chester County prison.
Now, he evaded police for weeks in the dense brush, and earlier this week, officers considered him armed and dangerous after he stole a rifle. But all of that came to an end this morning after authorities tracked him down using thermal heat technology, a K-9 dog, and a U.S. Border Patrol tactical unit. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee joins us now live from South Coventry Township, which is just about 45 miles west of Philly. Look, Tremaine, we just talked about a few different things that authorities were using at their disposal. How did each of those entities sort of come together? Walk us through where Cavalcante was found and how they got him.
You know, Morgan, what really brought this 2-week exhaustive search for Cavalcante to an end is a combination of kind of old school tools, police, canines, manpower, and some new school aircraft that was circling over this community used thermal imaging technology to locate Cavalcante. Now, the beginning of the end really began a little after 1 a.m. when that airplane I mentioned was circling over this area. They got a image that they believed might have been Cavalcante, but because of bad weather, lightning, they had to stop the search. But shortly after 8 a.m. this morning, they zoomed in on this area, got some of the heat marks, right? They were able to heat signature, I should say, able to zoom in on this location, did a circle around this building. They believed they had him. Once Cavalcante finally realized that they were onto him, he tried to make an escape through a dense patch of brush behind us. But by then, it was a little too late. Police let a K-9 dog loose on him and were able to detain him. Here's police with more.
Yes, he had the firearm with him. Yes, he was a threat. He did not have an opportunity. I believe he was taken by surprise, and I believe the K-9 played a large role in him not being able to utilize that firearm. What I would tell you is, again, that it is our last choice, our last preference to use lethal force. And so while there were other options, the team did the responsible thing, did what they're trained and what we expect, and they used other options. And again, lethal force is always the last option.
Morgan and Vicki, what's actually pretty amazing is that no shots were fired while they were detaining Cavalcante. That was always the worst case scenario, especially in the last 48 hours when Cavalcante was able to steal a .22 caliber rifle with a scope and a flashlight on it. It was really concerning, but no shots fired during the detention.
Well, that is a relief, and as we understand it, no law enforcement were injured either, Tremaine. So we know Cavalcante is going to be taken to a state penitentiary next. What do we know about, frankly, the security of this new facility?
This certainly will have a higher level of security than the Chester County Jail, which he kind of was able to shimmy up a wall and escape. Lieutenant Colonel Bivens, who's been the face of the law enforcement response here, has said one thing is for sure: he will not escape again. This is no county jail. He'll be under constant supervision, as some have mentioned, probably deeper inside the prison with no access to any exit points.
A real sigh of relief for everyone in that community and the victim's family there, too. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee, thank you so much.
Well, a new report is out today, and it's shedding light on the state of our economy. August inflation numbers, they're hotter than expected, showing the biggest monthly increase of the year thus far.
Now, this is not the direction we want things to go. Prices increased 3.7% from a year ago. That's a big spike from June, when inflation fell to its lowest level in more than 2 years. We've got NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung here to break down the numbers. So, Brian, tell us what's behind this, what's driving the spike, and frankly, how is it affecting all of us as consumers?
Yeah, and again, what inflation measures is the rate of how prices are increasing, right? Which means that 3.7%, that's faster than the 3.3% we had seen in the month of July. So the rate of price increases is getting faster between July and August. So for what it's worth, the reason for why we saw that accelerate in August was because of mostly gasoline prices. So we saw gasoline prices rise by 10.6% just between July and August. We've all been feeling that by just, fueling at the pump in the past few weeks. So that's a big reason behind that. But again, another big factor here is just the cost of putting a roof over your head. Rent and mortgage payments remaining expensive for a lot of American families.
Speaking of that, we've seen 11 different interest rate hikes just since last year. Are we expecting to see more?
Yeah, well, this is a double whammy of everything's getting more expensive, but even just to pay the bills, it's getting more expensive as well. And that's because the Federal Reserve has been raising interest rates. Now, for what it's worth, they've been doing it so aggressively that they kind of messaged earlier in the summer that they might be able to stop soon.
Right.
And for what it's worth, markets, investors are betting that even after this hotter than expected inflation report, they still don't expect the Fed to raise interest rates when they meet later on this month.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell has repeatedly said he wants to bring inflation down to 2%. You've said that's the goal. But frankly, is that even possible? That seems so difficult to get to at this point.
Yeah, well, there was a period in time, though, that the average rate of inflation was coming in at 9%. That was in the summer of last year. So everyone was like, okay, well, we got down to 6% to 5% to 4%. Yeah, that's great. But now you're realizing that that last mile, getting from 4% to 2%, could be the hardest. It's going to fluctuate. It's going to bounce up and down. Right. So, again, that's something that policymakers are thinking about as they try to get us back towards target, as you mentioned, which is 2%.
2%. Oof. Business is that report, Brian Chung. Brian, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. Well, from New Jersey to New Hampshire, at least 29 million Americans are facing flash flood warnings from severe storms throughout central Massachusetts. Massive flooding overnight submerged cars, deluged homes, and created dangerous sinkholes.
Meanwhile, the Category 3 storm Hurricane Lee is estimated to make landfall later on this weekend. It could actually hit anywhere from the Maine coast to Nova Scotia, but the impact, it's going to be felt hundreds of miles from the eye of that storm. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has more.
Well, hello from Leominster. Take a look behind me and you can see there is still water running into the streets today, and you get a sense of the destruction there as millions now brace for what's next.
A massive cleanup is underway across Leominster after catastrophic flash flooding devastated neighborhoods.
Within an hour, it was like a lake.
Washing away roads and railways, flooding parking lots and homes, and giving way to several giant, dangerous sinkholes, some swallowing cars.
I've never seen anything like this here.
The rushing water leaving trash and debris stuck in bridges and dragging dumpsters and cargo containers down rivers.
This trash is from people's houses, upstream.
Entire businesses destroyed.
Our store right now is caving in. This is our livelihoods.
The governor declaring a state of emergency.
We have seen way too many people with absolute, devastation right now.
The torrential downpours dumping nearly a foot of rain in just a matter of hours on Monday night. The devastating damage closing schools and forcing those in low-lying areas to seek shelter at higher ground, as 2 dams had to be shored up before reaching their breaking points.
We're just kind of worried that the water might just rush down and flood us out.
And now more rain heading toward New England.
It's going to take a long time to get things back to normal in Leominster.
So a flood watch remains in effect here throughout the day. And of course, everybody here and up and down the coast now watching to see what Lee does. Back to you.
All right, our thanks to Kristen Dahlgren there. It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Holiday sales are expected to grow at their slowest rate in 5 years. In fact, a new report shows that worries over the economy, they're causing customers to turn frugal. This is all according to the financial consulting company Deloitte.
The CNBC Tech Check anchor, Deirdre Bosa, gets me every time, Deirdre. All right, so what is behind this slowing growth? And I will say I won't believe it till I see it.
I know. My kids definitely don't want to believe that. But,
right.
you know, signs are pointing in a certain direction. You guys said it. Worries about the economy and shrinking household savings. That's pushing consumers to rein in spending. Deloitte's report estimates sales will rise by 3.5 to 4.6%. That compares to a more than 7% increase last year, when high inflation drove up prices for everything from clothes and toys to home appliances. Meanwhile, Amazon is planning to boost wages for contract drivers as part of a $440 million investment in the Delivery Service Partner Program. The program includes about 3,500 small businesses and nearly 280,000 drivers. The company didn't say how much wages will increase, but Amazon anticipates an average base pay of at least $20.50. And finally, the floating city is adding a new tourism tax on day trippers in an attempt to slow over-tourism. Venice, Italy's city council approved a regulation to tax visitors just over $5 to see the city on popular travel days throughout the summer and on long weekends. Overnight travelers and tourists under 14 will be exempt from the fee. So, guys, your kids may get less toys, but, hey, they won't be charged to go to Venice.
There's no silver lining. I wonder how they're going to actually enforce that. I wonder if there's a single entry point and they figure out if you're staying overnight or not.
Sounds a little complicated.
Yeah.
All right. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa for us there. Deirdre, thanks.
Coming up, crisis in Libya, the race to find survivors after massive flooding destroyed entire communities and killed thousands. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the conditions should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, leaders are dealing with a humanitarian catastrophe in Libya after massive floods wiped out entire villages and killed at least 6,000 people. Bodies are lining the streets and more are washing up on shore as thousands remain missing. Rescuers are working around the clock just trying to find survivors. Officials desperately calling for international help. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman has the latest for us right now. Josh, we know that some areas, frankly, are still unreachable because of those blocked roads, especially those rural areas. What is sort of the immediate priority for those officials right now?
Yeah, well, that's a huge problem, Morgan. And so the immediate priority really is making sure that they have access
access to the hardest hit communities. Because if you think about it, the city of Benghazi, which is where there's really the staging ground for a lot of this international assistance that is pouring into Libya, that's about 150 miles away from Derna, the hardest hit area where we've seen thousands of people killed. And so it is a massive logistical effort just to get the aid from the points where it can enter the country into the areas that need it most. And so bulldozers have been working around the clock to try to clear out those roads, make sure that people can actually access the areas that need the help. But at the same time, you have these other two buckets of efforts. You have people who are going home by home, search and rescue teams trying to find anyone who might still be alive, possibly buried under the rubble. And then you have the teams that are going around carrying out the grim task of simply collecting the bodies that are now piling up in the streets, trying to get them to hospitals or morgues, trying to clear the way so that more of those rescue efforts can take place.
You mentioned Derna, for example. Do we know, Josh, sort of what help is on the way, speaking of international aid?
Yeah, it's taken a couple of days for this to really get off the ground, but now we are seeing help pour in, mainly from the countries that are in the region in North Africa. So Tunisia, Algeria, Egypt, as well as other nations in the broader region like Turkey, like Jordan. The United States has said that it is sending financial assistance to humanitarian aid groups that might be able to help, and also working with the UN. And then we're seeing those international relief organizations like the World Food Program, the Red Cross, and others. They are sending their teams as well as financial help to Libya to try to do what they can to work on this major and growing humanitarian catastrophe, Morgan.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman for us there. Josh, thanks.
Morgan, in Morocco, anger is swelling toward the government's response to that catastrophic earthquake. Authorities there under fire for refusing offers of emergency aid from countries like the United States and France. Only teams from the United Kingdom, Qatar, Spain, and the United Arab Emirates have been allowed to help with these search and rescue efforts. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Marrakesh, Morocco. Matt, why would the Moroccan government decline help from some of these countries in such a dire situation, and how are survivors reacting to that?
Well, we haven't heard survivors discussing refusing help or not accepting help, from some of these foreign countries. That wasn't something that was top of mind when we went up into the Atlas Mountains. But what we've heard, some of my colleagues reported in an excellent story that ran on our website just yesterday, was that this is a combination of incompetence and just, political tension. France, of course, one of the main countries that they didn't accept help from, that is a former colonial power. So that's probably one of the reasons why they did that. So this is one of the reasons that's playing into this. Another is that a lot of these countries, Morocco thinks that they probably don't need that much help. But at the same time, when you go up into the mountains, the people there felt as though they've been neglected. And this is a compounding issue, because even before the earthquake, a lot of folks up there felt that life was hard enough and that they were not being served by their government in the valleys or in the capital of Rabat. Instead, now they feel even worse off. I spoke with one man who was living in a tent with his family. Here's what he told me. The government didn't come.
No,
not
no
even
one.
now.
Even to ask, just ask us how we feel, no one.
And what about foreign aid or anything like that, or independent organizations?
Just people come and the organizations come and they give to us what they need. The government is the first one. It must be coming to here, to us.
And they were absent. They were not here.
Is absent, completely absent.
Are you angry?
Yes, very angry.
So, guys, this is sort of rare criticism. I mean, Morocco isn't a dictatorship, but it's a kingdom. It's run by a king, and he has very strong power over most of the democratic elements of government. So to hear that kind of criticism is still pretty rare and bold.
Yeah, that is unusual. Matt, it's been 5 days since this quake struck. Many people, as we see, are forced from their homes. They're sleeping in tents and on the street. What are some of the challenges for the rescue teams when it comes to finding survivors?
Yeah, I mean, the big challenge for rescue teams is access, because the same earthquake that toppled a lot of these buildings, that toppled whole villages, also damaged a lot of the roadways that even before the earthquake were little more than dirt tracks that were winding through these very difficult mountainous terrains. So that is the main issue, and that's what's been holding up a lot of the relief efforts and a lot of the search and rescue efforts. The other issue that we've heard about, and this is what we heard from one of the British rescuers who was on the ground, was that the construction in some of these villages means that unlike after earthquakes like in Turkey, where we saw huge numbers of dead, the construction is such that it doesn't leave cavities for people to stay alive. And that's why we're not seeing a lot of people pulling out. Guys?
NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. Matt, thank you.
Later on this hour, thousands of auto workers set to strike unless they reach a deal with the big three car makers, where negotiations stand right now as we speak, with the deadline just 1 day away. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is a wild one. In Miami, 2 TSA agents are now facing grand larceny charges after they were arrested for allegedly stealing money from passengers. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock shows us the brand new footage and now the impending legal battle.
TSA agents at Miami International Airport caught on camera allegedly stealing hundreds of dollars from passengers. Video provided by the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office appears to reveal Jose Gonzalez and Liberius Williams going through a black bag at a security checkpoint when Williams walks away. Gonzalez then appears to take something out of the bin and put it in his pocket. In another video, prosecutors say he's also seen removing something from a Louis Vuitton bag, setting it aside, and then grabbing it out of the bin before the luggage is screened. Gonzalez and Williams were arrested in July, along with a third agent, who later had charges against her dropped. According to the arrest affidavit, Gonzalez admitted to distracting passengers in order to steal cash from bags as they were being screened. In one case, he allegedly took $600 from one wallet. Now both men are charged with grand theft in the third degree. A lawyer for Gonzalez telling NBC News he qualified for a state program and will have his charges dropped if completed.
Mr. Williams, you're accused of stealing from TSA. Any comment? No.
Prosecutors say Williams did not qualify for that program, and his case heads to trial. His attorney didn't comment to NBC News. In a statement, TSA confirming that both men have been removed from screening duties as the investigation continues, adding in part, the agency, quote, has no tolerance for misconduct in the workplace. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Wow. All right. The United States saw 23 different disasters this year, some costing billions of dollars. So NBC climate reporter Chase Kane spoke with some scientists who are now saying that climate change and the extreme heat we saw this summer is what's likely fueling those rise in storms.
This summer gave new life to a viral Simpsons meme. Bart complains, "This is the hottest summer of my life." Homer, "This is the coolest summer for the rest of your life." And sadly, that could be true. With July the hottest month ever recorded, and this summer, Earth's hottest by a lot. In the U.S., heat targeted the Pacific Northwest and Gulf Coast, which has Florida, Mississippi, and Louisiana suffering through their hottest year so far.
And the way in which it's distributing around the country, I think, is not so much a surprise, but an unfortunate manifestation of what we have been expecting as a result of climate change impacts.
Heat makes our power bills higher, our food costs more, pushes outdoor workers to the brink, and it kills way more Americans than any other type of weather. So politically, why does addressing extreme heat feel so cold?
One of the challenging things about heat is it often doesn't give us this huge camera-ready fodder, right? It's not like a hurricane that blows through. There's this famous scene in the Gladiator movie where Russell Crowe throws down his weapons and he's disgusted with everybody, and he looks at the crowd and says, "Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?"
And there have been many times throughout my years of doing this work that I've kind of felt like this summer, is this enough? Is this enough? So I totally understand you're asking the question.
And the extreme heat is being driven by carbon emissions, burning oil and gas. Climate Central found that on any given day this summer, more than 1.5 billion people sweated through climate-amplified heat. And heat policy experts say the costs are soaring.
When we do the autopsy of this summer, it's going to look like a mass casualty event, and it's going to be shocking even to people like me who work in this field, right? But I think we're also going to be shocked at the economic impact of these things. Once you calculate the cost on the hospital system, agriculture and outdoor labor loss, just across the board, it is not, heat is not a singular, lonely event, right? It has far-reaching tentacles into many other aspects of society.
Ashley also hopes that Congress starts putting more money toward the problem, like creating a national hurricane center, but for heat. Locally, solutions look different in every community, but your local government can move a lot faster to address extreme heat. So if you want to get involved, that's a great place to start. In Washington, I'm climate reporter Chase Kane.
Coming up, why the suspect accused of killing 4 college students in Idaho is fighting to ban cameras in the courtroom. Next, you are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network. It's called NBC News Now, and you can do it wherever you stream. Check it out. It's on YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. These are all free services. Tubi, Pluto, all the places, Morgan. Your news continues right after this.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now, 12:30 on this Wednesday. So glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un and Russian President Vladimir Putin held their meeting today. The two held talks at Russia's spaceport in the eastern part of the country, where Kim pledged full support for Putin and the country's war against Ukraine. U.S. officials warned that this meeting, which lasted more than 4 hours, could potentially lead to an arms deal between North Korea and Russia.
Today, more than 20 tech executives are meeting with U.S. senators to talk about artificial intelligence. Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, just a few of the guests participating in a series of closed-door sessions. The bipartisan gatherings will include leaders in civil rights, academics, and national security.
And an FDA panel has ruled that some over-the-counter nasal decongestants don't actually work. They say that the key ingredient in these medications does little to actually relieve congestion. This includes common medications like Sudafed PE, Vicks, NyQuil, Benadryl, allergy. The FDA will now need to decide whether to revoke the drug's designation as safe and effective. All right, well, it is down to the wire for negotiations between the United Auto Workers Union and the so-called Big Three U.S. automakers.
Yep, GM, Ford, Stellantis, they have just over 24 hours to hammer out a final deal ahead of a possible strike. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is at the annual Detroit Auto Show to explain how we got here.
Detroit Auto Show is kicking off, but arguably there's more buzz around what's going on behind the scenes. Negotiations between the big three, Stellantis, GM, and Ford, and the United Auto Workers, a union representing roughly 150,000 workers for those three companies that could potentially be walking off the job if new agreements are not reached with those companies by tomorrow night's deadline. This is something that is captivating this industry, and it has implications even beyond those roughly 150,000 jobs. If you're looking to buy a new car, this is something you might want to be keeping an eye on, because depending on how long a strike goes out, it could impact the types of cars you can choose from at the dealer's lot. If you already own a car but need a repair, there are concerns about being able to get the parts you need as well, depending on how a strike plays out. So we are watching the machinations going on behind the scenes. Negotiations are ongoing. Today on CNBC, the president of the UAW making clear that the plan would be to strike against all three of these automakers if agreements are not reached. And the deadline is 11:59 p.m. tomorrow night, on Thursday night. So that's something we're watching closely here in this city. And we're also getting reporting about the possibility of targeted strikes, the potential strike strategy for the UAW. And if that were to happen, it might allow the union to specifically target certain plants, certain places where workers are working on behalf of these companies instead of just sending everyone on strike. And that could potentially allow the union to make a strike last longer if they can make their strike fund go further, if they're not having to pay as many workers. So we're looking to see what a potential strike would look like, if a strike will happen, or if agreements can be reached. We heard from Ford CEO last night, and he called what they have put in front of UAW now, quote, our most generous offer in 80 years of the UAW and Ford. But the CEO also added that his company is prepared for a strike. So all eyes in this industry right now appear to be on Detroit, on these three companies and the union, to see what can be done, if anything can be done, to avert strikes by tomorrow night. Back to you.
The man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students last year is appearing back in court today. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin explains why Bryan Kohberger's legal team is now arguing to ban cameras from the courtroom.
Footage like this of accused killer Bryan Kohberger
State of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger
could soon be banned if the judge grants the defense's request to bar all cameras from the courtroom. But this latest legal move, backed by the prosecution, is against the wishes of at least one of the victims' families.
We're all for truth, transparency, the cameras being in there and letting the community decide.
Kaylee Gonzalez's father says banning cameras from the proceedings could fuel online rumors and misinformation.
It's chaos on the internet. It's chaos all over the world. And I'm done with that.
In a 7-page motion, Kohberger's attorneys claim camera crews have ignored a 2-month-old court directive to stay wide on the entire courtroom and to not focus exclusively on Kohberger, pointing to examples of what the defense claims are blatant violations of that directive that were later published alongside sensationalistic and prejudicial headlines. The prosecution siding with the defense, arguing it's concerned that camera coverage will have a substantial chilling effect on the ability of witnesses to testify, while noting certain witnesses have already been subjected to threats and harassment. Facing 4 first-degree murder charges in the stabbing deaths of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogen, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle, Kohberger officially waived his right to a speedy trial at a hearing late last month, pushing his October 2nd trial date back indefinitely.
Some delays are to be expected in murder trials simply because the stakes are so high.
For Kaylee's family, every day without justice is agonizing.
When you ask for the victims of murdered children to just shut up for extended periods of time, and you say that you're not going to give justice for perhaps years, it's not acceptable.
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
Now to a disturbing story out of Miami where a DoorDash driver was caught on camera spitting onto the order he just dropped off. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro explains how this is just one incident in a recent string of bad behavior brought on by frustration over tipping.
A food delivery spit and dash. A DoorDash delivery man, angry over the tip, appears to spit on the food delivery he's just left on a doorstep. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. The incident captured by Ring camera. 13-year-old Elias Crisanto and his mother ordered the food to their Miami home, but say they were disgusted to see the video. They say the $3 tip they included for the half-mile trip was generous.
Se puso bravo porque tal vez él pensó que fue una chiquita propina y escupió en la comida. Quería vomitar porque ¿quién hace eso?
A spokesperson for DoorDash saying, while we empathize with the frustration of not receiving a tip, this behavior is unacceptable, adding they have since removed that worker from the platform.
Hi.
Hello.
Come here, Max.
But many frustrated delivery drivers across the country are reaching a tipping point. This doorbell video going viral of one driver berating a woman after she says she left a 25% tip.
I just want to say it's a nice house for a $5 tip.
You're welcome.
You.
Another driver in California appearing to take a sip out of a milkshake before handing it to a customer, though it's unclear why. Despite these shocking incidents, DoorDash is only growing in popularity, with more than 32 million consumers each month and more than 2 million Dashers, according to a company spokesperson.
Food delivery apps can also be used to place to-go orders. So how much should you tip? And what if you pick up the food yourself?
Do you tip on top of that when you pick it up yourself?
I think I do, but that's just because the option is there. I definitely think I do more of like a 10% tip for that.
What do you think people should be tipping?
I think it's like in most service industries, people live off of the tips, so be mindful that that can be very generous help for that person.
Some delivery app sites spell it out. Grubhub suggests 20% or at least $5 more if bad weather is a factor. DoorDash and Uber Eats both say a tip is never required but always appreciated, and 100% of it goes to the worker. At the end of the day, for those making the deliveries, gratuity and generosity go hand in hand.
Can't tell nobody what to do with their money. I know what I signed up for. If you tip, you tip. If you don't, you don't. At the end of the day, you have to look in the mirror and know what you did. That's completely up to you.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Wow, really interesting there. All right. Did you know that 83% of Americans use some sort of streaming service in 2023? And with more than 200 different options, it can be hard to keep track of everything that we're paying for. So experts recommend tracking your subscriptions by checking credit card statements, finding subscriptions on your iPhone, and using budgeting apps. So Vicki is here with some ways we can save money on those subscriptions. Vicki, I know I need this. I mean, outside of canceling any streaming subscriptions we have, what are some ways that we can actually, save a little bit?
I mean, that number is so astonishing, right, Morgan? More than 200 services out there. It can be really difficult to keep track. So my first tip is think about downgrading. Do you need the premium level of Netflix or whatever video service? Netflix has a plan that's only $6.99 a month. Yes, you have to watch ads, but you could work on your fitness, right? Anytime a commercial comes on, get up, do some calf raises, as Stephanie Mansour would say, or do some squats, do some push-ups. Over the course of an hour-long show, you got 15 minutes of exercise in there. The other thing you can think about is signing up for an annual subscription. Maybe you really love a service. You know you're going to watch all of the shows. Love After Lockup, I know you love, Morgan.
Speaking my language, honey, that 90 Day Fiancé.
A shameless plug here, NBC Universal is the parent company of Peacock, but a monthly subscription, right around $6. If you sign up for the whole year, it's $60. That's basically 2 months for free. Also, check with your credit card or phone provider. Verizon is offering for $10 a bundle that gets you Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, and Hulu, which is a lot less expensive than if you bought them separately. And finally, we talk about it all the time, Tubi, Pluto, Crackle, Freevee is an Amazon service, thousands of hours of content for free.
Huh. I didn't even know that. Wow. All right. I'm taking notes over here. Listen, something that we all do when we're watching, sometimes we're also binging, we're eating. 60% of Americans order takeout at least once a week, and that's according to the latest numbers from Statista. So how can we sort of save money on food and those grocery deliveries in the process?
We fell in love with grocery delivery during the pandemic, but how many different services do you need? Do you need Instacart and Amazon Fresh and the local delivery? Think about buying online, picking up in store. That is free for the most part, and try to narrow it down because those service fees can really add up. Finally, when it comes to restaurants, a lot of restaurants you would just want to call through Uber Eats, maybe not DoorDash after you saw that story, but restaurants also have their own delivery services where they don't have to pay a middleman, and sometimes the prices are lower, and certainly those restaurants get to keep more of the profits. So call directly to your favorite restaurants and always sign up for the loyalty programs when you can, Morgan. Those
we love a loyalty program. Yes. All right. Vicky, helping us be smart consumers as always. Thanks so much. We appreciate it.
You got it.
Well, the biggest stars in music coming together for the annual MTV Video Music Awards. Just straight ahead, we're going to break down which artists took home the night's top prizes. More NBC News Daily right after this.
For the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right. As I got older, I got a little more experience, I started thinking, well, gosh, I've accomplished a lot. I've done a lot in my career, but what I really would love to see is more female storytellers.
Amen to that. That was Reese Witherspoon speaking candidly about her Hollywood goals. The third season, by the way, of her hit TV show, The Morning Show, that's out today.
But the actress and producer is also making headlines for another reason, the sale of her clothing brand, Draper James. Our very own NBC News Daily anchor, Zincle Asamoah, sat down with Witherspoon exclusively at the HubSpot Tech Conference. She joins us now. Zincle, one of the things I find so refreshing about that clip is that she was openly and candidly talking about her own ambition.
She absolutely is, and clearly, Morgan and Vicky, she has made a name for herself as an actor and producer. And so her work as a businesswoman has caught a lot of eyes. Why? Well, just last week, she sold majority stake of her fashion brand, Draper James, to a private equity firm. They're called Consortium Brand Partners. And if you're unfamiliar, back in 2015, Witherspoon actually founded this brand as a nod to her Southern roots. It had a lot of people wondering if she entered the billionaire club, though she quickly debunked to me those rumors, saying she's not a billionaire, at least not yet. But that said, she does have a production company, Hello Sunshine. She sold it years ago for a reported $900 million. It had a lot of people asking, well, is she there yet? She said so no, close. But that production company is behind a lot of our favorite shows. Think Big Little Lies, The Morning Show, airing this Wednesday. I know y'all are fans, right? Indeed. Gone Girl, all with the aim of changing the narrative for women through scripted and unscripted media content and partnerships. But beyond business, what really resonated with so many in the conversation was her advice on life. Take a listen.
Advice for maintaining quality friendships when you're a really busy person.
Editing. Edit your friendships. Everybody out here over 40 knows. If you aren't adding to my life, get the heck out of my life. My grandmother used to say, people are either radiators or drains. Stick around the radiators and get rid of the drains.
You're either a radiator or drain. So some really good advice. I also, of course, had to ask her what her beige flag was. Any guesses? Any guesses? What was I know. Flag? She said she likes to pick up bugs. She's a tomboy. Who knew? So a lot of fun facts. She's clearly just a fun every girl and someone who keeps busy with season 3 of The Morning Show out this week.
And don't forget about her book club, too. Look. She is really making moves in all spaces in media, and it's great to see her leading female first. I love that. Yeah. All right, NBC News Daily anchor Zincle Asamoah, thank you for bringing us part of your conversation there.
Thank you.
All right, so the MTV Video Music Awards returned to our TV screens last night, bringing historic moments and legendary live performances. Here's NBC Entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas with all the memorable details that you need to know.
Make some noise for NSYNC.
The 40th MTV Video Music Awards kicking off with an epic boy band reunion years in the making.
20 years ago, we were just kids when we won Best Pop Video for Bye, Bye, Bye. Baby, bye, bye, bye.
NSYNC returning to the VMA stage for the first time in a decade.
The unstoppable Taylor Swift.
The 90s icons presenting the Best Pop Award to who else? Taylor Swift. Asking the band what many fans were thinking.
Are you doing something? What's gonna happen now? What are you, there's something they're gonna do something, and I need to know what it is.
Swift now has the second most overall VMA wins after taking home 9 Moon People overnight. Nicki Minaj returning as host for a VMAs showcasing a nod to nostalgia. Latin music sensation Shakira performing a medley of her mega hits. With her sons watching from the audience, one of the best-selling artists of all time was honored with this year's Video Vanguard Award. Rapper and producer Sean Diddy Combs received the Global Icon Award after his first live performance at the VMAs in 18 years.
This is a dream come true for me.
Rap icons like LL Cool J helping to celebrate the 50th anniversary of hip-hop, as some of music's current chart toppers electrified the stage. Like Olivia Rodrigo and Karol G, who made her VMA debut. Ice Spice won the Best New Artist Award. The biggest prize of the night going to Swift. It's me. The superstar winning Video of the Year for the second year in a row for her smash hit Anti-Hero.
This is unbelievable. This is, I I just want to say that the fact that this is a fan-voted award means so much to me.
Yes, Taylor.
Oh, I love, there were so many powerful women performing last night. Karol G.
I know. Shakira! With her kids in the audience. Come on, that was sort of the best part, right?
Especially, I mean, and this has been, you know, a lot of her private life has been in the public eye this year. And so to see her have this win with her boys there to watch her, I mean, that's a pretty incredible moment. And then, of course, look at Diddy. I mean, we grew up on
50 years of
Hello,
hip-hop. I feel like we've grown up with the VMAs. Me, longer than you, but it was really fun to watch.
Yeah, the VMAs for sure. We love to see that. And look at all, and the cross-generations, too.
I know.
Diddy with his kids, pretty incredible. All right, NBC entertainment correspondent
Chloe Molasky, thank her for that.
Thank you.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it A historic showdown between the government and the Supreme Court in Israel has sparked mass conflict across the country. But half a world away, one nonprofit in New Mexico is working around the clock to try to mitigate that.
They are called Tomorrow's Women, and they have been training young women for 20 years to become leaders who can return to their war-ridden home country and create change. NBC News producer Lauren Ina spoke to some of those teens about what it's like to live in the violence and chaos.
At a remote location in New Mexico, 8 Palestinian and 8 Israeli girls are here for 3 weeks to learn and understand each other's place in one of the world's most enduring conflicts. Maya lives in Israel.
Palestinians and the Israeli girls, we're all human and we all go through similar experiences. So this is really the first opportunity you've had to have a Palestinian friend. What?
The girls are aged 15 to 18, and they are sponsored by the nonprofit Tomorrow's Women. Executive Director Terry Burnett says it's the ideal time to help them embrace peace and understanding.
It's so volatile right now, and it has been for so many years that, you know, this work just has to continue.
Tala is Palestinian.
You're just getting to know everybody. What has it been like?
Right now, they don't know our ideas, so they think like we are pro-Palestine and we hate Israel, but it's not right. Like, because of that, I think there's still a barrier because we don't know each other very much.
So you have work to do.
Yeah, we have a lot of work to do.
Over 3 weeks, the girls will participate in over 40 hours of dialogue. Inbar is an Israeli.
What barriers do you think you have to break down?
I think the barrier of fear.
The girls are guided by 2 facilitators, Lama, who is a Palestinian from the occupied West Bank, and Yonit, who is an Israeli.
Hearing how what they go through and how they have to live every ugly detail of this conflict with the Israelis and the Palestinians. It's very painful.
Amira is from an Arab village.
What is your life like in the West Bank as a teenager?
So difficult. Like, I can't go out, hang out with my friends without be stressed. I can't go enter to Jerusalem. I can't go to see the ocean. There's a lot of checkpoints.
We're concealing your identity. Is it really that dangerous that you would be talking to Jewish girls?
Yeah, it's very dangerous.
What would people say to you?
They will say I do normalizations. I don't respect the land. I don't respect Palestinians. I don't respect my family.
Inbar says her willingness to understand the Palestinian experience also makes her an outlier.
In my school, not that popular to have my opinions. People shame you for that.
The facilitators say the dialogues help break down barriers by addressing cultural identities, painful memories, and the role of the military, all with a focus on compassionate listening and creative expression. But fun is also baked into the program.
So when we first met, you were all a few hours into the dialogue, and now you've done over 40 hours of dialogue. What's changed?
So much change. I see the other perspective now.
What's the most important thing you learned about each other?
I think we learned really that each of us grew in a different reality. Each of us has our own truth. And it's hard to deal with it because we speak and each one of us thinks something different, but it's right for her. And that's a big thing.
These girls, who live just a few miles apart at home, say they were finally able to understand one another and create friendships more than 7,000 miles away.
I think our differences will make us stronger. When you go through something tough about another person, you get to know him more. So to get to know someone more is to make them more connected.
Lauren Ina, NBC News.
You just hope they can maintain those relationships and build on that and share what they learn.
In the process.
This is really powerful.
Absolutely.
Our thanks to Lauren for that. All right, well, here is what is trending right now. Broadway getting one more Hollywood star. Actress Rachel McAdams, she's going to make her sparkling debut in Mary Jane. It is a new play by Amy Herzog, who is a Pulitzer Prize finalist.
That's right. Previews for the show will start in April, but an opening date has yet to be announced. McAdams is well known for her starring roles in films like The Notebook and her most recent performance in Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Your news continues right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, September 13th. Convict caught. The Pennsylvania inmate who escaped from prison finally back in custody after evading law enforcement for more than 2 weeks. We'll tell you how tactical teams finally caught him and what we're learning about the time that he spent on the run.
Pending strike, members of the United Auto Workers Union are threatening to walk off the job at certain plants in Detroit if a new contract deal isn't reached by tomorrow night. What the workers are asking for and why the car companies are hesitant to give it to them.
Friend Finder, a popular app meant to track lost phones, is actually being used by young people as a new form of social media. Why they're tracking their friends' locations for fun and whether it could actually raise some privacy concerns.
Keeping the faith. A study from Harvard found that a religious upbringing was linked to better health and well-being down the road. We're going to talk with a parenting expert and pastor about how to navigate religion in your home, no matter your beliefs.
Thank you so much for joining us this Wednesday and welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now with the dramatic capture of an escaped killer in Pennsylvania. Danilo Cavalcanti is now in police custody after breaking out of prison 2 weeks ago today.
This is what he looked like this morning when troopers finally found him. Officials say thermal heat technology and a Border Patrol dog were key in his capture. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee joins us live from South Coventry Township. That's about 45 miles west of Philadelphia. Tremaine, good to have you. So authorities called Cavalcante desperate and dangerous, and he was armed when they finally caught him. How did they zero in on his location?
I'll tell you what, so right behind me, Cavalcante this morning was captured behind this tractor supply company, in between the actual building and some of the forest behind me. Police started to tighten their perimeter around this area on Monday. After about 1.5 miles from here, Cavalcante stole a rifle and was shot at by a homeowner in the process of stealing that rifle. But then last night, early this morning, around 1 a.m., a DEA plane using thermal imaging technology spotted a heat signature in this area, but were forced to leave after bad weather rolled in. But then right after 8 a.m., that same plane was able to pick up that heat signature again in this area. So police zeroed in on this area, sent the K-9 in, and were actually able to apprehend him. I think one important note here is that they were able to bring him in without any shots being fired, either from Cavalcante or police.
And Tremaine, Cavalcante was considered armed and dangerous and already killed 2 different people. Did the official explain why deadly force wasn't used in this case?
Morgan, that is a big question, especially after things ratcheted up intensity once Cavalcante got his hands on that .22 caliber rifle. But police say that, deadly force was always on the table. But fortunately, they made a decision not to. Here's Lieutenant Colonel Bivens with more.
Yes, he had the firearm with him. Yes, he was a threat. He did not have an opportunity. I believe he was taken by surprise, and I believe the K-9 played a large role in him not being able to utilize that firearm. What I would tell you is, again, that it is our last choice, our last preference to use lethal force. And so while there were other options, the team did the responsible thing, did what they're trained and what we expect, and they used other options. And again, lethal force is always the last option.
Always the last option. I know sometimes with law enforcement it doesn't seem that way, but in this case, Lieutenant Colonel Bivens says, it was on the table, but fortunately they didn't have to use that option.
Tremaine, now that he is in custody, what do we know about the new state penitentiary that he's going to be sent to?
We don't know much yet. They haven't identified the actual facility, but one thing that had been reiterated during a press conference earlier with the governor, state officials, and Lieutenant Colonel Bivens is that he will not escape this time. And so we have to assume that the state facility will have much better security than the county jail that he was in. He was able to shimmy his way up a wall and over some barbed wire. And so he'll likely be further into the prison, a higher level of security, and certainly away from any opportunities to exit.
All right, NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee for us there. Thanks so much, Tremaine. We appreciate it.
The clock is ticking down to a possible strike that could have a huge impact on the U.S. economy. Members of the Auto Workers Union, they're still battling it out with the top 3 American car makers, Ford, GM, and Stellantis.
That's right. The deadline to reach an agreement is actually tomorrow night, and so far there's no deal in sight. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is at the annual Detroit Auto Show with more.
Today, the Detroit Auto Show is kicking off, but arguably there's more buzz around what's going on behind the scenes. Negotiations between the big 3, Stellantis, GM, and Ford, and the United Auto Workers, a union representing roughly 150,000 workers for those 3 companies that could potentially be walking off the job if new agreements are not reached with those companies by tomorrow night's deadline. This is something that is captivating this industry, and it has implications even beyond those roughly 150,000 jobs. If you're looking to buy a new car, this is something you might want to be keeping an eye on, because depending on how long a strike goes out, it could impact the types of cars you can choose from at the dealer's lot. If you already own a car but need a repair, there are concerns about being able to get the parts you need as well, depending on how a strike plays out. So we are watching the machinations going on behind the scenes. Negotiations are ongoing. Today on CNBC, the president of the UAW making clear that the plan would be to strike against all 3 of these automakers if agreements are not reached. And the deadline is 11:59 p.m. tomorrow night, on Thursday night. So that's something we're watching closely here in this city. And we're also getting reporting about the possibility of targeted strikes, the potential strike strategy for the UAW. And if that were to happen, it might allow the union to specifically target certain plants, certain places where workers are working on behalf of these companies instead of just sending everyone on strike. And that could potentially allow the union to make a strike last longer if they can make their strike fund go further, if they're not having to pay as many workers. So we're looking to see what a potential strike would look like, if a strike will happen, or if agreements can be reached. We heard from Ford CEO last night, and he called what they have put in front of UAW now, quote, our most generous offer in 80 years of the UAW and Ford. But the CEO also added that his company is prepared for a strike. So all eyes in this industry right now appear to be on Detroit, on these 3 companies and the union, to see what can be done, if anything can be done, to avert strikes by tomorrow night. Back to you.
All right, so we are getting the latest look at inflation today as Americans continue to really feel pressure on their wallets. According to the Labor Department, the August Consumer Price Index, which tracks a pretty broad range of goods and services, was up 3.7% from a year ago.
That is the biggest monthly increase this year. It's also higher than experts were predicting. And it turns out a big surge in gas prices last month drove the spike in numbers. We've got with us NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. So, Brian, why were gas prices so high last month?
Yeah, well, a lot of the oil producers overseas were cutting production in the summer. This could be part of that lag. There's also just more demand, and anyone trying to squeeze in the final trip before summer's over, maybe driving gas prices up as well. Look, either way, we've all been feeling it at the pump. An over 10% increase just between July and August. That was a big contributor to why overall inflation went up. Again, we're talking about the pace of price increases here, going up from 3.3% on a yearly basis in July to 3.7% in August. Again, you would hope that number will be going down. We're all feeling the pain of inflation. But again, at least between July and August, it seemed like the pace of inflation did accelerate a little bit.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see that graphic of that sort of pace increase. But you mentioned oil and gas. Are there any other areas where we've seen this type of spike?
Yeah, well, not necessarily to that degree. That's very dramatic to see a 10% increase in just the month. But we have to remember that the biggest expenditure for most families is just the cost of putting a roof over your head. So mortgage payments and rent payments, they have continued to go up by 0.3% between July and August. But again, because it's such a big expenditure, even small percentages like that can be very impactful. And of course, food prices is in view as well. Food prices did go up by 0.2% between July and August. Notably, meat prices across the board did go up. So chicken, pork, and beef did get more expensive in the month.
Yeah, and you really feel that in your wallet as a consumer. Let's talk about the Federal Reserve. They're going to meet again, and they had signaled before we might see another rate hike this year. What are your thoughts? Where are we going?
Yeah, well, the Fed does have a few meetings before before the end of the year. So the next question is, okay, well, the Fed got this inflation report. This is the last one that they're going to get before their next meeting later on this month. And in that meeting, again, later on in September, the expectation is for them not to raise interest rates again. But if the inflation numbers continue to go in this direction, because again, they've been coming down, now they're going up a little bit. If it continues through the end of the year, then you have some analysts saying the Fed could again raise interest rates. Maybe that happens in December.
Okay.
We'll have to see what the numbers look like at that point.
Wait and see. All right, Brian Chung for us. Brian, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Brian. Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration is warning pharmacy giants against marketing unapproved eye products, saying that they violated federal law. The FDA says these items can pose serious risks to consumers.
Unapproved eye products.
Yeah.
CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs is here for more. Bertha, which pharmacies actually got this warning? Have any of them said anything? And what type of products are we actually talking about?
Yeah, the big ones have gotten those warnings. They went out to CVS and Walgreens, the nation's largest pharmacies, along with a handful of other companies. The products the FDA addressed treat a number of eye conditions, including conjunctivitis, cataracts, and glaucoma. Both pharmacy giants say they stopped the sale of these unapproved eye drops, and customers who bought the products can return them for a full refund. Meantime, the iPhone 12, or I suppose we should say 12, is off the market in France. A watchdog agency in that country ordered Apple to stop selling that model, claiming testing shows it emits too much radiation. The agency warned Apple it would face a recall if the problem isn't fixed in existing iPhone 12s. Apple disputes the findings and said the device complies with radiation regulations. And Taylor Swift is so big, well, we know she's had an impact on the economy this summer, but now one newspaper chain is assigning a reporter to cover her career exclusively. The Gannett-owned Tennessean posted the job yesterday, and are you ready for it? You'll need at least 5 years journalism experience and a willingness to travel extensively. The pay range for the remote position, so you don't have to relocate to Nashville, is between $21 and $50 an hour. I just love it. Can you imagine? It's like Bertha Coombs, Swiftie correspondent.
We love this.
You're fully qualified,
Right?
Bertha.
Although you might be competing with one Vicky Wynn over here.
I was just thinking, I thought Vicky was the one who had sort of the corner on that, cornered that market.
We love her, but you know what? I love this
Tay
job
decide.
too much.
Let
I love this
Tay
job too
decide,
much.
you know?
Bertha Coombs, as always, it's great to see you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Bertha. Meanwhile, more and more people are tracking the location of their friends online. But is it actually a good idea? We're going to tell you what's behind the new trend and how to maintain your privacy while using these apps. All that and more coming up next.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This one is a real talker. You may have seen the app on your phone. It's called Find My. You can use it, obviously, to track your devices, your earbuds, your AirTags, but a lot of young people are using it as a new form of social media.
Okay, this blew my brain. I had no idea this was happening. You could say one generation's phone finder is another's friend finder. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers sat down with one group of friends to hear why they're so obsessed with tracking each other's location. Take a look.
I am the friend that is looking at your location.
The idea of friends constantly knowing where you are might sound too close for comfort.
Ooh, Emma's at the gym. Ooh, Stacy's at work. Ooh, Mia's at her ex's.
But many Gen Z and millennials say for them, it sounds like friendship. Apple added the Find My feature to all phones over a decade ago as a way for people to track lost devices. But now, young people use the app to monitor others' devices and de facto location, often posting about the trend on social media, using it for everything from making sure friends and family get to where they're going safely to browsing people's locations out of curiosity. Apps like Find My Friends have surged. Last year, 62% of all adults used location services, compared to just 7% a decade ago.
Find My is an application that comes with the iPhone, and you have to opt in to Find My Friends, to sharing your location with other people. When you go into the app, you'll see who you share with and who shares with you, and I can see our interview subjects are approaching.
Maya, Caroline, and Jaya all work together.
You're all in to Find My Friends.
Yes.
Very much so.
And they all have each other's location, along with quite a few other friends.
How many people do you have on Find My Friends?
I have 14.
I have around 20.
I had 35.
Wow. You reach a point in a friendship where you're at Find My Friends level?
Yes. One of the main reasons is safety.
It starts as a safety measure where you're sharing your location with your friends so they can know where you are. But then as they have your location, it's turning into more of a form of social media where people are checking it constantly.
Checking and keeping friends on time.
And I get the text that's like, I can see that you're still at your house. Please hurry up. I can see that you're still getting ready. You said you left 10 minutes ago.
Like usually from me.
But it can lead to an awkward chat if you no longer want someone knowing exactly where you are.
Have you all been asked, why'd you stop sharing your location with me?
I have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which
Becomes
is
personal.
Yeah.
I guess apart from parents, there's no need to know where you are all the time. That's just something that we've kind of invented, I think.
So can this go too far? Has it gone too far?
I think it definitely can go too far. One of my friends could be obsessively checking my location 24/7 and I would have absolutely no idea, which is a little bit creepy.
I had never thought of it as intrusive or invasive until we started talking about it. And I was thinking, you know, it is a little abnormal. We're the first generation to actually be the people who people know where they are at all hours.
That's not a concept everyone is comfortable with, especially for people who didn't grow up with cell phones in hand.
Everybody's has to know everyone's business all the time, and I think that's completely different than when I grew up.
Having someone know where I am 24/7 would be very, very strange, I think.
But for these young women, it's part of every minute of everyday life, even including the time spent in our interview.
You just got your phones back. Anyone notice that you all were here together?
Yeah, one person.
What did they say?
She had all of our locations and was like, what are you guys all doing together at 30 Rock?
Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
Man, I don't know if I'm ready for that.
No, I'm definitely not in that mode. It's fascinating, though. A lot of people we've talked to on our team here at Daily absolutely
love it.
do this.
They love
Keeping
it.
track, figuring out when, someone's coming home and maybe you start dinner. I can kind of understand from a convenience standpoint. There's something about it that creeps me out.
Yeah, I don't think I need everyone knowing it. My husband definitely does that, but I think he's trying to keep me on time.
That's true.
All right. Well, yesterday, Apple announced a new feature that will let you track your friends with even more accuracy. The iPhone 15 will have a new and more sensitive tracking chip, and the new Find My app app will give you specific directions and distance when trying to link up with context and crowds.
It's getting so specific,
this tracking.
right? But the thing you want to keep in mind, privacy, right? Our devices, our apps, they certainly know a lot about us. So sometimes that data, you want to be sure it's not being sold to third parties. These are things to consider whenever you allow any app to follow your location.
So have fun, but stay safe.
Exactly. All right, well, coming up, some of the biggest names in tech are on Capitol Hill today. What Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, what they're saying about AI. That's coming up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
In New Mexico, there's bipartisan outrage after the governor suspended gun rights in an effort to curb gun violence. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has the details.
We will not comply.
Protest and defiance in Albuquerque.
This is the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Dozens of New Mexicans armed with guns rallying against the governor's controversial new public health order, which bans people from carrying guns openly or concealed in Albuquerque for 30 days.
My jaw dropped. For a second amendment to be suspended, it's unconstitutional. Let's put it that way.
The move by Democratic Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham comes after a string of fatal shootings that killed 3 children, including 11-year-old Froilan Villegas, gunned down outside a minor league baseball park last week. It prompted Lujan Grisham to declare a public health emergency on gun violence.
The purpose is to try to create a cooling off period while we figure out how we can better address public safety and gun violence.
But backlash has been swift. Albuquerque's Bernalillo County Sheriff John Allen, a Democrat, saying he will not enforce the order.
This order will not do anything to curb gun violence other than punish law-abiding citizens from their constitutional right to self-defense.
Even high-profile gun control supporters also saying the governor overstepped, including California Democratic Congressman Ted Lieu, who posted, "I support gun safety laws. However, this order from the governor of New Mexico violates the U.S. Constitution." And Parkland school shooting survivor David Hogg, who wrote, "I support gun safety, but there is no such thing as a state public health emergency exception to the U.S. Constitution."
What is your message to the governor right now?
Our message to the governor is simple. You cannot do this. This is wildly unconstitutional.
Hannah Hill with the National Association for Gun Rights is among 4 pro-gun groups now suing Governor Grisham.
We're asking the courts to uphold the Second Amendment and to issue us a temporary restraining order knocking down this unconstitutional executive order.
There may be more consequences for the governor. Some state lawmakers are calling for her impeachment. This as gun owners in New Mexico are blatantly ignoring the order, openly carrying their guns to send a message that she's gone too far and needs to be removed from office.
We plan on trying to push that through because she has done an illegal act and violated her oath.
Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
Now to Texas, where one woman had a close call while filming a powerful storm. A bolt of lightning struck nearby, and it sent shockwaves through her body. Sophia Beausoleil from NBC Dallas interviewed the woman, who says she won't be taking the same chances anytime soon.
It's so much louder in person.
Zoe Smith says she's pretty conscious about her surroundings while recording lightning, but Friday night was a little different.
You don't always realize that you just nominated yourself for a Darwin Award until after the fact. And
while standing outside her front door getting video of the dark skies, suddenly she felt an energy run through her body.
But just that tingly feeling and the hairs on your body just standing on end, like you feel impending doom.
Seconds later,
I don't know if that was the lightning or if it was my soul trying to leave my body on short notice, and it was just like, screw you, you stupid person.
She's not sure what the lightning hit, just that it wasn't her, but the force blew out the speakers of the headphones she was wearing. Zoe says after she went inside to her concerned husband and son, she took a moment to reevaluate her life.
And I looked at my husband and I said, I'm gonna go lie down, bring me a spoon, a jar of Nutella, and don't talk to me for half an hour.
Zoe got proof on her phone of the power of the storm, something she's still trying to process mentally.
You know, it's like I had actually just done confession with my priest an hour and a half prior to that. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, is this God telling me I didn't confess everything? You know?
And while she has a sense of humor about her possible brush with death, she says this was a learning experience that could have been her last.
You do have learn a healthy respect for, you know, very beautiful but also very dangerous things that God created.
Yeah, the thunderstorms are kind of amazing to witness, but
in your body?
Right,
Yeah.
not in your body.
Not in your
Not in your body. We thank Sophia Beausoleil from NBC Dallas for that.
Americans spend nearly $2 billion per year on over-the-counter decongestants. But now an FDA panel warns they actually may not work. More on this decision in just a moment.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Welcome back. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks so much for joining us again. I'm Morgan Radford, and here is what's making news right now. Nearly 3,000 people have died and over 5,000 injured from a devastating earthquake that hit Morocco on Friday. Search teams from Britain, Spain, Qatar, they're all assisting in the search for those survivors, while international aid groups estimate 300,000 people are currently in need of help rebuilding their destroyed communities. Efforts to rescue any potential survivors are still underway.
Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin held talks today in a rare meeting, their first since 2019. The two leaders were seen smiling and shaking hands. Before sitting down for their conversation, the North Korean leader offered Putin his full and unconditional support in its war with Ukraine, while the Russian president suggested potential aid for North Korea's satellites.
And California has passed a first-of-its-kind bill to ban food additives that have been linked to potential health issues. The list of additives includes red dye number 3, as well as 3 other chemicals that are already illegal in the European Union. If signed into law, it would make the first time that a state has banned food additives that are permitted by the FDA. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, very. And so goes California. Often a lot of states will follow.
That's right. And you saw those pictures.
I know.
There's some American favorites in there.
I know. I'm glad to see them maybe becoming more safe.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to start this half hour in Libya, where officials say at least 6,000 people have died after catastrophic floods wiped out parts of the country. That number is expected to grow as rescuers work around the clock to find survivors.
And several countries are sending rescue teams money, food to help the tens of thousands of people who are now homeless. And as the recovery effort begins, questions are swirling about whether local officials actually did enough to protect people before that storm struck. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman has the latest for us right now. Josh, it's good to see you this Wednesday. We know that some aid workers, they can't reach the hardest hit areas like the city of Derna. What is the focus for officials as they sort of start this road to recovery?
Well, it sounds macabre to put it this way, but the focus right now is on getting rid of the bodies that are all over the city of Derna right now. Thousands of them that need to be removed. And we're hearing from aid workers on the ground who say anywhere you go right now, you find bodies on the streets, in houses, on the beach, washing in from the Mediterranean Sea. And there's a big concern that even as they begin this recovery effort, that they also face a potential environmental disaster if the waters become polluted from all of those dead bodies. And so locals and the officials and aid organizations that are helping them are working to dig mass graves to evacuate those bodies to the yards of hospitals, basically to get them out of the streets, trying to deal with this really growing humanitarian disaster.
You know, Josh, there are reports that engineers were warned before the storm hit that the dams were not as strong as they should be. What do we know about the infrastructure there? Were any evacuation orders issued at all?
Yeah, well, scientists definitely knew that there was a risk of disaster if there was flooding and those dams burst. There was a report last year that said as much. There have been conflicting reports about whether any evacuation was contemplated. And in fact, some allegations that the local government had wanted an evacuation order, but was thwarted from issuing one by the military authority that rules that part of Libya. But from what we can tell, there was no wide-scale evacuation order issued before those two dams burst.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman for us there. Josh, thank you. Well, an FDA panel warns that a common over-the-counter decongestant does not actually work. The drug phenylprine is found in several medications like Sudafed PE, Vicks NyQuil sinus relief, and Benadryl allergy plus congestion.
Yeah, that drug has been sold for more than 75 years. It's the most popular oral decongestant in the U.S., but after this, some experts are saying they think it might be pulled from store shelves. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sile is here to explain. So what is going on here, Dr. Sile? I mean, these are big brand names. They've been around for a long time. What do we need to know? Do they even work?
I've been saying this since the 6th grade. I've been taking this every now and then. I never felt like it was doing anything, and I'm glad that it's getting more attention now. And guys, the reason sort of behind this is that we think when you take the drug in your mouth, it's a pill. It gets metabolized by the gut. It doesn't actually make it to your bloodstream. It doesn't make it to your nose. So that's, if it's not making it to your nose, it can't really work in the nose.
Why did it take so long to get to this realization? You knew about this in 6th grade.
Yeah. So, a lot of people are wondering, is this dangerous? Should I go out and throw it out? Or can I stop taking this immediately? I want to be clear here. The FDA is not warning about safety. This is a safe drug. It's been on the market for decades.
It's a good distinction.
Yeah. The issue is for your wallets. You don't want to go out and spend all this money on this drug that they don't think works when there are alternatives out there that we can try instead.
Speaking of those alternatives, I mean, what are they? If you are feeling this, we're about to enter flu season.
We're about to enter flu season. We put together a nice little list here about things you can try outside of phenylephrine. So the first one is a nasal spray, saline. It's essentially salt water that you can use to kind of moisten up the nose and help with that congestion. Flonase, also a spray. Many people watching have probably used it. It's a steroid that goes into the nose. Afrin, a spray as well. But guys, here, this last couple, a neti pot and pseudoephedrine.
I love a neti pot.
Yeah. Neti pot's been used for centuries. My grandmother's been using it for so long. The key thing here with this, guys, you have to use distilled water. You don't want to use tap water.
I actually use something called alkalol. Have you guys seen that or used that?
What is that?
Yeah, my dad, he never, ever gets sick. And he swears by this. You just take a little neti pot, like, every day.
Yeah.
It's supposed to affect increase the alkaline balance. That's all right?
As long as it's not tap water, there's a variety of
tap water
packets.
here.
Very important. So you mentioned this, and I think we want to be clear. It's not a safety issue. It's just about, you might not want to spend your money on something that's not going to work for you. If you have it in your house, are there, is this packaged with other, drugs that help you in some other way?
Yeah, it's some drugs like Benadryl or even Advil, like cold and flu can have this. You just look for the active ingredient phenylephrine. If you see that, it's not harmful. It just may not be doing anything. That last the drug on that chart just a second ago, pseudoephedrine. It's the sort of grown-up version of phenylephrine. You actually have to show your license to buy it. It is also very safe. It is very effective, but it's a pill form, unlike the other ones if you do want a pill.
But even though this is not a safety issue, could you ultimately see these products pulled from the shelves if they aren't serving their purpose?
Yeah, and that's so this was an FDA panel, as you guys pointed out, so now the FDA commissioner has to weigh in. But if it is pulled, what we're worried about is a shortage of all those things we just talked about, because as we enter cold and flu season, we saw it last year, there was a shortage of all these things. This could potentially make that worse.
Make a run on all those other medicines.
Right.
Get your neti pot now.
Exactly. Stock up. All right, Dr. Akshay Sayal, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Now to Seattle, where a police officer is under investigation after newly released body camera footage shows him laughing about the death of a pedestrian who was struck by a patrol car.
From our NBC affiliate King TV, Sebastian Robertson has the details.
This video from a Seattle police officer's body-worn camera captures what sounds like a callous disregard for human life.
I think she went up on the hood, hit the windshield, then when he hit the brakes, flew off the car. But she is dead.
That's the voice of SPD officer Detective Daniel Otterer. It's recorded January 24th, one day after a woman, 23-year-old John V. Kundula, was struck and killed by another officer's squad car while that officer was responding to a call. Kundula was in a crosswalk when she was hit by the patrol car that was going 63 miles per hour in a 25-mile-per-hour zone.
It does not seem like there's a criminal investigation going on.
In a different portion of the call, the officer appears to be talking about paying off the victim's family, such as a monetary settlement, if the family were to sue the department.
No, it's a regular person. Yeah, just write a check. Just... Yeah, look, $11,000. She was 26 anyway. She had limited value.
Seattle police say the video was flagged by a department employee, say the Office of Police Accountability is now investigating. But that's not blunting the impact for some.
I don't even have the words to describe how I feel. I'm sickened, for one thing. And it's doing a lot of damage.
Victoria Beach works with new Seattle police recruits, says she's hopeful for the future of the department, but is saddened to hear those words.
Somebody died. How do you laugh and joke about something like that? Whether you agree or not, keep your mouth shut if you have comments like that. And especially you're an officer, we don't need you. You're not what Seattle Police Department wants.
As for the officer heard in the video, King 5 has confirmed he's also the vice president of the Seattle Police Officers Guild, the largest law enforcement labor union in the Northwest. The Guild did not return a request for comment. For NBC News Daily, I'm Sebastian Robertson.
Wow. All right. The tech titans of the world, they're gathered on Capitol Hill today for the Senate's first Artificial Intelligence Insight Forum.
Yeah, we are seeing the likes of Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, and other media moguls. They're all gathered in one room to help build a foundation for bipartisan tech policy. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward joins us now from San Francisco. No one better to talk to this about. So, Jacob, what about this event? It's spearheaded by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. It was criticized, actually, from the moment it was announced as being more of a selfie opportunity. But what could come from this?
Well, the guest list is the first thing that caught everyone's attention, right? You have the CEOs of some of the largest companies, not just in the U.S., but in the history of the world. And yet it was a closed proceedings, closed to the public, closed to the press. Even other senators spoke up and said that this, a session in which senators would not even get the chance to ask live questions, they had to submit them in writing ahead of time, was not a good, earnest way to understand the stakes here. But it was an opportunity, at least on the steps of the Capitol, to get some sense of how regulators and the people invited here were coming together. Here's how Elon Musk described it just about a half hour ago.
Do you think Congress is sufficiently ready to regulate AI?
No, not yet. No, the sequence of events will not be jumping at the deep end and making rules, but it starts with insight. You start with a group formed to create insight, to understand the situation. Then you have proposed rulemaking. You'll get some objections from industry or whatever, and then ultimately you get sort of a consensus on rulemaking.
Now, what's so notable here, of course, is that he says regulators should not just jump into the deep end, but of course, critics have been saying all along that that is exactly what large companies have been doing. They are leaping in and releasing these models to the public, and in the process, basically sort of baking in all sorts of tendencies and patterns into AI at a time when we don't even really have a good way yet of understanding which writing on the internet is AI generated and which is human generated. So lots of criticisms of this at the same time that it was a rare opportunity to bring some of the top minds in AI to Capitol Hill to talk to lawmakers.
Yeah. Can you stay on that point for just a minute, Jay? Because I think that criticism is really important, because sort of to put it another way, this is an AI regulation forum dominated by CEOs who realistically have very little interest in being regulated. So tell us more about what other perspectives we're sort of missing from today's conversation.
Well, the criticism that I hear over and over again here, Morgan, is that basically, the people that are there are focused on profit. Now, there are a handful of people who do not represent big companies, but you have Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg. Those four people alone, right, are really focused on quarter-by-quarter shareholder profits. And so the critics that I speak to say that the long-term effects of AI and the regulations are going to have to last generations. Talking about it right now as having to be released right now is, they say, the wrong way to go about this.
All right. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward. Jake, thank you.
Could talk to him for hours about this. All right, up next, talking to kids about religion, why it matters, and the long-term impact faith could have on your children. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the conditions
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, in today's modern parenting, we're talking about religion and how it could impact your children. According to Pew Research Center, most American teens share their parents' religious identity, either because it was intentionally passed down or because they were exposed to it from a young age.
So regardless of whether you're fostering a religious household or a secular one, it's clear that kids take after their parents when it comes to their faith. Joining us now, we have parenting coach Jesse Bradley. He's also a pastor and a published author. Jesse, it's good to see you this Wednesday. Thanks so much for joining us. I know that Vicki just mentioned some data for us at the top there. A study from Harvard School of Public Health actually found that people who grew up with religion in their lives reported greater happiness in their 20s and were actually less likely to have depressive symptoms later on in life. So just to sort of start for us, Jesse, tell us more about why religion in some cases matters and what can religion do for people?
That's right. Harvard confirms that there's more generosity, forgiveness, happiness when people are active in their faith. And a lot of parents are trying to figure out, how do I provide spiritual nourishment? There's a wide range of options. It could be reading, conversations together, videos, experiences like camp, going out in nature, serving together. Here's 2 questions you can ask your children. What are you enjoying? And what are you learning? And the interesting part is that a lot of parents come back and they return to weekend services after they start having children, and they're honest and say, we want to sleep in, but the kids really want to be here. So kids are inspiring in their faith.
It's really interesting, that boomerang effect. That Jesse's
Absolutely.
mentioning.
Yeah.
That, you know, you may have grown up with it, but you might come back after you have your own kids. It's quite interesting.
I think you come back to a lot of things when you have your own kids. Let me ask you this, Jesse. What if you were not raised in a structured religion? You didn't grow up going to church or temple, but you do want to expose your kids to different faiths and experiences. What is the best way to go about that? You show up on a Sunday at a church somewhere. What do you advise?
That's a great question. You know, everyone has a personal choice with religion, with faith. You can encourage and empower people. Everyone's on their own journey. This is a relationship with God. And I grew up in a family where my parents didn't believe in God. I didn't believe in God. And then at Dartmouth, I looked at all the evidence and kind of became the rebel in the family as I started to follow God. So what's important when there's differences? Because sometimes different religions, different denominations, in a marriage, one spouse might have had a very inspirational, meaningful experience, the other one hypocritical and judgmental. So what can we do? Listen to each other well with the goal of understanding. Then let your light shine. Don't try to force and manipulate someone. Just live a life of peace and happiness, joy, and they're going to see that and want some. And then love your neighbor. Jesus said, love God, love your neighbor. We can find common ground, major on the majors, and just look around our community and serve together. Serving always unites.
I love the focus on service, but you know, when we think about growing up, one thing that I loved, you know, I grew up in a pretty diverse family, and what I loved was that my parents always exposed us, right? Whether it was through their own sense of their relationship with God or also just friends. We went to mosque, we went to Quaker meetings, we went to temples, right? I mean, how and when do you introduce religion to your kids in a way that doesn't sort of thrust your own opinions upon them?
That's right. Pay attention to their hunger and interest, the questions they ask, make sure it's age appropriate, and then be a lifelong learner. It's exciting when you're seeking God and learning new things. Like, I'm learning all the time. And walk alongside of your kids. It's important that they get to process and they really get to share honestly. And you can share your story, what you believe, why you believe it. And there's a lot to sort out. Your kids are probably online searching, you know, Google, talking to friends, and they're thinking through their different options. But bottom line, you know, when it comes to faith, taste and see that the Lord is good, and love drives out fear. This should not be something where there's performance pressure, a system of shame. This should not be someone's better than someone else because they believe. There should be a lot of love and an excitement in the journey.
And it is never too late. Very fascinating to learn, Pastor Bradley, that you came to it in college after being raised, you know, in a house where your parents didn't believe in God. Thank you so much for your time today. Jesse Bradley, we appreciate you.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In 2021, Black children made up 22% of all the kids in the country's foster care system. So one single dad in Nevada did his part to turn that stat around.
He welcomed 3 Black brothers into his family after becoming their 6th foster placement in 5 years. Today's show's Craig Melvin has the details on this inspiring adoption story.
Hi.
This isn't just a dad and his 3 boys passing the pigskin. There's so much more to this story.
I discovered a path where you can foster to adopt. What better way than to change the trajectory of someone's life by bringing them into your home and just trying to show them that somebody cares for them, right?
At age 45, Jason Smith took a leap into the unknown by fostering 3 brothers, Tavon, Irion, and Tavion, ages 9, 10, and 11. His home would be their 6th foster placement in the last 5 years.
You didn't decide to just foster one child. No, no. No, you decided, you know what? I think I could do 3. Was that the plan from the beginning?
Craig, that was not the plan from the beginning. So when you swing, your hand will go right over this, right? Right in between there.
Jason took a 9-week training program with the Department of Family Services in his home state of Nevada.
They prepare you almost for the worst, right? To help you understand this is a different type of kid.
Yep.
And here's what they may come with. And here's how you deal with that. You have a lot of choice and decision in that process.
Yeah.
And so do you want a boy? Do you want a girl? Do you want a kid with special needs? Do you know, so I was looking for a son, right, that I can potentially be a great match for. And in the process of looking at children, their profiles, I saw this sibling group.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's some handsome kids. And I read their stories, cool. And I clicked on them, and it seemed like fate and destiny wanted us to be connected.
During this time, Jason was freshly grieving the death of his own father, Tucker.
I lost him in June 30th, 2021. I dealt with it. I flew home, did the arrangements, and I think I'm still dealing with that a little bit. Each day is better, but I feel pretty strongly that his spirit is with me and guiding me and making things happen.
It would seem to me that out of that tragedy, you decided to turn it into something good. Is that how you would describe your journey to fatherhood?
It inspired me to take action. I'd always toyed with the idea of having kids, right? And in the moment where he passed, I was like, damn, yeah, I never gave him grandkids.
After a 6-month foster, Jason jumped at the opportunity to adopt the brothers. They call him Papa J.
3, 2, 1,
family!
Before we were living with Papa J, we always used to like hop from foster home to foster home. He's actually funny, nice, super nice actually. And like he's just like the big dad that I never actually had before. And most importantly, he loves us and we love him.
What's your hope for your family going forward?
I just want to see them grow up to be smart, intelligent, great Black men to make a difference, to take their experience and use that to do some amazing things.
What do you think Tucker would say about all of this?
He's so proud. He'd be so elated. No one in the street could tell him that those are not his grandkids by blood.
He is proud of you, so.
I think so.
I don't think a lot of folks are, so myself included.
Thank you.
Craig Melvin, NBC News.
Now that is family.
So moving.
That is family. All right, here's what's trending right now. Taylor Swift dominated last night's MTV Video Music Awards, winning 9 categories, including Video of the Year. The award show also saw performances from Olivia Rodrigo, Doja Cat, and many more. But perhaps the biggest moment of the night was actually seeing NSYNC reunite on stage to present Swift with the Best Pop Video.
Yeah, they were all here in the tri-state area over the last few days. A lot of speculation. Okay, people at a Wisconsin bar had their dreams of free drinks ripped away thanks to the New York Jets' comeback win on Monday night. So the bar said this morning they were offering free drinks to customers as long as Aaron Rodgers started the game. Yep, that happened. Okay. And the Jets had to lose, too. That didn't happen. Fans were celebrating early after Rodgers left the game. But guess what? The Jets still won. That punt return by that rookie led to a touchdown in overtime. The Jets still won without Aaron Rodgers. All right.
Football season upon us.
Yes, I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now? Going back and forth because go ahead. This is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, September 13th, 2023, killer captured. Escaped murderer Danilo Cavalcante finally caught, and no one is hurt.
Our nightmare is finally over, and the good guys won.
What law enforcement said it took to track him down safely.
Promises made, leaders Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un speaking face-to-face where they met, what they discussed, and why the West is concerned.
The doctor dilemma. Only 6% of all doctors in the U.S. are black. How people in the medical field are working to change that.
And asking for a friend, the new way Gen Z is using the Find My Friends feature on iPhones, and why some people find it downright creepy.
I need an explainer.
It's going to be a good one.
We are starting with this major news this hour in Pennsylvania.
That's right. After 320 hours over that time on the run, basically 2 weeks, police have finally captured escaped killer Danilo Cavalcante. You are looking right now at live pictures in Chester County. Police are now transporting Cavalcante to a new correctional facility. Cavalcante was apprehended earlier this morning, and this picture was released by the PA State Police showing Cavalcante just moments after he was taken into custody. This whole ordeal started August 31st when Cavalcante escaped from the Chester County Prison. You likely saw this video of him crab walking up 2 walls onto the facility's roof. It was all an attempt to discreetly escape.
Cavalcante was then spotted on video 3 times after that. Twice he was recorded on separate trail cameras. He was also photographed on a doorbell camera when he tried to contact 2 former co-workers. That was this past weekend, with a totally different appearance, clean-shaven, wearing a green hoodie. And now today, police encircling and finally taking Cavalcante back into custody. You see him in the center there as the tactical officers posed for a large group photo following his capture.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Kathy Park, who's in Chester County, Pennsylvania, where much of the search took place. Kathy, relief, I imagine, is what so many people there are feeling now that this manhunt is over. How did the authorities finally capture him?
Hey, Zinkley, good afternoon to you. Well, officials point to a series of events that ultimately ended right behind me, several hundred yards away, deep in the woods. We are right next to a tractor dealership about 25 miles north of the Chester County Prison. But around midnight, that's when authorities say they were triggered with an alarm in the area. And of course, there's a high law enforcement presence because of Cavalcante, and they moved in very quickly, but there was no sighting of the suspect. And also around the same time, an aircraft, a DA aircraft, was hovering in the area and noticed a heat signal on the ground. But bad weather moved in. This was during the overnight hours. That aircraft had to pull out. But using those clues, authorities and tactical teams were able to move in. Border Patrol and ultimately police. They cornered Cavalcante deep in the woods. And here's a little bit more on how things played out. Take a listen.
There will always be criticism. There will always be people who think they can do this job better, and they're entitled to that opinion. What I would tell you is, again, I put my faith in this group of experts, this group of seasoned law enforcement professionals, the dedicated men and women, not only of the Pennsylvania State Police, but of all of the other partner agencies who went out there every day. I'll put my money on them any day of the week.
And obviously, authorities here, local authorities, leaning on a lot of resources. And they mentioned a canine was able to subdue Cavalcante, in fact, injured Cavalcante. And that's when authorities were able to move in quickly. And that's when he wasn't able to get very far. Keep in mind, he was armed. He did have a rifle with him because earlier in the week, he broke into a house and then stole that rifle.
Yeah, and Kathy, you know, we've all seen that infamous video now of how he escaped from the place where he was. I imagine he's not going to go back to that very same prison.
Right, and I think at the top of the hour, you just showed those live pictures. Right now, he is appears to be transported to another facility. We know he is here locally, but authorities say that ultimately he will be transported to a state prison. And when asked exactly where that was, Lieutenant Colonel Givens would not say at this time.
All right, Kathy Park in Pennsylvania, thanks so much for your work out there. We appreciate it. Well, Washington is bracing for a new battle between President Biden and House Republicans after an impeachment inquiry announced on Tuesday.
House Republicans have been investigating President Biden and his son Hunter Biden since they gained control of the House back in January. Republicans have suggested that President Biden used his influence to benefit himself and his son financially, but they have offered no specific evidence. Today, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy called on the White House to provide additional information.
All we're looking at in an impeachment inquiry is answering the questions.
And then the timetable, how quickly are you looking at this?
Well, I would think the White House would want to answer these questions rather quickly.
Already several House Republicans have said they are not on board with this inquiry, something that could doom impeachment efforts because of their slim majority.
NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake is in Washington for us. So, Garrett, a day after this inquiry was announced, what's the buzz on Capitol Hill?
Well, Ziegler, I think we're starting to see the parties kind of harden into their ideological corners on this issue. We talked to a lot of House Republicans last night, including some of those moderates who seem okay with the idea of moving in this inquiry direction. It's not formal. It doesn't require a vote. It's just, as the speaker laid out in that soundbite, Republicans asking questions. Democrats, on the other hand, are arguing that they've been asking these questions for months, and they've basically gotten nowhere. Here's some of what we've heard from some of the leadership in both parties this morning.
The American people deserve transparency, and this impeachment inquiry is an important next step to deliver transparency, facts, and accountability.
Their only priority is to hurt Joe Biden politically and to help Donald Trump get reelected. This is a Donald Trump revenge tour that Republicans have signed on to.
And House Republicans have been trying to distance themselves from that idea that this is somehow related to the 2 impeachments of Donald Trump. But I think politically coming out of that shadow will be tough, at least until they get into the stage where they're actually presenting any of the evidence that they claim to have uncovered.
And Garrett, the White House seems to not be taking this lying down. How are they responding?
No, it's interesting. The White House and particularly the president have long denied any wrongdoing here. The president has always defended his son, and the White House has been really aggressive, putting some staffers on TV and blasting out talking points to media and allies, basically saying there's nothing to find here because there's nothing to find here. They released a comment earlier today from a White House spokesperson saying that in 9 months of searching, they found nothing and that this is extreme politics at its worst. Now, the president himself will be in front of cameras later this afternoon. It will be the first opportunity to hear from him on this effort, although thus far he and the White House have tried to avoid commenting too much on the specifics of anything that House Republicans might be digging into, in part not to breathe any additional oxygen into a story they'd like to see flame out on its own.
Yeah,
Ladies.
Divisiveness continuing on Capitol Hill and in Washington. Garrett Haake, thank you so much.
Thank you, Garrett. Let's move to an NBC News exclusive now. We're getting an inside look of the Georgia jail where former President Trump was processed.
NBC is the first news organization to gain access since Mr. Trump was brought in last month. Our own Blaine Alexander was there and spoke with the sheriff. He says he's received death threats over taking the mugshot of the former president, but he does not regret the decision. Here's Blaine with more.
Well, up until recently, really, the only thing that we'd seen out of the former president's stop at the Fulton County Jail was that infamous mugshot, that now infamous mugshot that's been seen around the world. But we really didn't know very much about what the intake process looked like inside the jail. Well, the Fulton County Sheriff gave me an exclusive walkthrough of the intake area in that jail. He showed me the door the former president walked in, the wall where his mugshot was taken, along with the camera, and the place where he had his fingerprints taken. One thing that we did learn is that even though the motorcade was there for about 21 minutes between going in and going out, the former president was only inside of the jail for about 8 of those minutes. In fact, his paperwork, his consent bond forms were actually brought out to the car and looked over and signed while he was in the car. Here's a little bit more from my conversation with the sheriff, including our walkthrough of the intake area. I also asked him about his decision to have a mugshot of the former president taken.
So the motorcade came in and around. These doors we kept open. And he came in, take a mugshot over in that area, right where that great wall is, and then he was given instructions to go back where it says ID and fingerprinting. Okay. So he went back there.
Okay.
And then he came out and back.
So
8 minutes.
8 minutes in and out.
In and out.
Ultimately, did that decision to take a mugshot, did that come down to you?
It did. It did. And it is one that I don't regret. For me, it was understanding that, again, we have a community of black and brown people that we have 3,600 detainees. 85 to 90% look like you and I. And they don't have that choice. We don't give them that choice. And they are simply accused of a crime as well.
And I also asked the sheriff about the fact that the former president had raised millions of dollars off of that mugshot. He said that he's actually directing his legal department to see whether the county is entitled to any of that money, whether there are copywriting issues there that would allow them to get any sort of percentage of that money. He said he wouldn't say by what means they would take that, but he did say that he's directing his team to look into that possibility. Back to you.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thanks so much.
Yeah, really interesting. It is time for today's CNBC Money Minute. A polarizing fruit is having a moment.
And an airline launches a new service so you can pack a lot lighter. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now. Hey, Bertha.
Hi, Kate Zinley. Yes. Child poverty, let's start with that, though. Child poverty more than doubled in the U.S. last year as overall poverty rates in the U.S. surged. That, according to the Census Bureau, the sharp increase hit as federal pandemic and aid programs ended and living costs continue to rise, as we've seen with today's Consumer Price Inflation Index. Meantime, the appetite for the polarizing Southeast Asian fruit durian is growing, especially in China. Demand for the delicacy, which some describe as sticky sweet and others as smelling like dirty socks, to each their own. Well, it soared 400% year over year, according to HSBC. And in the last 2 years alone, China imported $6 billion worth of durians, accounting for about 91% of global demand. And this is for those of us who always have overstuffed bags. One airline is making it possible for you to leave your bags at home. Japan Airlines is piloting a new service that lets passengers headed to Japan rent the clothes they need for their trip. Vacation wardrobe is delivered to the traveler's destination and picked up for laundering when they head home. The program is set to run through next August. It's kind of like rent the runway on the airplane runway, right?
I think this is like a dream come true. I've never wanted something more.
Right? You don't have to pack a thing. You just show up.
I mean, but you've got to be able to fit off the rack, because if you're like really petite and need stuff tailored,
then what are you going to do? Then you're in a bind if you land in Japan and you've got nothing.
You know, as someone who maybe is a chronic overpacker, this sounds kind of nice. You get a curated vacation wardrobe, some new outfits, and then
and you don't have to worry about doing laundry.
But how much is the ticket too? I wonder how much the plane ticket
is. You know, is the cost worth it? But I would say it's probably cheaper than a carry-on bag for some.
Right? Maybe. Bertha Booms, thank you.
Thank you.
Fun times.
Well, still ahead, here comes the brawl. Guests at a Rhode Island wedding caught on camera fighting with police. What newly released body camera footage reveals.
Plus, back in court, the suspect in the killing of 4 University of Idaho students fights to ban cameras in the courtroom. We hear from the family of one of the victims who wants them to stay. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We may soon be seeing less of the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students. The judge in that case is hearing arguments over whether or not to ban cameras from the courtroom. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin explains why the families of some of the victims are not happy with that idea.
Footage like this of accused killer Brian Kohberger,
State of Idaho versus Brian Kohberger,
could soon be banned if the judge grants the defense's request to bar all cameras from the courtroom. But this latest legal move, backed by the prosecution, is against the wishes of at least one of the victims' families.
We're all for truth, transparency, the cameras being in there and letting the community decide.
Kaylee Gonzalez's father says banning cameras from the proceedings could fuel online rumors and misinformation.
It's chaos on the internet. It's chaos all over the world. And I'm done with that.
In a 7-page motion, Kohberger's attorneys claim camera crews have ignored a 2-month-old court directive to stay wide on the entire courtroom and to not focus exclusively on Kohberger, pointing to examples of what the defense claims are blatant violations of that directive that were later published alongside sensationalistic and prejudicial headlines. The prosecution siding with the defense, arguing it's concerned that camera coverage will have a substantial chilling effect on the ability of witnesses to testify, while noting certain witnesses have already been subjected to threats and harassment. Facing 4 first-degree murder charges in the stabbing deaths of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogen, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle, Kohberger officially waived his right to a speedy trial at a hearing late last month, pushing his October 2nd trial date back indefinitely.
Some delays are to be expected in murder trials simply because the stakes are so high.
For Kaylee's family, every day without justice is agonizing.
When you ask for the victims of murdered children to just shut up for extended periods of time, and you say that you're not going to give justice for perhaps years, it's not acceptable.
NBC News has joined a coalition of media organizations that have filed what's called a motion to intervene to oppose Kohberger's request to ban courtroom cameras. In its filing, the coalition argues that so far, media organizations have followed the court's existing direction and have not focused exclusively on footage or close-ups of Brian Kohberger. That motion is expected to be part of the hearing later today. Back to you.
Aaron McLaughlin, thank you. Well, in Morocco, search and rescue operations are now on their 6th day, with crews still hoping to find survivors in the city of Marrakesh after last Friday's earthquake. But it's really the smaller, mountainous, difficult-to-reach villages that need the most help. NBC News spoke with residents there who say they're frustrated with the government's response.
She sasays the government is just absent. She says all of the help they're getting is from independent organizations, not from the government.
Tourists have joined Moroccan citizens to donate blood as international teams are also trying to assist. Moroccan officials say nearly 3,000 people have died and more than 5,500 are injured.
Also in northern Africa, the death toll from the intense flooding in Libya is rising. The International Rescue Committee tells NBC News around 6,000 people are now believed to have died. The group also says thousands of people who survived are homeless. They're likely to face long-term displacement heading into winter. Sunday's Mediterranean storm pounded Libya, bringing 9 months' worth of rain in 6 hours and causing 2 dams to burst.
A lot of difficult news this week, hoping those communities recover fast. Well, coming up, Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un meet in Russia, the concern over where they visited and what they discussed. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
A Massachusetts city is under a state of emergency after a devastating storm. More than 9 inches of rain fell in just a few hours. Flash flooding wiped out roads, filled homes with water. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is there.
Well, hello from Leominster. Take a look behind me and you can see there is still water running into the streets today, and you get a sense of the destruction there as millions now brace for what's next. A massive cleanup is underway across Leominster after catastrophic flash flooding devastated neighborhoods.
Within an hour, it was like a lake.
Washing away roads and railways, flooding parking lots and homes, and giving way to several giant, dangerous sinkholes, some swallowing cars.
I've never seen anything like this yet.
The rushing water leaving trash and debris stuck in bridges and dragging dumpsters and cargo containers down rivers.
This trash is from people's houses upstream.
Entire businesses destroyed.
Our store right now is caving in. This is our livelihoods.
The governor declaring a state of emergency.
We have seen way too many people with absolute, devastation right now.
The torrential downpours dumping nearly a foot of rain in just a matter of hours on Monday night. The devastating damage closing schools and forcing those in low-lying areas to seek shelter at higher ground, as 2 dams had to be shored up before reaching their breaking points.
We're just kind of worried that the water might just rush down and flood us out.
And now more rain heading toward New England.
It's going to take a long time to get things back to normal in Leominster.
So a flood watch remains in effect here throughout the day. And of course, everybody here and up and down the coast now watching to see what Lee does. Back to you.
Kristen Dahlgren, thank you. Let's stay on Hurricane Lee's approach toward the northeast. Here's a look at the massive storm from space. It's still a Category 3 with sustained winds of 115 miles per hour. Meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. So, Bill, what's the latest timeline of when the East Coast may actually start feeling the impact of this hurricane?
Yeah, Ziegler, you used the perfect word, massive. That's the story with Lee. It's not that it's going to be that intense. It's just going to be so huge. You don't have to be near the center, and you're going to have impacts with the wind and waves. So the storm itself, you can see how huge it is. Here's Bermuda. We're 420 miles from the center of that. Of course, that's the wrong image, but we'll get back to that in a second. But the biggest thing with this storm is going to continue to be the size of it, and when it gets up towards New England, the wind field. So the path of the storm does take it. It misses Bermuda by a lot, but they're still going to get the tropical storm force winds. Then, as it goes up towards New England, it's going to transition from what we call a hurricane to like a nor'easter, minus the snow, of course, this time of year. And that's going to be happening when it goes towards Maine. So we may not get a landfall of a tropical storm or a hurricane. Likely it'll be extra tropical by then. But you notice the cone of uncertainty. We focus a lot on that. You can almost ignore that because the wind field is going to be so huge. The only big message is that the further west this tracks towards Cape Cod and Boston, which it has been trending, we get these tropical storm force winds. So here's everywhere in yellow at 8 a.m. Saturday has a chance of winds 40 miles per hour plus, tropical storm force winds. That includes all of Rhode Island, Boston, the Cape, the Islands, Portland, Portsmouth, all the way up through the coast of Maine, and more of Maine will get into the winds later in the day on Saturday. But if this shifts another 50 to 100 miles to the west, then all of a sudden we push us into Long Island and into Connecticut. And so when we talk about leaves on the trees, wind gusts 40 to 60 miles per hour, we're talking a lot of people losing power potentially. So here's the GFS model. It is saying anywhere between 40 to 60 mile per hour winds for the coastal areas. The European model is a little bit closer towards Cape and the islands, and it actually brings significant winds in Nantucket and their area. So we still have a little bit of wiggle room with this forecast, but it definitely looks like we are going to see issues with wind and water and possibly even rain with this storm.
Hoping people stay safe, but we'll take some wiggle room. You could say guardrails, like when you're bowling, referencing that random photo. All All right.
Yes, the storm will be like a bowling ball.
Bill,
Yes.
thanks for
Like
rolling
we
with
did
that.
that on purpose.
Hopefully it goes in the gutter. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, listen, we've got some history to report. This is cool. Thousands of miles above Earth, NASA astronaut Frank Rubio now holds the American record for the longest flight in space. The 47-year-old longest flight mission, I think. The 47-year-old surpassed the previous high mark of 355 days on Monday. Get this, Rubio was only supposed to be on the International Space Station for about 6 months. The mission was extended when his ride home got a leak.
Yikes.
So now he gets to break the record.
Well, pretty impressive. Well, thanks for being with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
This brawl between police and wedding goers in Rhode Island is being investigated. On Sunday morning, police say wedding attendees were denied entry into a bar, and that led to a heated exchange, as you can see, with police officers. Newport police arrested and charged 6 people. 2 are facing felonies. The Rhode Island Attorney General's office has now also launched a review.
A possible glimmer of hope in the ongoing Hollywood labor strikes. Negotiations between the two sides have been stalled for weeks, but sources tell The Hollywood Reporter that a group of prominent showrunners from the sitcom Blackish and shows Fargo and Mr. Robot are reportedly set to meet with the Writers Guild on Friday. This comes as the strike enters its 20th week.
Venice may find itself on a list of endangered places due to climate change. A group of UN leaders tasked with helping protect heritage sites are meeting this month to discuss whether to add the historic Italian city of Venice to the list. The leaders say over-tourism, construction, and rising sea levels have put Venice's iconic buildings and landscapes at risk.
Well, staying overseas, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is heading back home after a high-stakes summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
The two leaders met today at a spaceport in the eastern part of Russia. Kim Jong-un vowed support for what he called Russia's, quote, sacred fight, but he did not mention Ukraine by name. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now from Ukraine. Richard, this meeting lasted for more than 4 hours. What did the two leaders discuss?
Well, this was both a success for both of them, frankly. Putin has been isolated. He's running low on ammunition. He's become increasingly dependent on China, and now he's dependent on North Korea as well. North Korea is one of the most militarized nations in the world, and North Korea doesn't produce much food for its people, much of anything, but it does produce a lot of conventional weapons, and that's kind of all it produces, except for uniforms that keep the people dressed. It is now it is going to be using some of its weapons-making capacity to help Vladimir Putin continue his war here in Ukraine. And in exchange, Vladimir Putin was dangling a lot of high-tech support. It's not a coincidence that he took him to this state-of-the-art space facility and was talking about supporting North Korea with its space program. North Korea does have a space program. It does launch unsuccessfully satellites into space, but it uses, though, intercontinental ballistic missiles to do it. So it really has an intercontinental ballistic missile program, and it has ICBMs that can reach anywhere in the United States, and sometimes, in order to test them, it will put a satellite on top of it. So when Vladimir Putin is saying he's going to help with their space program, which he was saying today, he's offering North Korea more advanced technology, more advanced military cooperation. So both sides get quite a bit out of this. Putin gets the weapons he needs. Kim Jong-un feels needed, has something to offer, and potentially has a big supporter to develop more advanced weapon systems, particularly missiles.
Richard, I know the U.S. was concerned going into this summit that Russia and North Korea would announce a weapons deal. So how is Ukraine's government reacting to the meeting?
It's unlikely that they're ever going to announce a weapons deal, because that would be a violation of sanctions. So they will probably just do it. And that's the way that these two leaders have been operating. Both, by the way, are supposedly under sanctions. Both are supposed to be pariahs cut off from the world. Instead, with China's support, they're making deals between themselves in order to find new ways to get around the international sanctions regime. Ukraine is concerned about this, and Ukraine has said that, yes, North Korea can supply artillery that will kill Ukrainians, but not kill Ukraine.
All right, Richard Engel on the ground there. Thank you so much.
More than 200 passengers aboard a luxury cruise ship are now stranded in Greenland. The ship ran aground yesterday in Greenland's largest and northernmost national park. Officials say there's no immediate danger to the passengers or to the surrounding environment. Later today, a local fishing vessel is supposed to make an attempt to free the ship during high tide. If that doesn't work, it could be days before the nearest naval ship can arrive to help.
A sports reporter who covers the NFL is now suing the league for discrimination. Jim Trotter worked for the NFL Network and NFL.com from 2018 until this year. And in a lawsuit filed in New York, Trotter alleges his contract was not renewed because he challenged NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell and his leaders about a lack of diversity in the league office. The NFL released a statement saying, in part, quote, "We take Trotter's concerns very seriously, but strongly dispute his specific allegations, particularly those made against his dedicated colleagues at NFL Media."
In today's Daily Health, we are taking a look at how the recent Supreme Court decision reversing affirmative action for college admissions could impact health care.
Yeah, some experts are worrying it could further a lack of diversity among doctors and make it harder for students of color who want to enter the medical field, especially since recent data show that while Black Americans represent 13% of the U.S. population, they only make up about 6% of doctors. Joining us now to talk about this is Dr. Brandy Jackson. She's a psychiatrist as well as the CEO of the Institute for Racial and Cultural Healing. Dr. Jackson, thanks for joining us. So what do you make of these concerns that the Supreme Court's decision overturning affirmative action could actually impact healthcare diversity in this country?
I'm very concerned about it. While I do believe there are flaws with affirmative action, I think that a lot of people are talking about that. I'm interested to know what will we do to replace that form of affirmative action. I think we do need to stay vigilant about making sure we diversify medicine.
Dr. Jackson, it's good to see you again. Full disclosure, we've met before. We've profiled you before on Nightly News. So I know you know a lot about this. A UCLA study found that between 1900 and 2018, the percentage of Black doctors increased over that entire period by 4%. It's pretty incredible. And I know you've dedicated your career, Dr. Jackson, to try to advocate for people of color in medicine. How do you do that? How do you encourage more people of color to get into the field that you're in?
Well, first of all, I'll say it feels like a lot of pressure. I feel like I just got my feet wet out of training myself. And yet so many of us who are people of color, who are physicians, feel called to mentor, to sit on committees, to give talks, really to do anything we can within our communities and the community writ large, because we know that there's so few of us. So for me, that looks like showing up when I'm called, to make sure that I'm a face, also so that people know that we're here and that we care and we are strong.
Yeah, and I imagine institutions can also do their part, right, to recruit diversely. Is that right?
That's definitely right. And for me, I think it's about not just recruiting, but also supporting throughout that journey. It takes over a decade to become a doctor in this country, long hours, lots of expense. And for those of us who come from communities that are not represented very well in medicine, it can be a very isolating experience. So I think our institutions need to pay special care to students who do come through and are interested in medicine, who come from non-traditional backgrounds.
And Dr. Ick, you know, maybe it feels to some people like having representative health care providers is just a preference, but does it have a practical medical impact?
It absolutely does. And we know that it has an impact in big and small ways. It can be as obvious as language barriers or feeling like the person taking care of you doesn't relate to your situation and therefore can't understand you. But it can also be more subtle. It can be about feeling subtle bias from your provider, or frankly, not trusting your provider, not because of anything that they've done to you in that room, but because of the legacy of racism, sexism, homophobia within the field of medicine. So it's very complex.
And of course, we led this by saying how few providers, Black providers, there are. But if someone's watching this and they want to seek one out, what advice do you give them?
I would say ask around. You know, you'd be surprised. I've practiced in Chicago for many years. I'm currently practicing in Milwaukee. And the network of us, the providers of color, is actually quite small. So you'd be surprised just how asking around, Googling, looking on the internet can really pay off. And no matter what, I would also say that, you know, give other types of providers a chance who may not look like you exactly, who may not share your background, because there are many, many, many allies within medicine who take great interest in diversifying the profession and in offering good care, regardless of identity.
That's such an important point.
Yeah, Dr. Brandy Jackson, it's so good to talk with you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Well, up next, D.C. takes on artificial intelligence. What leaders behind the emerging technology are saying about the push for government regulation of AI.
But first, time for today's daily snapshot. Students are back in school, not only in the U.S., but around the world. Take a look at this it's a ceremony from a university gymnasium in China, filled to the brim with new students, a few of them wearing red shirts, forming the year, as you can see, 2023 in the crowd there.
I don't think my class could have done that. We were not that organized.
You know, Penn State, where my dad used to teach, they do stuff like that at games all the time, where they seat people in the right color.
Look, I like it. Hey, it makes for a good photo, if nothing else.
It does make for a nice snapshot today. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Technology matters, and this week, artificial intelligence is bringing together some of the most powerful names in tech and politics. It's all part of an effort to determine how quickly the evolving technology should be regulated. Among the attendees, some names you may have heard of. I'm talking Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and Mark Zuckerberg. And here's what the Tesla CEO Musk had to say after the closed-door meeting ended.
Do you think Congress is sufficiently ready to regulate AI?
No, not yet. No, the sequence of events will not be jumping in at the deep end and making rules, but it starts with insight.
NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us now. Jake, you've been following this closely. So why did all these tech titans feel the need to meet with lawmakers together right now in this moment?
You know, it is not entirely clear, right? It's hard to see into the minds of them and their motivations. But one thing that has been pointed out by other senators and by critics of this gathering was that this was a closed-door session, closed to the public, closed to the media. That may be why you had such heavy-hitting names as Mark Zuckerberg, Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, all the people at the helm of companies who are creating the foundational AI that is making its way into all our lives right now. It's why they seem to have attended. It's also, of course, an opportunity to try and get out in front of regulation. We have seen, for instance, the European Union move very quickly to regulate AI, China moving even more quickly, putting legal liability on AI companies for any misuse of the product. And perhaps these tech leaders see that this is an opportunity to try to get into the ears of lawmakers as they are beginning to wrap their minds around even what AI is, much less how it should be regulated in the future, Zingle.
And Jake, of course, you're in San Francisco, where so many of these tech companies are actually based. How is this looming AI regulation viewed by Silicon Valley?
Well, what's so interesting, right, is that at the same time that you have someone like Elon Musk, as you heard there earlier today, saying we should not jump into the deep end of regulation too quickly, the attitude of a place like this is that we should jump into the deep end of releasing AI into the public as quickly as possible so that we can figure out what it's for, figure out how to best make it work, and, of course, figure out how to best make money off of it. The critics that I've been speaking to say that the long-term threat of AI has to do with very, very baked-in problems that are beginning right now. And if we take only the time frame that CEOs are interested in, which tends to be quarter by quarter, releasing things in days, weeks, not even months, then we're perhaps going to get some trouble there. As a result, this gathering, while was full of big names, very frustrating to the AI tech, the critical community around AI is in play.
All right, Jake Ward with the latest there. Thank you so much.
Well, you know that feature on your phone, Find My? It's been included on all iPhones for nearly a decade now. People can use the app to track their earbuds, their AirTags, their kids, and now even their friends. But some worry that all that tracking might be going too far. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers takes a closer look.
I am the friend that is looking at your location.
The idea of friends constantly knowing where you are might sound too close for comfort.
Ooh, Emma's at the gym. Ooh, Stacy's at work. Ooh, Mia's at her ex's.
But many Gen Z and millennials say for them, it sounds like friendship. Apple added the Find My feature to all phones over a decade ago as a way for people to track lost devices. But now, young people use the app to monitor others' devices and de facto location, often posting about the trend on social media, using it for everything from making sure friends and family get to where they're going safely to browsing people's locations out of curiosity. Apps like Find My Friends have surged. Last year, 62% of all adults used location services, compared to just 7% a decade ago.
Find My is an application that comes with the iPhone, and you have to opt in to Find My Friends, to sharing your location with other people. When you go into the app, you'll see who you share with and who shares with you, and I can see our interview subjects are approaching.
Maya, Caroline, and Jaya all work together.
You're all in to Find My Friends.
Yes. Very much so. And they all have each other's location, along with quite a few other friends.
How many people do you have on Find My Friends?
I have 14.
I have around 20.
I had 35.
Wow. You reach a point in a friendship where you're at Find My Friends level?
Yes.
One of the main reasons is safety.
It starts as a safety measure where you're sharing your location with your friends so they can know where you are. But then as they have your location, it's turning into more of a form of social media where people are checking it constantly.
Checking and keeping friends on time.
And I get the text that's like, I can see that you're still at your house. Please hurry up. I can see that you're still getting ready. You said you left 10 minutes ago.
Like usually from me.
But it can lead to an awkward chat if you no longer want someone knowing exactly where you are.
Have you all been asked, why'd you stop sharing your location with me?
I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It becomes personal.
Yeah.
I guess apart from parents, there's no need to know where you are all the time. That's just something that we've kind of invented, I think.
So can this go too far? Has it gone too far?
I think it definitely can go too far. One of my friends could be obsessively checking my location 24/7 and I would have absolutely no idea, which is a little bit creepy.
I had never thought of it as intrusive or invasive until we started talking about it. And I was thinking, you know, it is a little abnormal. We're the first generation to actually be the people who people know where they are at all hours.
That's not a concept everyone is comfortable with, especially for people who didn't grow up with cell phones in hand.
Everybody's has to know everyone's business all the time, and I think that's completely different than when I grew up.
Having someone know where I am 24/7 would be very, very strange, I think.
But for these young women, it's part of every minute of everyday life, even including the time spent in our interview.
You just got your phones back. Anyone notice that you all were here together?
Yeah, one person.
What did they say?
She had all of our locations and was like, what are you guys all doing together at 30 Rock?
Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
I have such strong feelings about this. So it's so common. So many friends share. I have friends who they won't ask me where I am. They're just like, oh, how's New York today? How's West Virginia today?
Because they know where you are.
Right. But sometimes it's nice to be checked in on. But the important thing is to remember when you've shared with someone.
Right. Because if you share it and then you forget, that's where the problem
That's
comes.
where it gets a little awkward.
I only share with my family, like my kids and my husband. I know where they are.
No,
but
I got
other
a
than
lot
that,
of girlfriends. It's very helpful also if you're on the dating scene, you're on a date, you want to stay safe. It's like, okay.
It's a safety thing. Because you
someone
say,
knows where you are.
this is where I'm going to be for the next hour. Yeah, I get that. Very interesting. Thank you, Savannah, for that talker.
Yeah, well, you can keep finding us here because there's more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right. Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
In 2021, black children represented 14% of all kids in the United States, but they make up 22% of all children in foster care.
And that is according to the Annie E. Casey Foundation. Today's show anchor Craig Melvin introduces us to one single father who decided to adopt not one, but 3 young black boys and shares the impact that it's having on their lives.
Hi.
Oh!
This isn't just a dad and his 3 boys passing the pigskin. There's so much more to this story.
I discovered a path where you can foster to adopt. What better way than to change the trajectory of someone's life by bringing them into your home and just trying to show them that somebody cares for them, right?
At age 45, Jason Smith took a leap into the unknown by fostering 3 brothers, Tavon, Irion, and Tavion, ages 9, 10, and 11. His home would be their 6th foster placement in the last 5 years.
You didn't decide to just foster one child. No, no. No, you decided, you know what? I think I could do 3. Was that the plan from the beginning?
Craig, that was not the plan from the beginning. So when you swing, your hand will go right over this, right? Right in between there.
Jason took a 9-week training program with the Department of Family Services in his home state of Nevada.
They prepare you almost for the worst, right? To help you understand this is a different type of kid.
Yep.
And here's what they may come with. And here's how you deal with that. You have a lot of choice and decision in that process.
Yeah.
And so do you want a boy? Do you want a girl? Do you want a kid with special needs? Do you know, so I was looking for a son, right, that I can potentially be a great match for. And in the process of looking at children, their profiles, I saw this sibling group.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's some handsome kids. And I read their stories, cool. And I clicked on them, and it seemed like fate and destiny wanted us to be connected.
During this time, Jason was freshly grieving the death of his own father, Tucker.
I lost him in June 30th, 2021. I dealt with it. I flew home, did the arrangements, and I think I'm still dealing with that a little bit. Each day is better, but I feel pretty strongly that his spirit is with me and guiding me and making things happen.
It would seem to me that out of that tragedy, you decided to turn it into something good. Is that how you would describe your journey to fatherhood?
It inspired me to take action. I'd always toyed with the idea of having kids, right? And in the moment where he passed, I was like, damn, yeah, I never gave him grandkids.
After a 6-month foster, Jason jumped at the opportunity to adopt the brothers. They call him Papa J. 3, 2, 1,
family!
Before
we were living with Papa J, we always used to like hop from foster home to foster home. He's actually funny, nice, super nice actually. And like he's just like the big dad that I never actually had before. And most importantly, he loves us and we love him.
What's your hope for your family going forward?
I just want to see them grow up to be smart, intelligent, great black men to make a difference, to take their experience and use that to do some amazing things.
What do you think Tucker would say about all of this?
He's so proud. He'd be so elated. No one in the street could tell him that those are not his grandkids by blood.
He is proud of you, so.
I think so.
I don't think a lot of folks are, so myself included.
Thank you.
Craig Melvin, NBC News.
Craig, making us cry. Thank you. Hey, this is the reunion that everybody's talking about today. NSYNC tearing up all of our 90s boy band loving hearts.
Yeah, for the first time in a decade, Justin, Lance, Joey, JC, and Chris joined forces on stage. You can see people were pretty pumped about it. They came together at last night's MTV Video Music Awards to present Best Pop Award to Taylor Swift, and she asked the question that all of us are wondering.
Are you doing something? What's gonna happen now? What are you, there's something they're gonna do something, and I need to know what it is.
We all need to know what it is. Taylor, rumors have been swirling, right, about the group getting back together. Maybe they're going to release some new music for the upcoming Trolls movie.
Ooh.
No official word.
Look, I don't want a Trolls movie music. I want a whole album. Time will tell. Well, I'm Zinkley.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching Daily.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinkley.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, September 13th, 2023, finally captured. The manhunt for an escaped killer in Pennsylvania is now over. How police tracked him down after nearly 2 weeks on the run.
Pay up. Americans are still struggling with the cost of everyday items. The new data just released on what's putting the most pressure on our wallets.
Lucky Strike, a Texas woman, is alive and well and telling her story of coming very close to a bolt of lightning.
You don't always realize that you just nominated yourself for a Darwin Award until after the fact.
She's got a sense of humor about it. And finding faith. Parents often pass their religious beliefs on to their children, right? But new research shows that Gen Z may be taking a different spiritual path. We're going to talk about how parents can navigate religion.
Such an important conversation, navigating differences and belief.
Yeah. Good to be with you on this Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
It is Wednesday.
And we're going to start this Wednesday with that major news out of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, after 320 hours, but who's counting, on the run, police have finally captured escaped killer Danilo Cavalcante. This afternoon, the escaped killer was taken to a new state correctional facility in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania.
He was apprehended earlier this morning. This picture was released by the PA State Police showing Cavalcante just moments after he was taken into custody.
Whole ordeal started in August, on August 31st, when Cavalcante escaped the Chester County prison. You likely saw that video in the center there of him crab walking up the two walls onto the facility's roof, all to discreetly escape.
Cavalcante was then spotted on video 3 times after that. Twice he was recorded on separate trail cameras. He was also photographed on a doorbell camera when he tried to contact 2 former co-workers just this past weekend. With a totally different appearance, clean-shaven, and wearing a green hoodie, authorities were hoping to find him fast. And now, today, basically 2 weeks later, police are finally taking Cavalcante back into custody. You can see him in the center there as the tactical officers posed for a large group photo following his capture.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Kathy Park, who's down in Chester County, Pennsylvania. Kathy, I know this is a relief for the community, for the state, for so many. How did authorities finally catch Cavalcante?
Kate, good afternoon to you. Well, the capture of this fugitive ultimately ended not too far from where we are standing. In fact, right behind me is this deeply dense wooded area. We're right next to a tractor dealership about 25 miles north of the Chester County prison where Cavalcante escaped. And that's where authorities say they apprehended the suspect early this morning. And Lieutenant Colonel Bivens, during the press conference this morning, say that there were several things that played out. First, at midnight, that's when a burglar alarm in the area went off, and obviously law enforcement moved in to check it out, but there was no sighting of the suspect. And also, shortly around the same time, an aircraft was hovering in the air and noticed a heat signal on the ground. And obviously, they were trying to kind of corner Cavalcante. They realized they had someone, but there was bad weather that moved in, so that aircraft had to pull out. But then using those clues, using all that information, tactical teams were able to come back to this area shortly after 8 a.m., and they were able to apprehend Cavalcante. They also say that a canine was released, and that is when the dog apparently bit Cavalcante, subdued Cavalcante, and that's when both Border Patrol agents as well as state police were able to arrest and apprehend Cavalcante.
I mean, Kathy, 14 days. We saw schools closed. I imagine the community is feeling some relief. What are they telling you?
Yeah, so based on some of the conversations I've had so far, I think there was a collective sigh of relief when authorities say they had Cavalcante in custody. As you mentioned, several schools in the area were closed as the perimeter shifted over the past 2 weeks. Keep in mind, there were 500 personnel, law enforcement personnel, here on the ground as well, assisting local law enforcement. So everyone here, especially in this vicinity, on edge for the last 2 weeks. Here's a little bit more on their reactions. Take a listen.
To actually see it confirmed this morning was, a lot of naysayers about our state police in the past couple days, and it's nice to see that we kicked him in the teeth and he's back in the cell, and especially to see the armored car, I guess, that he was in go by. It's just nice to see it come to a conclusion.
And ladies, I actually spoke to a couple who lives close by, and they said once they heard the suspect was now in custody, they were actually able to unlock their doors, because here in this community, this is kind of how they live their lives. They felt very safe and secure prior to this event, but now they say they can kind of move forward.
Kathy, briefly here, do we know where he is right now?
So right now, according to authorities, he was being transported to a state prison in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, which is considered the suburbs of Philly. But right now, obviously, still a lot of questions that we have for Cavalcante. He speaks Portuguese, so they'll be leaning on an interpreter to get more answers out of him.
All right, Kathy Park in Pennsylvania, thank you so much.
Republican Senator Mitt Romney says he will not run for re-election next year. The Utah senator explaining his decision in a video posted on social media today.
I've spent my last 25 years in public service of one kind or another. At the end of another term, I'd be in my mid-80s. Frankly, it's time for a new generation of leaders.
Romney, who is 76, was elected to the Senate in 2018. He is the only Republican who voted to convict former President Trump in both impeachment trials. You'll remember Romney was the GOP presidential nominee in 2012. He lost to President Barack Obama.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. We're getting an inside look of the Georgia jail where former President Donald Trump was processed. NBC is the first news organization to gain access since Mr. Trump was brought in last month. Our Blaine Alexander was there and spoke with the sheriff. He says he's received death threats over choosing to take the mugshot of the former president, but does not regret the decision. Here's Blaine with more.
Well, up until recently, really, the only thing that we'd seen out of the former president's stop at the Fulton County Jail was that infamous mugshot, that now infamous mugshot that's been seen around the world. But we really didn't know very much about what the intake process looked like inside the jail. Well, the Fulton County Sheriff gave me an exclusive walkthrough of the intake area in that jail. He showed me the door the former president walked in, the wall where his mugshot was taken, along with the camera, and the place where he had his fingerprints taken. One thing that we did learn is that even though the motorcade was there for about 21 minutes between going in and going out, the former president was only inside of the jail for about 8 of those minutes. In fact, his paperwork, his consent bond forms, were actually brought out to the car and looked over and signed while he was in the car. Here's a little bit more from my conversation with the sheriff, including our walkthrough of the intake area. I also asked him about his decision to have a mugshot of the former president taken.
So the motorcade came in and around. These doors we kept open. And he came in, take a mugshot over in that area, right where the wall is. And then he was given instructions to go back where it says ID and fingerprinting. Okay. So he went back there.
Okay.
And then he came out and back.
So
8 minutes.
8 minutes in and out. Ultimately, did that decision to take a mugshot, did that come down to you?
It did. It did. And it is one that I don't regret. For me, it was understanding that, again, we have a community of black and brown people that we have 3,600 detainees. 85 to 90% look like you and I. And they don't have that choice. We don't give them that choice. And they are simply accused of a crime as well.
And I also asked the sheriff about the fact that the former president had raised millions of dollars off of that mugshot. He said that he's actually directing his legal department to see whether the county is entitled to any of that money, whether there are copywriting issues there that would allow them to get any sort of percentage of that money. He said he wouldn't say by what means they would take that, but he did say that he's directing his team to look into that possibility. Back to you.
Interesting. Blaine Alexander, thank you. August inflation numbers are out now, and they are a little higher than expected.
A report from the Labor Department shows that inflation has increased 3.7% over the last year. And on a month-over-month basis, it's up 0.6%, excuse me. For context, that's the biggest monthly jump we've seen so far this year.
NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is here with us to help break it all down. Brian, I feel like we talk about this all the time, these inflation numbers, but walk us through what it means, these August numbers.
Yeah, and again, inflation is the rate of change for prices. So what we're talking about here is prices rising by 3.7% between August of this year and August of last year. And that's a reversal of the trend that we had seen of the yearly rate of inflation going down up until about a few months ago, when we've seen it go up from about 3% to now 3.7%. So we're going in the opposite direction. And one big reason for why in this August report we did see higher inflation was because of gasoline. We've all been feeling that at the pump. Prices went up by 10.6% just between July and August. A lot of that due to supply cuts, but we also saw things like food and also shelter, mortgage and rent payments going up over the month as well.
And Brian, I understand the Federal Reserve is meeting next week. What do we expect from that?
Yeah, well, after this report, which came in a little bit hotter than economists had expected, there was chatter that maybe could this reinforce another interest rate hike. For what it's worth, we get to look at what investors are betting on, and it seems like overwhelmingly investors still expect the Fed not to raise interest rates at the conclusion of their meeting next Wednesday. But of course, we'll have to see a week from now. I'll certainly be watching.
And you'll be back here with us.
And I will.
Brian Chung, thank you so much.
It's time for today's CNBC Money Minute. A Picasso painting could be yours for just several $1 million.
No, small change. And a new drink at Dunkin' Donuts features a surprising ingredient. CNBC's Morgan Brennan joins us now. Hey, Morgan.
Hi, Kate and Sinclair. Well, Pablo Picasso masterpiece is heading to Sotheby's auction, where it's expected to top $120 million. Woman with a Watch. It's a geometric painting from 1932 depicting Picasso's young mistress in a chair. Picasso's 10 most expensive works were produced in the 1930s. The iPhone 12 is off the market in France. A watchdog agency in the country ordered Apple to stop selling the model, claiming testing showed it emits too much radiation. The agency warned Apple would face a recall if the problem isn't fixed in existing iPhone 12s. Apple disputed the findings and said the device complies with radiation regulations. And Dunkin' has a new celebrity collaboration. Ben Affleck and rapper Ice Spice appeared in a commercial during last night's MTV Video Music Awards, where they named the donut shop's new drink the Ice Spice Munchkins drink. Say that 3 times fast. Blends iced coffee with pumpkin donut holes. It's topped with whipped cream and a caramel drizzle.
Oh, boy.
It's like
I would not have
breakfast,
expected
dessert,
those two together, but...
drinks, yeah, all in one.
You don't get a munchkin on top, though, right?
I think you do.
Oh, you
no,
do?
but that would be good, right? That would be a nice little garnish, like the way you have a cherry.
A little garnish. I like that. A munchkin
garnish.
garnish. A little garnish.
Morgan, thank you.
Thanks so much. Well, coming up, a spit and dash, another caught on camera moment showing a delivery driver appearing to tamper with someone's food. Why they say they did it.
Disgusting. Plus, body camera video showing a Seattle police officer laughing about a woman's death. How the department is now responding. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
There are new red flags about how New York City is responding to the growing migrant crisis.
The Department of Homeland Security sent an assessment team to survey the situation last month. The results are not publicly available yet, but several officials tell NBC News that the response is lacking in key areas, with one DHS official calling the current situation, quote, not operationally sound. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley's here. She covers this extensively. Julia, New York City officials have been sounding an alarm. According to this report, where are the resources lacking?
Well, really what you're seeing is a back and forth between the federal government and New York. New York says the federal government needs to do more, and now federal officials are saying, look, we came up, did an assessment. They need to do more to try to get an exit strategy so that migrants don't have their final stop end up being the streets of New York City. They need case management, and they need to figure out who might be eligible for work authorization, because that changes the game. If you can work while you wait for your asylum hearing, you can take care of yourself.
Yeah. Julia, let's dig into the how and why. Why are these migrants still coming? I know we've covered the busing crisis extensively, right? Southern governors sending migrants to the north. But do we know what's the reason now?
We're learning more. In fact, that's why I'm here in New York today. I've just been speaking to some of those migrants this morning. And a lot of them said, you know what? I heard from a friend or a family member that New York was a place to go because we could be taken care of, that they were able to get legal services. In some cases, they could get SNAP, food stamps benefits. A lot of them have gotten medical care. And this is something that, you know, New York has really had to take on, especially because of that right to shelter provision.
Right.
that they have to shelter people who come to New York City. And it does mean, though, what's really tricky is that in a lot of cases, it's populations that don't have a family member here. It's not like what we saw from Central America, where they might know someone to stay with. A lot of people, especially from Venezuela, come here, they don't have a place to stay. And so now the city and the federal government is trying to help with this, too, is figure out where do these people go next.
Right. You were telling us you even went to a hospital today, and there were women who have given birth.
Yes, over 150 women had given birth in this one hospital, and we're digging it more into that. I'll have more on what we've learned there, but really amazing that, you know, all these people were able to get the care there. But then what does that mean in the long term? And can the city sustain that? A lot of questions.
Well, we know you'll stay on it. Julia Ainsley, thanks so much for being here with us.
Thanks for having me.
Seattle police officers facing growing backlash today after appearing to laugh and joke about a woman's death on body cam video, saying she had, quote, limited value. Reporter Sebastian Robertson from our NBC affiliate in Seattle has the story.
This video from a Seattle police officer's body-worn camera captures what sounds like a callous disregard for human life.
I think she went up on the hood, hit the windshield, then when he hit the brakes, flew off the car. But she is dead.
That's the voice of SPD officer Detective Daniel Otterer. It's recorded January 24th, one day after a woman, 23-year-old John V. Kundula, was struck and killed by another officer's squad car while that officer was responding to a call. Kundula was in a crosswalk when she was hit by the patrol car that was going 63 miles per hour in a 25-mile-per-hour zone.
It does not seem like there's a criminal investigation going on.
In a different portion of the call, the officer appears to be talking about paying off the victim's family, such as a monetary settlement if the family were to sue the department.
No, it's a regular person. Yeah, just write a check. Just, yeah, look, $11,000. She was 26 anyway. She had limited value.
Seattle police say the video was flagged by a department employee, say the Office of Police Accountability is now investigating. But that's not blunting the impact for some.
I don't even have the words to describe how I feel. I'm sickened, for one thing, and it's doing a lot of damage.
Victoria Beach works with new Seattle police recruits, says she's hopeful for the future of the department, but is saddened to hear those words.
Somebody died. How do you laugh and joke about something like that? Whether you agree or not, keep your mouth shut if you have comments like that. And especially you're an officer, we don't need you. You're not what Seattle Police Department wants.
As for the officer heard in the video, King 5 has confirmed he's also the vice president of the Seattle Police Officers Guild, the largest law enforcement labor union in the Northwest. The Guild did not return a request for comment. For NBC News Daily, I'm Sebastian Robertson.
Coming up, Russian President Vladimir Putin holds a key meeting with North Korea's Kim Jong-un. The troubling message this sends to the West. You're watching NBC News Daily.
story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Actress Drew Barrymore is facing new backlash following the decision to begin her talk show's new season despite the writer's strike. She's been dropped as host of the upcoming National Book Awards ceremony. The foundation behind the event says they're, quote, dedicated to celebrating the power of literature and the incomparable contributions of writers to our culture. No word yet on who will replace her. Barrymore's team has not commented on the decision.
Sticking with labor talks, negotiations between the United Auto Workers Union and the big three automakers are going down to the wire.
GM, Ford, and Stellantis have roughly 36 hours to hammer out a deal ahead of a possible strike. Here's what leaders on both sides are saying about that deadline.
We're absolutely ready for a strike, and I know the UAW is too, but we don't want it to come to a strike.
We can get there, but the companies need to get serious and buckle down.
The talks are dominating the Detroit Auto Show. That's where we find NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch.
Today, the Detroit Auto Show is kicking off, but arguably there's more buzz around what's going on behind the scenes. Negotiations between the big three, Stellantis, GM, and Ford, and the United Auto Workers, a union representing roughly 150,000 workers for those three companies that could potentially be walking off the job if new agreements are not reached with those companies by tomorrow night's deadline. This is something that is captivating this industry, and it has implications even beyond those roughly 150,000 jobs. If you're looking to buy a new car, this is something you might want to be keeping an eye on, because depending on how long a strike goes out, it could impact the types of cars you can choose from at the dealer's lot. If you already own a car but need a repair, there are concerns about being able to get the parts you need as well, depending on how a strike plays out. So we are watching the machinations going on behind the scenes. Negotiations are ongoing. Today on CNBC, the president of the UAW making clear that the plan would be to strike against all three of these automakers if agreements are not reached. And the deadline is 11:59 p.m. tomorrow night, on Thursday night. So that's something we're watching closely here in this city. And we're also getting reporting about the possibility of targeted strikes, the potential strike strategy for the UAW. And if that were to happen, it might allow the union to specifically target certain plants, certain places where workers are working on behalf of these companies instead of just sending everyone on strike. And that could potentially allow the union to make a strike last longer if they can make their strike fund go further, if they're not having to pay as many workers. So we're looking to see what a potential strike would look like, if a strike will happen, or if agreements can be reached. We heard from Ford's CEO last night, and he called what they have put in front of UAW now, quote, our most generous offer in 80 years of the UAW and Ford. But the CEO also added that his company is prepared for a strike. So all eyes in this industry right now appear to be on Detroit, on these three companies and the union, to see what can be done, if anything can be done, to avert strikes by tomorrow night. Back to you.
Jesse, thank you. A record-setting mission is being celebrated today, despite it only happening out of necessity.
Okay, NASA astronaut Frank Rubio now holds the American record for the longest flight in space. The 47-year-old surpassed the previous high mark of 355 days on Monday, but it wasn't supposed to be this way. Rubio was only scheduled to be on the International Space Station for about 6 months. The mission was extended when his ride home got a little leak.
It was unexpected. In some ways, it's been an incredible challenge, but in other ways, it's been an incredible blessing. And so, you know, I count myself lucky and honored to be able to represent the agency and our country.
Rubio is now scheduled to land back on Earth September 27th. That will mark 371 days in orbit. That makes him the first American to spend a full year in space.
I mean, that's a long time.
It is. I have spent some time with Peggy Whitson, who holds still the record for the most time cumulatively ever in space, like
So
more
impressive.
days than anybody. She told me she'd like rather be up there. So I'm sure he's not bummed out.
Yeah, it's their life's work.
That's it. Coming up, it's not bye. It's hi, hi, hi. NSYNC reunites at the Video Music Awards. Why they returned to the stage last night and the other big moments from the VMAs later this hour.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Students are back at school, not only in the United States, but around the world, too. Just take a look at this ceremony at a university gymnasium in China, filled to the brim with new students. A few of them wore red shirts, as you can see, forming the year in the crowd 2023.
Yeah, that's well done.
And well done, and I just don't think my school would have been that organized.
It's very organized over there.
Very cool. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The California legislature has passed a bill to ban 4 food additives linked to potential health problems. If passed, the law would ban the sale of red dye number 3, potassium bromate, and a lot more. Those are the chemicals that are present in orange soda, icing, and some other processed foods. They've already been banned in other countries.
Members of Congress are sending their condolences to Alaska Congresswoman Mary Peltola, whose husband died following a plane crash. According to Peltola's chief of staff, Eugene Peltola Jr., who was known as Buzzy, died in a plane accident in Alaska earlier this morning. Peltola is headed home to be with her family during this difficult time. There's no word yet on what caused that crash.
And the death toll is rising from the intense flooding in Libya. Crews were on the ground earlier today, still searching for survivors. The International Rescue Committee tells NBC News around 6,000 people are now believed to have died. The group also says thousands of people who survived are homeless. Sunday's Mediterranean storm pounded Libya, bringing 9 months worth of rain in just 6 hours. Well, back here in the U.S., we're going to talk technology. And this week, artificial intelligence is bringing together some of the most powerful names in tech and politics. And it's all part of an effort to determine how quickly the evolving technology should be regulated. Among the attendees, some names you may have heard of. I'm talking about Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and Bill Gates. Here's what Tesla CEO Musk had to say after the closed-door meeting ended.
Do you think Congress is sufficiently ready to regulate AI?
No, not yet. No, the sequence of events will not be jumping in at the deep end and making rules, but it starts with insight.
NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us now. So, Jake, why did all these tech titans feel the need to meet with lawmakers together right now?
Well, it's not entirely clear, Zinkley, but I think it has to do with a couple of things. First of all, aside from a couple of shouted questions from reporters, this was a closed session, closed to the public, closed to the media. That's part of what the criticism about this AI forum was about when it came from not just outside critics, but also fellow senators. At the same time, though, I think this is also an effort on the part of these tech leaders, and these are, let's be clear, the very people making decisions that will affect all of us in future generations when it comes to the deployment of AI. I mean, these folks are trying to get into the ears of the people like Chuck Schumer and other senators who are going to make the laws and rules around AI for all time. And so it seems here that this is an effort on the part of those people to get in there and try to get their perspective across to those people before any laws go into effect.
Jake, I mean, you're in San Francisco where so many of these tech companies are based. How is this looming AI regulation from Washington viewed by Silicon Valley?
Well, that's a really good question. Let me play you a little bit of what Chuck Schumer had to say after the forum took a break here. And he said something that is very interesting to so many of the companies out here. Have a listen.
If you go too fast, you could ruin things. The EU went too fast, and now they have to pull back. So what we're saying is on a timeline, it can't be days or weeks, but nor should it be years. It'll be in the general category of months.
Now, that is music to the ears of the leaders of companies here in Silicon Valley and beyond. They have always moved in that move fast and break things kind of spirit. And the whole idea with AI has been to release it as quickly as possible, not least because that's where the profits are. Quarter by quarter, the faster you can get a product out, the more money you can make. So to hear Chuck Schumer saying we shouldn't be waiting years on this technology, we should be letting it go in the next few months and trying to come up with rules in the next few months, that's something that AI critics say should not be the attitude. So it seems that some of these tech leaders have gotten what they want, spending time with Chuck Schumer today.
All right, Jake Ward with the latest. We know you'll stay on it. Thank you so much.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is heading back home now after a high-stakes summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin. The two leaders met today at a spaceport in the eastern part of Russia. Kim Jong-un vowed support for what he called Russia's, quote, sacred fight. He did not mention Ukraine by name. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engels covering it for us from Ukraine. Richard, this meeting lasted for, I think, more than 4 hours. Do we know what they discussed?
Well, I think the fact that the meeting took place says a great deal. We don't know exactly what they discussed behind closed doors. This was covered mostly by Russian media. We had a lot of photo ops that were released by the Kremlin. And in the photo ops, which were extensive, you sort of saw them each section of the way, and we got a readout of the menu, mostly fish and paired with Russian wines. But we don't know what they talked about behind closed doors. But it is clear what they were going to be talking about, or what they are going to be talking about, what the main agenda is, according to U.S. officials or Ukrainian officials, and Russia's not even really denying it. Russia needs weapons, and North Korea has artillery, lots of artillery. And right now, here in Ukraine, this is primarily a conventional war with the two sides fighting with trenches between them. And so it is a very heavily artillery-driven fight, and they're running low. Russia needs them, and now Russia has found a supplier in North Korea, and it is very, very valuable for Kim Jong-un, who needs an economic partner, and it seems that Russia is going to be giving North Korea more technological support for its advanced weapons program, and that's why they were meeting at that space center, with Vladimir Putin saying that they are open to discussing weapons cooperation, but that was as close as he would get to specifying the agenda.
Richard Engel for us. Richard, thanks so much for staying up late. Appreciate it always.
More than 200 passengers aboard a luxury cruise ship are now stranded in Greenland. The ship ran aground yesterday in Greenland's largest and northernmost national park. Officials say there's no immediate danger to the passengers or the surrounding environment. Later today, a local fishing vessel will make an attempt to free the ship during high tide. But if that doesn't work, it could be days before the nearest naval ship can actually arrive to help.
Fair warning on this next one. This might make you a little queasy. In Miami, a Ring camera captured the moment a food delivery driver spit in the bag of the food that he just delivered. He was apparently angry over how little he was tipped. Here's NBC correspondent Valerie Castro.
A food delivery spit and dash. A
A DoorDash delivery man, angry over the tip, appears to spit on the food delivery he's just left on a doorstep. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. The incident captured by Ring camera. 13-year-old Elias Crisanto and his mother ordered the food to their Miami home, but say they were disgusted to see the video. They say the $3 tip they included for the half-mile trip was generous.
Se puso bravo porque tal vez él pensó que fue una chiquita propina y escupió en la comida. Quería vomitar porque ¿quién hace eso?
A spokesperson for DoorDash saying while we empathize with the frustration of not receiving a tip, this behavior is unacceptable, adding they have since removed that worker from the platform.
Hi.
Hello.
Come here, Mac.
But many frustrated delivery drivers across the country are reaching a tipping point. This doorbell video going viral of one driver berating a woman after she says she left a 25% tip.
I just want to say it's a nice house for a $5 tip.
You're welcome.
You.
Another driver in California appearing to take a sip out of a milkshake before handing it to a customer, though it's unclear why. Despite these shocking incidents, DoorDash is only growing in popularity, with more than 32 million consumers each month and more than 2 million Dashers, according to a company spokesperson.
Food delivery apps can also be used to place to-go orders. So how much should you tip? And what if you pick up the food yourself?
Do you tip on top of that when you pick it up yourself?
I think I do, but that's just because the option is there. I definitely think I do more of like a 10% tip for that.
What do you think people should be tipping?
I think it's like in most service industries, people live off of the tips, so be mindful that that can be very generous help for that person.
Some delivery app sites spell it out. Grubhub suggests 20% or at least $5 more if bad weather is a factor. DoorDash and Uber Eats both say a tip is never required but always appreciated, and 100% of it goes to the worker. At the end of the day, for those making the deliveries, gratuity and generosity go hand in hand.
I can't tell nobody what to do with their money. I know what I signed up for. If you tip, you tip. If you don't, you don't. At the end of the day, you have to look in the mirror and know what you did. That's completely up to you.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
The U.S. has set a concerning new record when it comes to climate change. We've now had the greatest number of weather-related disasters in 1 year, costing over $1 billion in damage. So far in 2023, there have been 23 disasters that have crossed that mark, and the grand total, that's over $57 billion. Now, experts predict that number could climb due to the above-normal forecast for this year's hurricane season. Now to an extremely close call caught on camera. A woman in North Texas is recalling the terrifying moment when she was nearly struck by lightning. She told her story to Sophia Beausoleil from our NBC affiliate in Fort Worth, Texas.
It's so much louder in person.
Zoe Smith says she's pretty conscious about her surroundings while recording lightning, but Friday night was a little different.
You don't always realize that you just nominated yourself for a Darwin Award until after the fact. And
while standing outside her front door getting video of the dark skies, suddenly she felt an energy run through her body.
But just that tingly feeling and the hairs on your body just standing on end, like you feel impending doom.
Seconds later.
I don't know if that was the lightning or if it was my soul trying to leave my body on short notice, and it was just like, screw you, you stupid person.
She's not sure what the lightning hit, just that it wasn't her, but the force blew out the speakers of the headphones she was wearing.
I stumble into the house, and you can tell where my priorities are. I was thinking, my headphones broke. You know, not that I just died, you know. It's like, I'm never going to replace these headphones.
Zoe says after she went inside to her concerned husband and son, she took a moment to reevaluate her life.
And I looked at my husband and I said, I'm going to go lie down, bring me a spoon, a jar of Nutella, and don't talk to me for half an hour.
Zoe got proof on her phone of the power of the storm, something she's still trying to process mentally.
It's like I had actually just done confession with my priest an hour and a half prior to that. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, is this God telling me I didn't confess everything? You know?
And while she has a sense of humor about her possible brush with death, she says this was a learning experience that could have been her last.
You do learn a healthy respect for, you know, very beautiful but also very dangerous things that God created.
Zoe still has a love for lightning, but will probably be watching from the sidelines.
I'm good for the rest of my life. I will enjoy it from a distance or watching it on YouTube. I'm good. You know?
Oh,
Oh, wow.
Zoe Smith, we're glad you're okay, sis.
Yeah.
She said the soul was leaving my body.
Oh, my gosh. But she's so funny about it.
She's very funny about it. I don't know if I would have grabbed Nutella after that.
I would have maybe gone to the hospital, Zoe,
I
but
might recommend that.
I'm not judging. I'm just, you know.
We're glad you're okay, and you got a good attitude. I like that.
Yeah. We're going to switch gears coming up. We're going to talk about religion and faith. It can sometimes be a sensitive topic, even among family members. So how do you, as a parent, navigate faith and family? We're getting some answers up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's Modern Parenting, we're taking on the topic of religion and how it intersects with parenting.
According to Pew Research Center, most American teenagers share their parents' religious identity, either because it was intentionally passed down or because they were exposed to it from a young age. Joining us now to talk about all this is parenting journalist and author Donna Tatro. Donna, thanks for joining us on this one. So first off, what should parents be thinking about if they are considering introducing their child to religion?
Hey there, Zinkley. Well, we've got to get on the same page. When it comes to religion, we've got to get on the same page, just like we would with their education or discipline. Then parents should really be talking about their own religious experiences. What did it feel like? Was it positive? Was it negative? So that you're understanding how you both feel about religion. And then think about the benefits and the concerns that are going to surround your family.
Donna, I know the numbers show that membership in houses of worship is actually on the decline in the U.S. In 2020, 47% of Americans said they belong to a church, a synagogue, or a mosque. That is down from 70% back in 1999. So I guess what do researchers say is the benefit of having a common faith and seeking out religion?
So there are benefits of having this faith together as a family and going actually to worship once a week. There was one Harvard study that reported that 18% of the participants reported being happier in their 20s, and 30% of those people are more likely to volunteer or avoid drug use. So that's really important for parents to know. Also, it really provides this community, this sense of belonging, and that is a protective factor for our kids.
Donna, I wanted to ask you about another poll, because one found that more than any other generation, Gen Z is less likely to have a religious affiliation. 34% identify as unaffiliated when it comes to faith. So if your child maybe sees things differently than you do, what should a parent do? How should they handle that?
So that's where we have the difference between religion as an institution and spirituality. And you can bring in spirituality here. And that allows for coping skills for kids in difficult times. You don't necessarily have to have that institutional part of it. And also spirituality, we know, allows for a variety of beliefs within the family system. So you're not confined to the institution. So that's where you look for spirituality, and it promotes that connection within the family.
I was saying to Zinkley earlier that even just going as a family to church together, we had no phones, right? We could like focus on each other for a little while. Yeah. But what is the advice about parents and like taking a step back and letting the kids make some of these choices, Donna?
Yeah, it's such a good question. I think for parents who have this value system, they want to, incorporate it into their kids. But when we have our kids rise into the teenage years, that's the time where they need to figure out their own identity. And that's where this interdependent parenting really comes in. So we want to work with them. We want to, share our values, but then ask them, how do they feel about the religion that they've been brought up in? Do they want to continue it? Do they see how it supports them? And have that open conversation to support them, again, with the interdependent parenting.
And Donna, the reality is, just because you practice a religion as a parent, it doesn't mean that your child will take on the same religion or any. So what do you recommend for that? How should parents navigate religious differences?
Look, I think a lot of parents have different religions and they feel differently. Maybe somebody is very devout, maybe another, partner isn't. So that's where that compassionate communication comes in. We really have to understand where our partner and our other, family members are coming from. And honestly, you can really celebrate all kinds of religions. I have lots of friends who one partner is Catholic, one is Jewish, and they celebrate both. They celebrate everything with both of those religions. And again, this is really important that we model this connection. Like you said, Kate, it does bring this family together. So you find the way it works for your family.
Yeah, just as a break from the
monotony of it all. I love that.
All the things we have to do every day.
And such a good point about learning about different religions. Donna Tatro, thank you so much.
We'll be right back.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Taylor Swift, Shakira, and a surprise reunion from NSYNC. Everybody's talking about it today.
Yeah, they helped headline some of the biggest moments at last night's MTV Video Music Awards. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas has a breakdown.
Hey there, in case you haven't heard, Taylor Swift is having a big year, and that continued last night. 9 statues giving her the second most VMAs behind Beyonce, who did not attend the VMAs, and she joined in one of the most exciting moments of the night, a big-time boy band reunion.
Make some noise for NSYNC.
The 40th MTV Video Music Awards kicking off with an epic boy band reunion, years in the making.
20 years ago, we were just kids when we won Best Pop Video for Bye, Bye, Bye. Baby, bye, bye, bye.
NSYNC returning to the VMA stage for the first time in a decade.
The unstoppable Taylor Swift.
The 90s icons presenting the Best Pop Award to who else? Taylor Swift. Asking the band what many fans were thinking.
Are you doing something? What's gonna happen now? What are you, there's something they're gonna do something, and I need to know what it is.
Swift now has the second most overall VMA wins after taking home 9 Moon People overnight. Nicki Minaj returning as host for a VMAs showcasing a nod to nostalgia. Latin music sensation Shakira performing a medley of her mega hits. With her sons watching from the audience, one of the best-selling artists of all time was honored with this year's Video Vanguard Award. Rapper and producer Sean Diddy Combs received the Global Icon Award after his first live performance at the VMAs in 18 years.
This is a dream come true for me.
Rap icons like LL Cool J helping to celebrate the 50th anniversary of hip-hop, as some of music's current chart toppers electrified the stage. Like Olivia Rodrigo and Karol G, who made her VMA debut. Ice Spice won the Best New Artist Award. The biggest prize of the night going to Swift. The superstar winning Video of the Year for the second year in a row for her smash hit Anti-Hero.
This is unbelievable. I just want to say that the fact that this is a fan-voted award means so much to me.
Chloe Melas, thanks so much for that. It really was quite the show.
Yeah, NSYNC was all I paid attention to.
I mean, yes. Bye, bye, bye. Hi, hi, hi. All right. And speaking of hi, let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now. Say hello to them.
Okay. Oh, nice. This is a good one. Calling Swifties out there. We have found the perfect job for you. USA Today, I kid you not, is seeking applications for a Taylor Swift reporter. This lucky person will be assigned to capture the biggest moments of Swift's Eras tour, which, of course, runs through next year.
Okay.
Do you need journalism experience? I don't know. I hope so.
I think if you're a fan, you got all the facts straight. Oh, but it turns out Beyonce fans also have a role. USA Today is looking for a Beyonce Knowles Carter reporter.
Right here.
I'm right here.
Right here.
Coverage from both reporters will be featured across the USA Today network of newspapers and websites. But also, speaking of singers, Olivia Rodrigo is coming to a city near you, fresh off her sophomore album, Guts. She's just announced a 57-date world tour. Wasn't she just next door?
She was on the Today Show Plaza. Yeah, just the other day.
Pretty impressive. Well, that tour kicks off in February in Palm Springs, California. Rodrigo will hit Miami, New York, London, Paris, so many more cities, so you shouldn't miss it across 2024. Tickets on sale later this month, but fans have had to register ahead of time through Ticketmaster. You only have until Sunday night to do that. So
I'm really glad you just said that.
Yeah.
Because I will be registering. I really like her. And her new album is getting
so good. Her voice.
Let's talk Dancing with the Stars, gearing up to waltz and tango into its 32nd season. I can't waltz or tango.
I was going to say, should we?
No. The new cast includes actress Jamie Lynn Spears, singer Jason Mraz, former NFL MVP Adrian Peterson, and Greg Bree himself. No, that's not his real name. Barry Williams, the actor who played Greg. Julianne Hough, Alfonso Rivero are co-hosting the season following Tyra Banks' exit. The show premieres September 26th.
The definition of star-studded.
Network.
All right, well, people at a Wisconsin bar had their dreams of free drinks ripped away thanks to the New York Jets comeback win Monday night. The bar offered free drinks to customers as long as Aaron Rodgers started the game and the Jets lost. But fans who celebrated early after Rodgers left the game were stunned when the Jets won with a touchdown.
Right.
Overtime. And we're at
And then
time.
they didn't get any drinks.
Yeah, touchdown. See ya.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so. An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Wednesday, Republican rifts and partisan political warfare on full display today after House Speaker McCarthy announced a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden, and as the White House steps up its response. Plus, Russian President Vladimir Putin meets with North Korea's Kim Jong-un amid concerns they'll make a weapons deal to fuel the Kremlin's war in Ukraine. The latest reaction from the White House's national security team ahead. And tech titans on the Hill. I'll interview a senator who was in the room for today's closed-door meeting with the power players at the forefront of the AI revolution as Washington tries to grapple with the potent and perilous new technology. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Garrett Hake. We begin today with what happens now on Capitol Hill, one day after Speaker McCarthy announced an impeachment inquiry against President Biden and 17 days before the government runs out of money. If McCarthy thought that the impeachment announcement would somehow strengthen his hand inside his unruly conference, well, that hasn't happened yet. So far, things appear just as unruly around McCarthy as ever. As far as impeachment inquiries go, the evidence of presidential wrongdoing here is pretty thin at the moment. Even some Republicans agree. Today, the White House also wasted no time in pushing back on some of the GOP's claims that Biden was improperly involved with his son's business ventures, with a memo to reporters that included excerpts of witness testimony and plenty of public reporting, raising serious questions about the strength of the GOP's case. But to best understand McCarthy's decision and where it goes from here, don't look at the case itself, Look at the politics facing McCarthy. After meeting with his full conference for the first time since the announcement, this morning he outlined the scope of the inquiry and what he's seeking for the White House and gave no timeline for how long it would last.
What more do Republicans need to prove and provide hard evidence of any possible wrongdoing?
You used any possible wrongdoing. If you had an FBI informant allege someone was bribed and they used shell companies, how do you prove that? You'd have to get the documents. We don't have any of the credit card statements from all the credit cards from this shell companies. We don't have the president's bank statements. We don't have Hunter Biden's bank statements. Providing information like that would answer the question. All we're looking at in an impeachment inquiry is answering the question.
They're answering the questions. McCarthy made his announcement the day the House returned from recess, and it comes as the Speaker needs all the support he can get from the pro-impeachment far-right wing of his conference on the fight over funding the government beyond September 30th. But if McCarthy is horse trading, what did he get? Not much, at least not yet anyway. While House Freedom Caucus members have long called for impeachment, they don't seem particularly moved to back the Speaker on anything else and are continuing to make more demands in exchange for even that mere stopgap plan to keep the government open a little longer. All as McCarthy faces the prospect of a vote to oust him as Speaker, which any member of his conference can call for at any time. Here's Freedom Caucus Chairman Scott Perry yesterday.
I think we agree with the Speaker that impeachment is not, it should not be done for political reasons. If the facts take us to that location, then that's where they should take us. But it has nothing to do with the debt, the deficit, the outrageous spending, the inflation that's crushing American families. Those are two separate issues, and they should be dealt separately.
Meanwhile, Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz, a longtime thorn in the Speaker's side, also appears to be unmoved by the launch of an impeachment inquiry as he continues to threaten McCarthy's job. Joining us now, NBC's Ryan Nobles is on Capitol Hill, and NBC's Ali Rafa is outside the White House. So, Ryan, I'll start with you. The dust has kind of started to settle after yesterday's announcement. What does the House Republican Conference look like in the aftermath? Do they appear any more united on this matter than they did 24 hours ago?
You know, Garrett, I spent the better part of this afternoon chasing down Republican members to ask them that exact question, and I'm somewhat struck by how uniform they are in the belief that this was the proper step by the House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. And part of the reason is probably because they don't ever actually have to go to the House floor, at least not yet, and cast a vote in this regard. They do seem to be all on the same page in terms of wanting more answers about this investigation into the Biden family. Many of them are reluctant to say that they've seen hard evidence that connects the president's son's business dealings with the president himself. But nonetheless, they seem willing to let this process play itself out. And they really push away any suggestion that perhaps this is going to get in the way of all the important work that members of Congress have to get done this month, including, of course, that budget deal, which could lead to a government shutdown at the end of the month. So at this point, McCarthy does seem to have all his troops in line. The big question, of course, Garrett, is how long will that last?
Yeah, look, I mean, nobody wants to link these things on the record, but we know that McCarthy has credibility problems with the far right. Do you see any indication that taking this step has bought him any love from those members? He's kept Marjorie Taylor Greene in the camp, okay, but does he get anything back from the members who trusted him not very much before he was the Speaker and even less after the debt ceiling deal?
You know, almost the opposite, Garrett. I mean, I think many of these House Freedom Caucus members and conservative members, because we should point out Matt Gaetz, who's kind of the leading voice in this regard, is not a member of the Freedom Caucus. They, first of all, are making it clear that impeachment has nothing to do with the budget process in their mind. You know, they have very specific goals and very specific demands about the budget process, and they have very specific goals and very specific demands about the impeachment process, and they want everything. They're not looking for one thing in exchange for another. And so there is still this real threat, this cloud, if you will, that hangs over the House Speaker, that at any moment, one of these conservative members could offer up this motion to vacate, and we could be in a situation again where he is fighting for his speakership. That is maybe not something that's going to happen today or tomorrow, maybe not even a week from now, but it continues to be a lingering threat, and that is really what's guiding many of the decisions that you see the Speaker making at this stage.
And Ali Rafa, the White House was not caught off guard by this. They seem to have been operating from a position like they knew this was going to happen eventually, and when it did, they'd be ready. We saw a forceful response from the structural White House, but nothing so far from the president. Is that intentional?
Yeah, Garrett, I think it is safe to say that that is intentional. And remember, this was the first public appearance that we've seen by Biden at this cancer cabinet meeting. And he very well could have commented on this impeachment inquiry being launched, but he chose to take this opportunity to really reshift the focus to his domestic agenda. And this is a familiar strategy and approach that we've seen from the president and the White House before. You think of whenever there is a development in the legal woes of Hunter Biden, we see the White House sort of put this shell around the president not taking questions not only on his son Hunter, but just on any sort of world news. The president sort of going into a silent mode when it comes to answering the press's questions. And that's what we're seeing right now. But I think the bigger question is, because we don't know how long this is going to last, what risk does the White House take continuing this sort of vow of silence? This is coming, remember, these new sort of powers that these committees have. They've already vowed to potentially interview more Biden family members, request more financial records, more documents. They run the risk of, by ignoring those requests, you know, approaching this as sort of a lack of cooperation. And what could potentially come out of that messaging-wise is definitely risky for the White House and the president.
Ryan, I want to bounce back to you on that point. I mean, that was sort of always true in the sense that all these committees have subpoena power. They were already investigating the president and his family members in one capacity or another for months. What does James Comer, the inquirer, have in his arsenal that James Comer, the committee chair, didn't before? And are they any closer to getting at any of that evidence that the speaker so pointedly underscored they don't actually have?
So probably the most obvious thing that James Comer is in search of that his committee's yet to get their hands on is a complete record of the president's bank records themselves. They have, tax returns that they've been able to look at. They certainly have, thousands of bank records from many of the Biden family associates, and they have some from the president's son himself. But they do believe that there is some sort of smoking gun in the president's financial records themselves. And they believe that because now that they're under the banner of an impeachment inquiry, that gives them more strength in terms of their subpoena power than they would have under normal circumstances, because under normal circumstances it would have to have a specific legislative purpose attached to it, where an impeachment investigation gives them more credence. Now, there is legal debate over that for sure, Garrett. In fact, the Trump Justice Department argued exactly the opposite, that it required a full vote of the House of Representatives. So there is the chance that this becomes a court battle, but even a court battle to a certain extent Republicans might relish, because then they can argue that the president and the White House are trying to hold something back. So what this does is it really just puts the investigation on steroids if it weren't there already. And now you're going to see them, put a lot of energy and effort into this in search of that smoking gun. The question is, will they ever find it?
And Ali, yesterday, Hakeem Jeffries, the House Democratic leader, made it very clear that House Democrats are going to back President Biden to the hilt on this. At the forefront of that's going to be Jamie Raskin, the top Democrat on House Oversight. What's the coordination like? What's the relationship like between the White House and particularly Raskin, but some of these other kind of frontline impeachment defenders on those relevant committees as they prepare to be in battle over this going forward, whether the White House is engaged or not?
Yeah, Garrett, and you've got to think that those voices, those people who are going to take the front attention on this, are going to take sort of the attention away from the president and the responsibility of the president to comment on this. And I believe it was Ryan that had some reporting earlier this week about Jamie Raskin and House Democrats on the House Oversight Committee, and how they had already planned their strategy to counter-message and to defend the president. You've got to think there's coordination and cooperation there with the White House. That's something that was asked at the briefing today, but Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre didn't provide any details on that. But that could be the reason, these staffers in what has become sort of a war room by the White House counsel's office, they've been working on counter-messaging strategy, using these claims that House Republicans have presented against them and using their words against them as part of this counter-messaging effort.
All right, Ryan Nobles and Ali Rafa, thank you both for that reporting. We'll be busy going forward. And joining me now on set is Rhonda Colvin, senior congressional reporter for The Washington Post. former Florida Democratic Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy, and Jim Garrity, senior political correspondent for the National Review and a contributing columnist at the Washington Post. So, Rhonda, if Kevin McCarthy had one kind of card in his pocket here coming back from recess to play with his conference, it was this impeachment inquiry startup. What did he get for that card?
I think right now he got a pacified caucus, where it looks like for right now they're okay, and as your reporter said, they seem to be falling in line with him right now. How long that will last, I think, is the question we're all asking on the Hill, right? Especially when it comes to, you know, any of those moderate or folks in the middle who are concerned about being reelected in the next House races. They're the ones that are probably going to, you know, speak, at least behind closed doors, about their concerns about this. But right now, he at least has a conference that seems okay about what he did yesterday.
About what he did yesterday, but he also had a spending bill fall apart today that they were trying to bring to the floor. How much does the High Wire Act get more complicated for him as we approach the end of this month?
It gets very complicated because we are working with a deadline, September 30th, for the shutdown, the potential shutdown. And from what we saw today and what we're hearing, there really isn't a very true path to not shutting down the government, which is incredibly scary. And that's not really what's being talked about, as we've all been talking about the potential impeachment, but that does also overshadow the work of Kevin McCarthy and the decisions he's going to have to make in the next few weeks. But it's going to get messy. I think this is really going to be a messy 3 weeks.
Overshadowing,
and beyond.
Overshadowing the sausage making may be part of the point here, too. And to that point, Jim, I mean, everybody we talked to kind of denied the idea that there's politics in the timing of this. But this has very much the flavor of it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck. It's probably a duck. I mean, Matt Rosedale came right out and said it, saying he finds it very convenient that this comes out the week they're returning to Washington, and it's supposed to be focusing on these appropriations bills. What do you make of the timing of this? It's not like there was some you know, thunderclap of new evidence over the recess.
House Republicans had a very nice, good thing going, right? You had this steady drip, drip, drip of, oh, look at this shady businessman that Hunter Biden was in deal. You know, you could have an endless, near endless amount of embarrassing stories causing a headache. Biden would insist, I don't want to talk about it, and not you know, and all that kind of stuff. And that would all be very good for the 2024 presidential election. The odds that you're going to find some smoking gun, you know, with a canceled check that says, for altering government policy made out to Joe Biden from shady Kazakhstani businessman, you're probably not going to find that. And the odds you're going to get, you know, any House Democrat to vote to remove Biden, exceptionally unlikely. And you know it's going to go to the Senate, which is currently controlled by the Democrats. You know this isn't going anywhere. So the value was in the messaging of it. The actual starting the process then creates the point, well, now you're going to have a vote, and now it's going to be a bigger deal. I guess if you don't want people paying attention to appropriations, it's worthwhile, but it just seems like it's a rerun of what we saw a couple years ago.
It seems to me like there's a trade-off here for McCarthy. He wants the bigger spotlight on this inquiry now because only conservative media has been paying attention to the Hunter Biden stuff, but the rest of the country hasn't necessarily. But doesn't that also raise the stakes that if you don't find anything now in 2023, in 2024, you can't bring this issue up again after you have an impeachment inquiry and it lands with a thud, right?
No, I was going to say, MoveOn.org will resurface and use the slogan again and say, this has all been done, all kind of stuff. If anything, I said, you want this slow, steady. You don't want anything rushed. You want to take your time with it right up until Election Day 2024.
Well, Stephanie, how does that timing play out here? I mean, obviously, the longer this goes, in some ways, it's better for Republicans to kind of keep this impeachment inquiry in the headlines, but they also can't end it, right? If you end this without an impeachment, you've functionally acquitted the president.
Yeah, they have started something that they can't put back in the box, and I'm not sure it's good for them from a political perspective, because at some point they are going to, he may have spared his vulnerable members, the 18 who are in Biden districts. He may have spared them a vote this week on opening an inquiry, but he cannot spare them the vote of voting on impeachment. And so he better hope that this inquiry turns up a smoking gun. And from my experience with congressional investigations, we have limitations that the Department of Justice does not. And January 6th, I think we got a lot of information, but we had a lot of people who played hide the ball with us. And one recently, Navarro, just got convicted of contempt of Congress, and so maybe that will play into, you know, the willingness of the people to participate in this impeachment. But DOJ has incredible powers to get information in a criminal investigation and if they haven't turned something up, what are the chances that Congress is going to turn something up?
Well, and this is one of the things I've been thinking about, that most of these accusations had to deal with Joe Biden's time as vice president. There were 4 years of a Trump Justice Department that also didn't turn anything up on this when, they might have been motivated to do so. I want to ask you about precedent here when it comes to impeachments, because Kevin McCarthy has argued that Speaker Pelosi set the precedent of moving down this path without authorizing an inquiry, which is true in the strictest sense, that Speaker Pelosi started the first impeachment without a vote on an inquiry. I want to play a little bit of what he said about this and then ask you about it on the other side.
Nancy Pelosi changed the precedent of this House. This doesn't preclude from a... Nancy Pelosi changed the precedent of this House on September 24th. It was withheld and good enough for every single Democrat here. It was good enough for the judge. Why would it have to be different today?
Now, the House ultimately did end up voting on moving towards that first impeachment, and I pressed him on this some yesterday. Like, he's the speaker now. He can point to Pelosi as much as he wants, but he's in charge now. Do you worry about, his argument there, I'm curious what you make of it, but the idea that House Democrats were so aggressive in oversight against the former president in the last couple of Congresses that this kind of comes around on you now in perhaps not entirely good faith ways from the Speaker and from House Republicans?
I think the American people have gotten used to the fact that hypocrisy is the name of the game in Washington.
What?
Right? Shocking, I know. But we are so divided and so partisan as a nation and as a Washington that you play by rules if it benefits your team. And then when the tables are turned, you argue against it. And that's what we're going to see as this impeachment unfolds. And it starts with his explanation for why he's using the impeachment inquiry without a vote. But it's going to go on through, whether it was the Ways and Means Committee, one of the 3 committees that are going to be a part of this inquiry. They're going to call for the current president's tax records under Section 6103, which, when I was on the Ways and Means Committee, we used that section to call for the former president's tax records and got excoriated by the sitting chair of the Ways and Means Committee. And let's see what he'll say. It will be hypocrisy.
It's going to be fascinating. I got to talk about the other big political story of the day, which is Mitt Romney. Hanging it up, says he's not going to run for re-election. Rhonda, talk to me about Mitt Romney, the senator, and his last act, if indeed this is his last act in American politics.
Well, he seems to suggest that it is his last act. He also pointed to his age, that he'd be in his 80s if he did run again and was re-elected. But Mitt Romney has had a tough time in his Senate career. He was there in 2018. He was the only Republican to vote to impeach Donald Trump in the first impeachment over the Ukraine call. He also voted to impeach him again. He's been this standout, and he's just, it's been hard for him to work in that Senate. I think he's also reading some tea leaves back home with Utah, looking at his popularity wane there a little bit. It is a Republican-leaning state, of course, and if you followed last week, there was the special election with a GOP primary for a House seat there, and the Trump-supporting candidate won that. So I think Mitt Romney is very aware of the politics of the day. He mentioned in his letter today that it is hard to run in this environment when there's so much populism. And he was also very critical of the front runners on the GOP side for the presidential campaign, as well as Biden.
Jim, could Mitt Romney have won a Republican primary in Utah in this political climate?
It would have been really tough. I think the fact that it would be so difficult says more about us than it does about him. He will be missed, but I don't know, but I just find it just fascinatingly refreshing to see somebody in their 70s saying, yeah, okay, that's enough. I've done what I wanted to do. And I didn't even know you could leave a position in Washington before you were approaching 90 these days. It just seems like it's gotten out of style.
Yeah, I mean, Stephanie, what do you make of that? I mean, the age thing is such a part of what we talk about politically in this country, whether it's Mitch McConnell or President Biden or Speaker Pelosi announcing she's running for re-election. Romney made that explicit in his retirement video. He said, I don't want to be here in my 80s, and we need a new generation of leaders to solve these problems. Will that message be heard by the people who need to hear it in Washington?
One would hope so. I'm still somebody who believes in a citizen Congress, which means that ordinary people get a chance to serve, bring their experiences having lived a life as average Americans do to Washington and legislate from that place. This isn't supposed to be a lifetime career. You know, I think that's not healthy for our democracy. And so he's demonstrating a level of self-awareness and a lack of ego that is rare in this town. And I have a lot of respect for him and what he's accomplished. I certainly hope that others take note, because the Democratic Party has a deep bench of really dynamic and interesting young leaders who are politely waiting their turn because they don't want to risk their career getting out too far in front of, say, a sitting president.
There you go. 76, old enough. We'll leave that there as our closing thought here. Thank you all for the panel for coming in for today. And coming up, new filings and fallout for the former president as Fulton County prosecutors dig in on trying Trump and his 18 co-defendants together in that massive Georgia RICO case. But first, my one-on-one interview with the National Security Council's John Kirby as the White House threatens sanctions and retaliations for a potential arms deal between North Korea and Russia. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and Russian President Vladimir Putin held a rare in-person meeting today, smiling for the cameras as they toured a Russian space facility and discussed future military cooperation. It comes as the White House is warning about a potential arms deal between the two U.S. adversaries. After more than a year and a half of fighting in Ukraine, Putin appears to now be turning to North Korea to resupply his country's munitions stockpile. And for his part, Kim offered his full and unconditional support for what he described as Russia's, quote, sacred fight. In return, North Korea is looking for Russia's help to develop its own military capabilities. And joining me now from the White House is John Kirby, Coordinator for Strategic Communications at the National Security Council. Thank you for being on today. I want to start with North Korea and this meeting we just saw between Kim Jong-un and President Putin in Russia. Kim Jong-un said he wants to transform what's been a friendly relationship into what he called an unbreakable strategic partnership. Now, obviously, he's a fan of that kind of rhetoric, but how concerning is that kind of talk to the United States? And looking at the intelligence available to you, what's the biggest takeaway from this meeting?
Difficult to say what the big takeaway is from the meeting right now, since they haven't really announced anything in terms of specific negotiations or arms deals. We're going to watch that very, very closely. We've been warning about this potential arms deal for quite some time, and that's why, because we are concerned about any capabilities that might be given to North Korea or bought by North Korea that could help destabilize the peninsula, or anything that could go the other way. And Mr. Putin to make it easier for him to kill innocent Ukrainians. Now, as for this strategic partnership, I think that much remains to be seen here. These are not two countries that play well with others, and they are not two countries that have any kind of long-standing history with cooperation between the two of them. They are pretty isolated on the world stage. So we'll see exactly where this goes, but I can promise you this. If North Korea moves forward with some sort of arms deal to help Russia in Ukraine, or consequently get help from Russia, there'll be repercussions for North Korea, and certainly we're going to continue to hold Russia accountable as well.
What can those repercussions be? I mean, you mentioned the idea that these are two of the most isolated countries on the planet already. Yeah. What else could we do to Russia or North Korea to punish that kind of behavior?
Well, we'll certainly look at additional sanctions, enforcing already the sanctions that are in place, and looking at additional enforcement mechanisms, the possibility of looking at additional sanctions, both unilaterally and with our UN partners. It's important to remember that if there is an arms deal between these two countries, it violates UN Security Council resolutions that Russia themselves signed up to many years ago. So there's a great irony here. We'll look at options inside the UN as well. You know, we got the General Assembly coming up next week. And then lastly, we're going to continue to call it like we see it. It was weeks ago when we said we thought that these two countries were going to be working together on some sort of transfer of arms to Russia. A week or two ago, we said we thought there could be leader-level meetings. We're going to continue to call it out as we see it, and make sure that that they can't do this in a non-transparent way.
Now, the White House has definitely been out in front on this. I think it's pretty clear what the Russians could want from the North Koreans. But what do the North Koreans want from Russia on this? I mean, for Kim, it's a coup just to have a meeting like this with another world leader, right? But what are the takeaways for North Korea other than elevating themselves on the world stage?
Well, again, it really depends on what kind of arms deal they come up with. We don't know exactly what sort of trade space they have with one another. We know that Russia wants, at the very minimum, artillery shells, because this is a gunfight in the Donbass in southern Ukraine. It's possible he'll want other munitions from North Korea. It is certainly possible that North Korea will look for military capabilities, technology, intelligence sharing, that kind of thing, that will boost their defensive and offensive capabilities on the Korean Peninsula. You know, Mr. Kim keeps shooting off ballistic missiles. There were 2 more short-range ballistic missiles he fired off today. This is a burgeoning program that he wants to improve. Russia has ballistic missile capabilities, so it's entirely possible that that could be one avenue that he's looking at.
The Chinese don't like the idea of a North Korea with a strong, ballistic missile program right next door. Is this an area where we can work with them?
We know that Beijing has probably more influence in Pyongyang than any other nation on earth. And as to say, it's not perfect leverage that they have, because Kim Jong-un spurns a lot even from Beijing. But Beijing does have influence in Pyongyang, and we would encourage them to continue to use that influence to curb these appetites by Kim Jong-un, and to try to help us all try to achieve a more stable Korean Peninsula. To date, China's not been willing to do that. They are not enforcing all the sanctions that are in place. Sanctions, again, that they signed up to through the UN, and they have not put enough pressure on Kim Jong-un. We'd like to see him do that.
I'm starting to feel like unenforced sanctions is a theme here. I want to talk about Iran a little bit. You've said that the money that the administration is unfreezing rather, from Iran in exchange for these hostages coming back will be used for humanitarian purposes. And you've outlined some of the ways in which that can be enforced, or at least monitored. But $6 billion is still $6 billion, right? If it's money that the Iranian government doesn't have to spend on these humanitarian needs, doesn't that free that money up for them to spend it on other things, right? I mean, talk to me about the controls that exist on this money, and why the Iranians can't just sort of move money around in a way that makes this $6 billion free for them to use how they see fit.
Yeah, so a couple of thoughts here. First of all, the controls you talked about, they have to specifically ask for withdrawals from this account to be used for legitimate humanitarian purposes, medical equipment, medicine, food, that kind of thing. And that money will be administered through the Qatari National Bank. We will have visibility on those transactions. We can cut off those transactions if we don't think they're going to try to cheat. We can certainly refreeze those funds if we continue to see the regime try to cheat against this. But it's important to remember that the regime doesn't get any of this money. When they submit a request and it's legitimate and we agree that it should be supported on behalf of the Iranian people, it'll be going to vendors who will purchase that equipment or that material or that food and get it into Iran that way independently. The mullahs, the regime, has no direct contact with these funds. It goes directly to the Iranian people. And again, we have total control over whether or not we want to refreeze that or not.
So it's functionally, the Qataris are acting like an escrow account here, essentially, where the Iranians don't ever touch this money directly. Is that a fair way to understand this?
It is correct. The Iranians will not be able to touch this funding directly. Now, look, your other question was about, well, it could free up funds for other things.
Sure.
We are already putting a lot of pressure on Iran for their destabilizing activities, support to terrorism, maritime shipping attacks, sending drones to Russia to use against Ukraine. We will not hesitate to continue to leverage more sanctions, more pressure to hold Iran accountable for their destabilizing behavior if they continue to perform that. We've even boosted our military presence in the Arabian Gulf because of the attacks on maritime shipping. So the president is going to use a wide range of tools here to continue to hold Iran accountable for this destabilizing behavior. And we have no reason to suspect that they're just automatically going to stop doing these bad things.
Right.
So we're going to keep that pressure on.
And I suspect what would help the president is having confirmed people in the top of his military leadership. I want to ask you about Senator Tuberville's holds on military promotions. He was on this program yesterday, and he's really trying to put the onus on Democrats to find a way to work around his holds. I want to play for you what he told us yesterday.
We could do all the top brass in probably less than 2 weeks. You know, I'm not holding up all the nominations. I'm just holding up a group at a time. We could do one this afternoon in 2 hours, but Schumer won't bring it to the floor.
Now, I covered the Senate in my day job. I understand the concern about creating a precedent here for agreeing to these tactics by Tuberville here. But at what point does the national security need outweigh the desire for Senate Democrats to win the argument here and have Tuberville fold on his own?
The pressure really needs to be on the Republican side here. His Republican colleagues, they're the ones that they got to pull him aside here and tell him to knock this off. And he wasn't being honest, by the way, in his interview, saying he's not holding them all up. He's holding up more than 300 generals and admirals. Every single one that gets nominated gets put in this blanket hold by Senator Tuberville, and it's absolutely having an effect on our national security and on our readiness.
Have you heard anything from Senate Republicans or Republicans that you talk to suggest they are feeling that pressure and are ready to apply it to him? Because I'm not hearing a lot of it.
No, I would agree with you. We have not heard that. Now, some Senate Republicans will say that, you know, they don't like his tactics.
Right.
You know, they agree with his concern about the policy that DOD is pursuing, but they don't like his tactics. But they're not doing anything. They're not lifting a finger to put enough pressure on him, this one senator who is holding up all these generals and admirals from moving on.
All right, John Kirby, thank you for your time and for your expertise.
Yes, sir.
Up next, new developments in the Trump trials as prosecutors push to try all 19 defendants in the Fulton County racketeering case together next month. What it could mean for the trial's timeline next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
leaps and bounds you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. As we await word on when former President Donald Trump will stand trial in Georgia, Fulton County DA Fani Willis is making clear she intends on trying the former president alongside his 18 co-defendants all at the same time. In a late filing yesterday, Willis argued that all 19 co-defendants facing RICO charges should be tried together to ensure a fair and an efficient trial, arguing in part, quote, the RICO conspiracy charge ensures any trial would share the same evidence and witnesses. Willis has proposed that that trial begin next month, October 2023. But the judge presiding over the case, Judge Scott McAfee, has expressed doubts about such a complex case moving too quickly. Joining me now is NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian, who we spent a lot of time chewing this sort of thing over. So, Ken, I mean, should we really expect that one of the most consequential trials in American history that's going to be on camera could start in 6 weeks?
No, in a word, no.
Okay, good. Thank you for joining us, Ken. No.
Have a good day.
Yeah.
And particularly, we're not going to see Donald Trump on trial. We may see a couple of the co-defendants earlier rather than later, but it's hard to imagine it could happen in 6 weeks.
What does it do to an eventual Trump trial if you do have split trials? If, you know, Kenneth Chesbrough and Sidney Powell basically go as the junior varsity version of this in October and Trump goes 6 months later?
Well, the one thing it does is it gives Donald Trump and his lawyers a free crack at the evidence. They get to hear all the witnesses and see all the evidence. I mean, they're going to get that presented to them anyway in volume, but it's another matter to see how the prosecution is going to make their case. So that's an advantage for Trump. It also, you know, could numb the public to this information. The only trial that's going to be on television of the big three against Trump. So there's a lot of consequences.
It's something that's worked to Trump's advantage so far. It's just the sheer volume of all these things, at least politically. So there is a hearing tomorrow, right? Do we expect an answer to this question tomorrow or more filings and more questions?
Yeah, probably not an answer tomorrow. But it's really interesting, you know, Trump and a group of defendants are offering to waive their right to a speedy trial in order to sever from the defendants. And then you've got, as you said, Chesbrough and Powell, they want a speedy trial. And the DA is arguing that they'd like to try it all together because in the interest of justice and efficiency. And, you know, it's interesting. She did a really complicated, there was a cheating scandal in the Atlanta public schools.
Yeah, sure.
You know about
sort of how she became publicly known nationally.
Right. And I was looking today, there was actually 12 defendants stood trial at the same time in that case. So it can be done.
On the issue of moving this case to federal court, Mark Meadows is appealing the decision that kicks it back to state court. You and I are both fake television lawyers. We both read that original filing here. Do you see anything in the original Meadows decision that's a warning shot for Trump or anybody else trying to move this case to federal court?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the judge, in a resounding fashion, found no evidence to support the idea that Mark Meadows was operating as a government official, as the chief of staff. And a lot of the same logic, it would appear to me, non-lawyer, would apply to the President of the United States. For example, the famous call to the Secretary of State. Mark Meadows spoke on that call. He was advocating an investigation into bogus allegations of fraud. Donald Trump did the same thing, and the judge ruled that that was acting politically, not governmentally.
Very good. Ken, we'll bring you back tomorrow for tomorrow's No Not Likely segment with Ken Delanian.
Sounds
All right,
good.
Ken Delanian, thank you. And up next, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis goes after the latest FDA-approved COVID booster as he tries to regain ground in the Republican presidential primary. That story is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you're doing the dishes, you
Allegations of corruption, all kinds of.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Amid a spike in COVID cases and COVID-related hospitalizations nationwide, the CDC is now recommending everyone ages 6 months and older get an updated COVID shot. But that recommendation, which came yesterday, is meeting some resistance from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and his administration. Today, Florida's Surgeon General issued recommendations of his own that people under the age of 65 go against the CDC.
I just think that at this point, with the amount of immunity that's in the community, with virtually every walking human being having some degree of immunity, and the questions we have about safety and about effectiveness, especially about safety, my judgment is that it's not a good decision for young people and for people who are not at high risk at this point in the pandemic.
NBC News national politics reporter and resident Florida man Matt Dixon joins me now. So, Matt, COVID was the issue that made Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, into Ron DeSantis, the presidential candidate, arguably. So it's hard not to look at something like this through a political context. Is this decision largely about medicine with political, trailing indicators, or is this a political decision with medical consequences?
When you frame it that way, I like to think of it as the old cartoon Popeye. When Popeye needed strength or momentum, he would eat spinach. For Governor DeSantis, when he needs strength and momentum on the campaign trail, he needs headlines, he needs a little wind at his back, he goes to COVID, he goes to Anthony Fauci, he goes to the vaccine. These are things we've seen time and time again. It's worked for him very well. He won Florida, he won re-election by 20 points here. So from a state level perspective, it's been great for him. It hasn't worked as well, and we haven't seen it as much as when he was running for president, but that's kind of the general way I think people should think about it. When these things pop up seemingly out of nowhere, for him and his political team, these issues are spinach to what spinach was for Popeye, and that's kind of I think what he's going for here.
It kind of reminds me to harken back to another Republican presidential candidate who struggled of the criticism of Rudy Giuliani's presidential campaign, which was that it became focused on noun, verb, 9/11. You see this potentially with DeSantis here returning to a COVID issue. How do you expect him to deploy this on the campaign trail? And when he talks about COVID now in 2023, does it get the kind of response that perhaps he would hope as someone who was a COVID hero to the right in 2020 and 2021?
Sure. For the foreseeable future, I would be more surprised if you heard him talk about anything else on the campaign trail. If you are sort of, on his email list, you're going to see a lot of vaccine, Fauci, Operation Warp Speed sort of emails, help us push back against this. There's a spike of cases in Florida. The FDA and the CDC just, approved the latest round of the booster this week. So there's a moment in time where I think the campaign sees the ability to focus on this pretty intensely. And that's something that I think you saw kind of play out today, and you're going to see it moving forward, at least for the foreseeable future. At some point, there'll be a pivot, but for the time being, this is going to be the focus.
And in 2020, 2021, I feel like there were a lot of Republican governors kind of looking over their shoulders at how one another were handling COVID-related issues. Have we seen any indication of any other Republican-led states offering similar guidance to what Florida's doing?
Not to this moment, and certainly not this strong, but that's not terribly surprising. Florida's sort of always been on the forefront since at least it's important to note, actually, Governor DeSantis on the front end of the vaccine was very supportive. He encouraged people to get vaccinated on the front end. But since roughly 2021 or so, Florida's sort of been on the vanguard of the sort of state level anti-vax movement. So Governor DeSantis in his administration, including today, have taken a much stronger stance than other Republican governors. But I don't think that's terribly surprising considering what we've seen over the past few years.
I'll be very interested to see how other governors, particularly those who aren't running for president, react to this move. Matt Dixon, thank you for your reporting. And still to come, Congress huddles with the titans of tech. I'll talk to one of the senators who was in the room for today's private meeting with some of the tech industry's most powerful leaders about what's next for AI and regulation. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. And as we've noted, Congress is struggling to keep its own lights on. But that same Congress is also being tasked with regulating one of the most complex technological explosions of our time on this planet, the AI revolution. No big deal. Today, in an effort to bridge a very large knowledge gap on the issue, senators on Capitol Hill huddled behind closed doors with tech's biggest titans, including Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, and some other big-name tech CEOs. Speaking to reporters outside the room, Tesla CEO Elon Musk and OpenAI CEO Sam Altman addressed the need for government regulation in this space.
This is something that we need the government's leadership.
I don't know what exactly. Perhaps the Department of AI. It probably, let's say, I think the probability of there being some sort of AI regulatory agency that stands on its own, similar to the FAA or FCC, is likely at some point.
You think so?
I think so.
Senators Schumer and Rounds, part of the bipartisan group that organized the forum, praised the event while also warning of some of the challenges ahead.
We got some consensus on some things. First, I asked everyone in the room, is government needed to play a role in regulating AI? And every single person raised their hands.
AI is not going away. It's going to be here for a long, long time. The challenge that we have is, will we try to catch up on, first of all, the development of it here in the United States? Can we stay ahead of the rest of the world? Can we lead the rest of the world? And second of all, can we do it in such a fashion that our people truly benefit?
Joining me now is one of the senators who attended that meeting, Democrat from Colorado, Michael Bennet. So, Senator, thank you for joining us. You were obviously in the room all day today. What was your reaction, broadly speaking, from what you heard from these industry leaders?
My reaction, broadly speaking, is that we need to have a new agency to regulate big tech. I am the first member of Congress to introduce a bill calling for that. I think it was 2 years ago. And it's a kind of an amazing out-of-body experience to be there to hear Elon Musk saying we need an agency like that. But I think the reason we need it is that Congress will never do a good job at this. Leaving this to the courts will be a huge mistake. And what we need to do is instead, as we have in the past in American history, set up a new agency with the expertise that can move nimbly enough to be able to help us capture the benefits of this new technology while making sure that, you know, in the case of AI, we've got guardrails in place so that people can't go out and build, you know, nuclear weapons or create pathogens that could kill, you know, millions of people. That's stuff that we need to take seriously. It's stuff we need to avoid, and it's why we've got to do this.
Senator, respectfully, when I hear government regulatory agency and nimble in the same sentence, I'm a little skeptical. I mean, how does an agency like what you're proposing keep up with a technology that has really just exploded in the last few years?
You know, it's a great question. So first of all, if you want to see somebody not nimble, that is the U.S. Congress. So by way of comparison, at least, they don't suck as much as we do. And I think it was hilarious that you started this by saying we couldn't even keep the lights on in Congress, because my book about this place is called The Land of Flickering Lights, for that reason as well. And so it's got to be properly staffed. Look, the FDA, some years it does a lousy job, some years it does a decent job. Our oversight should be making sure it does a better job. It'd be the same way with a new agency here. And by the way, just to make matters even more difficult and more complicated, I've said this to Schumer over and over again, this discussion of AI cannot ignore the fact that we have totally missed the ball in terms of social media, you know, and what the American people want to have as a negotiation with Mark Zuckerberg and with the rest of these guys about their privacy, their data, and their economics. And that's something we're going to have to do at the same time we're dealing with this AI conundrum.
Yeah, I mean, I've covered the hearings. You've been in them, where there's clearly senators who've been explained some of these social media properties by their grandkids, and it just doesn't inspire a ton of confidence. Should this meeting today, one of the criticisms of this meeting today, and to be fair, it's been widely, I think, praised on and off the Hill as a necessary step, but one of the criticisms was that it shouldn't have been closed doors. Do you think the public would have gained from watching this all play out, or does it kind of, you know, potentially limit what you all might have learned if the world was watching more directly?
I think it should have been public. I didn't see any reason for it not to be public. I think only, you know, intelligence matters, and other, you know, if you've got a compelling national security reason, I think otherwise it should be public. It would have been good to have this public.
What do you think the tech leaders wanted out of this today? I mean, I don't have to tell you, it's not always particularly easy to get these CEOs to come up to Congress. Do you think they were trying to avoid getting dragged up there later, or did you get the sense that they really welcome or are requesting specific kinds of congressional involvement in their work?
I think it's probably a wide difference of opinion and approach, you know, and you saw it in the engagement in the room. I think one of the things that I hope was pretty clear in there is that hopefully, if this has been an era of big tech setting its own rules, that era is going to come to an end. I mean, Garrett, I was on Friday with 15 school adolescent, or they weren't adolescents, but 15 school psychologists who study, you know, adolescents in Colorado and work with adolescents in Colorado, and they could not even get past the mental health issues their own kids have as a result, among other things, of the way they interact with Mark Zuckerberg's platform. We need to do something about that. We've got to do something about that, and we cannot trust these guys to write their own rules. They don't have the knowledge to do it. We have to do it in a way, obviously, that's thoughtful. But, you know, sometimes I hear people say, oh, my God, there's nothing you can do. All is lost. This place is a freaking disaster. And it can be a disaster, but we need to insist more. You know what? If we had that attitude about rivers that were catching on fire in the United States, we would have never passed the Clean Air Act or the Clean Water Act, and we can do it.
Let me ask you about another seemingly unsolvable challenge of late. There's a report out from the Census Bureau yesterday that showed child poverty rates have more than doubled from the record low they hit in 2021 to 2022. They explicitly tie the increase to the expiration of the expanded child tax credit. The numbers make it so clear that this has worked. Why do you think it's been so hard to get an extension through Congress?
I think that Congress has prioritized tax cuts for the wealthy and for big corporations instead of for working people. You know, I ran my not terribly well noticed campaign for president on that bill and the idea that we could cut childhood poverty in half in America. And you know what? Joe Biden won the presidency. I didn't, but we did cut childhood poverty in half as a result of that legislation. And the good news is we've proven to ourselves in the richest country of the world, we do not have to accept this degree of childhood poverty as a permanent feature of our democracy or a permanent feature of our economy. We just have to go back to work and fight for this and fight for this and fight for this. My goal is for us to end childhood poverty in this country. I think that's what we really ought to do.
Senator, I think that's a very noble goal, and I'm curious about the idea of the sort of politics as a circle here, whether the populist right might work with you on an issue that Republicans have normally stayed away from. But I want to ask you about another Republican who was making news today, your colleague and fellow Westerner, Mitt Romney, saying he's going to hang it up. He's not going to run for re-election. What will it mean to lose his voice in the Senate after next January?
You know, I think it's possible that I will have people who watch this who disagree with me, but I believe the Senate will be a lot worse for not having Mitt Romney here. He's been a voice of reason. I've worked with him on Western issues and also on, frankly, the child tax credit, where he had the most generous version of that of any Republican in the U.S. Congress. So I think we're going to miss Mitt Romney. I'm sorry that he's leaving, and I hope the rest of us, you know, when you have a loss like that, maybe it's a moment for the rest of us to actually step our game up and maybe improve the way we work together. We're going to miss him here.
Well, I hope so, Senator, and we can all keep the lights on up there after the end of this month. Senator Michael Bennet, thank you for coming on.
Thanks, Garrett, for having me.
And thank you all for being with us this hour. I am back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. The news continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are beginning tonight with that brand new mugshot from the escaped killer, now back behind bars after 13 days on the run. The stunning new details on how police actually got him, look at that, and the new calls for accountability. Then a top Republican senator set to step aside, partly because he says he's getting too old, calling on both President Biden and former President Trump to do the same to make space for a new generation. What else? We're hearing from Senator Mitt Romney live in just the last 15 minutes. Plus, right now in an Idaho courtroom, the prosecution and the defense teaming up in a rare move to ask the judge to ban cameras from inside the trial of the man accused of murdering 4 students. By those victims' families say the cameras should stay. And Hollywood actors now back on the picket line tonight in that huge actors and writers strikes, with new controversy bubbling up over Drew Barrymore's talk show coming back, the backlash she's facing tonight. And how are mysterious alleged alien corpses landing at a congressional hearing in Mexico? We are unpacking that whole thing coming up later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we're coming on the air with some new video just into us, which illustrates in a picture better than we can in words the relief in Pennsylvania. Here's the shot with that escaped killer armed and on the run for nearly 2 weeks, now in a hospital gown. Look at that, barefoot, surrounded by cops, being taken back to prison. This here, the brand new mugshot of Danilo Cavalcante, just into us in the last couple of minutes, as he is behind bars after 13 days, with new details tonight as to how this manhunt finally ended. With Cavalcante in handcuffs and a stolen Eagles hoodie, by the way. Turns out police used a heat-seeking sensor from a plane from above to pinpoint where exactly he was. Then they let out a canine to help take him down, with the element of surprise apparently a key part of this capture. Watch.
Cavalcante did not realize he was surrounded until that had occurred. That did not stop him from trying to escape. He began to crawl through thick underbrush, taking his rifle with him. He continued to resist, but was forcibly taken into custody.
Now, with Cavalcante back in custody, some new questions about how this manhunt could have lasted as long as it did. Why did that happen? Remember, he got out of prison 13 days ago. He escaped, was seen multiple times in multiple parts of Chester County, which really freaked out a lot of people in the area. He was even shot at by a homeowner when he stole a rifle out of their garage just in the last 48 hours. I want to bring in Kathy Park, who's live for us on the ground in Pennsylvania. So this sort of nightmare, I don't think is overstating it, for so many people now in Chester County has finally ended here. But there are still so many questions about what happened, how this manhunt could have lasted so long. Explain to us what you're hearing tonight and what will happen to Cavalcante now.
So, Hallie, good to be with you tonight. Well, after 2 weeks on the run, the manhunt ultimately ended right behind me in the woods. We're actually about 25 miles north of the Chester County prison where Cavalcante escaped 2 weeks ago. And this is a tractor dealership. And authorities say that there were a couple things that played out that ultimately led to his capture. It happened around midnight. That's when an alarm went off in the area, burglar alarm. And then, obviously, there's a huge law enforcement presence here. So officers quickly moved in. There was no sighting of him. However, there was a DEA aircraft in the area as well. And as you mentioned, there was a heat signal here on the ground. But around the same time, Hallie, bad weather moved in, and that's why the plane had to pull out of the area. However, using all those clues, that information, officials were able to move in. When the weather improved around 8 o'clock this morning, that's when they say in the woods behind me here, that's when they spotted Cavalcante. They've released the canine. The canine attacked, subdued the suspect. He did have a rifle on him. He tried to crawl away, but obviously it didn't work. They were able to apprehend him pretty quickly. They say it happened probably within a matter of minutes, about 5 minutes, and he was arrested. And of course, our George Solis has been on the ground since day one, and he had a chance to speak with Lieutenant Colonel Bivens, who essentially has been the face of the law enforcement presence here. Here's a little bit more from that conversation. Take a listen.
Relief, I think, summarizes my thoughts. You know, I've been concerned throughout this that he might take some action that would harm a member of the public or a member of law enforcement that was involved in the search. And so I was very happy to know that that had not occurred.
And Hallie, as far as next steps go, we have learned that Cavalcante has been transported to a maximum security prison not too far from here in Montgomery County, PA, essentially the suburbs of Philadelphia. And obviously still so many questions as to how he was able to be so elusive, evade police for the past 2 weeks. He speaks Portuguese, so they will be leaning on the help of an interpreter to get some more questions answered.
Do they know why he hung around Chester County for so long? Have they gotten an answer on that piece of it, Kathy, or no?
That's a great question, and they don't know. And reporters earlier today asked if he said anything to them when he was apprehended. Obviously, because of the language barrier, they said there wasn't any sort of communication, but still so many questions as to why he hung around here. In the past reports, there were people that he had, come to he wanted to connect with them because in the past, apparently, he knew them. And that's why there were images on Ring cameras. There were several sightings of him in the area because there were acquaintances from his past who lived in the area. So that's essentially why authorities say he was in this area. But still, obviously, a lot of questions as to why he stuck around for as long as he did.
Kathy Park, live for us there in Chester County. Kathy, just an incredible moment here. I'm glad you're there for us live. Appreciate it. To Washington now, where a key Republican senator and former presidential nominee is announcing late tonight he is not going to run for re-election next year. Partly, he says, because he's getting too old. Listen to Senator Mitt Romney in just the last couple of minutes here, the last 10 minutes on Capitol Hill.
I considered my age and the fact that at the end of a second term, I would be in my mid-80s. And I think it's time for guys like me to get out of the way and have people in the next generation step forward.
So this is significant for a whole bunch of reasons, not just because of Romney's long political career as a former governor, former nominee, outspoken anti-Trump voice, but because of the ongoing conversation about the age of those leading our country. So Romney is 76. The leading Republican presidential candidate, Donald Trump, is 77. The current president, Joe Biden, is 80. Romney also just said he wants both of them to step aside and let younger people run. And look at the Senate. The top Republican there, Mitch McConnell, is 81. and the chamber's oldest senator, Democrat Dianne Feinstein, is 90. I want to bring in Julie Sirkin on Capitol Hill. Listen, this would be like a fairly big deal, bar none, because of who Senator Romney is inside the Republican Party. The symbol of, I think, in many ways, a Republican establishment that has been pushed aside by the new Republicanism led by Donald Trump. Romney has been an outspoken voice against Mr. Trump for years now. It is also significant, Jules, because he is inserting himself into this extremely live conversation that is happening right now about age and leadership.
Exactly, Hallie, but he refused to say anything negative when it comes to McConnell and his age, because, of course, that's the question we had for him when a couple of reporters, including myself, had pressed Romney on his decision to not seek re-election. He said if he was like Chuck Grassley, for example, who still walks a couple of miles a week, he said that he maybe have a different calculation. But I think the bigger picture here is, sure, it's age for Romney, but also this is his only term as senator, and he's often been disgruntled by the former president, of course, Trump, that's no secret, but also in the direction that his party is going in, and whether he can be most effective to salvaging it here in these walls, or, as he put it just now to reporters, out there trying to recruit younger candidates, trying to get out there, he said, going to colleges, getting young people to want to turn out and vote, and usher in a new leadership that could potentially grapple with the MAGA Republicans, as he said it. We are hearing from a lot of lawmakers reacting to Senator Romney stepping down. I had just asked him if he heard from any of them on both sides of the aisle, because, of course, he was such a central part in bipartisanship over the last few years when we have not seen much of it. We also heard from McConnell, who put out a statement himself, and he said, quote, "The Senate has been fortunate to call our friend from Utah a colleague these past 4.5 years, and I am sorry to learn that he will depart our ranks at the end of next year." Now, certainly Romney and McConnell have not always seen eye to eye, but he did praise him, including in that room with reporters a couple of moments ago.
You talk about being in the room with reporters a couple moments ago. I went literally a couple moments ago. Like, this news conference, I think, is probably just wrapping up, even as you have run to a camera here. What else did he say? Because it was interesting to hear him talk about both President Biden and former President Trump and his sort of thought that they should make space for a new generation, too.
Exactly. He said it would be best for everyone. I'm paraphrasing here because it literally just ended a few minutes ago, but he said it would be best for everyone if the current president, President Biden, and the former president, who's the front runner for the Republican nomination for 2024, if they would both just step aside. That's Mitt Romney's words. Now, that being said, I also asked him if he heard from any of them today, and he said President Biden called him today. He said he was, quote, very generous and very kind during their conversation on the phone, but certainly Romney had kept talking about the issue of age. He talked about Trump and Biden. He said, however, that in his view, he thinks that young Republicans are not in favor of the MAGA movement. We'll see if that reigns true in a year.
Julie Sirkin, live for us on the Hill. Jules, thank you so much. Also, in just the last few hours, down Pennsylvania Avenue over at the White House, President Biden was asked about that brand new impeachment inquiry against him. And that's where that sentence ends. He was asked. He did not answer. Listen.
Mr. President, response to impeachment. Response to impeachment.
While the president is pivoting from any impeachment talk, his aides, they are sure not, with the White House putting up an aggressive and pretty public defense of their boss and calling on members of the media to, in their words, scrutinize House Republican claims of high crimes and misdemeanors, calling that impeachment inquiry based on lies. It is pushback on a topic that, listen, they haven't really engaged a ton on before, the topic being Hunter Biden's business dealings. And while Republicans have been investigating that for months, there's been no evidence made public that shows the president himself did anything illegal. I want to bring in NBC's Ali Rafa, who is joining us now from just outside the White House. Talk to us about what you are seeing and hearing based on your reporting, Ali, about the way that the White House plans to put up a defense now against this impeachment inquiry against their boss.
Yeah, Hallie, well, there are a couple pieces to this that are still ongoing. So we first heard, this sort of counter messaging that we know the White House has had quite a while to prepare for from Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre during today's briefing, essentially using House Republicans' words against them, saying that this impeachment inquiry launched by Speaker McCarthy was a result of Republicans really threatening his leadership. Take a listen to a bit more of what she had to say during the briefing today.
Certainly not going to speculate on what has been a baseless inquiry that the House Republicans can't even really defend themselves, and that many House Republicans have said they couldn't support their own votes.
The White House using this to make the argument that while Republicans are divided on whether to launch this impeachment inquiry into the president, Democrats and the White House remain united. And she said that the president is focused on issues impacting all Americans. Then you have the White House counsel's defense of this. Remember, we had reported on the fact that the White House counsel's office had been preparing for months, setting up this war room to basically build this firewall of counter messaging around the president. And of course, then we saw the strategy of silence from the president today. As you mentioned, something familiar that we've seen him take whenever there's news about his son, Hunter Biden's legal woes. The question now is whether that silence could really benefit the White House long term. Remember, these committees, these House committees that will be launching this investigation, this impeachment inquiry, now have extra powers to be able to access more of these financial records, to request more interviews with Biden family members. Whether the White House complies with that or continues to stay silent is something we're going to be watching moving forward. Hallie.
The White House was pointing out and focusing on what they describe as factual contradictions, but they're also talking about like logistical kind of weedsy ones too, because Speaker McCarthy opened up this impeachment inquiry without a full vote in the House. When Democrat then Speaker Nancy Pelosi did that for former President Trump's impeachment back in 2019, here's what McCarthy said.
Our job is to legislate, not to continue to investigate something in the back when you cannot find any reason to impeach this president. She cannot change the laws of this Congress. She cannot unilaterally decide we're in an impeachment inquiry.
So the White House, of course, not the only ones that have pointed out this 180 from Speaker McCarthy. He's doing it, it seems, partly under pressure from his far-right flank, Allie. I know you used to cover Capitol Hill for us. I'm going to ask you to wear kind of both of your hats to talk about how it is in the White House's best interest, if it is at all, to try to force Speaker McCarthy's hand on that if they even can.
Yeah, Hallie. Well, Speaker McCarthy can technically do this without holding that vote. But of course, as you mentioned, there is division within the House Republicans over whether to pursue this. Because remember, look at the numbers here. I believe we have a full screen here. There are at least 10 House Republicans who are scrutinizing this effort. And many of them have said publicly that there's just no there. There's no smoking gun directly linking President Biden to any wrongdoing while he was vice president as it relates to his family's business dealings. So the White House knows that he can't afford to lose that amount of support and continue with this, and it would show division within his party. So that would be politically advantageous for them to force this vote. Whether or not that happens remains to be seen, because as I said, McCarthy technically doesn't have to.
Allie Raffa live for us outside the White House. Allie, thank you. Some big warnings on Capitol Hill tonight from a forum just wrapping up between lawmakers and some of the biggest names in tech on the threat of AI, with Elon Musk warning of what he calls the civilizational risk from AI. Still, he says, it seems like lawmakers are on the right track.
I think it's clear that there's a strong consensus, a overwhelming consensus, that there should be some AI regulation, that it would be in the best interest of the people to do so. And I think we'll probably see something happen. We have to be proactive rather than reactive.
It has been, listen, if there's like the Avengers of tech leaders, and by that I just mean a blockbuster lineup, this would be it, right? It's Elon Musk, it's the head of Meta, there's Bill Gates walking in, like heavy hitters, man. The hearing, however, was shut down from cameras. That was our own Eamon Javers from CNBC, catching up with them outside. Dozen other executives in the AI space there, too. It's all part of this bigger push by the top Democrat in the Senate to try to do something federally about AI, which most people agree is going to eventually transform the way we do everything in our lives. NBC's Jake Ward is following this one for us. I was convinced you would be here in Washington for this one, Jake, as you just are so tuned in to all things tech. But I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes, like, coming out, everybody's kind of positive about it. Like, Elon Musk even said, like, yeah, you know, Chuck Schumer did pretty good putting this thing on. I'm paraphrasing it here. Vibes are different from action. I think we all know that. So what is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon?
Hallie, I love the idea of the Vibes platform. I don't know how we're going to get that sort of patented for future coverage, but that is a really good way to think about it. So the Vibes, you're right, were very copacetic. In theory, you had a bunch of people coming together who represent, literally billions, maybe even trillions. I haven't done the math, but, huge amounts of money across the tech industry, and are arguably the people who are going to be driving how AI comes into all of our lives. And they did seem to be, we've come a long way from a couple of years ago when, back when tech people were basically saying, just leave us alone, and legislators were saying, oh, what's the big deal here? Now we're actually seeing them come together. You had a lineup of senators saying afterwards that they really felt like some consensus was achieved. Here's a sampling of how some of them described it. Listen to this.
I asked everyone in the room, is government needed to play a role in regulating AI? And every single person raised their hands.
We need a regulator, and probably a new regulator, to do the work that has to be done.
That's going to be the challenge, stepping up to the right regulatory role.
Well, and the right regulatory framework is really the question here. We don't know, Hallie, yet at all how regulation may emerge from this, or if at all it will emerge from it. And critics have pointed out there's a lot of tech CEOs in one room, maybe not enough critics to actually come out with the kind of balanced perspective we might need here, Hallie.
Some of those critics are sitting in the Senate right now.
Well, that's absolutely right. You had people in the Senate pointing out, as all of us have, that when you have people who are arguably making decisions that are going to affect all of our lives, showing up, speaking to legislators, but nobody has access, right? No public access, no media access. You get a lot of critical voices, even inside the Senate chambers, talking about that. Here's a couple samples of that kind of perspective.
They're sitting at a big round table all by themselves. All of the senators are to sit there and ask no questions. That's the setup.
I think it's ridiculous that it's closed press. I think it's ridiculous that all these monopolists are all here to tell senators how to shape the regulatory framework so they can make the maximum amount of money.
Certainly what critics are pointing out to me here in San Francisco, Hallie, is that, folks at the top of these companies are all about profit and all about short-term thinking. Great regulation is going to require thinking in generations, not just in financial quarters.
Jake Ward, it is fascinating, and we're so glad to have you help us understand it. Nobody else I'd prefer. Jake, thank you so much. Just in the last few minutes, we are getting some developing news here on that big auto workers union potential strike, with the head of that group saying they're willing to use any means necessary. That's what they're saying. Any means necessary to win this fight for more money and better benefits. And he says big car companies are boosting up their fear tactics. Those workers say they will strike against some of the country's biggest car makers, GM, Ford, and Stellantis, if they don't all come to terms by the end of tomorrow. That's 11:59 p.m. tomorrow. Otherwise, there may be a walk-off from the job. Ford's CEO says they're doing the work by offering what he calls one of their best deals in decades. Listen.
It's a significant enhancement. Still optimistic that we'll get a deal, but there is a limit.
It's all happening against the backdrop of the Detroit Auto Show kicking off today, an event that's already had some setbacks over the last couple years after a 3-year hiatus because of the pandemic. Now, some other big brands like Honda, Mercedes, and BMW are sitting it out. Jesse Kirsch is joining us now from the Auto Show, where I have to think, Jesse, the sort of gurgling undercurrent is probably all about the potential for this strike as soon as, tomorrow night into Friday morning here. What are you hearing on that? And when these auto workers say they will use any means necessary to get to a deal, how should we be seeing that in the broader context of this discussion?
Yeah, so Hallie, we're on the auto show floor right now, but frankly, I think the overwhelming interest nationwide right now is not what's being shown here in public, but what's going on right behind the scenes. And at this point, it doesn't seem like we are getting to the point where a potential strike is looking like it's going to be averted yet. Obviously, anything can happen. We don't know exactly what's going on behind the scenes, but I can tell you in this ongoing live stream that's happening right now with the president of the United Auto Workers, he just called out Ford's CEO for something that the CEO told us last night. as part of what the CEO said was in the latest package that is being offered by the company. The CEO told us that one of the things that was being involved there was the elimination of tiers, and the UAW says that's not the case based on what Ford currently has put on the table. So obviously there's some contentious language still being used here. These two sides are still apart. We know the union's ready to strike, and I can tell you at least on Ford's part, the CEO last night telling us that they're absolutely ready to go for a strike if it were to happen. So the stalemate continues, and at this point, we're at about 31 hours, 30 and a half hours or so right now, because 11:59 p.m. tomorrow night, that's when these contracts expired with the UAW and all three of the big three, GM, Ford, and Stellantis. And according to UAW, who I checked with on this earlier, that would be unprecedented if all three of those companies had their workers going on strike at the same time, Hallie.
I mean, it's just sort of mind-boggling to think about the potential here. The union's president has said these negotiations are about economic justice here. Talk us through what's behind this. And I know there's some sort of number crunching that's going on behind the scenes on the part of our team to do that.
Yeah, and there are all kinds of numbers that are being thrown out there,
totally.
right? But bottom line, the union is saying the automakers have been making a lot of money, and we should be getting more of it than we are right now. They're pointing to pay bumps for executives, specifically CEOs, and saying, you know, where's the comparable proportional pay bump for our auto workers? So that is a large underpinning of this. We know there have been financial issues in this country in recent years. Think back to 2008. And the union is also trying to make up ground from what it gave away in recent years. So you've got generations of younger workers who don't have some of the protections that others do, including a worker I just spoke with earlier. We have a portion of what she shared, and I just wanted to throw to that real quickly if we can.
It makes it a lot tougher because there's always the degree of uncertainty. There's the degree of course, always prices going up, being able to take care of yourself in the retirement age.
So that worker does not have protection for in the terms of a pension or in health care benefits after she retires, whereas others who retired before her do. So that's, you know, some of the tension underlying here for the union. And again, the stalemate is continuing, Hallie.
Jesse Kirsch live there on the floor of the Detroit Auto Show, which, by the way, Jess, we'll talk about this, I hope, next hour. You know, lots of changes on that front, too. Jesse Kirsch in Detroit, thank you. New numbers just into us show inflation maybe going in the wrong direction again. It is up about 3.5% compared to this time a year ago, making this the second straight month of increases after a whole year of the arrow flipped in the opposite direction. And the biggest jump in the prices we're all paying for things so far this year, gas. That's up a whopping. It is up 10% in August, with the price of rent, cars, food, all of it up as well. Brian Chung is here to break it down for us. The plainest of English here, as I know you will do. Why isn't inflation going down, and what is the Fed going to do about it?
Yeah, well, maybe it's good to put our Econ 101 hat again and just talk about what inflation is. It's a rate of change for prices.
Brian,
it's
but
my
sure,
favorite
I'll
hat,
wear
okay?
it if you insist.
It's my favorite hat. But what we're talking about here is the pace of price change. So when we see 3.7%, that's how much more expensive things got in August of this year compared to August of last year. And the year-over-year change in July was 3.3%. So that number is going up, which is not the direction we want to go because we want the rate of inflation to go down. So why did it go up in August? Well, as you mentioned, gasoline was the big contributor there, going up by 10.6% just between July and August. You don't tend to see a number that big on a monthly difference, but other things got more expensive as well. When you think about food prices, meat got more expensive across the board. But the big thing is rent. This is the biggest expenditure for most American households, just putting a roof over your head. That's a big reason why it might be really difficult for that final last mile to get inflation down from, let's say, 3.7% to where the Federal Reserve would like to see it, which is 2%.
Brian Chung, I will wear my Econ hat anytime with you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Tonight, we'll take you overseas here because some new satellite pictures out of Libya are giving us our first real look at just how bad the damage is there from that historic and devastating flooding. Look at this. So this is what Derna looked like just last week. Those same areas now, watch. Ugh. It's just brown sludge covering all of it, with buildings, some of them just decimated. There's one official estimating that a quarter of the city, 1/4 of the city is just gone. Some 30,000 people don't have a home to go back to. And rescuers are finding bodies washed away by the floods. now coming back into shore. We want to warn you, the video is disturbing. It is also important to understand the reality, the horrific reality there. Rescue teams here are pulling up a body over the seawall. And this is where the body will eventually end up, covered in a blanket or a bag, just lined up alongside dozens more on the grounds of a hospital courtyard. Right now, we know something like 6,000 people, 6,000 people are thought to have been killed in this catastrophe. Several thousand more are still unaccounted for, according to the International Rescue Committee. Josh Letterman is covering for us tonight in Doha, Qatar, and this is a catastrophe created in part by the dams breaking. It could not keep those floodwaters back, and that is what has made this so devastating to so many people. What is the most urgent need? What is the biggest priority? And are they getting enough help that they need?
Well, Hallie, clearly they need things like medical kits, hygienic supplies, food, clean drinking water. But it sounds gruesome to put it like this. But what they really need right now is body bags. We are hearing that a key focus right now is simply trying to deal with the number of bodies that are piled up all across this region. With one resident saying that everywhere you go, you see bodies. They are in the streets. You go into a building, there's bodies. The civil aviation minister told Reuters that because so many bodies and humans were dragged out into the Mediterranean Sea during this flooding, the sea is now constantly dumping bodies back onto the beach by the dozens. And there are real concerns about the environmental catastrophe that could follow if they start to have polluted water supply due to all of these bodies that are around. And so a big focus trying to get those bodies either into mass graves, into the yards of hospitals. But clearly this is an immense issue that is not getting easier very quickly. And I want you to hear from Abdullah Makar Swakar, who is a resident of this area, who talked about the scope of the need right now. Take a listen.
State alone cannot handle this. We need to be clear about that. Our resources are limited. Many have come forward to help with what they can, but we are looking for help from organizations like the United Nations. They need to provide us with resources, and the World Health Organization should also send aid. The city is devastated.
Help is now flowing into the country. It's not fast, Hallie, because it has to be coordinated in some cases through rival governments that don't work very well with each other. In a lot of cases, they are flying that aid to Benghazi, which is some 150 miles away from the hardest hit areas. But, you know, you mentioned the some 30,000 people who have been displaced by this. If you look at a city like Derna, which has a population of about 90,000 people, that means approximately 1 out of every 3 people is now without a home. And so there is a massive need here. The Egyptians are now setting up camps in the western part of their country to try to house these people. But this is a problem that is going to take not days or weeks, but months and years to address, Hallie.
Josh Letterman, thank you so much for that reporting. Coming up here on the show, a serious warning for anybody who loves oyster shooters, raw oysters. Why experts say now is the worst possible time to eat them. Plus, French regulators want Apple to pull the iPhone 12 off shelves there. We'll tell you why and how Apple's responding next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
As we've been on the air, lawyers for the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students say they don't want their client's trial to turn into what they call a spectacle that dehumanizes him and turns the court into a TV show drama. That's the latest we are hearing just minutes ago in court from the attorneys for Bryan Kohberger. This is why everybody's in court today. The defense is making the argument to try to ban cameras from anything that happens in court down the road. They say that camera crews, some of them, have already violated court orders by focusing exclusively on Bryan Kohberger and putting his picture alongside, I'm quoting here, what they describe as sensationalistic and prejudicial headlines. Thing is, it's not just the defense making this case. Prosecutors are on their side too, because they say having cameras in court could have what they call a chilling effect on witness testimony. But here's who's not on board with that. Families of 2 of the students killed. They say in a new statement there should be cameras in court to lift what they call a veil of secrecy that they say has been hanging over this case. You'll remember, it's these 4 students who Kohberger is accused of murdering last November. Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Kaylee Gonzalez. Danny Savalos is joining us now. We don't often hear about a defense and prosecution joining forces, right, to make a case to the judge, but that's exactly what's happening in this instance. And what's so interesting, according to our team in court, truly in the commercial break here, was that one of the things the defense said was that we live in a world of memes. And the idea that they want to remove what they describe as a sideshow to take away the sensationalism of this case and just use words on a page. You obviously wear that defense attorney hat. How effective do you think that argument's going to be?
On the whole, televising this trial is probably not good for the defense, which is why the defense doesn't want cameras in the courtroom. And there really isn't a constitutional right to cameras in the courtroom. In fact, in federal court, they are flat out banned by a federal rule of criminal procedure. So a judge doesn't even have any discretion to say yes or no to cameras in the courtroom in federal court. But the court is very clearly not going to be deciding to say, place a gag order on the press. That's not what's happening. This is really about whether images, video, or otherwise should be allowed in a courtroom. And there is an argument to be made that, for example, if the camera is on the defense table, they might pick up documents, and that could include attorney-client privilege material or work product, all legitimate concerns by the defense.
I should note here that a group of media organizations, including NBC News, is obviously pushing for visibility into this here. We know that Kohberger has waived his right to a speedy trial. That pushed his trial date back indefinitely. What's your expectation for when this may start and whether today's proceedings play into that?
It's always hard to say when it comes to a high-profile case like this, because even if I were an Idaho lawyer constantly in that courthouse every day, I don't think even somebody who's local counsel would be able to give you a good forecast, because the only basis they have for their knowledge is a run-of-the-mill case. And if you have a run-of-the-mill case, that's just not going to run the same way. So I always tend to add another extra third of the period of time onto any high-profile case.
Danny Savalos, thank you very much. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, lawmakers in California have just passed a bill to ban 4 chemicals found in food because they're linked to potential health issues. Now, this doesn't mean that the key ingredient found in Skittles is going to be banned, but it does include what's in some other candy, some hamburger rolls, and some icing also. If the governor ends up signing this into law, it'll be the first time that a state has banned something that the FDA allows, has banned a chemical that the FDA says is safe. It would take effect in 2027. Number 2, the head of BP has resigned after less than 4 years at the company. That's after he acknowledges he hadn't been fully transparent about his past relationships with coworkers, according to the company. He'll be replaced by the CFO on an interim basis. BP says it's still looking into the whole thing. Number 3, French regulators say Apple has got to stop selling the iPhone 12. Why? Well, they say that phone puts out too much radiation. We don't know why the French are looking at only that particular model, or that particular model is the only one that apparently didn't pass this test, but Apple totally disagrees. They say, hey, this phone meets global standards for this kind of thing. Number 4, new report says holiday sales are expected to be the slowest in 5 years, maybe because of things like higher interest rates. Don't forget student loan payments are coming back. Don't forget people are blowing through their pandemic savings, so maybe that means things are a little tighter for holiday shopping. Number 5, take a look at this. Sandra Lindsay, the nurse who was the first American to get the COVID vaccine back in 2020, now the first American to get the newest updated COVID shot. That's the one we've been telling you about. We had it as developing news last night on the show. The CDC just approved it. This comes as COVID hospitalizations are starting to go up, although it's not at all the surge we saw last couple years. Today, actors on strike are marching through Hollywood and hitting up big studios like Netflix and Paramount, with members of the Writers Guild who are also striking right by their side. Both of these groups have been out on the picket lines for months. Most major productions are shut down, but now some talk shows are making a somewhat controversial decision to get going again, and they're taking some heat for it. Look at Drew Barrymore. She started taping her show again earlier this week, saying she owns that decision. But in response, the National Book Foundation took back its invitation to have her host its annual awards ceremony. It's not just Barrymore's show. The Talk and the Jennifer Hudson Show are also reportedly set to get back into production soon. Chloe Malas is joining us now. Chloe, it's good to see you here on the show. So what's interesting here, Barrymore got some pushback for her decision online. People called it disappointing or disrespectful. But the case that she and her team are making is that they're complying with all the strike rules. Like, they don't think they're crossing any picket lines, even symbolically here. Help us understand this.
So it is the Drew Barrymore debate that we did not know was going to be happening amid these dual strikes. So first of all, let's just rewind a second. Drew Barrymore has come out and said that she turned down hosting the MTV VMAs because of the strikes. And, you know, she had said that she was standing in solidarity and that, you know, everybody was under the impression that she wasn't going to be bringing back her show. I want to point out, though, that there are other shows like The View never stopped production, so it's not like she's the outlier here. But this is causing not just blowback within the Writers Guild. The National Book Awards, which you just mentioned, she was supposed to be a part of this very, very big night. And listen to what they are saying. They just posted on X, quote, "Our commitment is to ensure that the focus of the awards remains on celebrating writers and books, and we are grateful to Ms. Barrymore and her team for their understanding in the situation." And she's not going to be part of the award show anymore as their host because of this.
So what about these other talk shows, right? If it's The Talk, if it is Jennifer Hudson, are studios basically handcuffed here, Chloe, because these strikes are happening here? Or, like, is there going to be some production starting back up now that we're hitting the fall? Even if it's like reality shows, right? I don't know.
Well, so here's the thing. So, Hallie, if you are not employing people who are in the unions, then you can move forward. So you are not in opposition to where the strikes and what they're standing for. So the Writers Guild, if you're not in the union, and that is like essentially what Drew Barrymore's show is doing, they are not employing writers who are in the guild. But that's obviously upsetting the thousands of writers who are in the guild, and obviously her entire show team who writes for the show. So people, they're saying that her show is struck, which is terms for not being on the best of terms with the Writers Guild. But the Actors Guild, SAG-AFTRA, that represents over 100,000 actors, they have come out and they said Drew is in compliance. We stand with her. The bottom line, though, is that this is obviously disrupting what we watch. Late night television is off the air. Even, you know, NBC's SNL is off the air right now. And obviously films are being pushed back, and it's already upsetting fall TV. We can watch reality TV, but for how long? And you're seeing streamers look at content from the UK, it's a great time to have content from the UK and Canada right now. But nobody knows when this is going to end. I just put out a piece with NBC News' Daniel Arkin the other day, and we are saying that this is at a standstill, and we do not see an end in sight. And it's very concerning. And obviously, it's costing the California economy billions of dollars.
Chloe, thank you very much. Appreciate you breaking that down for us here on the show. When we come back, lots more to get to, including why one Republican congresswoman allegedly got booted out of a Beetlejuice show in Denver. That's in the local.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A warning tonight for anybody who likes raw oysters or anybody who may be trying to cool off at the beach during this shoulder season. New reports now of people getting infected with a deadly bacteria that lives in the water just off the coast. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal has more.
Off the coast of Galveston, Texas, the waters brim with oysters. But also lurking in such warm waters, a dangerous flesh-eating bacteria called Vibrio vulnificus. We're learning a man recently died in the Galveston area after eating raw oysters. It's just the latest reported tragedy after other deaths this summer in Missouri, North Carolina, New York, and Connecticut. The bacteria can make its way into the body through open wounds and through raw seafood.
You get like some fresh Gulf oysters and you just get that real strong salty flavor in your mouth when you taste them, man. It's good.
But some are now rethinking their seafood snacks.
Definitely makes me want to take a step back and before I eat anymore.
Dr. Brad Perkins, a former CDC official, says now is the worst time for eating raw oysters.
The typical peak season for infections caused by this bacteria are late summer and early fall.
The CDC recommends against swimming in saltwater or brackish water, a mixture of salt and fresh water, if you've got an open wound or cut, and says to cook raw oysters and other shellfish before eating them. There are many types of Vibrio infections, and overall they're really rare, but they're rising in the United States to around 80,000 a year according to the CDC, with infections on the East Coast increasing 8-fold in the last 3 decades. This year has seen exceptionally warm ocean waters, the type of environment the bacteria love, with infections spreading further north as our planet heats up. Most people with a mild case will get better after about 3 days and may have symptoms like diarrhea, stomach cramps, and fever. But the flesh-eating Vibrio vulnificus can cause serious infections. About 1 in 5 people die, and it's what took the life of the victim in Galveston.
Dr. Syal is joining us now. It is obviously incredibly serious here. Can you help us calibrate our level of concern here? Does this affect some people more than others? What are the best practices we should all have moving forward?
Hey, Hallie. Yeah, so for most people who get this infection, it's going to be, self-limiting, meaning that you would get nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, but you would tend to get better in 3 days. But Hallie, there are certain groups of people we worry about, and those are, the same groups of people we worry about with COVID, for example. People who have cancer, diabetes, HIV, people who have weak immune systems. In this case, people who take medicine to decrease the acid levels in their stomach or antacids, and those who've had surgery. If you any of those people, I highly recommend you cook your oysters. You can broil them, you can bake them. You really want to stay away from raw oysters if you can, Hallie.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you very much. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, the wife of the Mexican drug lord El Chapo has been released from a California prison. She is out as of today, according to officials there. She served less than 2 years of a 3-year sentence for helping to run her husband's multi-billion-dollar drug empire. El Chapo is serving a life sentence in Colorado after his 2019 conviction. Also out of our Western Bureau, security video shows Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert getting kicked out of a performance of a Beetlejuice show in Denver on Sunday. According to an incident report obtained by NBC, 2 people in the audience were warned about behavior that allegedly involved vaping, singing, and causing a disturbance. Her campaign manager confirms Boebert was kicked out, but denies that she was vaping. And out of our Southern Bureau, a more than 200-year-old public library in Virginia could soon be shut down over a fight about children's books with LGBTQ+ characters. The county's Board of Supervisors voted in June to hold back 75% of the money that goes to the library unless the library gave them more control. They'll say they're going to run out of money by the end of the month, but are cautiously optimistic a deal can be reached. Coming up here on the show, Vladimir Putin quite literally rolling out the red carpet for Kim Jong-un in Russia. But they were doing it at a spaceport today that has Western leaders concerned. Coming up.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Rescue operations in Morocco now entering day 5 with hope of finding any survivors from that earthquake alive, fading fast. More than 2,900 people have been confirmed killed. More than 5,500 have been hurt. Rescue teams and volunteers are trekking up mountainsides to try to get help to the villages that need it, even with some families sleeping on the streets for days now. There's more and more concern about how long people can survive in these, what you're seeing here, these tent villages, essentially. Our Matt Bradley speaking with one man at one of these camps. Watch.
4 families in this tent.
Yes.
There's no privacy.
No. You have no place to make bedroom. You have the toilet. In the night, very cold. Very cold. Yes. But we are afraid for when it become raining.
Yeah. Do you expect rain to come?
Yes.
And that a concern, of course, because if that rain comes, there's a worry that whole tent village ends up turning to mud. More to come on that story as we know it. Tonight, the White House is warning North Korea that if it helps Russia, there will be repercussions. That's just hours after Kim Jong-un offered Vladimir Putin his full and unconditional support. Watch.
No nation on the planet, nobody, should be helping Mr. Putin kill innocent Ukrainians. And if they decide to move forward with some sort of arms deal, well, obviously we'll take the measure of that, and we'll deal with it appropriately.
You can see Putin and Kim Jong-un touring this spaceport in a remote part of Russia. This is Kim's first trip out of North Korea in about 3 years. Janice Mackey-Frayer has more.
Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un met at a space launch facility in the Far East region of Russia. There were red carpets, an honor guard, and this looming possibility of a weapons deal. Both leaders are isolated internationally. Both are considered to be rogue states. And while traditionally they haven't had close diplomatic ties, they do now find themselves aligned strategically. Kim said that he gave Moscow his full backing to what he described as a sacred fight with the West. Putin, for his part, said he was glad to meet with Kim and he welcomed him to this new facility. Russia is looking for suppliers. U.S. intelligence suggests they're looking to purchase additional artillery shells to replenish stocks for its war in Ukraine. North Korea has inventory. They have a big defense industry. They have full-scale production capabilities. What Kim gets in return is why they were at this space launch facility. Twice in the past few months, North Korea has tried to launch a satellite, and twice they have failed. This has been a top priority for Kim Jong-un and his country. So what this deal gets him is access to Russian know-how. It was no coincidence that before the talks got started, North Korea launched 2 ballistic missiles toward the Sea of Japan, what was widely seen as a sign by Kim that he was able to do so from outside of the country. Later in the day, there were images of him having lunch with Vladimir Putin. They were drinking wine and eating Russian beef, and Kim had a toast. He said that he wished for good health for Vladimir Putin and wished for his triumph over evil.
Our thanks to Janice Mackey-Frayer for that reporting. Still to come here on the show, take a look at this. What do these look like to you? Because somebody told Mexico's Congress they're non-human alien corpses. Why that is worrying some experts for reasons you may not expect. We're having that conversation with our chief UFO correspondent, Gadi Schwartz.